taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Wildlife around the globe needs help. And when you help protect them, you become a friend of the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. A real friend. The kind of friend you want to thank. And not just with a card or a text, but with a song.
Thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
From your friends at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, thank you for helping protect wildlife around the globe. Without you, there's no them. Learn more at sdzwa.org/friend.
Thank you for being a friend.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Sweetie, time to get up.
Wake up! Wake up! What? Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Come on! Wake up! Wake up!
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right. We're bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now. David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring
bring them out, bring them out.
Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Che, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Friday morning. We'll open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Also on YouTube, youtube.com. Like, share, and subscribe what we do on youtube.com, ESPN Chicago. And Cap, there's nothing like winning a ball game. There's nothing like going back-to-back against the St. Louis Cardinals. First an 8-0 shutout, and then a 3-0 shutout by the Cubs. Cubs are back as they split the series against St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm not sure they ever went anywhere, but if you checked our social media and listened to the gloom and doomers that are out there, the Dans of the world, I like to say, who are, by the end of the week, they're out of first. They're going to lose all 4 in St. Louis. They'll lose at least 2 to Houston, and they'll come home in second place. Like, hey, man, you fan or you want a fan? Just, can you have a little bit of positivity and act like you've been there before? Because you have. In 2016, you won it all. And they had a losing month in July, by the way, in 2016. And I believe they lost like 6 or 7 in June in 2016. It's a long freaking season. And when I watch Shota Imanaga, and I love the Cubs broadcasters. They do a great job. I decided when it was 2-0, I said, I got to put this on here. I'm going to listen to little John Rooney.
Oh, God.
Yep. And I put him on.
Yeah.
And I'm watching the game, but I've got him on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hearing another first pitch strike from Imanaga. Another Cubs base runner to lead off the inning.
Mm-hmm.
Cardinals haven't had one all day. Yeah. And then he says, they've got Swanson picked off. Oh, and the Cubs just stole a run.
That's exactly
I'm
right.
like, and Swanson's tagged out, and the Cubs stole a run. I'm like, yes! And then the 9th inning, and Wilson Contreras is a good dude. I know he's a little mad at me. I like Wilson a lot. He's a really good player.
Uh-huh.
He loses his cool because he sees the Cubbies shutting them out for 22 straight innings. Oh, and all of the haters that have been calling in or tweeting at me, our bullpen's no good. How many runs did the bullpen give up in the series? In a 4-game series? That'd be 0.
0, yeah.
Not 1 run
Yeah.
did the Cardinals score off of our bullpen. And the Cardinals haven't scored since the 4th inning on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Tuesday! Hey, man, that was a lot of fun. And when they took strike 3 to end the ball game, when I heard he say, and he's got him looking, and the ball game is over.
Our ball
baby.
Yeah, our ball game comes to an end. This is what John Rudy said.
That is exactly right.
That's right.
We'll get to the post game with Mike Claiborne
That's
on
right.
the Cardinals radio network.
That's right, Ricky Horton. They stuck it up our ass again. That's exactly what's happening on that St. Louis broadcast.
And look, the Cubs could go out and lose tonight. Guess what? They'll wake up tomorrow.
Yeah.
They'll still be in first, and they'll go back to work again. But I'll worry about tonight's game tonight. Today, we're going to have some fun and revel in Shota Imanaga returning. So important. I said to you yesterday, yes, I want to win. But if you told me that we won but Shota looked awful or tweaked his hamstring again, no, I'll trade the win. I'd like both. I didn't think he would give up a hit off Swanson's glove, which was a hit, and then guess what? He didn't give up another hit in 5 innings of work.
Well, I can understand the angst for any team when you are losing 5 of your last 6, and you're saying, okay, how can we get ourselves off the deck? I love the passion of the Cub fan by coming at you and saying, hey, man, we got to play better. I'm mad at this bullpen, or I'm mad at Craig, or I'm mad at whatever. I think everybody that's listening to our show on a daily basis knows that baseball is a long season. However, within the ebb and flow of the season, Cap, it's okay for a fan to say, hey, man, I want better for the team. I mean, it's not like the fans are disconnecting with the Cubs. They're just looking and watching the games or listening to the games and say, I want better. And guess what? The last couple of games, the Cub fan got better. I mean, they wanted better. They got better because it was 11-0 through the last couple of games. They shut out the Cardinals. So today the Cub fan feels better. But you can understand through a long season, there's frustration. And I'm okay with that when you're a fan.
Absolutely. I am absolutely okay with that. My whole point, though, is that you want to be ticked off? I'm the first guy that's out there ticked off.
Yeah.
And people are like, dude, relax, your blood pressure, whatever. That's of being a fanatic, a fan. But when you're willing to go on a major market station, a content factory like we have, and the season's over, they should trade Tucker now because they're not going to re-sign him. Mr. Ricketts is cheap. Jed's stupid. We don't have enough talent, and we don't have enough, and he doesn't have the guts to make a move. You just make yourself look like an idiot. They may not win the World Series. They may not make the playoffs. But guess what? Today, they're 3 games clear of Milwaukee. They're 4.5 clear of the Cardinals. They wake up, get a cup of coffee, go to work in Houston to try and find a way to win a damn baseball game. That's it.
The Cubs didn't need a lot of offense because the pitching was great from Shota Imanaga and the bullpen, but the Cubs just needed a little bit against the Cardinals yesterday.
3-2. Hammered right field. That one back on its way and gone. Michael Busch will touch them all. His 13th of the year, and the Cubs jump out front.
And great defense.
Fly ball center field. Pete Crow Armstrong racing, and he makes a sliding catch. PCA tracks it down, and it stays 2-0.
Yeah, so you got a lot of pitching, you got just enough offense, and great defense from PCA, and the Cubs win 3-0.
Yeah, again, the whole key to the day was Shota Imanaga. And then the bullpen gives you 4 scoreless innings. And Danny Palencia, I thought that was a really good growth opportunity for him.
Mm-hmm.
He puts the first guy on, and then he plunks Contreras. And he's not trying to hit him. In a 3-0 lead, you're not trying to bring the tying run to the plate because anything can happen. Cardinals hit a bunch of home runs in the series. And he bears down. Strike 3. Strike 3. See you later. Have a good day. And then Wilson is barking at Palencia and has to be held back.
Yes.
Here come the Cubs on the field, and they're ready to go, man. If you come at the best, because that's what the Cubs are right now, best in the division, you best not miss. And after the game, Wilson calmed down and apologized and said, yeah, I shouldn't have done what I did. He gets emotional. That's what he is, and that's what makes him a great player.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is how it sounded on marquee, but there is a backstory to this that we need to address when it comes to Willson Contreras and you.
2. Struck him out. Ball game. Cubs win. Palencia finishes it off.
Well done!
Oh, and now words.
Well
benches are going to empty, but nothing's going to come of this. Jonathan Moda making his way all the way over to Wilson to try to play peacemaker, and calling Marmo or somebody said, I got it.
Well done!
Wilson had a little dust up with the Reds here a few days ago.
Had one with the Brewers.
He runs hot.
He does.
No doubt about it. And we'll see the Cardinals next weekend in Chicago.
So the Tom Hanks apparently at the game as well in St. Louis. But
I was like, well, that sounds like Tom Hanks.
Yeah, Tom was at the game as well, yelling at Willson Contreras like the Cubs were.
Do you know what movie that's from, Cap?
Yeah. Castaway.
All right. Just wanted to check.
Come on, man. You're better than that.
Cap, not only has Willson Contreras had a little dust up with the Cubs, but you and Willson Contreras you don't have the great relationship that you once had because Willson Contreras is sensitive. So here's what's funny about Contreras. He comes at you and says, well, I thought that we were friends. I don't know why Cap would say that. I don't do those things in the clubhouse. I'm not volatile. What? He has a dust up with 2 or 3 teams already before we get to the All-Star break. Come on, man.
And again, that's what makes him the competitor and the talent that he is.
Okay.
When he's calmed down, he is a really, really good guy and a player who I openly said I wish they would re-sign. But he does have times where he loses his composure, smashes iPads in the clubhouse or whatever it is, because he gets frustrated, he gets angry. That's all I was saying. I wasn't being critical of him.
Don't make me
I was just
angry.
saying.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Yeah,
No.
but you got to be able to channel that, Bruce Banner. You got to be able to do that. You just can't just be. You want to fight all the Cubs just because the Cubs, beat your ass 2 games in a row and it's hot. Hey, man, calm down, Wilson. I mean, you lost you lost, and Palencia obviously is excited because he's like, yeah, I know, I got the job done, I got the save. And Contreras wants to fight everybody. Yeah, he apologized afterwards, but in the moment, you got to realize, hey, man, you're part of a team. You can't stand out trying to fight everybody just because Palencia is, excited about the victory. Calm down.
Correct.
Take that.
Relax. Take that. Exactly. So it is what it is, man.
Fight everybody.
But it was a really good, hard-fought series. And in the end, I had fun tweaking Cardinals fans after the game. I did. What I do.
It's a split, Cap, between the Cubs and Cardinals. That's why it's a great rivalry, and you're going to see him again, as JD said in the broadcast.
Next weekend.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
One of the things we talked about is the versatility of the Cubs earlier this season, the versatility of, hey, we can score a lot of runs, or we can have a pitching duel, and we can still find a way to win ball games. I think the Cubs got back to that. Again, after having a little bit of a slide, the way they were able to put the Cardinals away, that's exactly what Cubs baseball is to me. The versatility of we're going to thump you, or either we're going to have great pitching and we'll have enough runs to win. That's what happened in the game yesterday.
Yeah, and I also thought that the Cubs they came in with a laser-sharp focus yesterday. You could just tell the way that they were executing defensively, the way that they came at the Cardinals, and then to steal that run in the 9th, that was awesome, man. I mean, that wasn't just luck. That wasn't just like, oh, God, he got caught off of first. That was pre-planned and PCA locked in. Wilson threw it the second, gone. See you later.
That's right.
That's super cool.
So 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. The Cubs are now 48-33 with the victory against the Cardinals yesterday, and we're getting your thoughts on that. We'll hear from the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell, coming up next.
Fine today, huh?
Yes. Well, the last couple of games, the fine manager. And by the way, just so you know, Cap, vintage Counsell we're going to hear coming up next.
Oh, boy.
After winning 3-0, still exasperated. You'll hear from Craig coming up. Also, the leader of the Blue Train is commercialized. We want our money, Cubs. That's next. Kap J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
These nuts.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
I see our friend Howard Enkin everywhere, hoodie, TV, buses, billboard, trains, in our studios yesterday recording with you and I.
It was great to be able to see Howard Enkin and his crew, and he is about it, man. He's got his phone ready. If you want to be able to reach out to our guy, Howard Enkin, the number is simple, 312-6-million, 312-6-million, injury law made personal. He is the guy, Cap.
He is. He's the only one that's the leading filer of injury cases in Illinois, a Distinguished Service Award recipient, American Association for Justice member, and rated a super lawyer 10 years running. Our guy, Howard, he explains the details of your case and helps you navigate the legal process.
Yeah, and he returns your phone call. That means a lot. You're hurt, you need help, and you're looking for answers. It's Howard Ankin, 312-6million. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko for Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
You better buckle the fuck up.
On ESPN Chicago.
Nip it in the butt. Nip it in the butt. Nip it in the butt. Nip it in the butt.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Friday and a great weekend with open phone lines for you. 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 as the Cubs shut out the Cardinals 3-0. We turn now to the fine manager, Chicago Cubs, Ronnie. Craig Counsell. And he talks about Shota Imanaga's performance.
I mean, just how he kind of controlled the environment. Nothing looked like he'd been out there, every single start. And I think there's a tendency to get a little overamped in a start like that. And I thought he controlled his effort level really well, his energy really well, and that caused a lot of really good execution.
Craig Counsell, out of the box, Cap.
Just how he kind of controlled the environment.
You can't be exasperated at that. 5 innings pitched, 1 hit, Cap. Man, I'd be bouncing off the walls if I'm Counsell. Like, hey, man, it's like he never left. I'm so happy for Imanaga. He's back. He worked hard in Arizona. He worked hard to get back here.
I mean, just how he kind of controlled the environment. You know, nothing looked like he'd been out there, you know, every single start. And I think there's a tendency to get a little overamped in a start like that. And I thought he controlled his effort level really well, his energy really well, and that caused a lot of really good execution.
Wow. Well, there's the lampshade on the head of Craig Counsell after the game.
Like, you heard me after the game.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's got to be me. I know I'm a bit of a maniac. I get it.
Huh?
But, man, if that was me in that situation and I was the manager, all right, what do you guys got? What about Shota, Cap? That was an outstanding performance against our arch rivals, a good environment. That's a really good team over there, and that was exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, it'd be like all fired up. Love how our guys responded. Bullpen was magnificent. And Shota, welcome back, big guy. Glad to have you.
Speaking of welcome back, and by the way, don't let the Cubs get hot and get to the World Series and win the World Series, and then you got the parade. And Craig Counsell, you know, there's Pat Hughes there. Now the World Series winning manager, Craig Counsell.
I mean, just how he kind of controlled the environment.
That's what you'd get at the parade.
Yeah.
Just exasperated, tired after winning the World Series.
Unbelievable.
I
don't get it.
Speaking of Shota coming back, this is the official, Jay Moore, right? The welcome back video, correct? Of Shota Imanaga from the Cubs from their social media.
It is. It was tweeted by the Cubs. They put it together, and we have a special guest doing the intro.
Okay. Well, let's give this a listen. Shota Imanaga, back with the Cubs.
He just needs to go out where I go, okay, he's back.
Imanaga on the mound. Good to have him back. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Showtime.
Striking out Wilson Contreras with some high heat.
Swing and a miss. Struck him out.
He is looking sharp and ready to pitch.
Shota is cruising in his return.
A familiar voice, Cap.
How about that?
I know someone here in the downtown Billy not happy with that video.
Are they looking for a new home?
I guarantee you he's Rose and Kane today with whoever made that decision.
He just needs to go out where I go, okay, he's back.
Huh.
Bam.
They listen to this show, I'll tell you that much.
That's it. Well, they want to stay awake.
Oh, my God.
These nuts.
Oh, my God. Well, I mean, you want to hear from the guy that's a true blue Cub fan, obviously. So the Cubs are looking and scanning the dial and like, oh, there's a true blue Cub fan right there, standing out amongst everybody else in the city, the Hall of Famer David Kaplan. And they say, oh, he's talking about Shota. We'll use that versus, I'm a real Sox fan. Oh, my giddy aunt.
They were going through the dial. They went, another guest. Let's see
oh, my God.
Why do we keep saying they were going through the dial? Like, I'm just picturing a social media intern in his car scanning the AM dial. That is not happening.
IND, no. Surratt, no. BBM, no. They kept going, Cap, until they found a Cub fan.
Right, they get to BBM, they go, traffic sucks. I don't need the report.
Next,
okay.
Surratt, no. They just kept scanning the dial.
And Kap Hood.
They found a Cub fan that said,
he just needs to go out where I go, okay, he's back.
Why did they ask me? Because they wanted a true blue Cub fan. That's why.
Die hard.
That's right. That's what they wanted. I love that, Cap. It's either you or Shay. They're just looking
They
for
took
content.
me pronouncing Ballesteros' name wrong over anything from across town.
So good.
I mean, it's like they love this show, clearly.
Cap, I do love the image, though, of the intern on the radio actually scanning the dial, taking the tune in, and just going click, 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 click. Cub fan. Finding it. We'll use this. This is good stuff.
So good.
Who else is touting the Cubs more than you?
Not many.
On the AM band.
When's Silvy going to get one of these?
It'll come. It'll come.
Right.
Maybe when they sell the Bulls, the new ownership will say, that guy, the guy who was leading the bull cotton, we're back now. We got him.
No. The bull cat is over. Announcing Justin Ishbia as the new owner of the Chicago Bulls.
No.
So, Cap, you get any residuals for that? You got any shillings there? Any money coming from that?
Crane, what do I get? There you go.
I think that's fantastic. I do.
That is your likeness, Cap.
What's that?
I said that is your likeness.
That is. And then I get.
He just needs to go out where I go, okay, he's back.
Like yesterday, after the game, I'm going off, and some jackaloon tweets at me, "You're a front-running Cubs fan." I'm like, okay, you could say a lot about me. Flip-flop, sure, I'm guilty. Absolutely. Front-running? I've been there since the day my mom spread her legs and I came into the world. I mean, let's just be fair here.
Okay.
I mean, what the?
Okay, so what year are we talking about there with that?
That's a bit back.
Well, to give the year, but it is a bit back.
Yeah.
Why don't you give the year that happened, the old spreading?
1960.
Okay. 312.
That's it.
332 ESPN 332-3776 is our phone number. Yes, indeed.
That's it.
Joey G is with us on Kap and J Hood. Joey, good morning.
Yeah, your ban is over, Joey.
Good morning. Yeah, I know. Talking about Castaway, I felt like Tom Hanks, but I didn't have Wilson. I had Spalding.
I think Hoodie, were you off that day when Joey got banned?
No, I was not. I was not here.
Yeah, he was his last day, and he was coming back the next day.
He dropped an F-bomb.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Camp lured me into it, but
I did not. Oh, my God. Be better. Take some personal. Hoodie, I said he had some stupid take, and I said, what are you, stoned already this early? He goes, yeah, I got up, and I'm effing stoned out of my mind.
Oh, my God.
Yes. That's
it was
what
unreal.
He said. Jay, am I exaggerating?
Oh, dude, he launched. You know when you embellish the front of an F-bomb a little bit, too?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're really going to get it off?
Yeah.
That was Joey on this radio show. I said, you're done.
Yep. We banned him for a week.
Joey, would you like to explain?
Yes, I would. Cap has me as a bowl of pills with milk in the morning.
Yes.
I don't know where I gave him this impression, meeting him one time and then meeting him at the Bears event.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, the Cubs fans can do whatever they want. The Cubs this week, they tripped a little bit. Now they're back on the blue train.
That's
Cap, I got a bobblehead being made, and I want to see it on that counter in front of you guys.
Done. We'll put it there.
And it says banned.
Done.
Okay. Do you have? Well, let's get back to the bowl of drugs. Do you have that bowl of pills?
No. This morning I actually had a bowl of Special K with blueberries.
Okay. Any pills involved with those blueberries, or just blueberries?
Prescribed by the doctor. Yes, pills were taken.
Okay. Well,
cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Thank you, Rick James, for joining us.
Joey, you have a wonderful weekend, man. We do love you.
No, I was not privy to any of this. You didn't tell me anything about Joey G being banned.
No, I was too busy telling you how arrogant are you that I couldn't remember this one when Joey literally said, yeah, I'm effing stoned out of my mind. I'm like, wait, what? And I think it was Barstool Eddie. I said, Joey, what did I say, Shay? That's a 6-month or a 1-year ban?
Oh, my God.
And Eddie said, that's too long. Come on. I said, all right, it's a week.
Boy, you're the liberal judge.
That's it. You gave him a week.
You gave him 6 months to a week. Wow.
That's it.
Well, you're a good judge. I hope I get in trouble and you're levying the fine or the sentence. Hopefully, I get you as the judge.
Yeah, exactly. You'd want me.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776, our phone number. We're talking about the Cubs and splitting against the St. Louis Cardinals coming up next. Well, we got to take a look at Chicago sports as a whole because BetMGM released their odds on the next Chicago team to win a championship. We'll get your reaction to it coming up next. Shot or no shot at 8 o'clock. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
You notice how tight it is.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Exciting things are happening in Madison. Market Square Crossing is a 50-acre mixed-use development perfect for retail, hospitality, and more. Just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago, it's a prime spot to grow your business. Learn more at villageofmadison.org.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Checking live stats on your phone and posting pictures on social media from the stands at Illinois football games should be easier this fall. U of I said it's putting $9 million into a new wireless internet system at Memorial Stadium, which just turned 101 years old. It's part of a series of upgrades to the venue that'll include new video boards, a new sound system, and new lights in 2026. New concrete steps on the stadium's west side and a new southeast entrance will follow that. Illinois Athletic Director Josh Whitman has led massive fundraising campaigns for the school in recent years, and it's timed out well after the Illini posted 10 wins in football last season. The school last month said it had sold out of public season tickets for this fall, the first time it had done that in at least 20 years. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
All power, zero compromise. Eagle cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by the combination of Carmen with Bleck and Abdalla from 12 to 3. Waddle Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball to take on the San Francisco Giants at 6. Right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Good to have you in today as we talk to you about the Cubs and their victory against the St. Louis Cardinals, also the Bulls, and the rest of the Chicago sports landscape. So, Kap, BetMGM released odds on the next Chicago team to win a championship. The Cubs were the favorite, followed by the Bears, Blackhawks, Bulls, and then White Sox in order. So, do we have the same order, or should we mix that up? Because the question that we're going to ask is, rank the 5 major teams in order who should be the most urgent in chasing a championship.
So they had, you said Cubs, Bears, Hawks, Bulls, White Sox?
That's correct.
Okay, I would absolutely have the Bulls dead last. Mm-hmm. Dead last. Because I believe, and again, maybe it's because I, A, like them, and B, I see a little bit of progress. Chris Getz, I would rather have than Arturas Karnisovas.
Mm-hmm.
I think Arturas and Mark Eversley are truly – I'm not saying this to be a jerk. I'm not. Somebody wrote me yesterday and said, are you just saying that about the Bulls just to be a jerk, or you really believe it? I truly believe those two gentlemen are the worst front office in my lifetime in Chicago sports. And Lord knows, we've had Phil Emery and some others. Let's not forget, Phil Emery picked Kyle Fuller, damn good player.
Yeah.
Phil Emery picked Kyle Long, damn good player. He just did a horrible job running the organization and hiring Mark Trestman, and then he was out. But these guys with the Bulls, they'd be dead last for me.
Can I just say this, Kap? So whoever brought that up or asked the question about what you said about the Chicago Bulls, clearly that person is not paying attention. I mean, but for them to even ask you the question like, hey, are you serious about what you say about Karnisovas and Eversley? Clearly you're not paying attention, sir or ma'am, whoever asked you that question. Seriously.
Right.
You're on the air to be able to speak from your heart, from your fandom. And you and I are in lockstep when it comes to where the Bulls are. The idea that someone would ask you, oh, that can't be true. Have you seen this team languishing in the play-in game time and time again, not being in the top 5, not being in the top 6? And also that press conference yesterday with Smokey Eversley should tell you all you need to know about where the organization stands. They're good standing pat. Even though the East is changing, a lot of wholesale changes because of injuries, clearly they're good with just standing still. And so for someone to ask you that, clearly someone's not really a sports fan or a Bulls fan.
Yeah, again, I say this all the time to friends of mine. They're like when you guys get in there, does your producer have a script for you? A script?
Script.
I walk in with the newspaper. That is my script. Yeah. Oh, I can go back through. Who's pitching today? Oh, there's the pitching line. Oh, did you see this? Caitlin Clark had 7-3.
Yeah.
Like, that's the extent of our prep because it's our life. You and I are on social. Shay is on social 24/7.
Yep.
There's not going to be a story of any magnitude that we're not going to be aware of because it's how we live. We have a text chain going, me, you, Jay Moore, Shay, Danny. And there is nothing that goes on that we don't react to within seconds.
Yep.
Silvy shows the same way with Waddle. Carm with Yerk. Bleck with Abdalla. That's just, this is what we do. And for someone to say, are you being serious? Yes. I come in every day. No one tells me what to say, how to say it. If Hoodie and I disagree, there have been days Hoodie's mad at me that we have no level of agreement on a particular topic that's driving the show. Doesn't mean I'm going to change my opinion. Doesn't mean he's going to change his opinion. I think the Chicago Bulls are an embarrassment to our city. I really do. I really, really do. To ask for patience, to listen to that awful statement that Mark Eversley read the other day because he couldn't just sit down. I believe an executive of a multi billion-dollar corporation should be able to sit down, clap his hands together, and go, all right, what do y'all got? Well, what'd you think of the pick tonight? Why'd you take that guy? Well, we really liked him. We worked him out. He came in from Ulm over in the Euro League, and guess what? He showed us this, this, and this. Yep, he's got to get stronger. What else you got? Did you guys get extensions? Yes, we believe in our team, and so does our ownership, and we thank them for that. Yes, Arturas and I are extended, and Billy's extended. I'm not asking you to tell me how much money you get and what's a benefits package. But that's a company policy. Yeah. This franchise doesn't comment on extensions.
Company policy.
It's a joke how they're run. And, again, Jerry's a good person. This is not a personal shot at him. As an owner, Jerry Reinsdorf at this point is doing a pathetically awful job. All you have to do is look and go, well, where are the Bulls in the standings? Up the track. Where are the White Sox? Up the track. And the sad thing is, if you go to a White Sox game, on the business side of things, sponsorships, food, entertainment, having a good experience, it's awesome. Like Brooks and George and that team and the community relations with Christine O'Reilly, that stuff's contending for World Series. The baseball side of things was allowed to completely fall apart. The Bulls, you go there and tell me you don't have a great time when you're sitting in the stands. The food's great at the building. The building's beautiful. I have a great time when I go, win or lose. The basketball operations staff that puts the team together suck. They're the worst.
And Florida will be performing at the Ray tonight. Just want to put that out there.
Is he doing the Forget You song or the FU song?
Well,
remember?
it's a White Sox.
Two different ways.
Well, that's the White Sox, so it's the
That's
FU
CeeLo
song.
Green.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was him. That's why I don't program the music around here.
Well,
it's not James Ingram.
James Ingram, I went back and looked. I was right. So was J-Moore.
No,
they did it together. They collapsed.
You said he wasn't on the song. You thought it was just James Ingram by himself. I was trying to bait you into a bet, but you didn't take it.
I didn't take it. No.
All I can tell you is that, and I'm going tonight, by the way, because, I can't wait to hear the FU song from CeeLo Green tonight. Oh, that's not him. He's not going to be there.
What is CeeLo Green's big song?
It's what you just said.
What's Flo Rida's big song?
Heaven. I'm ready to meet you, Lord.
What is Flo Rida's big song?
Never mind. So anyway, as we go through this list, you recall we were start this segment talking about the list. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, but after all of that, we still have the bet. MGM released its odds on the Chicago team to win a championship.
I just flipped the Bulls and Sox.
Okay, well, you had the Bulls 5th, and we haven't gotten to 4 yet. After all that, remember? We still get to 4?
Right.
So the Blackhawks are there at 4?
Blackhawks are at 4.
Okay. So I believe that as a Sox fan, the Sox fan on the show, that I'm optimistic about some of the young kids on this White Sox team. I told you, it's why I go to the games now is I want to see Teal, I want to see Vargas. Mydroth, I'm a big fan of already. I think that he's going to be a terrific player. They have a number of young players because that's all I've got, Cap. All I've got is young players and hope that they will develop and that they will be part of the next generation of successful Sox teams.
Wait, we have the Blackhawks at 3. 3. We said 4. 3, right?
It's up to you. We're making our own
I'm going
list.
Cubs, Bears, Hawks, Sox, and then go all the way through the floor, Bulls.
Okay. So as far as the front office urgency rankings, the Cubs are number 1 and not the Bears?
Yes, the Cubs are number 1. Jed's in the final year of his deal. Ryan Poles just got new paper.
Okay. So Cubs, Bears, and the Sox are 3rd, or is the Hawks 3rd?
I would say the Hawks are 3rd. Kyle Davidson's had whatever number of years now to try and get this thing turned around, and I think this is a big year. They've got to be respectable. I'm not expecting them to beat the Panthers for the Cup, but I'm expecting them to be respectable.
So it's the Reinsdorf teams that's at the bottom. So it's the Sox and the Bulls. Yeah, and for the Sox, it's just you're waiting for Chris Getz, you're waiting for ownership whenever it flips for it to have a commitment to winning financially, because ultimately, Cap, is about putting cash on the field. I know they want to bring down their debt, and I think that's great. But once the Ishbias fully take over, whenever that's going to be, I expect for the Sox to be more competitive on the field. Again, everything else, the reason why I'm going tonight is because all the bread and circuses, and I see young kids that's going to be on the field for the White Sox. But ultimately, I want to see the team to be, competitive. So that's why I have them at number 4 as well.
Look, I think there's some good pieces on the White Sox.
Mm-hmm.
Are they enough to win a title? Obviously not. But you tell me Kyle Teal can't be part. Edgar Carroll can't be part. Chase Mydroth can't be your 7th best player. Like there's a few pieces there, and there is pitching in the system. It's got to stay healthy. There is a little bit of pitching on the major league team, maybe not as much as people had hoped early in the season. And I think once they move the carnival show that is Luis Robert out, they'll be able to spend some money. They're not going to pay Kyle Tucker $500 million. They're not going to go trade for the contract to Shohei Ohtani. But I do think Jerry's going to let him spend some money to try and get this thing on stable ground. The Bulls, they asked again the other night for patience as they take, as his words, not ours, a step back.
Jay Moore?
Shot or no shot, will the Chicago Sky win a championship, another championship before the Bulls?
That is a no shot. And here's something that's a real deep dive, Jay Moore, into the weeds. I can make a case that the Sky are run worse than the Bulls.
Oh, God, they're horrible.
No, I mean, I'm not doing hyperbole. Like, seriously. Even when they were winning, when they won the title, I thought from a PR standpoint, they weren't very good. I still think that they treat the Chicago Sky, talking about the PR and the ownership, treat the Chicago Sky like just some offshoot team, like insignificant. Whatever you think of Angel Reese, she is a star in the WNBA. Whether she's a heel, babyface, whatever you think of her, she draws attention. And I just think that the Sky as a whole don't do a good job of marketing the team, let alone her. So I just think that as much as we talk about Eversley and Karnisovas, the Sky do a horrible job of marketing. Horrible.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
And not a good team again this year. They don't have enough shooting. So I just, as much as we want to be able to get them in the conversation and they want to be treated fairly and they want to be covered fairly, here's fair coverage. You're terrible, and you're underwhelming as a team. Underwhelming.
They're horrible.
So we all agree the Bulls are at the bottom, but shouldn't they be at the top? It's the NBA. Like we had Cowley on yesterday, and he told us the same thing we all know. Skip steps. That's what every GM in this sport does. You skip steps and you build a winner. And they're preaching patience after 3 non-playoff years. Like how are they so light on urgency? I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't understand how they can. We're going to take a step back. What? I don't get it.
Florida is going to be at the rate. Looking forward to hearing that. Tonight after the game.
I'm leaving.
Yes, the tunes of Florida. There's some of it right there, Cap. You make me crazy. Florida's always sung that.
Love no. Wait, I almost said it. Cap, can you tell me the name of this group that includes CeeLo Green?
No idea.
Oh, my God.
Gnarls Barkley, man.
No idea. Is Flo Rida the one that does Low with T-Pain? Is my kid put that on my phone?
Yes. He does that.
What else you got on Google?
I don't have anything on Google. The only other song I know they do is, I think, from the Hangover.
Yes. I cannot wait to hear the guy that was able to be part of Goody Mob. That's right. It's going to be Flo Rida over at Google.com. Check it out.
Goody Mob?
Yeah, I'm going to need you to learn about the culture since I'm sitting next to you every day. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. Shot or no shot at 8 o'clock right here on Power 1000.
Oh, wow. Goody Mob. Self-therapy.
Number one in them streets.
Let it rain.
Yeah.
Let me talk to him. Come on.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Let me tell you something about Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago. Hey, if you're looking to level up your finances or finally make that move into homeownership, listen up. NHS Chicago is offering next-level classes. These are free, expert-led workshops that help you go beyond the basics. We're talking about building your credit, understanding estate planning and real estate investing, even how you take care of your home like a pro. Now, here's the real part. My mother-in-law actually used NHS Chicago when she bought her first home and made all the difference in the world. She walked in unsure of the process and came out confident and prepared because NHS gave her the tools and knowledge to make it happen. So whether you're a first-time buyer like she was, already own a home, or you just want to build your financial future, this is for you. And the best part, you can take the classes online and in person, whatever fits your schedule. Go to nhschicago.org/education or call 773-329-4111 to register. Again, Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago, nhschicago.org/education, or this number. Tell them J Hood sent you, 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people. They help my family, let them help yours too. Jay Moore.
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. The Schaumburg Boomers are bringing the heat. This Friday, June 27th is Jurassic Ballpark Night with post-game fireworks. Saturday, June 28th, score a Tasmanian Devil bobblehead. And stick around for another fireworks show. Then the big ones. Fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th. And a Drone Plus fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
It's time to turn things up a notch this summer. Don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer the best summer ever. Visit 5hourenergyshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
77 degrees, getting up to 88 today here in Chicago. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Lewis and Lyle is on Kap and J Hood. Lewis, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys.
What's up, bro?
First, hey, Kap, for your sake, I hope that this kind of this game against the Cardinals shuts up all those fans who are just being completely negative. This baseball is a long season. It's a game of averages, or it's the law of averages eventually takes over. B, I go Cubs, Bears, Hawks, Sox, Bulls. I think that you guys are spot on with that. The Bulls are an embarrassment. And lastly, thank you for only giving Joey G a week-long suspension. He's a great guy. We need more fans like him, less fans like Eddie on the north side, more fans like Joey G. Live on, Joey.
All right, Lewis, we appreciate the phone call.
Yeah, Eddie's banned. He has us fourth on his ESPN 1000 power ranking.
Now, hold on. Eddie from the north side, right? That's what he said?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that either.
Sylvie said, what's your favorite show? Carmen and Yurko. Okay, you guys are number 2. Who's number 3? Bleck and Abdalla. I'm like, you call an awful lot for a show you don't like.
He's calling the fourth place show, according to Eddie from the north side.
Eddie, are you okay?
Okay.
So, Eddie, are you okay?
All right, Eddie, you all right? Eddie, are you okay?
I mean, what the hell, Eddie?
So, Shay, to answer your question from the previous segment talking about the Bulls should be number 1. But here's the thing. Look at the Chicago landscape and look at how hapless that front office is. We heard from Joe Cowley yesterday. We heard from Fran Fraschilla yesterday. Everybody knows. Listen, I'm connected with a lot of people in the NBA, as Kap knows, because of my years with NBA radio. And, again, when you do this, you just meet friends and people just drop information on your lap. And people around the league, Shay, are asking me, so what's going on in Chicago? And I'm saying, aren't you in the front office of an organization in the NBA? And they go, yeah, but we still want to know. Like, it's amazing. Several people from the Western Conference over the last 48 hours asked me, what are you guys doing? And like I said, I'm not in the front office. He says, well, I don't understand what Chicago's doing. I mean, so I don't get it either. So the reason why that Kap and I have him at 5th is because with the White Sox, you know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With the Blackhawks, you know you have Bedard as a centerpiece. You just have to build around him. With the Bears, they're on the precipice of getting to the playoffs and maybe even further than that. And then there's the Cubs, who should make the playoffs this year. At least you know the front office structure. You know that they're shooting for something. With the Bulls, I don't know what they're shooting for. Even the Blackhawks are shooting for something. It's in neutral right now, but at least they have a centerpiece of a player. What do the Bulls have? So when I have people in front offices around the league say, what are you guys doing? I say, I don't know. People in the dark in the league that doesn't understand what Contreras and everybody are doing. And by the way, I don't believe this revisionist history, like everybody was excited for Contreras to get the Bulls job. Because I know he was third in command with the Nuggets, Kap. He was part of a good organization, but was he pushing papers around? And he was a decent enough scout, but he got the job. So the idea that, oh, my God, the mood's about to change because Contreras took the job, I wasn't feeling that way.
Well, Joe Cowley said to me yesterday when I spoke to him in the afternoon, I said, were they ever really in there on Sam Presti? He said they absolutely talked to him.
Crazy.
But when they heard that he was making, I believe, $9 million a year at Oklahoma City, and to get him out of there was going to cost them probably 12, at least 10. Mm-hmm. He's not coming here for the same money, higher cost of living, and then give up on all the work he had already done to build OKC, and the work was good. They've won a title now. He said, but he goes, it would be disingenuous of him, Joe, to tell somebody that there weren't people in the league that were excited by our tourist getting the Bulls job that said he'll probably do a really good job because of, as you just said, where he was coming from. And he said, in the end, those same people now are saying that he was the beneficiary of a really well-run organization.
All right, we got Shot or No Shot. That's in 2 minutes on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, suppression on target.
That's why I say him and I shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say him and I shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Jesse Rogers with the latest on the Cubs and Sox and MLB weekend. We say good morning to Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys. How are we feeling?
We're good, man. We're good. The weekend's here. Cubbies are playing good baseball again. And the White Sox and the Giants, I'm looking forward to watching that game. Yeah, let's go.
It's going to be a good weekend. It's going to be a very good weekend. It always is, Cap. It was summertime. We could stay up late watching some baseball, following what's going on in the divisions, Cubs and White Sox. It's always fun. Including Shay W. Norling, by the way, 8-0 skunking against the Sacramento A last night.
They're good, the Tiger. Today is my wedding anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you, sir. 21 years married to the great Mindy. And so I said, hey, hon, let's go to dinner tonight. You and I will get an Uber, get a nice bottle of wine. I'm having flowers delivered later today to the house. Bought her a nice gift, and she said, yeah, we're going to watch the grandkids tonight. Garrett and Jen want to take a weekend together, so we have 4-year-old Ben and 2-year-old Nora, who I love more than life itself.
What, he thought he was getting lucky?
Do you ever get blocked by your kids or your grandkids? Yeah, they're 2 and 4. So she said, just know I won't be sleeping with you either night this weekend because she sleeps in the room with them. Yeah.
Well, Cap.
C blocked by my kids.
Now, what does the C stand for? CeeLo? CeeLo Green?
University of South Carolina.
Okay.
Rhymes with rock.
Yes. Yep.
I said rhymes with. I just said the word, which would have been great.
Yep. I sent her this beautiful text. Greatest day of my life was 21 years ago when I married you. Blah blah. It's greatest decision. Da 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 da. No crickets. I just got one back. Oh, sorry. I was playing with the grandkids because she picked them up last night. Yeah.
Oh boy.
That gets it wet. I haven't hit it in 4 months.
Crack is whack.
Pretty much.
Here's Shane. Ah, yes. I do. Now let's get on the golf course. Take that. Here's Shane Norlick.
PFF wrote up a piece offering a ceiling and a floor for each of the NFL's second-year quarterbacks. For Caleb Williams,
the Chicago Bears are trash.
Yeah, pretty much. They wrote his floor as, quote, bust, which I think is fair. That should be the case for all of the second-year quarterbacks. They could all just be terrible in their second year with a floor of busting out of the league. His ceiling, though, was Jordan Love.
Oh, no.
Shot or no shot, that ceiling is too low.
That ceiling's way too low.
That's
Who wrote this? ESPN, but which person?
Oh, it's PFF.
Oh, PFF.
So Chris Collinsworth.
Personally,
No
yeah.
shot.
Chris Collinsworth personally came from the executive offices to write a piece on the second-year quarterbacks.
So so that is if the ceiling is Jordan Love, Cap, we're doomed.
Some guy named John Costco at PFF.
Okay,
Tell him to go back and work in his grocery store or whatever you call that.
Go back to Wholesale Foods, guy.
There's a made-up name. There's
Costco.
There's a pen name if there ever was one. John Costco. That's BS.
Yeah, that's just a stupid article.
As phony as the name is Jonathan Hood.
This is awesome. Like, I'm reading through more of this. This is great. Hoodie, you're going to love this.
All right.
Drake May. Ceiling Trevor Lawrence, floor Daniel Jones. That's the same quarterback.
We just did the side-by-side comparison. Just a minute. Same numbers, same guy.
Yeah, Dan Costco, he's not going to be employed much longer.
Oh, this is, you know what?
That his name? Dan, you said?
John Costco.
Oh, John Costco. John's not going to have a job much longer.
You know, this is a great around the NFL. Is there a whole bunch of those, Shay? Those quarterbacks?
It's all the second-year quarterbacks, yeah.
That's a good around the NFL. To answer your question, Cap, there's no way that the ceiling for him is Jordan Love. Now, here's the thing. Jordan Love, pretty good kid. Game changer, probably not.
He's pretty good. He's a solid quarterback.
We need more than solid after all these years of waiting for the guy.
$55 million a year, you do. Let's see if we can guess who they are. Read the next one, Shay.
Jaden Daniels.
Okay, ceiling has got to be Lamar Jackson.
Bingo.
Okay.
That's great.
Floor, Justin Fields.
Oh,
No.
my God.
Higher than that.
Oh, my God.
The floor is higher than that.
Okay, floor is...
Think football helmet that looks way too big for his body.
Tyrod Taylor.
No.
Brother.
I'm just going to give it to you, Kyler Murray.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
He's better than Kyler Murray.
Guess J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy.
'Cause I think this is ridiculous.
Is Dilfer on there?
No.
I'm going to say he has
They're all active quarterbacks.
Okay.
The ceiling is Justin Herbert.
Wrong. I think I'm going to give you the ceiling. I think it's absolutely absurd, and it tells me you have not watched J.J. McCarthy play football.
So what is it?
Joe Burrow.
Oh, no.
They don't even play
God.
remotely the same style.
No, it's not Joe Burrow. Boy, you'd hope, boy. If he's Joe Burrow for Minnesota, Minnesota's winning the championship.
He will never be Joe Burrow. Even if he's the greatest version of J.J. McCarthy that you could create in a laboratory, he wouldn't be Joe Burrow. He'd be closer to Mahomes. He doesn't play the same style of football as Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and I know as football fans say that. So, well, Hood, what does Burrow won? What I'm saying is that with the amount of talent offensively, Cap, for Minnesota, imagine a Joe Burrow type with the Vikings. That would be amazing. I think that's next level for the Vikings, but I don't think that that's who McCarthy is. I watched him in college. He's not that.
Yeah.
And
No shot.
Sharon Moore agrees.
He's a runner.
These guys did it, man.
How do you take a speedy, athletic, running quarterback and compare him to Joe Burrow?
Yeah, that's a bad comp. What's the floor?
Sam Darnold, which I also find a little ridiculous because I imagine they're comparing him to Vikings Sam Darnold, who is not what I think Sam Darnold actually is.
Yes. You pull off the mask.
A rat fraud.
In Scooby-Doo. It's like, hey, you kids, I could have got away with it if it wasn't for you crazy kids. That's who Sam Burrow is. I'm sorry, it's who Sam Darnold is.
And again, neither of these quarterbacks play the style that J.J. McCarthy plays.
Yes. I would have gotten away with it.
This whole list is nonsense. Bo Nix's ceiling is Drew Brees. Oh, okay. Well, it's
You know
because Sean Payton coaches him and he's kind of short.
J.J. McCarthy's floor is Jim Harbaugh as a player. Shay's too young to remember him. That's who he is.
Jim was fine. Jim was a fine quarterback. Yeah, fine
Could
quarterback.
run, tough, hard-nosed. Guys love playing with him. Yes.
Jim could play.
Jim was a solid player. He wasn't a great player. Now, if you tell me the ceiling, I had the floor as Jim Harbaugh.
Yep.
The ceiling? Wow. Dak Prescott.
I actually like that quite a bit.
Fine. That'll work.
There you go.
Damn near a bum, but that's fine.
Yeah, that plays for me.
Oh, no. Jay Moore's getting started here. He's a bum.
We seen a true service academy quarterback in the NFL before? Like
Here we go.
Back in the 40s, maybe, when Army was winning national titles. But
Here he goes,
seen
folks.
this.
Here he goes, folks.
I can't wait to see Kevin O'Connell run the wing tee.
Just to throw away from winning that national championship in EA Sports College football, Shay, with Air Force. Almost won the championship with Air Force.
They have a fun offense.
Yeah. Same thing. All right, what else do we have?
MLB insiders think the Boston Red Sox are going to end up being sellers at the trade deadline. Despite what the Red Sox will tell you, they think they're going to be buyers. They're going to replace the Devers money. Nobody in baseball really believes that. They just keep losing games. They aren't good enough. Jarren Duran and Alex Bregman have been listed as the top trade candidates. And with Matt Shaw struggling, Cubs obviously having been in on Bregman in the offseason, shot or no shot, if the Red Sox do sell, the Cubs should trade for Alex Bregman.
That's a shot. I said to you guys the other day, I believe that Matt Shaw is going to be a really good player. I think Alex Bregman, everything Shea tells me he reads and what I hear, he's planning on opting out if he has a good season the rest of the year. But if he doesn't opt out, I've got him for 2 years at, $80 million? That's, for that level of player, that's the price of doing business. But I could move Matt Shaw into the John Birdie or Vidal Sassoon role, and I can play Alex you know what I'm talking about. Vidal Brujan.
What are you doing over there? You and your jazz hands. What are you doing over there with Vidal's ooh la la Sassoon?
Yeah, exactly. That was the big hair stuff when I had hair. But I would put Bregman at third, Matt Shaw in the utility role. Next year's the last year of Nico's deal. He may become – you can't pay everybody. I know everyone thinks you can. You can't. And he's going to get paid more money. And so maybe he's gone. Maybe the kid Triantos comes in. Maybe Matt Shaw moves over to second if you keep Alex Bregman. Yeah, you should be all in. There should not be a player out there that you can't afford if they're available for you to go win. Like if the Rangers called the Cubs and said, all right, we're selling. We've got some financial stuff going on down here. We're selling. And we could trade you Jacob deGrom and he'll waive his no trade. Done.
Yeah, that's a shot.
Done. I'll take all $95 million, and why don't you throw Nathan Eovaldi on top of it? I'll take those two starters. Let's go. And try and win a World Series.
I'll say that's a shot because you're trying to go all in. I'd love to have Bregman. Again, Matt Shaw's there, but you like Bregman because that's the genuine article.
This is breaking news on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
We turn to veteran newsman Shay Norling with breaking news here on Kap and J Hood. Shay.
Yeah, kind of actually stunning. This normally would not be sounder worthy, but the context it's happening in, I think it is. Apparently, in the moments after the NBA draft, the Toronto Raptors have fired their head front office man, Masai Ujiri.
He's awesome.
That is stunning, by the way.
Two things here. One, the Bulls just extended their front office, and now one of the best front office guys ostensibly in basketball is just there, available for you. Two, shot or no shot, he got fired because Murray Boyle, the kid from South Carolina, said F on live television reacting to being drafted there.
Probably so. That probably is a shot.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I say no shot because of Colin Murray-Boyles going F, but he's entering the final year of his deal. The team is not good, and they don't want to pay the level that he commands. But if I'm Michael Reinsdorf, hey, Arturas, I know I extended you. I didn't see this happening. Just like when Craig Counsell became available, and they had already said, Ricketts and Jed had said, oh, yeah, David Ross will be back. And a month later, he got fired.
No, that's
gone.
No, Cap, that's how you do it. That's how you
Exactly.
do it. Yeah, that's how he's like, you know what? Someone came along that's better. He has a championship. He's always had pretty much a stable franchise with Toronto. If Michael Reinsdorf had a set, he would look at the landscape and go, we're stuck in neutral. Ujiri knows how to be able to cultivate talent, bring in the right head. Again, he and Billy can work together as a front office team, head coach, and a GM. And I think Ujiri could bring in the right players because I've seen this with Toronto. So I'm surprised that this has happened today. But a good organization, Cap, would say, yeah, AK, Eversley, sorry, guys, I know that you're paid, but we need to upgrade right now. Ujiri would be the guy right now. You're trying to step up in class, especially with some of the injuries we see in the East. Find someone that could be able to bring talent in. And I think Ujiri would be that guy. That's the right hire. If you're the Bulls.
I would be if it was me, you know me. I'm impulsive. That guy's a winner. He's won a championship.
Yeah.
They have denied teams talking to him for years. Guess what? I would literally, if I was Michael, Dad, yeah, what's up, Mike? I need the plane. For what? I'm going to get Masai Ujiri. I'm going to literally knock on his door with a contract.
Do you
I don't care what it costs.
Do you know how much gas prices are to get the plane? Are you kidding me?
This is also why you don't extend bad people, because now you're stuck. You've sunk a cost. And if you did want to fire them, you'd have to buy them out of the extension you just gave them.
Shay, how are you stuck? You have a franchise that if you put it on the market right now, the Lakers went for $10 billion. This valuation here will be $7, $8 billion.
We can live in fantasy land or we can live in the real world. They're not going to buy out these
that's
contracts. You and I both know it.
That's a different story.
If they hadn't, but my point is, if they hadn't extended them, this is an easy call.
But
boom,
why does
you're both
but
gone?
let me ask you a question, Shay. Let's assume Arturas makes $4 million and Mark Eversley makes $1.5 million. Why does $5.5, $6 million have any bearing on a franchise worth nearly $7.5 billion or more?
I'm not telling you that it should, but you
if
know
I was
that
the
it
owner,
does.
Shay,
But you aren't the owner. I'm making a point of what the Reinsdorfs will do right now, and we know they're not buying two guys
But what
out.
about what they should do? The money should
That's
not
fine.
be a factor.
I agree with you.
No, but you understand what he's saying, Cap, is like in reality, that's not how the Reinsdorfs work because of their loyalty to a fault. And so that's why there won't be change. But your point is correct. If I am Michael and Jerry Reinsdorf and I could find someone who could do the job better than just stand in neutral, I would get Ujiri tomorrow. Absolutely, I would.
What the Cubs did with Counsell.
I would definitely do that. But, I mean, again, we're talking about the Bulls. There's a reason why we did the exercise of the front office urgency. We had the Bulls fifth. Why do you think that is? Because it's not just AK and Eversley. It's about ownership as well. So I'm stunned by seeing this. I gotta make a call here.
Have we ever seen a GM fired in the wake of the draft? How do you let him do the draft?
Yeah, there was one in the NFL that got let go 2 days after the NFL draft a couple years ago.
I recall that, yeah. Yeah, I do recall that.
And Jim Hendry, to his credit, did the draft. They fired him, and he stayed on till August, and no one knew it except yours truly. And he negotiated the signings because he had great relationships with the agents. And he and Tom shook hands. He got fired in June. They did not release it until August. Yes, that's a fact.
We have got around the NFL, Jesse Rogers at 8:35 on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Make lunch. dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, baby. Chicago's legendary deep dish. From fresh salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, Lou's has something for everyone. And now here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor, brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order, delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Jay Moore.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
Level up your summer projects with 4th of July savings on top brand cordless power tools from the Home Depot. Whether you're working on a fence, a planter box, or a new workbench, get the power and runtime you need with the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2 toolkit from the Home Depot for only $99 was $139. Get 4th of July savings on the cordless power you need to make summer projects easier than ever. Right now at the Home Depot.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. The ultimate offshore high-speed powerboat races on Lake Michigan. Boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Make the short drive and feel miles away. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Again, GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the National Football League right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. The Around the NFL segment is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth with smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Shay Norley.
All right, we will continue our tiers rankings of the NFL head coaches. Today we have the AFC. Yesterday we did the NFC. The tiers remain the same. Elite, very good, fine, and bum.
Okay.
And the difference between very good and fine is very good, you would keep your coach. You think you can win with him? Fine, you would upgrade if you could. Let's begin with Sean McDermott.
He's an elite coach. They've gone to how many AFC title games? All the guy does is win. Happens to be that Michael Jordan in football shoes plays in his same conference. Yeah, he's a stud.
Can't go elite for me. Hoodie?
Elite, very good. And the third category is
fine, and then bum.
Okay, if you want to give him very good, we can go very good.
I think
That's fine.
I think Sean McDermott is a very good head coach and on his way to elite. You are correct, though, Cap, when you talk about how Patrick Mahomes is holding back the Bills. That's the whole thing. McDermott can coach. Yes, there's some things I question about him. I can do that with every coach, but I think McDermott is very good on the way to being elite once he's able to break through that glass ceiling.
I would say fine, personally. But no.
Oh, my God.
Defensive head coach whose defenses are chronic underachievers. They're the reason you lose in big spots. You have statistically the best postseason quarterback in football since he's entered the league, and you can't win the playoffs because your defense gives up too many points, and he's a defensive head coach. I would upgrade if I could. I know Cap feels differently. We've hashed this out. It's how I feel about Sean McDermott.
All right.
So if you own the team, you'd fire him.
If I owned the team last year, I probably would have elevated Joe Brady. After seeing the defense be the reason again. I mean, the Chiefs hadn't scored over 30 points in how long?
Yeah.
And they do it against you?
The true opinion should come from Jay Moore. Jay Moore, Sean McDermott. Tell him about the Bills.
I'll keep him.
Very good. Elite. Fine.
Probably very good. He won't be elite until they win.
That's fair.
That's just my assessment of it. If you look at it, they've been to the playoffs how many times?
Like every year. And they go to the AFC title game almost all the time.
I like that consistency.
And then if you take it back to when you was talking about the Jordan situation, how many elite coaches were in the NBA when Jordan and the Bulls were winning those 6 championships?
Right.
George Karl, Rick Adelman.
There's a few. So he's very good. Yeah.
And the Phoenix coach, Cap, at the time for the Phoenix Suns.
Was Paul Westphal.
Paul Westphal, pretty good coach. Pretty
Jeff
good.
Van Gundy. I've had multiple guys in the league say to me, Jeff Van Gundy is the single smartest coach they've ever worked for or coached against. Nobody knows it because he couldn't get by Michael.
That's Riley at the end, right? With the first championship for the Bulls?
The first, was Riley then to Van Gundy.
That's good coaches, man.
I'm looking at Sean McDermott.
All right.
And looking at his numbers, they're outstanding.
All right, next coach.
Mike McDaniel, Miami. I'm ready to go bum.
Oh, my God. Bum.
I am. I think he gets fired midseason this year. I'm ready to do it. I think he lost the locker room a little bit last year. The messaging, the stuff that's come out about the messaging, he's going to get fired.
He's fine. He's fine on his way to bum. I tell you what, no one looks more like Miami than Mike McDaniel. Yeah. I mean, the hair, the glasses, the tan. He looks kind of crazy. He looks different than he did before. He looks every bit of someone who's from Miami. I have McDaniel, Cap, is fine, but trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, he's a fine bum.
All right.
There we go. We found a new one.
Fine bum.
Aaron Glenn, I think, slots into fine by default because first-time head coach with the Jets. But Mike Vrabel, where do we place him?
Very good.
I like him. He's taken a team to the AFC title game in Tennessee. They fired the GM that he worked so well with. Yeah, he was my choice for the Bears when I never thought they could get Ben Johnson. So it worked out. They got him, and they didn't get Vrabel. They didn't interview him. I would say he's very good.
I have him very good.
I would also have him very good. Now, John Harbaugh, this is where this AFC North is going to get interesting. You'd like to say elite because he's won a ring. Granted, it was 13 years ago in a miracle run with Joe Flacco, and it's been kind of disappointing endings every season since. I would say very good.
The NFL's Mike Scioscia. With his one championship and his longevity.
Wow, Mike Scioscia was a good man. Remember he signed like a 10-year deal, and no one was doing that then.
Got that one Angels championship. That's it. But he stayed there for a long time. He lived off that for years. I think that he's very good. Between very good and elite. I'd say very good.
I feel like once you pass the pinnacle and you get your championship, even though it's years ago, and you stay in the playoffs consistently, you got to be an elite coach, man, because it's hard to do.
It is hard to do.
So we got to be fair to him like we are fair to the Philly coach, Sirianni. I could put John Harbaugh elite. I could be talked into that.
It would be hard. Like, Sirianni at least went twice in 3 years and won one of them. Harbaugh hasn't been back. And every season, like, he's been the 1 seed and lost playoff games at home. Got aced out by Tennessee.
He's still an elite coach.
I would put him in very good.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. That's unquestioned. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Are we sure about that?
Yes.
Are we talking basketball or football? He's in at the Basketball Hall of Fame. He definitely is a Springfield Mass, that's for sure.
Also, just Wade boxing your way to the Hall of Fame doesn't mean a lot to me. Let's move on.
God.
Let's move on.
I mean,
let's move on
a second. Look at his record.
Let's move
Come
on,
man.
Yeah, but for me, like, I gave the criteria yesterday. Elite is you are unimpeachable. The flaws are so small, and you can do it with lesser talent. He's had superstar talent. He's had historically good defenses, and he's laid eggs in big spots in the playoffs.
He's got a ring, and again,
13
he plays
years
in the
ago.
same conference as Patrick Mahomes.
Let's go another level. How about Mike Tomlin? Won a ring, but it was 15 years ago.
Elite.
And he's how many straight first-round playoff exits? 5?
He's elite.
Another
if Mike
elite.
Tomlin hit the market, he'd have 15 teams lined up to hire him.
The brother.
He's an elite brother.
Yes, he's an elite brother.
That's
he's
right.
awesome.
That's right.
Zach Taylor. Bum.
Oh.
Yeah, it's funny you said that because I just got a text from one of our loyal listeners who's a good friend of mine, my guy Jay Hughes. Cap, I forgot to tell you and Hoodie this yesterday because I think he called in. We need to have a serious conversation about Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. I think he's a bum, to be honest. Cincinnati should upgrade.
I do too. I think he's a bum. I would get rid of him if I were Cincy, but they never will.
I do too.
He's fine.
He's a bum.
Oh, my.
Kevin Stefanski. He's won Coach of the Year. He's done a lot with
won
bad
it
teams.
Twice. Kevin Stefanski's won Coach of the Year back-to-back years.
He's somewhere between fine and very good for me, and I think I lean very good.
He's very good. He just has an idiot for an owner, a horrible owner.
I guess. I suppose so. He's between very good and fine. I think he's trending toward fine. You'll find that out this upcoming season.
If he had things to do with fully guaranteeing a Deshaun Watson contract, bum. Move him down.
Oh. Next.
Yeah, I don't think he had anything to do with that.
D'Amico Ryans.
He's very, very good.
Very good.
I think he's a very good coach.
Very good.
Trending up.
Yeah.
The brother.
Shane Steichen.
The brother.
Now, hold on now. He is not.
He's trending toward bum.
Oh, my God, Cap.
What has he done in Indianapolis? Nothing.
That's not his fault that his quarterback tapped out.
You don't think?
I just
hold
need
on
a minute,
second.
man.
You don't think the guy that they brought in as his new head coach was involved in deciding to draft him?
I wouldn't have hired Steichen. That seems like an A to B coach to me. For me.
He was once looked at the way we look at Ben Johnson that year after he left the Eagles, the new genius who ran the Eagles offense. I think he's trending towards bum.
I do too.
Okay, but yeah. So right now, bum. Yes.
Liam Cohen, I think by default we have to place in fine, but can we hear bum for the press conference?
Well, no.
Duval.
Bum.
He's not right now. They've done good things in the Tampa offense. Now he's in Jacksonville. He's fine. Trending till he proves it the other way. Trending toward bum. Duval.
And then Brian Callahan with the Tennessee Titans, year 2.
Brian Callahan.
I think it's like fine trending towards bum. They were so bad.
They're not going to be good this year. They're just not going to be good this year.
Yeah, it's going to take time to rebuild that thing. He's fine. but until he proves otherwise, he's trending in the wrong direction.
The AFC West becomes fascinating. All 4 coaches, I think, are excellent. Where you place them between very good and elite is up for debate. Now, Andy Reid, there is no debate. We know he's elite.
Bum.
Yep.
He's a...
Oh, no.
Jim Harbaugh.
Very good.
Because he doesn't have a ring, I kind of want to put him in very good. But the immediate impact on winning that he has at the NFL level, I don't know if I've seen it from anyone else. You hire him and you win 10 games.
But he also is a guy that everyone says after like 4 years, you're like, oh,
true.
Please. I can't handle
And he's
it anymore.
difficult to work with.
So he's very, very good till he proves elite at the NFL level. This is not college.
So Jim over John?
I would take John over Jim every day.
John over Jim.
I'd put them both in very good.
Bet. Yeah, I have John in elite, Jim in very good.
I have Jim in very good.
Same.
Next one.
Sean Payton.
Very good.
Very good.
Sean Payton is elite. Stop. Elite.
Also won a ring, also over a decade ago. And it was disappointing playoff exits, although one of them they got screwed.
He knows what he's doing, man. Cap.
He's elite.
I think I'd lean elite.
Yeah, Sean Payton is elite.
He's elite, but if... Yeah, he's elite.
I mean, I just think he's a quarterback whisperer. Look, he knew that he could not win with Russell Wilson because that dog would not hunt. It just wouldn't. Yeah. So he's like, I'm going to mold and shape a young guy. And I'm going to bring in next in, and look what's happened.
Turned it around.
I think that is elite. No matter how much tarnish is on the old ring, Shay, to win a championship means something in this league.
And finally, Pete Carroll.
He's elite. Stop. He's gone to multiple Super Bowls. He's won it. He won a national championship. Yeah, he's elite.
Got to give it to him.
The accomplishment speaks for itself. I'd like to put him in very good because I just don't like him. The gum chewing. The decision to run Marshawn Lynch.
Really? Gum chewing. That's your criterion because of the gum chewing.
It bothers me. I don't know what you want me to do.
I want you to look at it as an adult and not judge him by his gum chewing.
Here's my adult look at it. You didn't run Marshawn Lynch, and then I had to look at your stupid face munching on your gum on the sideline after Russell Wilson threw an interception.
I can accept half of that. Not going after a man because he chews gum.
It bothers me.
My God.
I don't know what you want me to do about it.
I want you to not be
I can't stand it. Every time he makes a stupid decision in a game, they pan over to him on the sideline, hands on his knees, munching away on that gum. Talking to the headset.
You know what, Cap? Here's one thing we know about Shea Norling.
Yeah.
He would have never liked Ditka on the sidelines.
Oh, God. Ditka with the gum? Remember when he threw it at the Packer fan? There's your IQ, buddy.
Yeah.
0, jerk.
Yeah. Talk to the trainer. Next. Jesse Rogers.
Oh, it's the best.
With the latest on the Cubs and Sox at MLB. That's coming up next. Kap and J Hood. Weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap J Hood.
We will rock you.
Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Mr. Riggy. Hey, welcome to the pick. What do you want to do here? We turn now to Capital One. Yes, Capital One. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. We got Jesse on baseball coming up next on Kap and J Hood. J1.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long, because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Oh, you know it's a great time? The Schaumburg Boomers. They're bringing the heat with Jurassic Ballpark on June 27th, Looney Tunes night, and a bobblehead giveaway on June 28th. Plus fireworks super shows July 3rd and 4th, and a patriotic drone show on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers is with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And Jesse's brought to you by...
That would be Automatic Mechanical Services. They make people come in half since 1945. The Grand Poobah, the great Steve Stahorik and company, they want you to know they're not in there pushing sales. They're pushing solutions. Automatic.com.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Jesse's on the Yingling hotline. Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning to both of you. What's happening, fellas?
Well, you know what's happening. Cubs bounce back. They split the series against the Cardinals. What did you learn about the wherewithal of the Cubs to be able to come back? 11-0 the last couple of games.
Yeah, take that, Cardinals.
Exactly. Just when you thought things were starting to crumble, they come up with those two pitching performances. How about Shota, though? I mean, out for as long as he was and didn't look like he missed anything. He could have gone longer. They only pitched him 5 innings, 77 pitches. He could have gone longer. It was effortless in some ways. And even Counsell mentioned that after the game. He didn't overextend himself. Only 3 strikeouts. It was more to just weak contact. It was almost classic Shota Imanaga without even his best stuff, which you'll see the strikeouts increase as he moves along. And mentioned Waddle Silvy yesterday. It's almost like they made a trade. Ben Brown for Shota Imanaga, right? I mean, this is pretty cool to get this guy back, and you're in first place. You're not out of the woods yet. The Brewers host the Rockies this weekend. The Cubs are at Houston. Identical records, the Astros and the Cubs, after making that big offseason trade. They're both 48 and 33. Though the Cubs are plus 100 run differential, the Astros plus 50. But these two games, Jay Hoodie, really make you feel better about what's going on the mound, especially with Shota back.
So I keep hearing these rumors from people who cover the game, whether it's Bruce or whether there's others that I talk to around the game, that Jed is trying to get something done right now. Now, that does not mean that he won't add a more high-end pitcher later, but he wants somebody to give him some depth in his rotation right now. Do you think that that's true, and do you think he is going to use up the lion's share of his payroll flexibility right now to get a guy like Mitch Keller, who I know he's 1-10. He was an All-Star 2 years ago. He's on a horrible Pirates team.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's in any urgent phase to do it. They're not in third or fourth place chasing. They're the team in first, and now just got Shota back. There's a month to go, and there's all sorts of bubble teams. I've probably talked to executives, a half a dozen executives on bubble teams over the last 2 weeks, and they all say the same thing. Yeah, we're going for it. Mike Hazen on the record said it to me. I wrote a story about it. We're going for it. We're going for it. I heard Shay earlier, I don't think the Red Sox are going to be going for it. The Royals are really interesting now. They have tons of pitching, and that's a team that needs young hitting. The Cubs have all sorts. Yeah, Seth Lugo would be great. I mean, he'd be great. Game 2 pitcher in October. And by the way, Matthew Boyd is proving to be pretty darn good, too. He could be your Game 2 pitcher. But, yeah, the Royals, I mean, there's all sorts of teams that think they're going for it now, that a month from now might change. And the fact that they just got Shota back, it's not like they've had a new injury. It's the opposite. They got someone back from injury. I don't think Jed's in any urgent mode. Now, any deal can happen any time, but in general, in talking to executives, they all think, like normal, things are going to happen late, between the draft, which is at the All-Star break, teams focused on the draft, and then the end of July. But there's always that one-off trade. I mean, Devers was one. That was a little different. So there's always a possibility, Cap, but I don't see Jed in any urgent mode because of Shota returning. I mean, I think that's the thing they're focused on in the moment, and they'll look at their team moving forward. And by the way, they'll have to look at the relief staff as well. As good as they've been, they're probably going to pick up a reliever.
Jesse, as you well know, I love a good weekend series. Like, I look through the standings, I look at the schedule and say, what is the series of the weekend? So I'm looking forward to Cubs and Astros. What could the Cubs expect from this Astros team, again, coming out of the depths and, as you mentioned, the same record as the Cubs? What do the Astros bring?
Yeah, they had to figure themselves out a little bit. It's a whole changing of the guard. Bregman moved on. Tucker moved on. But Cam Smith's been okay. 10% better than in league average with his OPS plus. He's hitting .271, just 5 home runs though. But Itzhak Paredes has turned out to be pretty good. We thought, everyone thought being traded to that ballpark would help. So the trade actually has been decent for Houston, but obviously Kyle Tucker's been great. For the Cubs, Framber Valdez is going to pitch Sunday. He's as good as ever. Hunter Brown's great. Like it's a good Houston team like it has been over the years. It just looks different without Tucker and without Bregman. One other thought, by the way, exclusive to the Kap and J Hood show. The teams have reached out to the league. Whatever the Astros are planning for Tucker and even Ryan Presley, there won't be any pitch clock violations. You gotta let the league know in case there's an ovation or a montage or something like that. They've let the league know, so there won't be any pitch clock violations with Tucker or Presley.
How about that?
That's awesome.
There's an exclusive right there. It's not like the first pitch of the season, by the way, Cap, with the Cubs and Dodgers, and there was a pitch clock violation in pitch 1, as you recall.
I do, and that was just stupid.
Sorry, so at least we don't have that.
Jesse, tonight there is an interesting pitching matchup. I believe he is going tonight. Does a guy like Jed get locked in, or he leaves that all to his scouts? When the Marlins, are they pitching? Oh, maybe he's going tomorrow. Will Jed be locked in on the start of one Sandy Alcantara? Because I watched Edward Cabrera the other night. Hoodie and I both stayed up and watched it. Yeah. Edward Cabrera's throwing sliders at 95. I mean, I want that dude too.
Yeah, I think Jed really likes him. We've been talking about him for a few weeks now. Not sure if the Marlins will trade him compared to Alcantara. I do think Sandy's more likely to go than Cabrera, but you never know. They might trade them both. In fact, I've talked to some executives that do think they're going to trade them both. Marlins are not that bad, so I think they'll wait as long as they can. You don't want to rip apart your clubhouse when you know what I mean, training guys so early. They're actually playing pretty good baseball for them. In any case, the answer to your question is yes. I think they and a lot of teams like Sandy Alcantara, he's getting better and better. I think I reeled off some of his stats to you on Monday. Everything, all the numbers look better in June. All the numbers, including chase rate and, just some of the ancillary numbers, not just ERA and stuff like that. So, yes, Jed will be locked in, whether it be live or the next day on tape, or whatever the case may be. I think there's a lot of teams that want to get their hands on Sandy Alcantara. So that's where I keep saying, if an early trade, like the Marlins feel like that could have been a team, but they're actually playing a little bit better. So, again, you don't want to destroy your clubhouse too early in terms of, what do you mean? You're trading him in June? Give us a shot here to at least, be decent. So I think everything happens late, including Alcantara and or Cabrera. But like I said, I covered the Devers trade. You just never know when teams are going to line up. You just don't know. But more than likely, it's late. But, yeah, I think a lot of teams are locked in.
Would Jed take Bregman? Would he make that deal?
Oh, I think Jed would make that deal in a heartbeat, yeah. Some layers to it. Obviously, you got to convince Tom, who said no to it 4 months ago, right? I do think he has a no-trade clause. I do think he'd be willing to waive it. You might have to sweeten the pot a little bit. I don't know. But, Boris was worried about Bregman in April, May, and June here. You're going to get him in August, September, should be good hitting conditions. We've seen when there have been good hitting conditions here, they've been great. There's been no in between. It's either been awful or it's been great. We saw last weekend how good it was. So I think he'd be willing to waive it. You might have to sweeten the pot. I don't know. But it's Tom you have to convince, I think, right? Even if you think he might opt out, you don't know for sure. So you're adding $40 million each of the next 2 years. Yeah, I think Jed would be interested. I think Jed's going to go for it. So I think he's going to kick the tires and everybody that's available that's decent. And Bregman would qualify if he's available.
Any Sachs news?
Well, in talking to some executives, like there are some – remember I said that they've been picked over? One executive said that to me. They've kind of been picked over. But they're, Luis Robert is the big question mark. It is the big question mark. I think he's gone, not a guarantee. There are some other pieces. Mike Tauchman, right? Mm-hmm. Austin Slater. Would the Sox pick up some of Andrew Benintendi's contract to move him? That's a question mark. You have Savali. You have Hauser. So maybe there's more there for other teams than you might think. Now, I could see them also wanting to keep Benintendi as kind of like that adult in the room. Like, you can't just have 26 young guys. You need some sort of veteran leadership. And I think Benintendi qualifies in his own sort of quiet way. In any case, Getz is getting a lot of calls and will over the next month, more than I kind of thought. And it's more than just Luis Robert. So that'll be very interesting to see. And, of course, he's out of the lineup. At least he was yesterday with that hamstring. So we'll see if that's major. If that's major, that's a problem, but it doesn't sound like it was.
Jesse, are you going with the backwards cap for this interview like you did on Marquee?
Loved it, Jess. You can wear a backwards hat.
As silly as this is, and I mentioned the Waddle and Silvy, I didn't know that was airing on TV. I thought that was just on their website.
But still, you're Jesse Rogers.
Yeah, but I am a backward hat kind of guy.
Yes.
Same here.
It's still a podcast, right? It's not like a formal Sports Center report, so I feel like you can be a little bit more casual.
Yeah, that was in every bar, every TV, and there's Jesse Rogers.
I had no idea.
I think it's fantastic.
Hey, Jess, I know we're out of time real quick.
Out of time.
Is Jacob deGrom going to get moved? Would he agree to a trade if somebody came calling and said they'd take the money? And would Tom take the money?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. You're talking about like a no-trade clause situation?
Yeah.
I don't know enough about DeGrom to know that. I just don't. Most of these guys, to waive it, you need to sweeten the pot a little bit. So I'm not sure if you're adding another year to DeGrom or something. I just don't know if he would waive it or not.
He's getting a chance to win a World Series for crying out loud.
Yingling, the oldest brewery.
All right.
Jesse, as always, we appreciate the time.
So did Crochet, and he said no. See you, fellas.
We'll talk to Jesse on Monday. And, of course, Jesse Rogers brought to you by...
That would be Automatic. That's right, making people comfortable since 1945 at omatic.com.
Did the Bulls draft your neighbor or an actual basketball player? Find out coming up at 9 o'clock on Kap and J Hood.
This is ESPN Chicago. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Smalls here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you. We're hoping that you're going to have a great weekend. Open phone line for you as well, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe, what we do on YouTube. We don't get enough likes. No, we appreciate you watching, but just hit that like button. We appreciate that. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Still to come, we will go into the Friday folder, things that we did not get to. We'll get to that at 9:35, and it's full because we've had a lot to talk about with the Cubs and the draft and everything else. Tracy Butler on the weekend weather at 9:50. Cap, we had a great conversation with Joe Cowley from the Sun-Times in the recap on YouTube. Joe Cowley was with us to talk about the struggles that the Bulls have gone through here internally with their front office. In the second round yesterday, the Bulls were able to trade for a man named Lachlan Olbrich. Lachlan Olbrich.
Yeah, he's a golfer from Ireland, right?
Ronnie, tell us about Lachlan Olbrich. No, Cap.
Who?
I don't know. We turn to Shay Norley now with the latest on Lachlan Olbrich. Shay?
He owns Fox News, doesn't he? Oh, that's Lachlan Murdoch. Sorry.
There he is, always trying to bring in his watches. There it is, Cap watches. A little Fox News. There it is. Cap watching the 5.
Olbrich.
Can I just say something?
Who is this guy? Go ahead.
Well, one, I have no idea. I won't even pretend to know. Apparently he played a year at UC Riverside. Must have missed it.
That sounds like you know something about him. At least we got that much.
And then he went to Australia where he was productive and became a second-round pick, late second-round pick.
6'11" wingspan, 6'9", 230. Stashed the Euro.
That's fantastic.
He's got a great mustache.
If you're just a fan and you pull up the list of the NBA draft on ESPN, I've just, every year I feel like this bothers me. Can we stop putting the logo of the team that traded the player away next to the draft pick? Because if you pulled it up, you would think it's this Rocco Kidadzi kid, whatever his name is. He went to the Lakers. Why is there a Bull logo next to his name?
That was the original deal. Then it says traded to Minnesota. I just read that.
Like, what are we doing? Why do we have them still, even now, in the first round? They put the hat of the team that traded them on when they get drafted.
Scott Van Pelt joining us, talking about hats. So I would just say...
It just bothers me.
Okay.
Am I the only person that bothers?
Usually in that situation, yes, it's you.
Like if Phoenix trades their pick, like in the NFL, if somebody trades their pick, they get presented going to the team that has the pick, that drafted them. In the NBA, if Phoenix trades the pick, and they got to wear a Suns hat. They got traded away.
It's a fair point. Hoodie, a guy that I recruited when I was coaching from Farragut.
Yes.
Fat Eddie Cox. He was a really good guard.
Yeah.
He is one of his name is Fat Eddie Cox.
Fat Eddie Cox.
Yeah.
Pardon the expression.
Look him up from Farragut. That guy could play, man.
Yeah, he could.
And Fat Eddie Cox is one of the head guys of Australian basketball.
Mm-hmm.
He moved to Australia. He got out of the West Side. He said, Cap, when he graduated, he goes, I'm gone. And he has never come back except to visit. He has lived in Australia for 35 years. I keep in touch. We text all the time. Fat Eddie Cox, I am going to send a text to him right now. Fat Eddie Cox, how good is Lachlan Olbrich? He's one of the head guys over there. He will tell me for sure. If he says that kid can play, he can play. And if he says bum alert, he'll tell me that too.
And you know how Cap is going to, reach out and text this person. Hey, Siri, text Cox.
No, I use WhatsApp. Do you know what that is?
Yes, that is for when you have your side chick and you don't want your wife to know.
Oh, wow.
That's what that is. As we turn to Joe Cowley, who covers the Chicago Bulls, Jay Moore. That's what WhatsApp is.
First the Big O.
and now Big Eddie Cox. Joe Cowley on the Bulls' internal player development. Great conversation. If you missed it, listen to this.
And that's what, because I knew they were going to bring up Indiana in some concept, and sure enough, they did. And he said, you saw Indiana and the way they're built, and you couldn't hunt them. So when it was my turn to ask, I think it was a second or third question I asked, I said, okay, you brought up Indiana, and you brought up that they're kind of your model. I get it that that's what you think you guys can be, but there's two big problems. You have all kind of guys that could be hunted, so you're not Indiana. You just said Indiana doesn't have guys that can be hunted. You have guys that can be hunted, and you still don't have that dude. And you don't know. It seems like you guys don't know how to get that dude. And I even said, I'm guessing you have no plans to tank or look at this 26 draft class, because the top three kids in this 26 draft class could be special too. And Dame Sarr, who's an Italian prodigy, who's people say is better than Noah Essengay, is going to Duke, and he could jump up and make it a four-man draft class. So that's a guy to keep an eye on. So I just don't, and of course I didn't get the answer I wanted, and I didn't think I would, but I just don't think they have their plan is just in front of their face, and they just don't know how to veer from it. This is our plan. We don't care what the draft is. We don't care about what the rest of the East is. We don't care about who's injured for next year and who's been weakened. This is our plan, and we're sticking to it, and that's the point he made over and over, is we have to be patient. We can't skip steps. The hell you can't. You can skip steps when you feel it's there for the taking. Be aggressive. Know when to swing. I don't know. It just seems like there's just a lot of ignorance in that office of how to build a championship.
I think that is a great dismount, Cap, when Joe Cowley says ignorant, not knowing how to build a championship. And so it's laid out. You and I have already talked about this. Looking at the Eastern Conference and looking at the litany of injuries that you see here with the Boston Celtics, with the Indiana Pacers, with the Milwaukee Bucks, there's some teams that are unloading cash. Boston's one of them. All I'm saying is that it's time to take a step. The Bulls are not taking a step. They told you, up front from Eversley, he told you pretty much, Cap, we're standing pat. The talent you see in this room, talking about the players on the roster, that's what we're going with. Can you imagine the temerity to tell the Bulls fan, hey, just please be patient with us, but we're not going to do anything spectacular to take another step as a franchise?
Yeah, it's truly pathetic. I ranted a little bit earlier. Again, I'm just trying to be honest. It's truly pathetic that you ask fans, can you please buy this? Like, I have a Cubs shirt on right now. Buy a White Sox shirt. Buy a Bulls shirt. And you don't try to be competitive. Not at all. Literally not at all. And the most ridiculous thing, to go back to the Sox for a minute, I was in the clubhouse after they lost. Remember when they got eliminated by Houston in the playoffs in, what was that, 2021?
Yes.
I was in the clubhouse. Jose Abreu is sitting at his locker, head down, and Jerry came by him. I was not far away. And he put his arm on Jose's shoulder. Mm-hmm. He said, we're going to do all we can this offseason to get you the World Series championship you deserve. We'll get this thing to the next level. And I thought, wow, Jerry's going to step up and spend. What'd they do? Absolutely nothing. So look at the Bulls. It's the same thing. I mean, you're as big a Bulls fan as there is, and they're asking for more patience again. It's insanity.
Yeah, it is amazing. I like that. I'm glad that Joe was on. I'm glad that Fran Fraschilla was on as well, because Fran Fraschilla just laid out, just based on this draft, First of all, he's confused about what the Bulls are doing, but then he sounded less than lukewarm about what the Bulls did in the first round with Asenge.
It's unbelievable to me where it's at. It's literally unbelievable that someone could run a franchise and be so elite on the business side, the community relations. Like, the Bulls do amazing work. The White Sox, I said it to you earlier, like Christine O'Reilly, go to a game early. You were there, and they've got all these people on the field getting honored, and they've got all these contributions that they make to the community. The food is tremendous there. How do you not demand that from the other side? You extend them.
Yeah.
That's the amazing thing.
Yeah, everything's great until they have the jump ball in the middle of the court or when you hear play ball. Otherwise, everything's great. Speaking of Fran Fraschilla, by the way, he was also on the show yesterday here on Kap and J Hood and talking about Asenge, the first pick in the draft. If you weren't with us yesterday, Kap and I talked about it. It's nothing against the kid, the 18-year-old Asenge. The point is, though, is that when you look at the Bulls, you need to have someone that you feel that can step in right away, get minutes, and help you. The Bulls are bereft of quality defensively in the middle, and I think that Derek Queen would have been able to fill the bill. But Fraschilla says that what the Bulls did kind of keeps you in the middle.
I caught a little heat from Bulls Twitter because I said, this is the kind of pick that keeps you right in the middle of mediocrity, in the sense that I'm not sure anybody could really raise the level of that Bulls roster right now. I realize there's a lot of things in play with Giddey and getting him signed and what to do with Kobe White, who keeps getting better and better. But in Noah, you've got a kid who very much could be a good NBA player in 2-3 years, but he's 198 pounds, and it's really hard to manage 82 games for a kid that slight.
And ultimately, it's projection versus production, Cap.
I think here's what you do. You're dealing with production, which was Queen, although he's a young player, versus projection, which is Asenge. And now that I think about it, boy, I would have loved to have seen them, maybe give up somebody to move up to get a guy like Malawach, but that didn't happen. I like Derek Queen. He's very skilled. He reminds me of the kid in Houston, Sengun, the Turkish kid, because he's really a good passer, handles the ball great for a 6'10" kid in the open court. But I'm not going to say this wasn't a good move because I don't know the background that teams did on Derek. Not to say he's a bad kid. He is definitely not. But there was some question about his maturity and work ethic, and I hope that's not the case. I hope he turns out to be a very good NBA player. But so I'm going to give the Bulls a pass on that and say they probably did their homework.
So the Fran Fraschilla on with us yesterday.
Yeah, and Fran sees all these Euros, and I'm always amazed talking to my friend on the phone, and we keep in touch a lot. And I'll be like, "Have you seen any of these kids for the?" He's like, "Have I seen them?" Yes, that's what I do. Mm-hmm. It's like you and I watching baseball. He's watching Euros 12 months a year. So he knows what all these kids are like. And, he doesn't want to just throw the Bulls under the bus, but he's not a huge fan of the pick they made. He's not.
Cap, during the break, I've been talking to someone that's close to the Toronto Raptors front office about Masai Ujiri. Mm-hmm. Did a little homework there. And the quote I got back was, the parting of the ways between the Raptors front office and Ujiri was not a huge surprise, especially with the knowledge of knowing that Ujiri had one more year left. He's trying to get an extension. It did, and the Raptors ownership balked at that, so Ujiri thought this was the right time. Even though Scotty Barnes, R.J. Barrett, Brandon Ingram as a core, not so bad. That's, good. Young players. You got a couple.
And I like the
veterans.
kid they drafted.
Yeah, but apparently there was no talk of an extension, so Ujiri said, "I'll just leave a year sooner." That's what I was told.
You want to bet where he ends up?
Chicago Bulls?
No, they don't have that type of balls.
Chicago Bulls.
No. If they were really smart, Bob Myers has been sitting on a TV set, and he's really good.
Great.
Ujiri, many believe, is better. And so if they had balls, they'd be on a plane immediately. Yeah, who is it? It's Michael Reinsdorf. Open the door. What's the terms of your deal? I'll buy it out right now. Let's get a new deal done. Come in here and fix this thing. We just had the draft. You got a year to kind of evaluate, and then let's go. They're not forward thinking. Like, if I owned that team, what would I have done?
Oh, you definitely would have been on the plane to talk to Ujiri, for sure.
Exactly.
Immediately.
I would be one of those owners that would be on my plane immediately. Hey, Ryan Poles, you want to go get who? Let's go.
Yeah.
Get on the plane. Let's go. I would knock on the door. How much? Here we go. Ryan, you handle it, whatever. Ben, but I'm here to let you know I got your back. But I'm going to hold you to a really high standard. You better win or I will make change. Yeah, 100%.
Well, one thing
but I bet he goes to the Lakers.
It goes to the Lakers.
Look, maybe not right now, maybe in a year. LeBron's 40 whatever. What is he, 41, 40?
Yes.
He can't play forever. So when he leaves, they're going to have to kind of retool what the Lakers are and the brand. Austin Reeves just turned down a max extension. What does that tell you?
I can see the Guggenheims bringing in someone that they are comfortable with and try to reset the organization. I can understand that.
Masai Ujiri be their guy? That'd be amazing.
I would just say that if you are any general manager or if you're an owner, you have to look at Ujiri being available and you got to think, do I have the right guy in place or can I get a guy that can take me to the next step? So if I'm the Bucks, I call and just say Ujiri or John Horst. If I'm the Sixers, I go, do I really want to go with Elton Brand or do I really want Ujiri? If I'm Brooklyn, there's certain teams, Cap, that you go, this guy would be better than what I already have. Sean Marks, for instance, with the Nets, another guy. Get him out of there. Upgrade your organization. Same thing with the Bulls. It's too bad the Bulls don't have the testicular fortitude to do something like that because of loyalty.
Correct.
I get it.
Correct.
Or how about this? You want a big swing? Mavericks. like now, Nico Harrison, he pulled the trigger on Luka, and the organization might be better because they got Cooper Flagg, but it doesn't mean that Nico should keep his job. How about that?
Fair.
That's too bad. All right, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. This portion of the Kap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. On Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, if you're looking to level up your finances or finally make that move to home ownership, listen up. NHS Chicago is offering next level classes. These are free, expert-led workshops that help you go beyond the basics. They are talking about building your credit, understanding estate planning, real estate investing, even how you take care of your home like a pro. Here's the real part, though. Listen to this. My mother-in-law used NHS Chicago when she bought her first home. Made all the difference in the world. She walked in unsure of the process and then came out confident and prepared because NHS gave her the tools and knowledge to make it happen. Go to nhschicago.org/education or call 773-329-4111. Again, 773-329-4111 or go to the website, nhschicago.org/education. NHS Chicago. Tell you what, if you're looking to get out of that dusty loft, to get out of that apartment, and you are ready to set down roots, this is the spot. Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people. They help my family. They'll help yours, too. J-Mo.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Dear Truckin' Awesome, does Toyota Tundra have heart-pounding horsepower? Truck yeah. Is Tacoma styled for the wild and as rugged as it comes? Truck yeah. And the 4Runner, tough as nails, ready for any trail? Truck yeah it is. Find your Toyota truck at Toyota.com. Put adventure in gear and floor it. Toyota, let's go places.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
When you're locking in with your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is the sportsbook for all the action. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer available everywhere else except New York. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by the combination of Carmen with Bleck and Abdalla from 12 to 3. Waddle Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball at 6 against the Giants right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Lewis is in Hyde Park with us on Kap and J Hood. Lewis, good morning.
Gentlemen, how you doing this Friday?
Looking good, Lewis.
Feeling good.
There you go.
I just want to put in right quick two things. One, it doesn't matter who they get as far as GM or whatever, as long as Reinsdorf in control, they're not going to make the moves that they need to make. So I just think they need to sell. That's what they need to do.
He won't.
Because just like in Dallas, I'm just saying, just like in Dallas, no matter who they get, you know Jerry Jones is going to be pulling the trigger.
Yeah, you are correct. He just won't do it. And that's what I don't understand. Like, Hoodie's always said, are you not a competitive person? Like, how can you just go to work every day? It does not matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter that you got a plane you can fly on. Like, you like going to work every day and just getting your ass kicked? I don't get it.
Well, that's the question, right? Do you like going to work in your ass kicked? And I just couldn't do it. There's just no way that I can invest in a franchise and go, it's fine. And there's a number of owners that we can point out across sports that are just good with a dividend check. And in sports, and ownership has to be more than just, look how much money I've got. Look at my boat. Look at my houses. Look at the money that I've made. Okay, so what about the championship? Don't you want to be – if you're a champion in being able to get money and to be able to invest and have wealth, don't you want to be a champion across the board, including having a championship team that you actually own, that your name is on?
Yes.
I don't get it,
It would be like when we come to work every day, all four of us, we are prepared, we are ready to go, and yeah, does it get intense sometimes in our meetings? Like, Shay, how could you say that? And he comes back at me, or you could, whatever it is. Could you come in every day and Shay go, all right, here's what I'm thinking. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Whatever. Just go through the motions? I couldn't do it.
No. When your ass is on the line and everyone's watching you, Cap, you have to be able to perform. You've got to be able to say, okay, I'm competitive. I'm going to show not only, hey, I got my generational wealth, great, but I'm a champion. I'm going to try to get a championship. It is amazing, Cap, and this is an exercise for like a snowy February that we got to go through. The amount of owners that own a franchise but don't know how to win. They have it but don't know how to win. I'll put James Dolan of the Knicks at the top of the list. You have had ownership for such a long time, and you've had limited success because of moves like firing Thibodeau out of nowhere. The most success you've had in 25 years. Now we'll move on. You've gone through the draft, and you don't have a head coach in place. Why is that? Because you don't know what you're doing. You own the team. You have friends, and the reason why you have friends is because you have money. You're in Vegas, which is awesome. The Sphere is awesome. But what about the championship? Don't you know that if you win a championship in New York, especially with that Knicks outfit, that you are the belle of the ball? Like, no, they'll talk about you forever. You're legacy.
And you'll make more money than you could possibly imagine if you won. You will.
I just don't understand that. If I knock it down once, Cap, just one time, win a championship, and if I want to sell, at least I'm a guy that sold my franchise and I won a championship. At least you can have that on the resume. But to be able to be rich or wealthy and not have a championship on your resume, that's ridiculous.
But even if you don't have the championship, no one could say that Charles Barkley didn't compete hard every single game. He tried. He went to different franchises, Phoenix, Philly first, Houston. He tried. He didn't win a title.
Yes.
But to not even try, they're not even trying. That's the sick thing.
I take over the ownership from the Charlotte Hornets from Michael Jordan. And it's like, okay, so I'm going to try to get the best head coach. I'm going to get the best front office that's available. Even if there's people off TV, Cap, I'm going to get the best people to be able to help me elevate my franchise. I know that everybody can't win the championship, but damn it, I'm going to try.
Yeah.
We take the mics every morning in an attempt to be able to garner more listeners and more viewers and more and more and more. And by the way, there's no ceiling to that because you just got to keep going. There's just no way I just come in here and just like, whoever listens, whoever watches, who cares? I got money. It's fine. I can't do it that way. Just can't do it.
Totally fair.
Just can't. I just don't understand that. And that's why, as I said to you yesterday, I don't understand how Michael Reinsdorf puts on the Brooks Brothers suit, puts on the Florsheim shoes, goes to the West Side, goes to the office, sits down and goes, yep, we're a winner. We're going in the right direction. How could that be? How? How do you beside the money, what else tells you that you're going in the right direction? Because they tell you so?
Fair.
Come on, man. Come on.
Fair.
We go to Phil in LaGrange on Kap and J Hood. Phil, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. I mean, to me, a really telling sign of this team right now is I got a 5-year-old and 10-year-old son, and by far and above the most popular thing for the Bulls for them isn't any player, it's Benny. Don't get me wrong, Benny is great.
Yeah.
He's a huge draw, but that is by far and above. I don't think they know any of the players' names, but they know Benny. And like that shouldn't be the case that the mascot is the most popular thing on for the team.
Well, I mean, as long as Maureen and Murray from Kenilworth continue to go to the 100 level, oh, that's funny. I love the Benny the Bull. He's so funny. That's the attraction? At some point, doesn't the floor have to be the attraction, the team? They keep coming, Cap, to the games and selling it out, and it's number one in attendance because they think Michael and Scotty are coming back, and they're not. It can't just be the amenities. And I know it's cool. All the amenities are cool. What about the basketball? Does it ever come to that?
That's the point. That's what you and I have been talking about. And it is what it is.
Hun, we got to go to the Bulls game. Are we going to sign this huge check to go back to the Bulls game? Yes, Hun, it's a tradition in our family. We keep the tickets. One day they'll win the championship. Really? Win.
Yeah.
Win.
Imagine writing that check. I mean, I had Blackhawks season tickets for several years. And guess what? When they stopped trying and they were terrible, I said to my wife, Hun, we're done.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have any idea how much 2 club-level seats at the Blackhawks game was? And that doesn't include going to dinner before the game, after TV, meeting my wife, the parking, the everything that goes with the ticket. Dude, you're talking almost $20,000 if they were to ever make the playoffs for 2 seats.
My God,
Out.
man.
Done.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Yep.
Nothing like going to the United Center, seeing the Bulls get blown up by 20. However, Red Panda's there.
That's it. Red Panda. That's the
Bulls in the
plate
head.
spinner, right?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, Cap. I mean, if that's the high spot of your night at the Bulls game, it's pretty sad.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Panda. Red Panda.
Red Panda.
Oh, okay. All right. Here she goes with the bowls and the plates. Okay. All right. Is she going to drop one? No? Okay. Back to the third quarter. Wow. Shay, how much are we behind in topics this week? How bad?
This is the most, sports-heavy topics we would actually try to talk about, Friday Folder, I think I've done since I've been here. There's just a lot of stuff that I've had on the show sheets this week that we have not had a chance to talk about, including a little hockey for the people who want to hear about the NHL draft tonight.
All right, we'll get to that coming up next. A meaty Friday Folder on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
That's a bad take.
YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Click on NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison.
Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV golf season, and it begins in Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close and personal and locked in with special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now. LiveGolf.com, LIV, golf.com, Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJHood. No. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
No. It's Friday. It's time for the Friday Folder. And you ain't got shit to do. On the Kap and J Hood Show.
And now, time for the Friday Folder. And it's brought to you by the fine folks over at Lou Malnati's. Yes, Lou Malnati's. Go to LouMalnati's.com for the best. It's the pizza I go to every time. LouMalnati's.com. Make it a pizza night. We turn now to Shay Norling and Shay E1 on the host. It is not, I think I said Elton Brand, right, for the Philadelphia Sixers?
Daryl Morey's the decision maker. Elton Brand's the GM, but the PBO, Daryl Morey, is the guy running the show.
Sorry about that, man. I made a mistake today.
It happens.
So, talking too fast. All right, here we go. The Friday Folder, Shay.
I want to start with the NBA draft coverage. If this wasn't ESPN's reality check moment that they need to just significantly alter how they cover the NBA, then they will never have a reality check moment. Mm-hmm. You had the wonderful moment where the Portland Trailblazers drafted Colin Cowherd or Brandon Ingram instead of Brandon Miller. Yeah. We're talking about Baylor head coach Drew Scott. One problem, his name is Scott Drew. Or Stephen A. ranting incessantly about players you know, he knows, we know he's never watched. I don't need a Stephen A. rant about some kid from France that he's seen half a second of, and it's the highlight they just rolled. And then you had a point in the Bob Myers Stephen A. broadcast where Bob Myers said to Stephen A., you could never make it as a GM. Stephen A. said, why? And Bob Myers said, how long you got? Enough. Enough. We don't need it.
Now, here's the thing. There's a spot for First Take. There's a spot for all of these debate shows, but that's not the place for debate. You're trying to learn about these athletes. You're trying to learn about the background. You're trying to find out on the basic level, Shay, when it comes to draft coverage, how does this player fit on this team? That's the conversation. It's not debate TV. It's just about how this player fits and where the organization is going.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Cowherd here. This is a young man.
Oh, Malika. That's a tough one.
Listen, Malika did the best she could. The desk she was on just wasn't good. Kendrick Perkins.
Oh, God.
Do we need Kendrick Perkins' opinions on players he's never watched? The part that bothers me, too, they do so well with the NFL draft. Mm-hmm. And you can tell, like, Mina Kimes is so prepared for the NFL draft to talk about these players. They get the college desk, the college game day guys to talk about players who they spent the entire season watching. The coverage is excellent. The NBA side, it's the regular cast and crew of First Take doing rants and getting takes off on every player that you know they haven't watched.
Yeah, you have to shut the water off on that. There's a time and place for that. That's why they have their show in the morning. But when it comes to coverage of the draft, you learn about players. You get educated on the teams and how those players fit. And I just think that ESPN fumbled the ball on that.
Too much, Steve. And he's great.
No,
too much.
It's not too much, Steve. What it is that you have to, as a management team, you have to explain to him this is what it is, what the draft coverage is. It's not your TV show. This is what it is. And if he says, well, that's who I am, then he doesn't get on the coverage. Period.
Yeah, I don't need him on every single thing they do.
I like Stephen A. Smith.
I do too.
He shouldn't be on draft coverage.
Agreed. Totally agree.
What else?
Javier Baez is a finalist for American League All-Star outfielder voting. Despite not really playing the outfield the past month and a half, Aaron Judge is locked in. He led all American League players and all Major League Baseball players in vote getting. Mm-hmm. The final two spots in the outfield for the American League are between Javi, Riley Green, Mike Trout, and Steven Kwan. Now, I don't have numbers to support this take, but I have a hard time believing it's happened before. Javi has gone from the past 3 seasons where he was pound for pound on a per dollar basis, the worst position player in all of baseball, to potentially an all-star starter the season after those 3. This has to be one of, if not the most surprising comebacks in baseball history, right?
And Kap Baez is in this position because 3 years ago he was.
What do you mean?
He's in this position now because a few years ago he was hurt.
Yeah, he had finally said, and I was reading an article about it, he had his hip reglazed, which Patrick Kane said was one of the most difficult things he ever went through. Pain, he said you lose mobility, and Javi finally said, all right, I got to shut it down. I got to get this thing fixed. Oh, novel concept. You got your hip fixed, and you're a really good player again.
It sounds like J.J. Redick talking about glazing.
And the kids will say that I'm glazing him.
Reglazed, huh?
I mean, it's just... Nobody saw this coming. You were lying if you said you saw this coming. Even if you said...
give me credit. Did I not say to you, I'll take him right now to play third for the Cubs? Did I not?
That's fine, but you didn't see him being an all-star starter. He went, even with the hip replacement or whatever it is, he went from worst player in baseball to all-star starter potentially. He had the worst plate approach in the league, couldn't hit, OPSing 450, historically bad, to potential all-star starter. It's got to be one of the most surprising comebacks in baseball history.
What does a hip reglazing treat? A healthcare provider might recommend hip resurfacing surgery. Hip pain, stiffness, decreased range of motion, limited mobility, which could be difficulty even walking or moving, swelling, instability, and not being able to balance on your hip.
That's all wonderful.
Oh my God.
Is it one of the most surprising comebacks in baseball history? I believe it is.
Yeah, probably.
But he got you on the Greek glazing, though, Shay.
Thank you.
He gave you that, though. Yeah, probably. Kap watches.
No, I knew that was coming.
What a comeback. One of the greatest comebacks.
One of the greatest comebacks. They say it's one of the greatest comebacks. Javier Baez. Javi, they call him. I believe they call him Javi. Baez, one of our great Americans. Is he not? What? Well, that's what I was told.
The best comeback of all time.
It's one of the best comebacks. That's what I was told. No tie, just a suit. Kap watches.
He's obliterating the opposition.
White Sox don't know what the F they're doing. Shay, go ahead.
All right, we haven't talked any hockey this week. The draft starts tonight. The Blackhawks will pick third. There has been something dominating NHL headlines this week that has stunned me. So Connor McDavid's contract is up at the end of next season, and the feeling from people in the know in the NHL, he's not going to commit long-term to Edmonton. So all the headlines have said Connor McDavid could get traded because they can't let him leave for nothing next year if he's not going to commit long-term. My question, if there's any availability, and I'm not reporting that there is, in all likelihood, Edmonton disconnects the phone. But if you were the Blackhawks, would you offer 3 and basically the rest of your future to pair Bedard with McDavid?
Yes.
Yes, I would. But
yes.
The only thing is, they're not going to answer. But yeah, absolutely, I would. But you know what, Cap? I know you recall this like I recall it. It was shocking when Gretzky left Edmonton for Los Angeles. It's like, man, we thought he'd be in Edmonton forever, but it's the way things are, man. Trade or free agency, he won't be in Edmonton forever.
I would absolutely move. Other than Bedard, pretty much everything's available. Let's go.
Yeah, and a piece of the team. We don't get that anymore.
The equity.
They're not doing that.
You like that, though, Cap, don't you? Piece of the team.
Yeah,
why don't they give Walter Payton a piece of the team? I don't understand. How come he can't be GM and get a piece of the team?
That would be amazing if they could get him.
Yeah.
Oh, my. I might buy tickets again.
I don't know. The Bulls love cash considerations. Why not give him, someone like McDavid? Man, that'd be great for this town. Anything else, Shay?
Yeah, just quickly, we have a developing story on this show. David Kaplan has been telling people around the office, I believe he mentioned it on the airwaves, that if he could go back to high school and be high school age again, he would be a theater kid. And he wants to audition.
I'd still be a sports guy, but you're right. I would be a theater guy.
He wants to try for a part in a play. We got to figure this out. We got to find a way to cast Cap in a play, right? Like next week, Hoodie, I'm going to do this. I'm going to print out pages from Macbeth, and we're going to have Cap read Shakespeare on the air in a segment.
Oh, my God.
I want to see it. I want to see if he's capable.
Bill Shakespeare, where did he play? Take that. Wow. No shot Cap wants to do that. No shot. You as a theater kid, there's too much sports on for you to even pay attention. And by the way,
I would if I went back to high school, I would absolutely go out for the play.
No shot. No shot you'd have a long attention span to be able to be in a play. First of all, it's not on a prompter. So there's no way that you're going to be able to pay attention.
What do you mean not on a prompter? I didn't use a prompter on TV.
Well,
yeah, but it's also not improv. You have to know all the lines.
Things were also tough at NBC Sports Chicago. No prompter for
I
you.
would never have used a prompter. I hated teleprompters.
Let's hear your rendition of never mind. I'm not going to put you through this.
No, Jay Moore, I am. I'm going to print out pages, and we're going to have him act either famous Shakespeare plays or I'll get like famous scenes in movies. I'll be your scene partner, Cap. I'll play Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men, and you can be Jack Nicholson.
Is this the dagger which I see before me?
Exactly.
Fair is foul, and foul is fair. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, and take that. Blood will have blood. Is this the dagger I see before me? I don't know. Take that. That's not going to work for you, pal.
I would absolutely be interested in being in a play. Like, I don't want to be singing, but like if there was a serious play or a comedy, yeah. I'm not talking about doing a musical.
Let's do Denzel Washington Training Day.
I don't think he can do that. Oh, you mother. Oh.
What about
Pelican Bay?
Like something from Top Gun, Maverick?
I'm getting you Macbeth pages. I want to see if you got this bone in you.
Whatever you get.
What? If you're part of the expression, my God.
Oops.
Don't want to know about the bone in him.
I meant the theater bone in his body.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Whatever
That's going to live on the board forever.
Jay Moore, how come
I'm going home. I'm starting my weekend early.
What about Cap singing? I mean, nothing wrong with that.
No, I'm not singing.
Yeah, I'll get you a song from Wicked.
How about from Grease?
I'm thinking Mayap Ferry. That's what I'm thinking. He's a fairy.
All right, coming up, we will go and check the weather with Tracy Butler and the Kap J Hood cut of the day on Chicago's Home for Sports. To be or not to be? Take that.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. Two matches, one ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Looking to buy a home, boost your credit, or learn a budget? NHS Chicago offers free classes to help you build a stronger financial future. Visit nhschicago.org/education. Improve life skills today for a better tomorrow. That's nhschicago.org.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22-pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast, free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
It's Friday. It's time to get it in for the weekend. Now back to Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle on the north side of the Chicago River. Go sit on the patio. Treat yourself. It's amazing game work.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
Cut it.
It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
As we take that next step.
It's a bad take.
I mean, that truly is pathetic.
Kap, reading a statement
Am I the only one?
Reading! Now, wait a minute. You're supposed to be able to sell us on a Senge. We feel really good. Happy Chinooka. What?
Hoodie, the part of the line that got me. While we don't have a clear idea of what or however he phrased it, of what the roster might look like next season. What?
Surprise, surprise.
It is incredible. See what I'm saying? They don't care.
They do not care.
We expect 19,000 at the United Center. See you in the fall, baby. That's it.
Hey, these guys just got extensions.
Freaking Smokey Eversley's just going to tell us that everything's fine.
That's
Cap, that's just so bad. It's horrible.
When he put pen to paper on an extension, does the NBA draft, and then he reads it like he's being held at gunpoint.
I mean,
what is happening?
We have teamed with Uncle Remus for chicken. So we will have that. And good luck, Bulls fans. Smile on my face. Oh, the Bulls are going to win 39 games.
No.
And that's all, folks.
The classic Kap J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore's Chicago Cuts. Thank you.
We turn now to ABC 7 Eyewitness News' Tracy Butler. She's with us here, a big Smokey Robinson Miracles fan. She joins us here on Kap J Hood. Good morning, Tracy.
Do you know, I saw Smokey Robinson like back in the 80s at Point State Park in Pittsburgh. I was in front row.
You should have saw him at the Bulls press conference. He was right there. We're going to be all right, baby. 39
surprise,
wins.
Surprise.
That's right. That's right, Cap. 39 wins.
The real Smokey Robinson.
The real Smokey.
Yes.
This is Smokey Robinson.
Happy Chinooka.
Happy Chinooka, baby.
I have no idea what Chinooka is, but I hope you have a great Chinooka.
That's exactly right.
Happy Chinooka.
Well, you really turned the weather around here. I'll tell you what, you talk about hot and steamy. This is fantastic.
Is that coming from you?
Oh, I'm not complaining.
I know you don't.
No, I
but
don't complain.
I totally. First of all, I want to hear Cap say you can't handle the truth. Can he do a little, theatrical display of?
I think what I want to do is have Shay and I do a reading from Draft Day, line for line. That is right up my alley.
That's not acting.
Oh, my God.
No, it's hardly a movie.
No.
So
Tracy, you can't handle the truth.
There you go.
It's not bad.
There you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
You have turned things around.
It's been hot. It's humid. I want everyone to know that tomorrow in the Chicago Tribune, I am featuring a question from your very own Shay Norling. Tomorrow in the newspaper.
Really?
Yes.
What is the column about? Weather? Because his take yesterday, I'd rather it was 10 degrees. It's oppressive. That was like the dumbest weather comment he's ever made.
It was relative to the heat and humidity, and he said that he felt as though this is the hottest and most humid it's been since he moved here in 2020.
Yesterday, I walked about 3 miles after work yesterday. I was taking care of some stuff.
Yes.
I felt like I was going to die.
Okay.
I was a puddle of sweat.
Tomorrow we will address some statistics in the column. Just giving you a little plug there.
It was awful out yesterday. It was way
awesome.
too hot.
I went hiking. It was awesome.
So in the Chicago Picayune, you'll have your you have your little column there. That's very good.
Yeah, answering questions. But yeah, today still muggy, still humid, Cap kind of weather. I love it. Tomorrow we will dial the humidity down a tiny bit for you, Shay, but then it's back up. Sunday, the hottest day of the weekend. We're back to the 90s.
That's awesome. You know what? It makes the joints and ligaments feel good, doesn't it, Cap?
It does, man. You just keep it in the 90s, Tracy, till we kick off the football season.
Working on it. Just for you.
You're the best.
You can handle the
And then rain in the forecast on Monday.
Ooh.
Oh, no. What about the crops? The crops.
The crops need the rain. Your farm there, Hoodie, needs the rain.
My
Your flower farm.
Me and Mr. Douglas need to have rain for the crops. We thank you for Little Green Acres. We thank you for listening and calling in, a big part of the program here on Kap J Hood. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. Hey, Cap, how about you and I do this Monday?
I'm looking forward to it, my man. Looking forward to it.
So long, everybody.
Take that!
From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
All right, see you
That's
guys.
right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Jesus apply in app only.
See, Cap.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVGolf.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Invitation to the Pac-12 will give that league an 8th football-playing full member, the minimum to continue as an NCAA conference. Baseball, another hit for the Mets' depleted rotation. Teams waiting for MRI results of right-hander Griffin Canning, likely suffered an Achilles injury during last night's win. The NHL draft begins tonight, 7 Eastern on ESPN. The Islanders have the number 1 overall pick.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
Yes. We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates for you. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I believe the phrase is on assignment. That is where Clinton is at. The Friends are here. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Gabe Knight, so we are presented by Progressive Insurance. And Gabe, we start off with a little bit of breaking news today as the Raptors and team president Masai Ujiri decide to part ways not even 24 hours after the end of the NBA draft. Masai was really known for putting together the 2019 NBA championship team. He'd been there for 12 years, and they decided to part ways, which is a very amicable and nice way to make it sound. They parted ways.
This is the same team that when they fired their coach Dwayne Casey, then celebrated him winning Coach of the Year after he got fired. You know,
I forgot about that,
hey, congratulations, Coach! You were Coach of the Year. You're still fired, but this is. I don't know why so many teams in the NBA just clearly don't have a plan. Like we've talked about the Knicks for the last couple of weeks because, well, they fired their coach and still haven't hired anybody because they don't have a plan, despite having the most success that they'd had in the last 25 years by going to an Eastern Conference Finals. The Toronto Raptors aren't a, rich in tradition team. Yeah, they had some fun years with Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, things of that nature. But this is the guy that brought you a championship And you are one of the teams that is a part of this stretch of 7 different champions in as many seasons in the NBA. Wouldn't you want to hold on to that guy and see what his plan is? Because
you would think, yeah.
You took a big swing when you went and got Kawhi Leonard, just fully realizing you're not going to get anything really in return for him. You're not going to be able to, and after Kawhi leaves, we're going to have all these picks. So you have to be patient with him. So then to fire him after the draft, how are you letting this guy make picks and then less than 24 hours going, this is going to be somebody else's mess to clean up? That just makes absolutely no sense to me and reeks of a dysfunctional franchise.
Yeah, idle hands are the devil's playground, right? And I feel like they thought, we haven't done a whole lot over the past couple years, so let's change for the sake of making a change. Like, I don't think Ujiri was doing poorly at all. You know, look, you lose Kawhi Leonard, different things happen, you move, like it just kind of is what it is. The days of dynasties are trickling away. So it is worded as parted ways, right? There was a year left on his contract. Maybe there's a possibility that Masai said, listen, give me an extension or let's end this whole thing. And maybe they said, okay, sounds like we'll just end it because we're not going to give you an extension.
Well, but then how do you still allow that guy to make picks for your franchise? Hey, you can still continue to map out the future of our franchise. But then we're good. Like if you had that conversation, unless that conversation somehow happened at like 5 a.m. Eastern this morning, then how are you still allowing him to make your draft picks? And
they were in too deep. That's what they were in too deep. They were like, you know what? We made this decision. His board's already set. Let's just let him, do this last, this bit like ceremony, right? It was ceremonial, right? Let's let him go through the draft because I feel like when they made up their mind, it was just too late to switch. And now you make this move and you can start fresh because free agency is right around the corner.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense a little bit there because you want to be able to, be active and make trades. And like Toronto has always been mentioned as a secret place for some of these bigger superstars because it seemed like Ujiri really wanted to get one of those. Like you heard whispers, I'm in Milwaukee and still not quite sure. It seems like Giannis is going to stay. Maybe he doesn't. But the Raptors were always a team of, oh, man, Ujiri really has a pretty good relationship with Giannis. So I guess you're just punting on any sort of opportunity that you would have should Giannis Antetokounmpo become available, right? Like, wouldn't you at least want to ride it out to see if your team could get someone like that? Even if it's a 2% chance you could pull off a trade like that, wouldn't you at least want to wait and see? And how quickly are you going to be able to hire someone? Because as you pointed out, free agency is starting soon. It starts on Monday. It's not like you've got 3 weeks before free agency starts. No, free agency starts on the other side of the weekend.
Right, yeah. So you're going to have to figure it out pretty quickly. He's game night, so I'm Emmett Golden. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, and ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later. I can't wait. It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
The NBA draft has come and gone, and the biggest story is still Ace Bailey, the Rutgers guard who really let everybody know there were some places he wanted to go, some places he did not want to be, and he was drafted unexpectedly by the Utah Jazz. Let's hear from Brian Windhurst, ESPN senior NBA writer. He was on the SVP Sports Center, and he gave us the latest on Ace Bailey and the Jazz.
He very clearly was trying to guide himself to certain places in the draft, and he very clearly didn't have Utah on that list. Now, Jonathan Givony reported earlier that at least one of the teams in the top 5 was told, and maybe more than one, but we know at least one was told, if you draft my client, he is not going to report. Okay, he did not go to Utah today. Walter Clayton, their other first-round draft pick, did go to Utah today. Now, the Jazz have said that's not an issue. They allow their new players to go home. But he will be expected to be there on Monday when their summer league training camp begins. So Let's see. But one thing I will tell you with confidence, Danny Ainge and his son Austin are not going to bend here. They are not going to get pushed around. They do not care with what this situation might bring. So the idea that they are going to pressure the Jazz into something I don't think will be successful for Ace Bailey and his operation. But let's see how the next 72 hours plays out.
Very interesting stuff, Gabe, that Ace Bailey did not fly with the other number one pick to go into town. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's something, but it definitely, made my antennas pop up.
It kind of feels like something, though, doesn't it? It feels like it's something, especially when, again, you pair the information together, like Wendy had said, a top 5 team had been told, hey, don't draft him, he's not going to show up. This is the same guy that told the Philadelphia 76ers, I'm good on a workout. And it just seems like he is getting the worst advice, because he might turn out to be a pretty good player, Emmett. Yeah. He might be able to be pretty good. But, the only player in this year's draft, to me, that had any sort of leverage would have been Cooper Flagg, because he's that good, right? Cooper Flagg is that prospect. He is that guy trying to flex some muscle the way that we saw Eli Manning do in the NFL all those years ago. Oh, I don't want to go there. I want to go here and be able to, have that authority. The Ace, again, going back to what we were just talking about with Toronto and New York in the NBA, these guys seemingly are getting fired and rehired in new places every other week. Yeah. So why would you want to risk your NBA career of upsetting maybe some executive that's not going to be with Philadelphia in a few years, but then if he has to negotiate a contract or he wants to sign you or you want to go there and now he's running the basketball ops of whatever team you want to go to and he's going, well, when you were coming into the league, it seemed like you thought you were this big. I don't know why you would want to upset and start off on the wrong foot of all these relationships. And Ace Bailey, look, I get it. The Jazz aren't a very good team, right? They haven't been good for a couple of years. I get it. But at the same time, this is how this works. You get drafted. You think that you're going to be a top 5 pick if you don't report to the Jazz and then re-enter the draft next year? No, everyone's going to see you being the way you're being and refusing to go play for the Jazz. You're not that type of player yet where you can be dictating terms.
Ace Bailey's agent, Omar Cooper, said to ESPN that every NBA team watched Ace work out in Chicago. He did 18 interviews. Everyone got his medical. They watched him run and jump. They got his measurements. No one said anything about Davion Mitchell when he canceled a workout with the Toronto Raptors. No one criticized Evan Mobley when he didn't work out with the Cavaliers, and they still drafted him. There's nothing uncommon about how Ace Bailey's pre-draft process was handled. I mean, just because you point to 2 other instances, that doesn't make it common. I think common is when 90% of people do things. When 2% of things go one way, that's not common. That's it's not. That doesn't mean everyone's doing it. Those things worked out. I'll speak to Evan Mobley being here in Cleveland. Yeah, word on the street was he wanted to get to OKC. Who didn't want to get to OKC? But he wasn't mad when he got drafted by the Cavaliers. So I don't mind guys having a preference. We all have preferences on several things in life. Food, cars, TV shows, radio shows. I'm sure Clinton Friends is high on the preference of many people, out there. So there's nothing wrong with having a preference, but you got to understand how much power you have and how much you don't.
Yeah, it's just a basic understanding of how the league works, and you're just not going to be able to dictate where you want to go, and just upsetting other teammates. Because now, if you're a veteran player, and I know they don't have a ton of veteran players out there in Utah. They're trying to rebuild this thing and get younger and do things that way. But when teammates are going to be looking at you, going, "Oh, is this guy actually going to report on Monday?" Do you want that question to be asked about you? That the way you handled your pre-draft process, now all the guys that you're going to have to play with are going, oh, is this guy actually going to show up? And then if you don't show up, do you want to start off on that foot? Where now everybody knows that you think you're better than everybody else on the team. It just seems like a really rough way to start your NBA career when you're not somebody who is looked at as being one of the few special guys at the top of a draft. I mean, even if you were a Cooper Flagg and looked at as this generational type of prospect, that's just a rough way to introduce yourself to a new team, to teammates that you're going to have to play a long season with and get along with. It just seems like he has handled it, to me, wrong at just about every single turn.
I think, look, the players run the NBA, and I have no problem with it. It is what it is. As a fan, at times it could be frustrating, but I don't have a problem with that. But it's typically players who have earned the right to make those decisions. The KDs, the LeBrons, the Giannis's, guys who have proven that they are the cream of the crop, top-tier players in the NBA.
But I would argue, even with that, Emmett, yes, this time around, KD ended up going to one of his preferred destinations, but he listed 3 teams. Damian Lillard's a top 75 player of all time. He made that list a couple of years ago. He didn't get to go to his preferred destination.
Yeah, that's true.
He wanted to go to Miami, and Portland said, not unless Miami offers us what we want. They didn't, and Lillard ends up in Milwaukee instead. So I would even argue that some of the owners and some of the front offices are trying to take that power back and get the best offer they can for some of these players.
True. Now, I mean, I think how would it have worked out if it was, I guess, if you had a guy go, I'm not going. And I'm talking about a guy who has won championships that just says, hey, I know they have the best, but I'm not showing up. I'm not showing up. I think you would be more understanding and go, okay, let's work this out to where everybody could be happy. When it's a rookie, like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what I'm coming down to. Even if we could debate on veterans, when it comes to rookies, you haven't done anything yet. And here's the problem. And I don't know if it's a problem. I'm just using the word problem. But here's the thing, I guess I should say. These young men are coming into the NBA after having a lot of power in college because of the portal, because of NIL. They can call their shots in college now. So they're doing it. No problem with that. But when you get to professional sports, you're not that same valuable item or prospect that you were in college, because in the NBA, they're probably a team full of guys better than you right now.
Oh yeah, because there's only 30 of these teams in college.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
you can try to bid all those. How many? 356? I think is how many college basketball D1 programs exist. So yeah, there are a ton of options. And again, you can just leave because NIL transfer portal has really given a lot of the power to the players in that instance. You don't have the power in the NBA draft. You got to go. Whether or not you think that is right is a completely different topic, because the fact of the matter is this is the way it is. And when a team drafts you, you got to report. You got to go there. And if you want to force your way out of Utah, and again, we'll wait and see if he shows up on Monday. But if he tries to force his way out of Utah, who's going to sign up and go, oh, yeah, we'll take Ace Bailey? Like, I don't know where his preferred destination was, but I doubt that team's going to come knocking and go, oh, yeah, we'll sign up for whatever is going on with him right now and bring him onto our team.
1-888-SAY-ESPN. That's 1-888-729-3776. Is Ace Bailey handling this right? We want to hear from you. Here's your chance to weigh in. Coming up next, how much impact did name, image, and likeness have on this year's NBA draft? We'll tell you that. But first, I'm going to tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer, with a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets. They make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run, thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
It's Gary and Randy today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus. Shohei Ohtani going deep again for the Dodgers, while Clayton Kershaw closing in on a milestone. The hurt get hurter. The Mets beat the Braves when they have lost a key piece of their starting rotation. That doesn't make sense. Plus, we've got the not top plays of the week. 2 top anchors, all that and more today on SC Plus, exclusively on Disney Plus.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function, without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hear that? That's the sound of change. The sound of you driving towards a cleaner, healthier future. Visit ComEd.com/EV to find tools and resources to help make the switch to an electric vehicle easier than ever, alongside valuable rebates for going electric. Whether it's a home vehicle or a business fleet, driving green can save you green. Charge into the future at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Before we start our regular program, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Dr. Clinton. Clint, if you're anything like I am, you'll spend your first week trying to figure out what all these buttons do.
Actually, in college, I ran the radio station.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Is Ace Bailey and his squad handling everything the right way? Is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Gabe Neitzel. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. We want to hear from you. 1-888-SAY-ESPN. It's 1-888-729-3776. Ace Bailey tried to control where he was going to get drafted. It didn't work. He's in Utah, and it's kind of up in the air. They don't know what to expect, if he's going to report on Monday or not. So we're asking you, is he handling this the right way? Let's go to our neighbors up north in Canada, where Mark is at. Mark, is Ace handling this right?
No, he's honestly not, because I've always found in professional sports, the minute that you say the nameplate on the back is more important than the logo on the front, you are about commas and zeros and not rings. And you're never going to make a decision for the rest of your career about the logo. It's always going to be about the nameplate.
Hey, we appreciate the call, Mark. It definitely comes across that way. There's also, Gabe, some kind of speculation, I'll say, that he was really focused on the city that he went to, not necessarily the team, that the city was important to him. And if you're like, I need to go to a city with a bumping nightlife and, you know, a lot of things to do, I think that is, again, majoring in the minor, right? Like, once you get to a certain level of wealth, you can make wherever you're at a party. Okay, I know Utah ain't known for crazy parties, but something tells me you can make a crazy party happen if you really wanted one.
Oh, if you really want to, yeah, you're right. And especially with the type of money you get, even with your first-year contract, you can make the party be just about anywhere. And it seems like this is a narrative, to me, Emmett, that has started to disappear outside of Miami. It seems like people still want to go to Miami because, well, it's Miami.
It's Miami,
but when you think of the way that, I'm going to use LeBron as an example here, the way LeBron is taking care of his body so he can play into his 40s, and the work that requires, like starting after the game and the rest that's required. It seems that these guys are just so into rest, recuperation, nutrition, taking care of their bodies the right way, that the city becomes less and less important, because you just want to be able to go and have a good training staff, go home and be able to have those things to make sure that your body's going to be ready for the rigors of an 82-game season. That's the way it seems like it's going for me. So the thought of the city where you live now in the NBA being that important, it seems like it's getting more and more kind of getting pushed into the background.
Yeah, do you want to have a good career or a good time?
Yes.
I think is what we're looking at here. 1-888-SAY-ESPN. Let's go out to Minnesota, where D is at. D, is Ace handling this right?
Ace is handling this perfectly correct. If you go to college and whatever you major in, get your degree in, you're then allowed to go and apply for different companies for a job. The NBA and sports in general has a, dare I say, a system that is not set up for that. People do have preferences to where they want to live. Try as we say that, yes, he makes all this money. Sometimes it's not truly acceptable for people of color, and we might try to make it like it is because we want to say that. And I don't know why he didn't want to go to whatever towns, and I don't agree with the other caller who just said that it's about the nameplate, it's about the money that they could get. The owners do that when they got to cut people, when they got to shift people to meet salary caps or do this or do that. Their interest is not for the player or the person at that time. It's for them. And so when a player does that, what seems to be the problem with that?
So, D, we appreciate the call. I'll say this about, the system. Because he's right. You go to college, you get to decide where you work. You don't get to do that in sports. But you know that from 8 years old. You are aware that if you pursue professional sports as a job, that you're not going to be able to decide where you want to play, at least initially. You understand that. So if that's a deal breaker for you, then you don't have to play basketball.
Look, whether or not you think that's fair, because, again, you and I go to school. We get to decide where we want to work. Whether that's a separate conversation. Ace Bailey knew that this wasn't going to change in the NBA from the time that he went to the Combine in Chicago to the last couple of nights when he actually got drafted by the Utah Jazz. That wasn't going to happen. The fact of the matter is, this is the way it works in the NBA and Major League Baseball and the NFL and the NHL and every other sports league that's out there. This is just how this works. And it wasn't going to change. So you have to accept that. If you want to play sports professionally, you have to accept it. Do I think it's particularly fair that you don't get to choose? No. But at the same time, it's entertaining for fan bases to have the draft. Part of this whole thing is entertainment for the NBA, for the NFL. And it's entertaining for the fans. It makes things a little bit more level where the bad teams get to draft the best players and have those early picks. So that's not going to be changing anytime soon. I can't imagine with the success that these teams have had with the drafts and putting them on TV and making them into revenue generating events, like they're not going to be changing this anytime soon. So whether or not it's fair doesn't matter. This is what you have to deal with.
He's Game Night, so I'm Emmett Golden. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. Tune in to baseball action tomorrow as the Guardians host the Cardinals, presented by Progressive Insurance. Coverage begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. We are joined by Nancy Armour from USA Today. She's a sports columnist. Nancy, thank you so much for joining us. We have seen a boom in WNBA franchise values recently. What do you think has been the main force behind, the kind of the surge in the value of these teams?
Hi, guys. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on today. I think it's a combination of factors. Obviously, Caitlin Clark has been a huge draw. But even before Clark came in the league, we were already seeing rising interest. Ratings were up. You had people lobbying for expansion. You had more sponsors getting involved. And then Clark comes along and just kind of pours, gasoline and everything just explodes. So, I think, and I don't want to say that men's sports have topped out, but if you are somebody who's looking to put money into sports, the opportunity for growth in women's sports right now is much larger than it is in men's sports, and it's cheaper to get in. So I think all of these factors together have just created this, wonderfully perfect storm.
So it's good to see all of these things, right? The prices going up of these franchises. You mentioned the ratings are going up. However, player salaries, that's something that hasn't gone up. Is this something that's going to change? When's the CBA going to be negotiated? When's the TV deal going to be up? Because it seems that the TV money that all these sports leagues get is directly then tied to how much money the players end up making.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, the TV contract kicks in next year, and it's a massive one. It was negotiated in part or alongside the NBA's new deal, which, that is a whole other can of worms, because there are some people who think that the contract, even as big as it is undervalued. But the collective bargaining agreement is up at the end of this season. The players opted out a year early, and they've made it clear that they want larger salaries. Right now they're getting a little less than 10% of the league's revenues. And when you look at every men's professional sports league, they're all around 50%. That's a huge gap. And, you know, the misperception is that W players are asking for LeBron money, and that's not the case. They're just asking for a fairer share of the pie. And I think the W recognizes that. Kathy Engelbert has said she knows that salaries need to go up, that that better economics are needed. How much the W is going to give them, that is, I think, going to be the sticking point, because I think the players want to get as close to 50% as they can. And like I said, when you look at other leagues, they're not wrong to ask that.
She's Nancy Armour, sports columnist for USA Today. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Gabe Knight, so it's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. Nancy, could we see in the near future a work stoppage? And if we do, would that do more damage than good?
Yeah, yes. The first answer is yes. We could see it. The players have said that this is a pivotal contract, and they're not going to take less than what they feel they deserve and what they've shown they deserve. Work stoppages, I don't think they're ever good for anybody. If you look at maybe the NFL is about the only one that survives or has survived without significant damage or, bouncing back very quickly. There's always a carryover effect, and you are going to lose some fans. I think both sides are cognizant of that, and I think both sides really want to avoid that. So, like I said, but the players are firm and that they want more, and the league recognizes it. So I hope that people are smart enough that they can get something done.
Well, in those negotiations, what's something the league is going to want from the players? Again, because you have the negotiations back and forth, and I feel like you can kind of identify them if we start talking about an NFL CBA or baseballs that's going to be coming up here soon. So if the players are going to be asking for a bigger piece of the pie, what are the owners going to want in return?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, it could be just how the revenues are defined or what the players are getting is defined. And Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner, at one point mentioned something about the charter flights, which were obviously a huge issue. They were finally brought in for the entire season last year. That was a big deal. Is the W going to want to count that as part of the players' earnings or, part of their compensation? Are they going to want to count other support services and amenities that the players have? Or are they going to look at things like, you can't play overseas, or you have to be in your market X number of months out of the year, X days out of the off season. I think things like that will probably be more what the league is looking for. But, like I said, I think the league recognizes that there's a pretty significant imbalance now. And I think it's more a question of the number and how that number is figured out in terms of getting the two closer together.
Nancy, it's obvious when people buy teams, they want to make money and make a profit. I understand that. But how important is it for these owners to want to grow, for the league to grow? And I feel like having owners with the right agendas and, not just worried about every dime, how important is ownership in making this all work out and, kind of coming to an understanding on this?
You are speaking my language. And it's true. I mean, we have seen, and this has been the big change in the league, is that in the last, I'd say 5-6 years, we have seen owners who get it. They're not treating their teams like charity projects, like pat the little girls on the head and, oh, great, you have a place to play and isn't this cute? We have owners who recognize that there's money to be made here. And, I go back to Mark Davis, who has, his entire life has been spent in the NFL. And when he bought the Aces, yes, he's a women's basketball fan and has been for a long time. Al Davis was a women's basketball fan. But he looked at this and said, I can make money here. And he has treated his team accordingly. Has he splashed out a lot of money? Yes. He built the first purpose-built practice facility for a women's basketball team. He tried to, there are questions about some of the bonuses that the players have gotten, but he's recognized that in order to make money, you have to spend money. And we're seeing that with all of the new owners now, Clara and Josiah in New York, the group in Seattle, clearly the group in Golden State, which is, they're 2 months into their inaugural season and their valuation is already at $500 million, which is a record for a women's sports team. So yes, it is important to get these owners. And, frankly, there are still some teams who have owners who don't get it. Connecticut, Chicago. I think there are strides being made in Atlanta and Dallas. But, yeah, you're either going to have to get with the program or the league is going to pass you by.
So is that a competitive disadvantage? Because the Liberty being valued at $450 million, it's a warning shot, right? So how critical is that owner investment then? Or is it just, again, we see this in every other league as well, where teams just don't want to invest in their players and they finish at the bottom of the league every year.
Right, and we're seeing that, with free agency. Chicago won a title in 21, and I think by 23 or 23, I think, all of their players or the core of that team was gone, and mostly by choice. Why? Because the team wouldn't invest. Where did those players go? They went to New York. They went to Phoenix. Where else? Places that were willing, Seattle, they went to places that were willing to invest in their players, invest in their team. If you want to keep owning a team and being happy with scraping the bottom of the barrel, fine, but you're leaving money on the table. And I never understand this, but if you just put in, you don't even have to put in a ton of money, and you should, but just like a practice facility, first class training, support people, like all of that makes a difference, and you will see it in your bottom line.
She's Nancy Armour, USA Today sports columnist. Nancy, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thanks, guys. It was fun.
Yep, great stuff there by Nancy. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Gabe Neitzel. This is Clinton and Friends. Coming up next, we'll take more of your calls. Is Ace Bailey handling this right? And the role that NIL was playing in professional sports. Now, that's straight ahead on Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This Sunday on ESPN Radio, it's a free agency frenzy. Join Tim Bontemps and me, Evan Cohen, as we get you ready for a wild free agency season in the NBA.
You're going to see some people move some places that could potentially trigger other deals that become fascinating.
NBA free agency frenzy Sunday, 5 to 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menard's Food Drive.
Simply head to Menards. Place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. For my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Being a caregiver for a family member can be very rewarding. It can be very challenging, too. Besides taking a physical and emotional toll, it can also take a real financial toll, especially if you're paying for home safety upgrades, covering medical expenses, cutting back on hours at your job, or having to leave your job altogether. In some states and in certain situations, you may be eligible to get paid for the care you provide, but finding reliable information about caregiver compensation can be overwhelming and very time-consuming. The AARP Foundation Paid for Care Hub can help. It's a free online tool developed with support from United Healthcare, where you can search compensation programs, explore your options, and get answers to frequently asked questions. Find out today if it's possible to be compensated for the time, effort, and care you're providing. Visit paidforcare.aarpfoundation.org to learn more.
Hey, I'm your mountain bike. Been a minute since we hit the trail. Why not roll me over to Goodwill? Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. And that keeps us all moving. Donate today. On your left. To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you miss a show
or an interview
on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Perfectly good show. We're not going to change it one iota. Only a fool would listen to the opinion of every Tom, Dick, and Harry. I liked everything about it. On the other hand, it's good to keep an open mind.
Clinton and Friends. Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Will NIL benefit the pro teams? This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Gabe Knight, so we'll discuss that in just a minute. But we also still want to hear from you. Ace Bailey got drafted by the Utah Jazz, was not the place he wanted to go to as he tried to control where he got drafted. It didn't work. And now we don't know if he's going to show up on Monday when the Jazz are expecting him. So we're asking you, did Ace Bailey play this right? 1-888-SAY-ESPN, 1-888-729-3776. Let's go down to Kentucky where Carlos is at. Carlos, is Ace playing this right?
No, he's not playing it right. And the situation is, I'm going to ask you guys to help me out. This is my opinion, okay? he's not handling this the correct way. And I don't know who's advising him, but he don't realize just how fortunate he is to have the opportunity to play in the NBA, number one. Number two, on top of this, what happened to earning your keep, paying your dues, okay? If you're a veteran ball player and you've earned your keep, fine, okay? You get to choose where you want to go. I have no problems with that to a certain degree. But this young man haven't scored a point, haven't passed a ball, haven't stolen a ball, haven't done none in the NBA, and he already wants to put demands in where he wants to go play basketball. From my understanding, he wanted to play with the Washington Wizards. Okay. I want a house on the Richmond Riviera, okay? But I got to earn that.
Hey, well said. We appreciate the call, Carlos. I do believe we're seeing one of the, for lack of a better term, bad things about the NIL situation, right? Because in college, a guy like Ace Bailey, he can walk into the coach's office and go, what are you going to do for me? If you don't make me happy, I'm going somewhere else, because that's the type of power these young athletes have. And I don't have a problem with it. But that you don't have that power when you get to the NBA, and it seems like Ace is trying to carry that over. And NIL don't exist in the NBA, big homie.
I understand that you want to end up in a great situation for you. Right? Because you take a look around, regardless of the sport. I mean, think of last year and everything that Caleb Williams had to go through because the Chicago Bears were a dumpster fire of an organization, didn't realize that they should have fired their head coach and GM before they even drafted, and just start fresh with everybody on the same page. They didn't do that. And they lost a year of Caleb Williams' development because of it. That's happened so many times in the NBA as well, where they're changing head coaches. They're landing in a situation that's good for you, where you can connect with the head coach and learn and grow. Can be such an advantage. So I understand wanting to do that. But if you're a good enough player, you can also rise above that and become a free agent in a couple of years and then dictate where you go in the best position for you. That's how it's set up in the NBA. I understand it seems like Ace Bailey doesn't like that he wants to dictate the way he was able to in college. That's just not the way it works in the NBA. And the sooner that he accepts that, the sooner it's going to be better for him in terms of showing up.
I understand why Evan Mobley when he was coming out, wanted to play for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I understand that. Now, the Cavaliers said, we don't care, we're drafting you anyway, and it's worked out. He's Defensive Player of the Year last year. It's worked out. But I understand going, you know what, I like what they're doing in OKC. I want to get there. But Washington? You want to go to Washington? It's not for basketball, you know?
That is the most unserious franchise in the NBA. Everything they do is unserious. That is the last place you should want to go if you want to develop your basketball skills and be relevant in the NBA.
So I think this is one of the unintended consequences of NIL, but there may be a plus. There may be a good thing about NIL, especially when it comes to pro sports. Our own Myron Metcalf tweeted this out just the other day when, kind of talked to the fact that there weren't a lot of early entries into the NBA draft this year. It actually was the lowest since 2015. And Myron's reaction is, and he tweeted this is the real NIL story. Guys knowing they don't have to turn pro to make money. Top earners in college basketball making money comparable to late first-round picks. Players getting more time to develop. This is a great thing for everyone, teams, players, coaches, and the NBA. This matters. And I agree with Myron. This is how it should be. Remember when they allowed high school players to go to the NBA? Now, there were players that deserved to go straight to the NBA. The KGs, the Kobe's, the LeBrons. Right. That made complete sense. But, Gabe, there's a whole lot of guys who we don't even remember their names that came out of high school and crashed and burned.
There's one name. There's one name. You can think of it. Who is it?
To me, I go Desana Job is what I think.
Oh, you go there? I go Sebastian Telfair. Sebastian Telfair is always the first one that comes to my mind because he had so much hype. I think he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and Bassie did absolutely nothing in the association. But that's always the one I think of.
And those are two names that we know. I'm telling you, there are probably
so many
40 names of guys that entered, didn't even get drafted, or really just kind of fell out of the league immediately. So to Myron's point, you stay in college longer, even the one and dones. A lot of times you were drafting guys in the NBA because of potential, and now you will probably still do that, but they'll be a better product when they get to the NBA now.
And what I'm really curious to see if the NBA does change at some point in terms of the NBA draft. Because, as you mentioned, guys are staying longer. They're able to develop, as Myron pointed out in his tweet. And that's the way it used to be, like back in the 80s, early 90s. And these guys, because their skills were developed, were able to contribute right away. The rookies that are able to contribute right away are so few and far between. Like Cooper Flagg, everybody believes he's going to be able to contribute this year. But otherwise, you got to be like Zachary Riesouche, who was the #1 overall pick last year for the Hawks. The Hawks were just so bad, so he gets to play, but he's not very good because he's still developing his skills.
Right.
And it seems like teams then just go, oh, you're young, you've got a lot of raw tools, let's see if we can develop that. And I'm curious, especially with the two teams that just were in the finals and how young they were, and now you're going, okay, we need young, controllable assets. How do we get those? Oh, through the draft. Did teams start drafting some of these guys that have a little bit more development, that can contribute right away and don't need as much seasoning the way that even somebody like Cade Cunningham? How many people were ready to give up on Cunningham in Detroit until this last year when he exploded into an all-star and the Pistons became a legitimate playoff team in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I think it's better for college basketball. I think it makes college basketball more entertaining, guys hanging around. And I think you're just not hoping anymore when you draft players in the NBA, because a lot of times one or two guys you knew, all right, this guy's going to be good, and then there were a whole bunch of other guys like, I hope so. His measurables are sweet. He had, he had a good week in college, so he's game night. So I'm Emmett Golden. This is Clinton and Friends. Coming up next was the future of Giannis. That's straight ahead.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Are you ready to take charge of your finances? Want to move your homeownership journey forward? At NHS Chicago, we're here to help you do just that. We offer next-level classes, free expert-led workshops designed to help you go beyond the basics. It's all here at nhschicago.org. Learn how to boost your credit, understand estate planning, dive into real estate investing, keep your home in great shape with maintenance know-how. NHS has classes on these subjects for you and so much more. Our Next Level series is perfect for homeowners, future buyers, and anyone ready to build long-term financial security. Classes are available both online and in person to fit your schedule. It's time to invest in your future with knowledge that pays off. Register now. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org. That's nhschicago.org/education. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
We've all learned since childhood that the only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe that injured people are being bullied every day into accepting lowball offers from insurance companies. Here's how it happens. When a claim is filed, the insurance company looks to see which law firm is representing the claimant. A simple search tells them whether or not that law firm has a history of taking cases to trial. Think about it. When insurance companies see lawyers that rarely, if ever, take cases to trial, they know the lawyer is afraid to try a case. So why would they ever offer them top dollar? On the other hand, when lawyers consistently fight for their clients by taking cases to trial, insurance companies are left with no choice but to offer them top dollar settlements sooner and more often. Over the past several years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a plaintiff's law firm that has taken more cases to trial than the Verdoliak Law Group. If you want a law firm that's been standing up to insurance companies and trying cases for over 50 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit. Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. The Schaumburg Boomers are bringing the heat. This Friday, June 27th is Jurassic Ballpark Night with post-game fireworks. Saturday, June 28th, score a Tasmanian Devil bobblehead. And stick around for another fireworks show. Then the big ones. Fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th. And a Drone Plus fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Carmen Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, or are they just going on the term tush push? That doesn't sound very posh. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I love the intro music that's played at the top of hours on this show because it reminds me of a John Wick fight scene, right? I just I hear it and I could just see John Wick and I get excited. I'm in the action.
It's dark. couple of lights are flashing here and there.
You know, like it's awesome. I love it. I love it. These game nights, so I'm Emmett Golden. We are the Friends. Clinton is on assignment. You can listen to us on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM, Channel 80. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. The draft is over. We're right around the corner from free agency, and we know the NBA typically has a very active offseason. And you know what, Gabe? You're out there in Milwaukee. A lot of folks are going to be focusing on the future of Giannis. Do you think he will be in Milwaukee next season?
I do. It just continues to feel the longer that this goes and the more silence we have. I mean, Doc Rivers has come out and said that, hey, Giannis wants to be here. And Doc, is going to be the coach for the Bucks still next year. So it feels like to me he is going to be in Milwaukee. He is in Greece right now, working out with his brother, Thanasis, who's been on the team previously, and then even some younger members who are under contract for the Bucks. 3 of them are out working with Giannis in Greece. To me, those are actions of a guy who is planning on still being in Milwaukee for the 25-26 season, because why would you want to work with the younger guys that might not actually be your teammates come this fall? So right now it seems to me that all signs are pointing towards Giannis still being a member of the Milwaukee Bucks.
So I said something, I don't know if it was a month ago, a little while ago. People accused me of throwing out a hot take. I didn't think it was that hot. It was about, matter of fact, Myron Metcalf asked me, as a Cavs fan, I'm here in Cleveland, I cover the team, I'm a fan of the team, would you trade Evan Mobley for Giannis? And I was like, I wouldn't do it. You even text me and said I was crazy.
I did.
Now, yes, you did.
Well, because the part where it went off the rails, I understand you want to stand up for your guy. He fits with your team. You don't want to blow up because clearly the Cavs are building something. I know the season didn't go the way that the Cavs were hoping in the second round, but they're building towards something, and the addition of someone like Giannis could throw that off. The part where I thought the take got really hot is when you were like, well, what if he's as good as Giannis? Like, that is, like, you just don't appreciate how good Giannis Antetokounmpo is, right? Like, that's what you're telling me.
Maybe I'm playing him a little short. I think he's great. I do think he's a great player. I think Evan has that potential. He's not there yet. But let me ask you this. If that trade went down, how would it go over in Milwaukee? Would people be happy to get Evan Mobley?
No, I need more. Okay. Because like you said, Evan's not there. Like, I need Evan Mobley, and obviously salary-wise, they would need to add, like another player just to make salaries work and that sort of thing. But I would also need future draft picks because, again, as good as Evan Mobley is, he ain't Giannis. And I don't think he's ever going to be Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, Giannis very quietly the last 2 years became the only player in NBA history to score 30 points per game on 60% shooting. Nobody had ever done it before him, and now he's done it in back-to-back seasons because, well, the Bucks as a team have underperformed, especially in the postseason where they've been bounced in the first round each of the last 3 years now. So that kind of gets, swept away. But Giannis is undoubtedly one of the 3 best players in the league right now. He finished 3rd in MVP voting. So the problem with, as I continued to look at the landscape and we see trades like Kevin Durant. Okay, Durant didn't go for as much as a lot of people thought because, well, the Suns didn't have leverage. The Suns completely played their hand wrong. But then you see someone like Desmond Bane go for 5 first-round picks because the Magic decided, hey, we're a Desmond Bane away from being really competitive in the East. So if you're going to convince yourself that Giannis is going to make you a championship contender, the Bucks weren't going to sell him and give you a deal on arguably the best player in Bucks franchise history. So wherever Giannis would go, that team would be gutted, and he'd be in a similar spot of, oh, well, now how are they going to build a team around me because they don't have any assets because a lot of those assets just had to go to Milwaukee to acquire me. So I think Giannis has kind of looked at the landscape like that and going, all right, let's just see what happens here in Milwaukee if they can turn the Damian Lillard contract into anything either this year or next season and try to figure things out that way. And that's why I think that's a big reason he's staying in Milwaukee, because the asking price, I would imagine, if somebody had called John Horst, Bucks general manager, this offseason, the asking price would have to be astronomical.
And the Eastern Conference is wide open this year. So, if teams are interested and they want to make a run, they could do it. Some might ask, what moves can the Bucks make? Well, Brian Windhurst, ESPN senior NBA writer, answered that question.
If you look at the Eastern Conference, you could make a case that if they are able to bring their core players back, re-sign Brook Lopez, retain Bobby Portis, retain Gary Trent Jr., and find a point guard that can fill in the gap until Dame Lillard hopefully comes back late in the season, you could make an argument that they could maybe get up into that top 6 and give themselves a chance as they look at other teams in the East struggle with injuries.
Yeah, everybody's just about in it in the East. Dave.
And that's really interesting to me because that would be almost a pivot, because it's felt like to me here in Milwaukee that Brook Lopez, as great as he has been for the Bucks and he's redefined his career, it's always felt like the Bucks want to try to get younger, and Brook Lopez just doesn't fit that. The idea of again, Brook is fantastic. I love Brook Lopez. He just doesn't fit what the Bucks want to be anymore. I look at this still as a gap year for Milwaukee because finding a way to compete. This is what the Celtics are doing right now. And granted, it's with their best player, not their second best player, with Jason Tatum. But we see them selling off pieces going, okay, how can we reconfigure this so when Jason Tatum comes back, we can still be competitive? For the Bucks, it's, okay, yeah, we still have Giannis, but a third of our salary cap is occupied in a mid-30s player who's coming off an Achilles injury. And because of his age, I just assume Damian Lillard's not going to play this year, at all, because it's going to take him a little bit longer than somebody like Jason Tatum or even Tyrese Halliburton, who are in their 20s to recover. So I always look at this as kind of a gap year of, okay, the Bucks try to play as many young players as they can, try to get them comfortable with Giannis, so then the following season, maybe they turn Damian Lillard's expiring contract, Kyle Kuzma's expiring contract, into something else that they can put beside Giannis while they try to develop their depth in 25-26.
East game night, so I'm Emmett Golden. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. So that's one of the things everybody will be focused on. The other thing is, who's going to coach the Knicks? The Knicks.
Have you gotten a call yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
I'm waiting.
all right.
I'm waiting to see.
Maybe this weekend. Maybe this weekend, Emmett.
Do you think they call or text people that they're interested in hiring as a head coach? Like, all right, Mike Brown, do you think they shoot Mike a text like, hey, Mike, you got a couple minutes to talk? We might be interested in that. Or do you actually talk to him on the phone?
I think they actually call. I think they're picking up the cell phone, they're dialing the number, and I think they're actually calling. Because especially with as many scams are out there with the text messages, like I don't know how many work from home messages you get. Hey, great career opportunity to work from home. I don't know how many of those scam text messages you get.
Yes.
But I think if I'm Mike Brown or Taylor Jenkins, I think I would feel safer that I'm not getting scammed by somebody if I actually got a phone call and talked to some representative of the New York Knicks.
Now, I wouldn't be a good GM because I hate talking on the phone. Like, if I call you, if you ever look at your phone and you see a call from Emmett Golden, it's either some great news or some terrible news, right? Because if it's just anything random, I'm texting. I'm telling you, I'm texting. I've done a show with Gerard Cherry, who we both know. He's on ESPN Radio as well, 3-time Super Bowl champion, one of my best friends. I've known him for 15 years. I've probably called him 3 times.
In 15 years, that's it.
Yes. My brother, recently I was talking about this. My brother works at ESPN Cleveland now as a part-timer. And this is my brother. I've probably had 2 telephone conversations with him. You know, I'm a texter, man. I don't know. If you call me, I'm going to be like, what's up, Gabe? And then you're like, nothing, man. I'm just chilling. I'll go, okay, what? That's what
anytime my wife is exactly like you, I mean, she will always text. And if I have to call her for something, that she answers the phone confused. Hello? Just like, why? Like, you can just hear the tone, like, why on earth are you calling me? I'm sure a text would have sufficed. Like, that is basically what she is saying by putting a question mark at the end of the word hello.
Right. I don't know, man. I don't mind as long as we're talking about something. All right? Like, if there's something we need to talk about.
You don't want to shoot the breeze.
No, I'm not shooting any breeze, all right, with anybody. All right? We can casually text, okay? We don't need to, I'll talk about the weather on the phone. There's just, to me, there's no need for that at all. So I wouldn't be a very good general manager, but the Knicks, they got to find a head coach. There's some guys out there, some names, Mike Brown, Taylor Jenkins, James Borrego, Micah Nori is another one. Do you think they get a guy from this list, or could it be a surprise name?
The longer it goes on, I made a prediction that I thought Jason Kidd was still alive in this, and I know Dallas continued to say, hey, Jason Kidd's going to be our coach next year. He was a big part of the Cooper flag. When we talked with Cooper as we got ready for the draft and obviously taking him on Wednesday night. But there's just a part of me that thinks that Kidd is still somehow alive for this job, because I don't think he allows his name to get out there, because that was the first name, right? Right away in New York was like, oh, Jason Kidd. So it made me think that, okay, there had been some back channeling there, that the Knicks were pretty sure that they could get Jason Kidd, and maybe they're still continuing to work on that, which is why they're talking to Mike Brown and Taylor Jenkins. They're just spinning their wheels until they can figure out whatever it is they can to get Jason Kidd to New York.
Yeah, I think it comes from, I believe it comes from this list, but I don't know how much of an impact. Like, are any of these guys better than Tibbs? I don't think so. And that's not because I think any of these guys are bad. I think at best they're probably equal to Tibbs, because let's be honest, in the NBA you have great coaches, right? Your Steve Kerrs, Eric Spoelstra, you have your great coaches, guys that have been with franchises forever, and then you got some good coaches, and those dudes just get shuffled all throughout the NBA. Over and over and over again. Here in Cleveland, I saw J.B. Bickerstaff, who I have a ton of respect for. Love J.B. He gets fired because he gets to the second round, and the Cavs say second round's not good enough. They bring in Kenny Atkinson. They win 60-plus games. They lose in the second round, And I think Kenny Atkinson is a good head coach, So unless you find a generational head coach, I don't know why you would have fired a guy like Tibbs, because he got you further than anybody has gotten you in the past 25 years. So now you're just going to find a guy at best that's equal to him.
And that's the problem with firing Tibbs, is because when you fire your coach, especially when you're a successful team, like when you're a team that's, operating in the bottom third and you're just constantly trying to find the right coach for the group of players that you have. But when you've had success and you get that far to an Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years, you have to have, to me, somebody in mind. Okay, hey, this is the guy who's going to get us over the hump. This is the guy, and you have to go get him. And if you don't get it immediately, then it's like, okay, then why do we do this? So I understand having those thoughts after you lose in the Eastern Conference Finals of, okay, is there something that we could have done better coaching-wise? But if you can't back-channel that properly and almost immediately hire, then you're going to be made fun of for being incompetent, because that's exactly what the Knicks are doing, is you fired somebody, and now the list that you're looking at is at best, just as good as Tom Thibodeau. If not, some of these guys could be worse.
Absolutely.
Very well could be worse.
Yeah, I cover I love a soccer team called Tottenham Hotspur in the Premier League. If you people, they fired their coach.
I mean, if you follow him on Twitter, you're very familiar.
Yeah, they fired their coach. Less than a week later, they had a new one. You know what that tells you? They knew who they were going to get. They went and got him immediately. The Knicks, I think they were like, it'd be nice to insert coach's name here, but they didn't know if they could definitely get him, and that's a dangerous game to play. He's Gabe Knight, so I'm Emmett Golden. This is Clinton and Friends. Be sure to tune in to baseball action on Sunday as the Tigers host the Twins, little AL Central action. Coverage of Sunday night baseball begins at 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up next, we'll break down a player betting on himself and more when we go through quick hitters. Next is Clinton Friends on ESPN Radio.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's an AL Central NL Central showdown. The St. Louis Cardinals at the Cleveland Guardians.
Saturday is game day, yeah.
Coverage begins tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern with first pitch at 4:10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
In 1979, the first words spoken on ESPN weren't just an announcement.
If you're a fan,
they were a sports prophecy.
What you'll see in the next minutes, hours, and days to follow,
glad you're with us tonight,
may convince you you've gone to sports heaven. And right now, you're standing on the edge of tomorrow.
This fall, the next era of ESPN begins. Sports Forever.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Jesus apply in app only.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Kap and J Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Gabe Knight. So we are presented by Progressive Insurance. It's time for us to bring in our producer, Devin Kane, for some quick hitters.
All right, guys. First up, Austin Reeves, guard for the LA Lakers, declined a maximum contract extension worth $89.2 million over 4 years. He remains under contract for one more year and holds a player option for the 2026-27 season. He's betting on himself to potentially become an unrestricted free agent and command a larger deal in the future. He is coming off a career-best season, averaging 20.2 points, 5.8 assists, and 4.5 rebounds per game, and is considered a key part of that Lakers core. Gabe, let's start with you. Smart for Reeves to bet on himself like this?
Initially, my answer to this question is going to be yes, but the longer I just stare at $82.9 million on the screen, it makes me say no. Like, this was a maximum. like you could have had $89.2 million just going, hey, here's a nice guaranteed contract for you. I don't think he's going to become, an all-star. I don't think he's going to become, any of these other, escalators that they have in the NBA that's going to trigger something that's going to allow him to make more than $89.2 million. And I know the salary cap goes up by waiting a year, maybe the contract goes up a little bit. But what if you get hurt, then you don't get it? $89.2 million over 4 years. I think I would have said yes to that. I don't think this is smart for Austin Reeves.
Listen, Gabe, I'm blessed. And God, I'm not complaining. But I wish I could turn down $89 million. Come on, to be like, no, I'm good. Like, you know where you got to be at to turn down $89 million? I'm a bad negotiator. I said it yesterday on this show. I would have taken it, but I'm praying for him, and hopefully it works out.
All right, next up, former Florida head coach Steve Spurrier has expressed skepticism around the hype surrounding Texas quarterback Arch Manning, questioning why Manning didn't play over Quinn Ewers if he's truly as good as advertised. Spurrier pointed out that Ewers, despite being a seventh-round NFL draft pick, started every game and led Texas to consecutive college football playoff appearances, posting strong stats and a 33-10 record as a starter. Emmett, thoughts on Spurrier throwing shade at Arch?
I mean, it might be shady. I look at it as maybe he's being objective, a little bit, because it is true. How many times do you have a great quarterback that's better than your starter and you go, nah, man, we're just going to leave you on the bench? So I understand why he would ask that question out loud. I'm interested to see what Arch does. Everybody's going to be keeping an eye on him as soon as he touches the field.
I mean, this is a situation where, this is kind of old school, isn't it? It's kind of a throwback a little bit of, hey, you've got a quarterback that you have. You know he's good. You trust him. I think of, when Chris Leak was the quarterback of Florida. Tim Tebow was really hyped up when Tim Tebow came into Florida, won the Heisman Trophy the following year as a sophomore after Leak left, and they won a national championship. I think this is kind of the same situation. You had a quarterback that you knew, you trusted, you allow the young guy to rest or to sit there and develop, and then when it's his turn, he can step up. So this was interesting because I thought that Spurrier would like the old school nature of a kid sticking around and waiting his turn.
All right, next up, Kansas City Royals shortstop Bobby Witt Jr. has announced he will play for Team USA in the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Witt, 25 years old, will join Yankees star Aaron Judge and Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens as early MLB commitments to the roster. Witt previously played a reserve role for Team USA in the 2023 WBC, which finished as a runner-up to Japan, but is expected to have a much larger role in 2026. Emmett, in terms of USA team sports, where does the World Baseball Classic rank for you? Like, how would you rank your USA sports?
So I guess the dream team is always going to be number one, right? I'm kind of with that. I get a lot of flack for all my soccer friends because the men's U.S. team, they're probably fifth if I'm going, down the chart. I'll put USA Baseball, World Baseball Classic third, and that's because USA Hockey, after seeing them in Canada throw down a bunch, around the All-Star break for the NHL, I loved every second of that. So I guess I'll put men's baseball third.
Man, I've got a lot lower than that. I got Ryder Cup ahead of it. I probably have USA women's basketball. USA women's soccer, because they're actually good compared to the men. Oh, although I will say this, when there's just even a hint of the men's team being good, like back in 2014, like the country goes crazy. The country goes crazy for the men's soccer team if there's a hint of them being good. I know everybody's worried about them in the World Cup coming up in USA, but I mean, the World Baseball Classic, I was excited when it started in the mid-2000s, but the longer it's gone, it's just tough to get into because guys can't pitch as long as you want them to. It's happening during spring training. The games are kind of inconsistent of when they happen. It's way down there for me. There are just so many other international competitions, including hockey, like you said, that I would also put in front of it.
All right, stay with me for this one. It's a little bit complicated, but we're going to go through it anyways. The NHL and NHL Players Association are in the final stages of agreeing to a 4-year extension of their collective bargaining agreement, which would run from September 2026 through September 2030. The proposed playoff salary cap is creating a lot of discussion because it addresses a long-standing and controversial loophole. Currently, NHL teams are only required to be salary cap compliant during the regular season, but not in the playoffs. This has allowed teams to place high salary players on long-term injured reserve before the trade deadline, using the freed up cap space to acquire additional talent and then activate those stars player before the playoffs, often resulting in teams fielding playoff rosters that far exceed the regular season salary cap. The discussion is heated because some see the change is necessary for fairness and competitive balance, while others worry it could complicate roster management and penalize teams dealing with legitimate injuries. Gabe, let's start with you. What do you make of the loophole? Are you in favor one way or the other?
This is a crazy loophole. I'm glad that they're closing it. Like every other sport, can you imagine in every other sport you just the salary cap is somehow different for the playoffs than it is during the regular season? I mean, from a chaos perspective, I absolutely love it. Like because it can create as a fan, like how is that allowed? How have they allowed it to go on this long? Can you imagine the NFL doing that? Well, during the regular season, you got to be salary cap compliant. But, if Mahomes gets injured and you want to add, some other large name free agent just for the postseason run, like baseball was basically doing this with the waiver trade deadline, which was a month after the regular trade deadline. And everybody complained about that and they closed that loophole. I'm glad they're closing this thing.
Nah, man, keep it open. Let's get crazy. I'm all about it. It's hockey. I'm not really keeping close attention to the playoffs anyway. So it works for me. It's game night, so I'm in the Golden. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. And ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This Sunday on ESPN Radio, it's a free agency frenzy. Join Tim Bontemps and me, Evan Cohen, as we get you ready for a wild free agency season in the NBA.
You're going to see some people move some places that could potentially trigger other deals that become fascinating.
NBA free agency frenzy Sunday, 5 to 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Time for us to bring in ESPN senior writer Andre Snellings. Dre, appreciate you joining us. We've been talking about it this morning. Ace Bailey, we know how wild that situation has been. Is he playing it right? Has he played this properly, I guess I should say?
I mean, he's not playing it the way that I would have advised him to play it because it feels like he's making himself into more of kind of a potential enemy of the state for the Jazz and just the NBA as a whole than I would have advised. Because coming into the league, right, is all positives. It's all good vibes. He's coming in. He's a consensus top 3 prospect. And then, you start saying, all right, well, I ain't going to interview with you. Nah, I don't mess with you. And then you get picked by one of those teams that you really wasn't messing with. And then, the optics of I've seen people sending around the picture of his face while he was shaking the commissioner's hand versus the faces of some of the players that were so happy they were crying. And overall, it just seems like not a good look. And he doesn't really have the type of clout coming in that, would have let him really shape his destiny. So I would have played it entirely different. I'd have said, whoever is picking the highest, pick me. I'm gonna play my best. Whoever, by going earlier in the draft, that's more money anyway.
Right.
The third pick, he would have got paid more than he does at 5, and way more than he would have at 8, which seemed to be one of the places he wanted to go. So, it's not how I would have did it, but it meant, like you said about that $89 million, I wish I was in a position where I could guide somebody on what to do for $40 million.
Right.
And so, I know I'm from the peanut gallery making my little comments.
Dre, and then we get the breaking news today out of Toronto that Masai Ujiri is out. The guy who runs their basketball operations. They allowed him to make draft picks over the last 2 days, and then they decide to fire him. Your thoughts on a championship-winning executive getting fired in Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, it seemed like the next step in the process, right? They've been firing championship-winning coaches right and left. It don't matter if it's the end of the season, you just coming up, So on that hand, maybe it's manifest destiny. Then the other way, the way you put it there, where you like they knew they was gonna fire him, but they let him do his picks. It seemed like you knew you was gonna fire me at 8 o'clock. Why you have me work the whole day and then fire me at 5 o'clock right before I was about to go home anyway? So all of those elements play in, but just on the whole, I always feel like Ujiri is one of the best in the sport at what he does. I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's some kind of contract dispute. I wouldn't have let that man go. I'd have figured something out because he's already put together a championship team in Toronto, and that's something that you never really heard in the NBA. Like, that wasn't a sentence that really made sense, but he made them a championship-winning town, and it sure seems like they're in the process of reloading, retooling. So I would have rather done that with him than without him. I would imagine that he's not going to not be a GM for very long, and I always do this I'm just serious type joking that I wrote the article on ESPN.com back in the day. They ran it twice, saying that the Raptors needed to trade DeMar DeRozan for Kawhi Leonard. And then about a month later, they did it, and they won a championship. So I'm still waiting on Masai Ujiri to send me my championship ring. And I don't know if the new administration will feel the same urge.
Something tells me they probably won't. And to your earlier point about they let homeboy work the whole draft and then fired him, I have told my bosses, hey, if you ever plan on firing me, just call me. Don't make me come in. You know, I had a boss like, no, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it to your face. I respect you already, big dog. I don't need you, to come in. Like, I
don't need that much respect. I respect you from my bed.
Right.
Where I can just go right on back to sleep.
Exactly. So Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper, the first and second picks of the draft, who's walking into a better situation?
Woo. Cooper Flagg is, I would have to say, is walking into a better situation. That's a good question. I think Dylan Harper's walking into a better situation because he's walking into a situation where he's going to be playing with the alien for the next, potentially next decade. Yeah. And we ain't never seen nothing like Victor Wembanyama. And so I would say that's probably a better situation on the whole because it's more likely that it's going to lead to multiple championships. The thing with Cooper Flagg that I like about his situation is he's coming into a spot where they plan for him to be the star, right? Like everything is going to be built around him moving forward from what we understand now. And that's not the same with Dylan Harper, who, by the way, I watch a lot of NBA basketball, right? I don't get to watch a lot of college basketball. So I had no idea until like draft night that Dylan Harper was the son of my favorite player growing up. Like, I was a huge Ron Harper fan. Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Ron Harper is from my hometown. He went to we used to go watch him play at the Miami of Ohio when he was in college. He went to a high school, Kaiser, that my mom used to teach at. And so on draft night, they like, oh yeah, by the way, this Ron Harper's son. I'm like, bro, y'all should have led with that. Like, that's big news for me. But yeah, the thing about his situation is the Spurs already have a lot of talent that in his role, right? They've got an all-star point guard. They've got a shooting guard that just won the Rookie of the Year. And so in that respect, it could be a little harder for him to fit in. And that's why at first I started to say, well, maybe it's Cooper Flagg. I mean, they had the better situation. But, man, it's hard to be a better situation than going to play with the alien in the NBA for the next 10 years.
We talked about Giannis because now the draft is over. We start focusing on free agency. Is Giannis actually going to be available? And Dre, you know I'm in Milwaukee, so maybe I got a bias where I'm saying, yeah, I think he's staying in Milwaukee. But do you think that Giannis is going to request a trade? And if he does, who's best suited to go out and get Giannis?
So, to me, I don't feel like he's any more likely to request a trade now than he was when this first came up like a month ago, right? Like, he knew the situation then. It's not like they looked up this week and was like, oh, snap, we got to re-sign everybody, and we don't have no cap space, and we don't have no draft picks, and oh, snap, did you say Damian Lillard's hurt? Like none of that's new information for him. So if he looked at that whole situation a month ago and was like, no, I think I'm going to stay here, then I feel like he probably feels that same way now. Here's the thing. He's won a championship already in Milwaukee, and there could be a tangible value among star players in playing your whole career for the same team. And if that's the case, then maybe he feels like it's not quite as desperate as, I think about when Kevin Garnett was in Minnesota, or, Dame Lillard in Portland, where you start getting in your 30s and you look it up like, yo, this ain't getting no better, and I've never got a chance to win a chip. I feel like, Giannis still wants to compete, but maybe he's looked at the math and said, we not really legitimately going to be able to compete this year, and maybe I'm okay with that if I believe we can compete starting in 27 and beyond. And I thought he might have wanted to trade a month ago, but when he didn't, I feel like it's not going to be no different now than it was then.
Let's stick in the Eastern Conference for a second. With all the injuries to some of the biggest players in the Eastern Conference, who's your early favorite in the East?
I have to laugh because I've been going around saying a team, but then I heard Fortenbaugh scoop me on it because he's been saying the same thing. As far as like safe favorites, I would say it's got to be the Cavs and the Knicks. The Cavs, because they're the one team at the top that, as far as we know, is returning everybody healthy and has their coach in place. The Knicks has all the talent, but as far as I know right now, I might be coaching them, so that's a little bit of a step back. But the real team I'm keeping my eye on is the Philadelphia 76ers, and that's the one that people. It wasn't that long ago, right, that the Mavericks and the 76ers were kind of battling for who's the worst, worst situation in the NBA. And, there was a, no, we just traded Luka. It's like, yeah, but all of our players are hurt all the time. Paul George has a podcast. But now you look up and it's like the Mavs had the number 1 overall pick. So they good. And the 76ers, it's hard to rely on Joel Embiid and Paul George being healthy, but they're not normally as injured as they were last year, right? Yeah. Like if you get a normal year from Embiid, if you get 58 games and he's going to be able to play at 80% in the playoffs, right? That's what he was for most of the last 5 to 7 years. If you get that Joel Embiid, if you get the Paul George that you got in the Clippers, which again was say 60 games, but he's healthy for the playoffs. And then, oh, by the way, you've got Tyrese Maxey, who is an all-star now. You've got Jared McCain, who sure looked like he was going to be the rookie of the year last year before he got hurt. And then now you add another lottery talent to it with a dude in Edgecombe that the comparisons were on draft night. They were all stuff like, yeah, maybe he a little Russell Westbrook mixed with Dwayne Wade. He sees himself as Anthony Edwards. I'm like, bruh, I'm sold. You know what I'm saying? But he wasn't one of the top 3 talents in the draft. I'm like, how? If these are the names you're comparing him to. So I just look at Philadelphia's situation and I'm like, they could very easily be competing for the Eastern Conference this year, which I don't think was on anybody's bingo card in, like, say, 2 months ago.
Yeah, Dre, I love that no one's ever like, this guy could be the next Anthony Bennett.
Right.
They never do that. You never hear that. Dre, great
Never
stuff
once.
as always, man. We appreciate you making some time for us today.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me.
There he is, Andre Snellings, ESPN senior writer. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Gabe Neitzel. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. Coming up next, Patriots owner Robert Kraft made a bold promise in 2025 when it comes to his Patriots. You'll find out what he said next.
It's Gary and Randy today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus. Shohei Ohtani going deep again for the Dodgers, while Clayton Kershaw closing in on a milestone. The hurt get hurter. The Mets beat the Braves, but they may have lost a key piece of their starting rotation. That doesn't make sense. Plus, we've got the not top plays of the week. 2 top anchors, all that and more today on SC Plus, exclusively on Disney.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
There are over 100 types of known cancer, and all are horrific. But cancer is especially cruel when it strikes a child. Though cancer is the second leading cause of death for children aged 1 to 14, it is far more likely to be misdiagnosed than cancer in adults. Some reports say that cancer misdiagnosis rates could be as high as 28% in the United States. However, to make matters worse, when correctly diagnosed and treated early, 84% of children survive and become cancer-free. Given that survival rate, a missed or wrong cancer diagnosis in a child is especially devastating. For almost 60 years, the Verdoliak Law Group has been helping families who have suffered the loss of a child due to medical negligence. To have the Verdoliak Law Group fight for you and your family, visit VLGlaw.com. That's VLGlaw.com. For help, call 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Select NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, sit with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Small businesses are the heart of America. Like you, these entrepreneurs started out with a dream and the drive to build a better life. If you have a small business idea to grow or challenge to face, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1964, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses. Today, they are the nation's largest nonprofit source of expert mentoring, resources, and education. Whether you're starting out, building back, or have worked at it for years, SCORE will match you with specialized mentors. Our thousands of volunteers provide the guidance and connections you need for free. Your success is waiting. SCORE is ready to help. Find a mentor today at SCORE.org.
In 1979, the first words spoken on ESPN weren't just an announcement.
If you're a fan,
they were a sports prophecy.
What you'll see in the next minutes, hours, and days to follow.
Glad you're with us tonight.
May convince you you've gone to sports heaven. And right now, you're standing on the edge of tomorrow.
This fall, the next era of ESPN begins. Sports Forever.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I don't have any hobbies, actually. This isn't a hobby. This consumes my entire life. A hobby is something you do on the side. This is not a side project. I'd say eating is my hobby.
Clinton and Friends. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Clinton gave his friends the key to his crib. It's myself and the Golden Gate Knights are with you today. We're presented by Progressive Insurance, and Patriots owner Robert Kraft made a bold statement. He made a promise, and this was on the Adam Schefter podcast. Take a listen.
Any Patriot fans that are out there, I can tell you I'm very excited about this upcoming season. The last 2 years were the worst years of my 31 years of ownership. We had to change that. We have a new coach in Mike Vrabel who is really connected with the players, who's doing great work. We have a young quarterback, a lot of great veterans, free agent veterans who came in, a great draft class. We're going to have fun this year, I promise.
So, Gabe, Robert Kraft promises that they're going to have fun this year. Are the Patriots ever been fun?
Ooh, that's a great question. Maybe in the mid-'90s they were kind of fun. You know, when they had Terry Glenn and Sean Jefferson and Drew Bledsoe had just a cannon arm and could throw it anywhere. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, they were fun when they had Randy Moss. Like, any team that has Randy Moss, it's, like, hard not to have, like, this coolness factor to it, especially when Randy's scoring 20-plus touchdowns. So they certainly had moments during the Brady era. I don't know if this team's going to be fun, though. Are they? Like, I understand the allure of Drake May. And I'm curious to see if he continues to grow as a young quarterback. But is Stephon Diggs really the answer to make this team fun? When was the last time Stephon Diggs was fun?
I'm just going to leave it alone.
Say what you were going to say.
No, leave it alone. I'm just, anyway, I don't know if they're fun, all right? I don't know if they're fun. Just don't let Stephon Diggs bring the party favors. That's all I'm saying. Just don't let them do that. I expect them to be better for sure. I definitely expect them to be better. The word fun is kind of what I'm hung up on. Now, I do think there will be some fun teams that could very well be bad teams. And, when I think of fun, I think of, like, the Jags. I'm not expecting a lot from Jacksonville. I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in Trevor Lawrence after the past couple years. Sure, but Travis Hunter, playing both ways, it'll be fun to watch him. So they might lose some games, but I think they'll be entertaining.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm concerned about Liam Cohen, and maybe I'm just hung up on the way he said the word Duval during his open presser. That was just creepy, it was more creepy than fun, right?
Yes.
I don't know if this guy's capable of having fun. What are we doing there? Honestly, the Giants could be fun this year. And I really like Malik Neighbors. I think with them going through some of the changes that they've gone through, I think the Giants could be a team that's, I don't have high expectations. I'm not expecting them to go and compete. The other three teams in their division have the potential to be playoff teams. So I'm not expecting them to go be a playoff team, but I think they could be a fun team that gives, other teams that they play some trouble because of some of the young, fun talent that they have.
Yeah. Another team I think about, the Panthers, with Bryce Young as he continues to grow and he got better last year. I don't know how many games that they'll win, but they'll be fun. And plus, Tepper, you never know what he's going to do, right? That's going to be fun.
That's a wild card.
Just keep your eye on the owner's box. You never know what's going to happen up there. So I think they could be fun too. And Gabe, this is why the NFL is king. Because you can be entertained even by the bad teams. In the NBA, you want to watch a bad team play basketball? No, it's not worth it. I love the NBA. I'll pass on the Hornets game.
I don't need to watch Wizards versus Hornets. I'm good.
At all. I'll watch Panthers, Jets all day. You know what I'm saying?
Thursday night, I need a streaming service. Don't care. Sitting down, I am locked in. I don't need to be flipping around. Why would I want to flip around? An NFL game's on.
I signed up for the whole year subscription because of it. So that's why they're king, because even in the markets where teams aren't very good, they're still entertaining just because we love football so much. I'll throw my Browns in there, Gabe, because I'm not sure exactly how many wins they're going to have. I'm a little more optimistic than the next person being from Cleveland. But they've got some good players. So, outside the quarterback position, they should be able to make some plays.
Well, and realistically, all you need is one player to make your team fun. Like Myles Garrett.
Right.
Is again, he is the only player that I have ever seen, and I've been watching the NFL for how many ever years now? I'm 39 years old. He's the only player on defense. When he went in motion, teams were following him. That's supposed to be the other way around. Not Myles Garrett's going over. Oh, we got to get extra blockers over there. That is fun to watch. So really, all you need is one guy to make your team a fun, watchable team, and give me a reason that even if it's a bad matchup on a Thursday night, oh yeah, but Myles Garrett could just absolutely wreck someone. Yeah, I got to watch this Browns game now.
Yeah, there was a moment where they tried to put two tight ends on the side of Myles Garrett. He switched sides. They went to the other side. Then he stopped in the middle, and they had to call a timeout. He's Gabe Knight. So I'm Emmett Golden. Coming up next, Joe and Q right here on ESPN Radio.
Carmen and you're coming up, wrapping the weekend. Bleck and Abdalla are back with me.
All right.
It's the
Hello.
Three-man weave, you guys.
Let's do it.
Let's do it is right. Cubs respond. Things got a little testy down in the heat in St. Louis yesterday. Towards the end of the game, we'll talk about that. Shota's return. Now a big marquee series against the first-place Astros. Interleague on deck. Kyle Tucker back in Houston. They expect a pretty big ovation for him tonight. So we'll talk about all that fun stuff. Plus, I know you guys got to react to it the last couple of days, but draft thoughts.
Sure, absolutely.
And a list, Immaculate Carm.
Let's get after
Mike
it.
North, it's Friday.
We got it all. I think we should
Summer
all
Friday, baby. Let's go.
It's a Summer Friday.
No one's here. It's just us.
Once again, here we go.
Three-man weave coming up at noon.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Oh my God, is this your house?
This is the humble abode.
Oh my God, it's so humble.
FX presents Adults.
You don't know your social security number?
No, I do. It's just my mom, knows the whole thing.
A new comedy about 20-somethings achieving zero anythings.
What is the worst that happens? I go broke. I can't pay my loans. I start an OnlyFans, but only you guys subscribe.
You can't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it on there, so sorry.
FX's Adults, Wednesdays on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hear that? That's the sound of change. The sound of you driving towards a cleaner, healthier future. Visit ComEd.com/EV to find tools and resources to help make the switch to an electric vehicle easier than ever, alongside valuable rebates for going electric. Whether it's a home vehicle or a business fleet, driving green can save you green. Charge into the future at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Yeah, Summer Friday, like Chris said. Here we go. Let's wrap the week. It's Carmen and Yurk, and Bleck and Abdalla are with me. So we'll three-man weave it. Every time the boys are in at this time, I just say it's all calls welcome Friday, too.
Let's
might
do
as
it.
well. You
We
guys
just
are
got yelled at, too.
Well,
I got yelled at
you
for
got
saying
yelled
no
at.
one was here.
Scolded. You were scolded.
Well, apparently, look, there are people here, but the people that are here are the people that are always here.
The big boss, Keith Williams.
Is always here.
He's always here. He also...
Nice backpedal there, Abdalla.
Listen.
As we were wrapping the tease...
Trying to dig my way out.
Kind of cowardly.
Abdalla dropped the line, nobody's here today. And our boss immediately, the mics went off. And he was
appeared.
like walking down the hall. He immediately appeared. And he goes, I'm here.
Well, then
and then he took a shot at our direct boss, Danny Zetterman, which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, it's a Friday. Danny works from home.
Wow, Abdalla, look at you.
Quotes.
I think Abdalla's just trying to get the rest of the afternoon off,
I think
Carm.
he is too. It was funny because last week we were at Pelican Harry's and you had made a similar type of joke, and when you said
that was me last week.
Yeah,
was me.
Well, when you guys said, you go like, hey, count how many teammates are there, and I was like, well, Sharfie's here, and I think maybe one other. I go 2. And then we were joking that nobody's working on Fridays. And literally, as we went to break, who comes walking through the door? But our boss, Keith Williams. And he goes, I'm here.
I'm here. Love it. It's
We've
great.
been busted twice in a week.
Oh, man.
By the big boss. But he is. He's always here.
Yeah.
To be fair, what was it? A week ago, there was the day after a holiday. And
that was last
legitimately,
week. Yeah.
it was the 3 of us.
Yeah.
We turned on the lights in the joint.
I wasn't here.
Oh, yeah.
Day.
You disappeared as well. It was Carmen.
That was one of the days it was off. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was one of the guys that was off. Yeah.
Yeah. That's so good.
So that's where we're coming
So
from.
Abdalla got busted. It's a feel-good Friday. We're getting you set for the weekend. And, yeah, like we can do Bleck and Abdalla all calls welcome since they're on now. We got
Always.
White Sox tonight. White Sox and Giants. Both our teams have interleague series this weekend. The Giants in town on the south side. And then the Cubs play one of the more, I guess you could call it marquee if you want to say that. I always hate saying that because like they play on the marquee network. But it's one of the bigger matchups of baseball's weekend. They're 2 first-place teams. They're tied for the 3rd best record in baseball behind the Dodgers and the Tigers.
Yeah. It's going to be on Fox. I can actually watch one of them.
Is tomorrow's game the Fox game? There you go. So you can watch one.
I can actually watch one of them.
We'll get to more of that later because it was funny that you say that because I was thinking on the way in today how I wanted to have a conversation with you guys about the Bulls and my inability to watch them this year. So we'll circle back to, hey, when am I going to get to watch the Bulls? I'll have to look at the national calendar and see because I did have a thought on that. I want to talk draft with you guys later, but we'll start with the Cubs. They go to Houston. They split the series with St. Louis. It is one of the bigger matchups of the weekend, and I think especially because a couple of the World Series guys that are on the Cubs right now, a couple of the Astros World Series guys are back in Houston. Obviously, Kyle Tucker more front and center, but Ryan Presley still appeared in like 50 games over the years during all of the great seasons the Astros have had. He pitched in 3 World Series for the Astros. Kyle Tucker played in 3 as well, and they each won one. And Jesse was telling us that they are planning something for both guys tonight, especially Tucker when he comes up for his first at-bat. So I'm sure he'll get a pretty big ovation. Tucker gone, Bregman gone, and they're still in first in Houston, guys. Some organizations just know how to do it and do it right.
Absolutely. And this weekend, I'm looking forward to the series. And the Cubs, the last 2 days, 11-0 2 shutouts against the Cardinals.
Is everything okay? Like, are we back?
Good question.
Like, are we okay, Cubs fans?
We talked about it yesterday. After the Thursday game or the Wednesday game, 8-0. It's like, all right, the offense showed up, and Boyd gave you a great outing.
Yeah.
He had Shota yesterday, and Shota looked fantastic yesterday. So you got 1-2 at the top. Could you still go find another arm to add to the rotation? I think so.
Yes.
But your offense is going to swoon a bit, but it seems like they're starting to come back around here.
Yeah, they're good. Their offense is good, and they can wear teams out, especially the top of the lineup, because they're too good and talented, I think, to go through like a lot of prolonged slumps. I think they're going to hit all year if they stay healthy. The top of their order is really, really good, and then the Shota piece of it is important to talk about. That's how you come back and make a statement after being on the IL for a long time. They sent Ben Brown down. They're still going to go out and add another starter. You're right, Chris. I think that's inevitable at this point. They're going to find someone somewhere. But Shota being as close to like a front-of-the-line guy as they're probably going to get unless they add Alcantara or somebody else of that ilk becomes available, he's going to have to do it without Justin Steele coming back. Is he capable of that? I think it's fair for all of us to question it, but he goes out most days and he does what he did yesterday, and that the Cubs are going to bank on that and lean into that without a doubt. I thought he was really good. And then there's also the back end of the bullpen, which maybe they have figured out with Palencia. And things got interesting yesterday. This was, I believe there was already a man on, too, as the Cardinals were trying to rally in the ninth. This happened late yesterday.
Inside at 101. Did it get him? Yeah, it did.
Rush backhand, and there's still some chirping going on out there. It's going to be a bad time for Tommy Hotovy to come out and refocus Palencia.
Wilson Contreras is a red ass to begin with. Of course, I'd be upset, too, if I got hit by 101. Obviously, Palencia is not trying to hit anybody. It is a three-run game in the ninth, and there's already a runner on. So there's no intent there whatsoever. That said, I get why Contreras was mad on a hot day. I'd be mad, too.
Well, Jesse suggested yesterday that Contreras was doing it on purpose to get into his head.
Maybe. I could see that. I could see it.
A younger player,
But Palencia pulled him out. Like, that was a great way to respond. In the chirping afterwards, it's like, all right, Contreras, move along, sir. You guys are swept. Calm it down to the side. I appreciate Palencia giving him a little bit back after getting out of the inning.
And you're not kidding. Like, you talk about, forget about getting your cage rattled. Like, he did the absolute opposite to get out of that little mini jam, and then this happened at the end.
Struck him out. Ball game. Cubs win. Palencia finishes it off.
Oh, and now words.
Love it. Yeah.
And benches are going to empty, but nothing's going to come of this. Jonathan Moda making his way all the way over to Wilson to try to play peacemaker and calling Mama, or somebody said, I got it.
The next Cubs card series, gentlemen, starts next weekend during the holiday weekend at Wrigley Field, a week from today.
It's going to be a great series.
It's going to be great.
And I love that the Cardinals are lurking, and I love that the weather's warm, and they face each other, 9 more times this season? And next weekend, they're right back at it. A little testiness at the end. That's great.
That's great.
That's summer baseball. I love that.
It really is great that it sets up for a holiday weekend next weekend here on the north side. That'll be the matchup. Cubs have a couple of big series still here before the break. They'll have the Yankees going into the break. They've got this interleague series against Houston. They'll have the Cardinals in town. And you're right, they are lurking. Just 4.5 back. The Brewers just 3 back.
They end the season with 3 against the Brewers, too. Not against the Brewers, the Cardinals. They get the Brewers.
At the very end of the year?
Yeah, very end of the year, they end with the Cardinals. They get the Brewers 7 more times, too. So, I mean.
It's a lot of division action still.
No, and that's good. Like, this should be a little tighter. Like, I don't mind that it's tightened up a little bit because, like, I think I said it to Chris yesterday that I know Cubs fans were on the ledge, but I think that this was actually a good thing that they struggled when they did, because if you're 8-9 games up in the division, we know this is a front office that is reluctant to, or an owner that's reluctant to spend money and add money now. But also, this is Jesse has said it. This is not like there's like one good starter out there to trade for. Chris Sale's not available.
Well, like especially now being hurt, right?
It's Alcantara, and that's it. And so, and other bullpen guys that you're going to add, and guys are going to take advantage, try to take advantage of the Cubs and ask for really high-priced guys in their farm system and say, hey, we want these guys? And it's up to the Cubs to make the decision. If they were 8-9 games up, they would say, no, we're good. We've got a good cushion. We're going to win the division. We're fine. Now that it's tightened up a little bit before the All-Star break, maybe they notice the weaknesses a little bit more and say, hey, maybe we do need to give up a couple of these high-profile prospects to get a starter. If the price for Alcantara starts going higher and higher, maybe we need to go and give up one of our guys because we have to make a run while we still can, and we need it because we're only, when they get to the deadline, they're only 2 or 3 games up.
Yeah, the race for Alcantara seems to be the one that everybody's going to zero in on here. Sale's not going to become available, and again, the rib cage injuries are those could be devastating. That really kind of muddies the waters. Yeah. Not that I don't think he's going to become available anyway. I don't know that there will be a true anybody with sort of like Alcantara's skins on the wall. I don't think anybody of that ilk's going to be available, even though he has struggled, or at least he did in the early stages of the comeback this year after the surgery. I think he's showing teams, if anything, that he can get back to some semblance of his old self. And that's going to be the arms race for that arm. And what are you going to be willing to give up? I don't think any Cub fan wants Cade Horton going anywhere, and I understand that. That's the only piece I feel like most Cub fans, and even the Cubs might be saying, he's off limits. Anybody else in our organization, in our minor league system, that is, could maybe be had. Horton's going to be the one that's a no-go, and he pitches tonight in Houston.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, it would be great if tonight he has a fantastic outing to string together 3 in a row from Boyd, Shota, and then if Cade could come out tonight against a good potent team. Astro lineup and have a good outing, I think that would really go a long way. And I wouldn't give him up either. I like the idea that you're building something for the future, and I wouldn't just try and go after that starting pitcher, giving up that prospect, knowing that you have him for an extended period of time to chase something, hoping that you could pull it off this season. I would rather see Cade Horton develop and be a part of this long term.
They've had a tough time with pitching, in terms of internally how they've developed it. That great run with those teams, that golden era of Cubs baseball was mostly built on buying low on Arrieta and just something clicking in an unbelievable way. You went out and you got John Lester, who the front office was already familiar with and had a relationship with, and they didn't develop him. John Lester was a finished product and a very develed product when he got here. And
you got the most out of Kyle Hendricks.
And you got that's another one that you went and you traded for, though.
Right.
And it was awesome.
But it was no guarantee at times that he was going to be an ace of a staff.
No.
Right? Like the way he pitched at certain points throughout that run, he pitched like a number one at times, but he's not a number one. So you got the most out of that talent.
And you hit on him, but again, it was nothing that was built through your minor league system. That's one area that for whatever reason they've seemed to struggle, and Horton might buck that trend because he looks the part. And I know, like, Silvy was talking about the conversation he had with Sutcliffe, and Sut was like, he is an absolute off-the-table no-go for anybody, I think, in Sut's mind. It's like, and he's had a pretty good eye for that stuff, And so, anybody else? Probably. I do love how feisty things got yesterday. I think it was an excellent response by the Cubs the last couple of days after there was some panic in the streets. I heard one caller on Waddle and Silvy. What was it, after Tuesdays? Maybe it was Wednesday before Wednesday's game.
He was over it. Getting rid of the marquee network.
He was like, I'm going to get rid of the network.
Yeah,
and then,
they're done.
And it was like, geez, it's not 1998.
I mean, come on.
That's a 1998 take, not a 2025.
June 25th and you're out. Come on now.
Not saying it's early, but it's a little early to be giving up.
Of course it is for a team that's in first place.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Like, again, Cubs baseball is like, this isn't 98. This isn't early 2000s. Like, what do you mean they're going to do what they've always done? Your team won the World Series in the last decade. They went to 3 straight NLCSs not that long ago. I was like, how could you be so willing to be like, no, that's it?
Different era.
Yeah, you got to come down a little. They've got an 85% chance of making the playoffs according to Fangraphs. They have a 65% chance of winning the division. They're minus 235 to win the division.
Yeah, I don't think it's take a knee yet, but
no, it might not be taking a knee.
No.
They're not. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be
jumping
the
off
white
the league.
flag.
Exactly, that's my point. Yeah,
I still think they're the second best team in the National League. I would put
behind the Dodgers.
Yeah, behind. I put the Dodgers 1. I put the Cubs 2. The Mets would be 3.
Yeah, the Mets have fallen.
The Mets just lost another. Griffin Canning just got hurt. They just lost another pitcher.
That's what I'm saying. You're the second best team in the league.
Yeah,
second best team.
Yeah, they might be. I mean, I think San Diego's pretty good, too. I think they're right there with San Diego for the second best team in the league. I like Philly. I picked Philly to win it because I feel like...
But people are out.
Yeah, you can't. That's insane.
Do you see what I'm saying?
That's insane.
It's wild to me. It's wild.
Again, it's not 20 years ago.
Right.
Like, that's a 20-year-ago take. Like, I'm sick of my Cubs burning me. And I
my
was like,
hat
wait
in
a
the
minute.
fireplace.
I'm like, what year is it?
Light it on fire.
We get to August 27th, and they lose 5 out of 7, and whoever's coming into town, the Cardinals or whoever.
Are you still 3 up in the division, though?
Yeah, but I would be a little more worried then, because you're like, hey, they're not playing well. We're getting into the end of it here. You got a bunch of division games coming up. Like, I'd be a little more worried then, because that's also would be after anything you add at the trade deadline. But still, then, if you're 3 up at that point, you're still okay. It's too early to be scoreboard watching, guys.
Yeah, well, we're halfway home exactly. It's 81 games in the books for the Cubs. They're trending for 96 victories. They have the identical record as the first place Astros, so it makes it a pretty juicy matchup this weekend. The Cubs get fortunate. They miss Hunter Brown, who pitched yesterday and was dominant again against the Phillies. Did not factor in the decision, but the Astros won again. The Astros have not lost a series since the 3rd week of May. And they've done it without Yordan Alvarez, and they traded Kyle Tucker, they lost Alex Bregman, and it's like, doesn't matter. Some organizations just do it well. What do you want to see the Cubs do here as we get into the next month and as the trade deadline approaches? How should they proceed and operate, Cub fans? And you got to feel great about the response the last 2 nights, back-to-back shutouts against the St. Louis Cardinals. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us today. You can pretty much ask us anything. We'll have some fun today. We got to recap the NBA draft stuff still. I haven't had a chance to do that with the boys yet. I want to get after that in a little bit. We'll talk plenty of baseball. There's going to be no NHL draft talk, I promise you guys. I won't even try to sneak any in today.
Oh, no. I heard something on Kap J Hood today that piqued my interest and would pique your interest, I think.
About the NHL draft?
Yeah.
Who did they take?
It starts tonight. What? All right.
It would be. It's a long shot, but I will echo what Shay said to you. You heard it.
You
heard
hear
it too.
This. I was in. We were taping odds couple. I missed this.
If that scenario played out, Carm would run around the streets of Chicago without pants,
cartwheels naked.
Yes.
You know how Silvy had to do cartwheels when Theo was hired.
Yeah.
Naked cartwheels.
He would sit down and
flopping in the wind.
Scoot along the street.
Yeah.
Dude. Stop following me.
This is insane. I don't even know what this is about.
I know what it is.
I'll tell you what it is coming up next. Real quick.
Very much piqued my interest. I just want to hear it real quick. We'll take your Cub calls. I see them rolling in. Sit tight. 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Yurko making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, this summer, Bub City's bringing the heat and the brunch. So get down to Bub for the brand new brunch menu every weekend. It's got your classic staples that you love, but how about some of the new additions? The golden fluffy pancakes are luxurious, and the breakfast tacos are delicious. Check out the Whiskey of the Month. This month, they're highlighting Vermont Spirit's number 14 American Bourbon. It's featured in their Maple Old Fashioned. They make great cocktails at Bub City. Such a fun place. Reserve your spot now at bub-city.com.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
And I want to get to some of these Cub calls. And Matt in Sugar Grove brings up an interesting point we'll get to in a second. And all calls are welcome since Bleck and Abdalla are in for Yurko today with me. We're having fun on this Friday, we promise you. 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. But with the NHL draft tonight, this is going to take 2 seconds because you piqued my interest. Now, there's been some talk about the Hawks like trading out of 3.
Well, this would certainly be a trade.
Okay.
All right, so there it is.
They made a trade. They got Burakovsky this week, right?
Black,
Puck down low, blue line black. Let's
breaking
go.
It down.
Done and chase.
All right, here you go. It is no secret that Connor McDavid is going to be in the last year of his contract.
You make a move, Carm.
Okay, he reportedly will not sign a long-term deal with the Oilers. Do you do whatever you can to pair up McDavid and Bedard?
What does that mean? Well, first of all, how are you getting
first-round picks do you want?
McDavid without giving up Connor Bedard?
How many first-round picks do you want? How many? Take them. Take for the rest, for whatever. Take them all.
How is Edmonton making that trade and not getting Bedard?
They would make it work.
Not that it would stop me. Of course I would trade Connor Bedard.
Wait, where is this coming from? I heard Shea mention it, but where is this coming from?
All he said was there is reports that he's not going to re-sign with the Oilers.
But what's the connection to the Blackhawks?
All he said was, would you do whatever it takes to get McDavid and give up whatever it took besides Bedard?
What do you mean besides Bedard?
Because
of course you give up Bedard.
The idea is to pair him with Bedard.
Well, that's not going to happen. If you're Edmonton, how are you not getting Bedard in that deal?
Does Bedard even want to be here long term?
Well, then get rid of him too. Get McDavid here.
I don't know. I don't know, Chris. I've tried to poke around on that because there's been this assumption that he's unhappy and miserable. Right. I've heard that's not true.
Okay.
Why, was it in a book or something?
No.
There's.
I think those rumblings have been out there, and I tried to inquire, and I heard it's not true. In that he's kind of like more of a soft spoken. And he's not even. How old is he? Is he 20 yet, or did he just turn 20? He's a young kid that's been away from home for a long time.
Was he homesick?
Not that he's homesick, but that he doesn't have this big personality and he's not.
He's 19.
He's 19.
He's going to turn 20 on July 17th.
He's a kid.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's maybe been overblown a little that, he's unhappy or he can't wait to leave. I don't think that's the case. But first of all, you would do whatever it takes to get Connor McDavid. Come on. That's not happening.
Just watch it tonight. Will they move him? You can't just let him walk.
How late are we on with live coverage?
Chris and Adam with live editing.
Well, no, we're on now, so it's going to be...
we stayed on extended for the Bulls.
Yeah, it's going to be Jack alone. just like
the NFL draft.
Yeah, just like the NFL draft, solo Jack.
He's going to talk about Luther Burden again. That's so good.
Somehow the Hawks take a forward from Missouri. Who's like Jack's buddy's roommate or something.
Fantastic. Now we go to the Yingling guest hotline to the Hawks draft pick from Missouri. Jack's all excited. All right, don't even start with the come on, please. I don't know. Matt's in Sugar Grove.
Hello, Matt.
What's up, buddy?
Gentlemen, how you doing? Hey, so a couple layers to this, and I know what's the saying? Prospects are suspects until they prove otherwise, right?
Yes.
But my fear, and believe me, I've been a Cubs fan all my life. So a couple layers. Did the Cubs sign trade for Kyle Tucker just for this 1 year run? Do I truly believe they're going to pony up the money that it's going to take to sign him long term? I don't know. But my one fear is that Kyle Tucker does not re-sign, and we have traded Owen Casey to get a starting pitcher that we desperately need, obviously, if we're going to make a run this year. And 2 or 3 years down the road, Owen Casey becomes the next Kyle Tucker, left-handed hitting right fielder. He's been tearing up AAA over the last month or so, and I don't know. I guess I want the Cubs to win like this year and every year, obviously, but I also just kind of wonder, like, how much of the future do you mortgage to try to make a 1 year run? And if you don't win, then you're screwed long term too. But anyway.
You make an excellent point, Matt. You do. You should think about that. You should be concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent point. If they lose him, isn't the plan Owen Casey drops into that spot next year? And Matt's right. I mean, who knows if AA and AAA success. We could count. You fill Yankee Stadium with all the guys that have flamed out when they get to the big league level. Who the hell knows? But Casey's killed it. He's probably their top prospect. I haven't looked at pipeline. I don't know. I'm assuming with Kate Horton up, like the
either him or Alcantara.
Or Alcantara, I guess Kevin Alcantara, right? One of the two. I would think maybe Casey's their top prospect. It's an excellent point, and every Cub fan should, of course.
It's Casey.
Casey, Chris?
Yeah.
Every Cub fan should think about that. Because I don't know that Kyle Tucker's going to be back here. And the guy you
GM
traded...
told you they don't know.
I know. And the guy you traded to get Kyle Tucker was your first-round pick from a year ago. That is in a Houston lineup with 48 victories and a first-place team in the West.
Mm-hmm.
And Cam Smith, who made the big league team after being drafted last June. By the way, there are 5 guys from last June's draft, 5 from a year ago, that are already in the top 14 picks that are already in the big leagues. To me, that's incredible. Chase Burns, Nick Kurtz, Jack Caglione, Christian Moore, and Cam Smith, who made it out of spring training for the Astros. I think that's, for whatever reason, my baseball geekdom thinks that it's fascinating. It took 5 guys a year. Very impressive. But anyway, I digress. You should think about stuff like that.
Well, because
and how do you weigh, like going for it now and what you might have to give up?
Hoyer said it on this radio station. Cap asked him if they have a plan for, or was the plan to just trade for him and re-sign him? And he said, well, no, they're 2 separate issues. Trading for him was one thing.
And then
the plan to re-sign him is a whole nother thing.
It's a weird plan to trade for him and then to not think that you were planning on re-signing him, though.
Absolutely.
That's a strange way to go about it.
I mean, it's ballsy and risky.
Like,
and
in the conversation of should we make this deal, the conversation is we're going to have to re-sign him, right?
Yeah.
That's the conversation.
We're going to trade our first-round pick?
Right.
From a few months ago? Now you weren't able to look into your crystal ball and see that he was going to make the Astros out of spring training, but he did.
Right.
And he's stuck and he's played well. Like that, what's the plan here? Trade a first-round pick from a few months ago to not think about the long-term future of Kyle Tucker? We'll play that soundbite coming up in a few minutes that you guys were alluding to about what Hoyer said. What was that, last week when he was on with Cap and Hoodie?
Yeah,
about a week ago.
Yeah.
We'll play that coming
either
up.
Monday or a week ago.
Alex is in Lakeview. What's up, Alex?
Yep.
Alex.
Hello, Alex.
Uh-oh. See, so
Alex.
Oh, no. But they're verified.
Verified?
Of course they're verified, Alex.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Thanks.
What? You too.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Love you.
Alex.
Bye-bye.
Alex,
next phone call.
Hey, dog.
I don't know what he's doing. I'll put him back.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Wait, let's see.
Oh, my God.
Let's see.
Alex?
Hello? I don't know what Alex has going on. Eddie on the north side. Go ahead, Eddie.
Are you verified?
Wait, what?
No, don't worry about it, Eddie.
Oh, okay. So, 12
Chris, don't
shutouts
confuse him, Chris.
in the last 2 days of Major League Baseball.
Is that what it is? 12 shutouts?
Yeah. Which comes in
And how much money did you?
Wait, Eddie. What's the conspiracy theory behind
How
that?
much money did you
exactly?
lose?
No, it was the pitch clock. I think it's all done with that, and it's in favor of the pitchers. But remember, you guys were talking about collusion with the NFL owners.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's collusion allegedly with the World Series of Poker at the ending. Yes.
Where is this coming from?
What did
What? I just read about
Phil
it.
Ivey? What's wrong with Phil Ivey?
Chris
and his
Moneymaker?
chase?
No, I don't think it was Ivy. I was thinking these other guys. They concluded to both of them getting the top prize.
They concluded
and
or
knocking all
colluded?
Both.
They concluded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
Of them getting into the top two prizes, which was $1 million and $1.2 million or something, which wasn't too big of a difference, but they did it to get, and I guess that's illegal.
Wait. They colluded or did they just agree? You can agree to split. You can agree
Yeah, you can agree to split the pot.
To split the pot.
No, I guess it's illegal in the World Series of Poker. I just read it.
Oh,
I
it
just
is?
read it while I was driving. Yeah.
I
You
haven't.
can do it on other tournaments, but onto that. But
Wait.
the baseball thing's real.
You
I think
read
we
it
might
while
see
you
the
were
most
driving?
shutouts.
Is that what you just said?
But what's real?
Yeah. Well, you know, hit the stoplights. You know,
Eddie,
you hit the stoplights, you can
Eddie,
read it, you know.
Eddie,
Yeah.
be careful, okay?
I know.
All right, buddy. We love you, Eddie.
10-2, bro. 10-2.
You're smarter than that, Eddie.
Wait, no, I'm not.
They concluded.
He is the best. I'm telling you, he's the absolute best. I don't know. It was something about the pitch clock and the collusion. I don't know.
I don't know,
A lot of
man.
shutouts the last couple of days.
I wasn't listening.
Pitching, hitting's hard in this league against this pitching. I don't know what to tell you. 312-332-ESPN. We'll play you that Hoyer sound about Kyle Tucker and a possible extension coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement. With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season. And it begins at Bolingbrook. Love that course. That's August 8th through the 10th. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close, personal, and locked in with special guests Good Charlotte, providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com. That's livgolf.com.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Kyle Tucker is sure to get a pretty nice ovation tonight as the Cubs are in Houston for an interleague series. He's so good. I mean, I think he had an 0 for yesterday, but it was basically just the first couple games of that series in St. Louis. Hit piss missiles left and right all over the field.
Did you hear Jesse's exclusive report on Kap J Hood this morning?
I did not.
They gave a heads up about the pitch clock, that there will not be violations of the pitch clock because of the 2 possible ovations that Presley and Tucker could get.
That's good. You got to let, especially Kyle Tucker, take it all in and let him. Look, he played in 3 World Series with that team, including his rookie year.
Jesse with the scoop.
One. Good scoop, Jess.
So dumb.
Was it dumb?
No,
leave Jesse alone.
No. Why do you need to alert Major League? Like, do you think the umpires umping the game don't know that Kyle Tucker was an Astro and that Kyle Presley was an Astro? And they're like, hey, guys, we're going to take a minute here. Like, why do you have to alert? Why do you have to send a memo to the league? That's the dumbest thing. That's a waste of an email.
It's being courteous.
First of all, you can't waste an email. You're not wasting paper. Chris is right.
You can exude energy.
No,
waste data.
Data.
Stop it.
Data mining, energy,
storage.
What kind of data plan are you on that you're worried?
No, I'm just saying.
You're counting bytes.
No. All the servers.
No, Chris is right. It's a common courtesy.
Hell are you talking about?
Here's the situation.
Servers, man.
So that
Data
fans don't get confused.
Fans aren't going to get confused.
No, the fans will take as long as they want.
Yes.
Celebrate Kyle Tucker.
Celebrate Kyle Tucker. Yes.
You stand, you applaud.
Well, Cub fans hope they can celebrate Kyle Tucker for a long time. I mean, it would really be something if they lose him. And it might be trending for that. This was Hoyer. This was what you guys were talking about. This was Hoyer it was last week when he joined Cap and Hoodie in the morning on the Kyle Tucker possible extension.
In terms of Kyle Tucker and everywhere you go and everywhere you look, whether it's social, articles, are the Cubs going to sign him? No, the Cubs will never sign. I know you don't negotiate through the press, and that's probably a great way to proceed. Is it fair to say the day you acquired him, you, Tom, Carter, whoever is in that room, have a plan of how you approach this? You're just not going to tell us what that plan is.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have a really good relationship with his agent, Casey Close. I mean, he has Dansby and he has Talion as well. We've done a lot of deals with them, and I mean, I know Casey well. Obviously, we have him, open lines of communication. But to me, is a yes. When you acquire him, you obviously you want players like Kyle Tucker in the organization. He's an incredible hitter. He's an incredible player. But right now we're playing the season. I think we've seen what kind of player he is. That's for sure. I think my hope is that as we play out this summer, that you find Chicago pretty appealing as well. It's kind of hard not to, And so obviously we'd love that to be a long relationship. But right now we're playing the season, and talking about any of these things, all I'll say is we obviously love to have him, and those are discussions that'll happen at a later point.
Will Tom Ricketts have the stomach for it? Because it just feels like a team like the Yankees or the Dodgers or maybe the Phillies are going to have the stomach for it.
Yeah, like,
and is Tom Ricketts going to have the stomach?
Hoyer can say he can. I know he doesn't want to, discuss negotiation stuff, but you can just say, yeah, we want him, and it's not up to him.
It's not up to Jed Hoyer.
Like if they give Hoyer the blank check and the amount of years, he's going to go give Kyle Tucker whatever he wants, and keep him around. It's not up to Hoyer. It's not up to anybody except for one guy, is Tom Ricketts.
Yes. The guy signing the check.
Act like the power that you should be.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Sign Kyle Tucker, $500 million plus whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Yeah. Listen, there's no excuse for them not to play in the deep end of the pool if you want to.
I don't know, guys.
Like with the big boys.
I know the Jonas Brothers canceled their concert at Wrigley, so maybe.
They did?
I mean, yeah.
Well,
so
that's
an extra,
not a Wrigley problem. That's a Jonas.
No,
Brother
I understand
problem.
that, but that's $2 million.
No,
gone.
That's
$2 million off the
there's a
drain.
real story here that everyone off of the Taylor Swift tour, stadium tours, thought that they all could do stadium tours like that, and the Jonas Brothers have already had to, if I read it correctly,
scale it back.
But they changed the imaging of their tour to try and repackage it to people because no one was coming to the shows.
People go to the show?
Well, because it's expensive and it's a huge venue to try to fill.
No.
It's a huge venue, and it's an expensive ticket, and it's not they're not
Taylor
as
Swift.
popular to be selling out these football stadiums and baseball stadiums.
That's $2 million out of Ricketts' pocket, so I don't know if they'll be able to afford it.
You should talk to Jerry. Cash considerations. Maybe they could.
I was just going to say
some over there.
Yeah, how about some cash
We'll
consideration?
give you the Jonas Brothers concert for cash consideration.
Yeah, take some cash. Jerry loves cash consideration.
You won't get a second bite at the apple.
All right.
That's to you, Carmen.
Very good. Thank you. Randy's in Seattle. Hello, Randy.
Good to have Bleck and Abdalla on with you today, Carmen, because one of the things I called to talk about was Adam's list of lists, which I absolutely love, like you guys do. And by the way, I think Adam's right about they didn't need to issue that MLB press release or whatever the hell it was.
It wasn't a press release.
Come on,
Jesse
guys.
Jesse found out about it. That's all.
Common sense should prevail.
Thank you. Common sense.
Lord. Common sense. And that's not that common anymore. But the thing that I found shocking when Adam, you had to be laughing your ass off when you came up with the idea for 5 people you want to punch in the face.
It was great.
That was one of the best ever. But for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out how Stephen A. Smith didn't get on that list.
Well, I'll tell you why. I have great affection for Stephen A.
Same.
He is a mensch.
He's a great guy.
I will tell you this.
Great guy.
You know what's funny is that's the easily the most question I get asked is not how's Yurko, how's Cap, how's Carm. So you hate Stephen A., right? And it's like, no. Stephen A. is one of
really
the nicest guys in the business.
Yes, legitimately. Okay. And I don't always love the takes. Most of the time I don't. And I don't agree with Stephen a whole heck of a lot. But if you've ever had any personal interactions with him, he is really
he works 3 or 4 shows a day.
Genuine, hardworking, nice to be around person.
And as someone who's produced shows for a long time, he has never said no.
Yeah. So
never said no.
I think that's why we all have a different take on it, Randy. And I could see if you never had any personal interaction with him, why you'd feel that way. But I think those of us that have been around him kind of always fall back to, it's shticky and the takes are bad, but he's a great dude.
Yeah.
So
I respect that. And now I understand the answer to my question. Carm, I've got a stat for you. It's an analytic. You're maybe not going to grasp it. I think Adam knows the answer. But I'm going to give you a quick scenario. I did this with Waddle and Silvy, and Waddle's head hurt. He said he had too much scotch the night before.
Oh, I heard this. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
If you've got a 250 hitter batting leadoff like Ian Happ, and let's say Kyle Tucker's a 300 hitter batting third, and if you move Tucker up to number 1,
Tucker's hitting second. Tucker's hitting second.
Yeah, it's a scenario.
Okay, all right.
But you move on from 3 to 1 because you and Silvy are 2 guys who say put your best hitter first.
Well, I don't mind first or second. I mean, I get second. Like first or second, I think makes sense.
Okay, and even third. But if you move them from 3 to 1, you're going up 2 spots.
Right.
You will, in the course of a 162-game season, you will generate exactly 1.8 more hits for the entire year. Kyle Tucker moving up and getting more at-bats is going to get 10.8 more hits, but you got a guy in there batting 250 who would have gotten 9 hits anyway. Do the math when you got a chance. I'm not going to go over it again.
So you're saying it's negligible, like there's aren't that many more hits. Could that be it? 1.8? That's it? I mean, they get... I'm trying to think...
Exactly one. It's 1 point. I'll tell you how, real quickly. Equal distribution of outs. Each guy in the lineup makes 18 final outs a game. If 1 and 2 don't make the last out of the game, Kyle Tucker's hitting as many as Ian Happ is in that game. So in 36 at-bats, because that's what it's going to be for a season, 18 and 18 from 1 and 2, 36 at-bats for a 250 hitter is 9 hits. 36 at-bats for a 300 hitter is 10.8.
So it's 1.8. That's interesting. I don't know what to think about that. Like, I still want... Why does Shohei bat first?
I don't know. And is Aaron Judge still batting first? I don't follow the Yankees.
Judge is batting second mostly, I think. He may first or second. I think they've had... I'll look real quick.
But part of it may be who you got in your lineup behind them, et cetera. But the reality is, and if you're concerned about number of hits...
Well, I think you're concerned about, like, ability to drive in a run or get on base. I think hit the ball out of the park. That's an interesting way to frame it, Randy. And Randy's like a tax accountant, so he knows his math.
Aaron Judge has been batting both second and third.
Second and third?
Yeah,
Okay.
in the last week, last Wednesday, he was second, then third, second, third.
Okay.
So who's been, let's see. He's been flipping back and forth between with Ben Rice.
Yeah, I was going to say, was
Grisham.
Ben Rice hitting first? Or Grisham has too a little bit.
Has.
He's got almost as many games started batting second as he does third. I just looked at his overall splits on the year. He's got 40 games batting second. He's got 39 games batting third. But that's interesting when you frame it in like what it could mean. I don't know. I'm not good enough with numbers to try to put that into any kind of context, like of what it means. Like I still want my best hitter up in a game where I need a run if I'm chasing, especially more than I want that spot to come around as often as possible. What it means at the end of the day, like in terms of how many more at bats and how many more hits that translates to, if you're just going off of their raw batting average. We don't have enough time in the day to discuss that, I feel like, or at least not here.
Well, I think
I want that spot up. I want Aaron Judge. I want Kyle Tucker. I want Shohei Ohtani. Well, I want Freddie Freeman. Like, I want those guys coming up as often as possible throughout the course of every game, every week.
The PCA argument, like, he strikes out a lot. So
he does.
He's not getting walked. So, like, he's either strikeout or hit or home run. Like, he's not generating walks. His on-base percentage isn't good enough. So I understand, like, the people that want him batting first, but then as a manager, you're like, I want some, if he's not going to get on, like...
Look, the Dodgers are a really smart organization. They do this better than probably anybody in the game right now. Why is their best? Like, why does he hit first? I think there's some method to the madness. It's Carmen and York. Bleck and Abdalla are sitting in. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
All right, Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here in Chicago.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer. That's why you have to make room. We're talking about the whole dang lineup.
Let's start with the legend, the Yuengling Traditional Lager. It's smooth, it's rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than the North Side-South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You've got the Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you like a little extra flavor, the Black and Tan is a perfect mix of dark and light, and it's summer. You want to be able to crush some beers? Go after their newest Flight.
So next time when you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Let's rip through some calls here. We got a list coming up after 1. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35. They'll get you home tonight, or this afternoon anyway, until White Sox baseball as the Giants are in town. Mike North's bonus playing about an hour. Bleck and Abdalla sitting in for Yurko today. Let's go. Should we try Alex again?
Oh, yeah.
Try Alex in Lakeview again. Alex.
He's verified.
Yes,
What's
I am
up?
here. Sorry about that, guys.
It's all good.
You know what? Unfortunately, I was laid off my job a couple weeks ago, so I've been Uber eating, and that's what you guys heard.
So wait, you've been doing you've been doing Uber Eats. That's what you're saying? You've been driving for Uber Eats?
Yep.
Got
yes,
it.
sir.
Who feels like an ass, huh?
Yeah, now we
Look
feel
at
like
you guys.
jerks. Yeah.
No, don't.
What is your area?
Jackass.
Let's help Eric here. Alex, excuse me. What is your area of specialty, Alex? What do you do normally, or would you like to do?
So normally I am a brand manager is what my my title was, and basically what I would do is I would help sell technology through resellers. CW is actually here down in Chicago. So that's what I did before, but unfortunately I was laid off. But
All right. Well, if you need a brand, here's what's going to happen, Alex. When you're done with telling us about the Cubs, Jake is going to get your phone number.
Yeah, if anybody
you
needs,
need a brand manager, call 312-332-3776.
We'll give you Alex's number.
And we'll give you Alex's number. There you go.
We're going to help you as best we can.
You guys are the best, honestly.
I mean, that's
No
the least,
guarantees. It's the least we
the
can
least
do.
we could do, though. If somebody needs a technology brand manager, Alex sounds like your man. And he's not lying around feeling bad about himself. He's out there doing Uber Eats.
Yeah, he's working.
So he's a good worker. All right. Now, what's your point on Cubs cards? Go ahead.
Yes. So my point on Cubs cards is, I think the Cubs are superior to the Cardinals, but I do think it's going to come down to the last week of the season. I mean, if you think about the Cubs and Cardinals, they both have two studs in Kyle Tucker and Pete Crow-Armstrong, and then Nolan Arenado and Wilson Contreras. And while the Cubs starting pitching has been better than the Cardinals, they've kind of been, sort of the same. And then with the bullpen, too, I mean, going into the season, the Cardinals' bullpen was more superior than the Cubs, but damn, the Cubs' bullpen has really showed up the last 2 or 3 months. Yeah. And so that's my take. And, just being here in Chicago, we don't really care about the Brewers, obviously. We'll just focus on the Cubs Cardinals here, but
it might
that's kind of my take.
It might be closer than maybe any of us thought. And Alex, hold on, Jake, get his number.
Good luck,
anybody
Alex.
need a night? You see how motivated Alex sounds like he is? Come on, help him out, Alex. I think maybe it'll be closer than any of us thought. I still think the Cubs are going to win this division by 5 games. Does that mean define like going down the stretch or coming down to the wire? You win by 5. I feel like got a pretty comfortable grasp on things.
Yeah.
I still think Brewers over. I thought it was going to be the Reds. Now I'm not so sure. It might be Brewers.
No, I still think the Brewers are the team that the Cubs have to watch out for the most.
How the Brewers keep doing it, man. There's something. Mark in Lincoln Park. What's up, Mark?
What's going on, fellas? Happy all calls welcome.
What's up, Mark?
Thanks for taking my call on an all calls welcome. Since Randy brought up the list of punching in the face, I think there was a glaring omission of both Chris Collinsworth and his son Jack Collinsworth. We need the father-son duo of just 1-2. Boom, boom.
All right.
Or like line him up and you punch one and then he gets knocked back and his head goes into the other one behind him, something like that.
Yeah.
All right.
The two most annoying guys on television.
All right. Mark's put it out there. Thank you. I
don't mind Chris.
Yeah, I don't mind Chris that much.
Yeah.
The son,
Jack is not good.
Nepotiz, yeah.
Yeah, of
How about I
course.
punch you right in the face, champ?
He's not good, and I would prefer not to see him.
There was a caller who dropped off. I was going to get to him. He said that Randy's math is wrong. Listen, let the nerds fight about it, and I say that with love. I'm like a nerd. I pretend to be because I like sabermetrics and I love statistics, but I'm not good at math. I can't do it on my own. I'm lucky my rudimentary power numbers work for me in the NFL, for crying out loud. Let the nerds hash it out. Was Randy right, wrong? Like, I want to trust Randy because, again, he's an accountant, and I feel like he should be good with numbers, but he threw a lot at me there. I don't know.
How is it not right? If you bat higher in the order, you get more at bats, which means more at bats per season. Like, that's just math. Like, that's
that's certainly
that
makes sense.
But isn't the discussion more so how the game ends and getting that last at bat? That's what the argument is over.
Yeah,
right.
But there's
the
been
problem
times
is
where,
you're
like,
in the
PCA,
last at bat.
Yes.
Final out.
Yes. Right.
PCA is
on deck.
Yeah.
And he was saying something about everything like that. He was basing his premise on is based on everybody in the lineup making the equal number of outs over the course of the season.
Over the course of the season, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
That's what he was saying.
But it was too. I'm not going to lie. This ain't Goodwill Hunting over here. All right. I don't know what. I mean,
can you know how easy this is for me?
Yeah. I got
it's a joke.
It's not easy for me.
Does Baseball Reference have who makes the last out of every game? Like, could you organize it and see on Baseball Reference which Cubs players, how many times they've made the last out?
I feel like that's a Jacob Nitzberg spreadsheet
I was just
problem.
thinking that.
Yeah, like that's what that is, Chris. I don't think I could do that in the filter.
Because wouldn't that be our answer? Like, if it obviously shows
who's making the last, like where the position in the lineup, who's making the last out,
or the
like
player
Randy's
who's done
assuming like an equal distribution.
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
I think so.
All right, nerds unite. Somebody who's like really good at math, help us with this. Come together.
Let's find our buddy Alex a job and let's come up with these
figure
stats.
this out because I'm not doing the math.
Is there a Goodwill Hunting out there that's just easy?
Out of math school.
Yeah, I mean, I stink at math.
I went to Columbia to do no math. whatsoever.
I just pretend. Like, somebody really help us with the formula there. It's Carmen and Yerk. Bleck and Abdalla are sitting in. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
We're getting you set for the weekend. Hope everyone's having a great Friday. Man, it is hot and sticky out there again.
Love it.
Brace ourselves for another hot weekend. You guys golfing this weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
So are you playing early? Try to beat... I mean, it's when it's 95, like, it's tough to beat the heat. But are you playing early?
Yes. Early and
36?
Yeah, of course.
Man, you guys are ballsy.
You know, Carmen, here's...
I'm not.
Abdalla's not. I'm playing. Wow. You know, I'll say this. Last weekend, it was really hot. It wasn't terrible.
At least there was a breeze.
It was windy. It was fine.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, we went through April and May where it was like 55 degrees every day. I like the heat right now.
I know. He can't really complain. I mean, it's hot. And I played in an outing yesterday, and it was rough. I'm not going to lie there because there was no breeze for most of the day. It kind of came through late, which was a relief the last few holes. But, man, and it was like a 1 o'clock shotgun, and holy cow, it was hot.
You like it hot?
Not that hot. I mean, it was like there was no breeze.
Yes.
And
yes,
not
Sylvie.
a lot of cloud cover.
I like it hot.
Oh, my God.
It's going to be warm but wet.
Humidity should be high.
The humidity was high.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure.
Wet and sticky.
Wet and sticky. So golf this weekend for both Chris and Adam, of course. Yurko's over in Scotland. Can't wait to get
What's
some
he
of the
doing over
stories.
there?
I think he's golfing, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
You think he's still walking? You think he's still able to walk?
You know,
at this
listen,
point?
he's walking. There was only one course in which they were riding, you guys. Only one. In 9 rounds, he had to walk 8 of them. And we've seen the big man try to get around. Like, it's a lot.
I don't like walking 18. One day.
Yeah. You got one of those push carts that you can do, like, what do you do?
I would just rent it, yeah. But, I'm not.
Do you have one of the remote control ones?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, the remote ones.
There's, whenever we play early enough, there's always like a group in front of us that always has those every single week. And it's just so weird to me. Like that you're sitting there, like,
it's kind
controlling
of cool, though.
it.
You know, it just go out ahead. Cool. It gets to the...
I'd rather ride.
It is kind of cool.
I'd rather ride still.
Do you guys... Do you like, if the situation arises, if you play with a friend who's a country club member or something and you have an option for caddy, do you like caddies?
I've never played with that opportunity.
You've never played with that, huh?
No.
You know,
I'm a man of the people, Carm.
I prefer to not
play the caddy.
Yeah, I don't.
Don't tell me what to use. All right,
Well,
I'll make my own decisions.
Tell you. A caddy makes suggestions.
I will say a 4 caddy sometimes
Yeah,
is helpful because
go.
then you don't have to go look for your drive or your bad tee shot.
And
like
they're raking
they're
the
on it.
bunkers.
Yeah,
and
like,
yes,
a 4 caddy, I'm down with that.
Yes.
But yeah, I would. If I had to, I would take the 4 caddy instead of a caddy.
Yes,
if that makes sense.
No, it totally
I would
does.
be in the cart, bag in the cart.
Yes,
4 caddy out there.
And I did both. I caddied obviously as a kid at Naperville Country Club.
What did you like better?
Probably 4 caddying because definitely because of what you had mentioned. You don't have to carry a bag.
Yeah.
Most of the time, whenever available, like one of the 2 carts always offers hop on, and you're getting a ride from place to place sometimes. Yeah. And then normally what happened was everybody in the foursome gives you a little cash.
Yeah, right.
It was a good gig. 4 caddying was good. It was definitely the way to do it, but we only used to have opportunities to 4 caddy for a few of the big events they used to do at the country club. Otherwise, most days when you were working, you were schlepping a bag or 2 around.
Sure.
I mean, that was it. That's just the way it was. I'm going to try to get my son caddying next year. First of all, he needs to get a job next summer. He's going to be 14. And I want him to start caddying because you learn how to talk to people.
Yeah, to other adults and to. Yeah.
You learn how to be respectful and responsive and how to talk to people. It was a great job as a kid.
A round of golf is a long time, too. You spend 4 hours with strangers and, you have to be polite and...
Gets you off your phone.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
a couple of his buddies who are 13 are doing it this year. And I'm like, you know what?
Do they like it?
One of them loves it. One of his teammates who he plays baseball with, who I've known forever since Little League. I mean, he's been friends with Gio forever. He's caddying where his family happens to be a member, and he said he loves it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I gotta get Gio.
I could see that.
Get his ass on the golf
course. Because it's kind of fun. You did it, so you could speak to it. You like hang out with the other caddies, and it's like you BS throughout the summer, and you get into some shenanigans to the side. Like I could see it being fun.
Great job.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's do a list. We'll take some more calls in a little bit. 312-332-3776. Chris and Adam are in for Yurko. Are you spinning?
Yeah, I'm spinning.
Right, let's go.
What day are we at?
Oh, yeah, 68? Is that right?
No, sir.
69?
There you go.
Nice.
All right, here we go.
All right, now that we got that out of the way. All right, we are 69 days away from the start of the NFL season. We do a list every day. Oh, I like that the list of lists is like an ever-growing organism. I deleted a list and added a list today because I know Chris probably saw it because we usually generally get the same emails from other publications. So I added a list to the list and I took a list off the list.
Okay.
So we'll get. We could have talked
from
about
the New
today.
York Times?
Yes, we could have talked about it today, but I got rid of it. We'll talk about it at some point, maybe during the summer or next year. Who knows? Okay, so anyway, spin the wheel. Spin, 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 spin. 71.
So we're almost right at the day, too. How about
I know.
that?
How about that? 71 is, okay, skills you wish you had. Skills you wish you had.
This is like Liam Neeson here. A very
particular
set of skills.
That's what you went to immediately.
I love
Okay,
that
all
set
right.
of skills. Like
Nunchuck skills, computer hacking skills.
It sounds like Napoleon Dynamite or Liam Neeson.
Girls like guys with skills.
Skills.
It's true. It is true. Like if you want to talk to, say, Gio's age, like, and you're trying to set him up for the future. Like when you get to high school, the more obscure skills you have actually pays off.
It's so good.
Like you don't want to be the weirdo when you're younger, but then when you get to high school age, it's like,
yes.
Oh, everyone pays attention to the guy who can do this, that, and the other.
It's
interesting.
so true.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
you
there's
mean
also
just sitting playing video games doesn't attract ladies to talk to you?
I feel like there's also skills that you need to grow out of at a certain point. Like, and I know Charlie just saw one of these the other day, but like the dude that just does side magic, like,
Magic's cool, man.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Magic's cool.
If you're bringing a deck of cards to the bar, get out of here.
Magic's cool.
We had a friend that did that. Had a friend that
It's
did
not
that.
bad, though, if you had that sleight of hand ability.
Yeah, your friend sounds pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, Magic's cool. Don't be a hater.
Oh, man, this is
Giving away picks.
This is good. This is going to be good, you guys. I'm already adjusting, like, my rankings here.
And this isn't like... I mean, we're all skills that like you could actually do. Like flying's not a skill.
No, flying is I don't know. I mean, I guess if you want to put that on the list, you
No.
can.
You mean being a pilot, or
No.
you mean with
No,
your
I
arms?
mean like
What the
physically
hell's wrong?
flying.
with- No, a pilot. That's a skill.
I thought he meant.
Yeah, right. Like,
Adam. Yeah, we're not like Superman.
Carmen, you have to think. No offense,
think
like an
like I
idiot.
do.
I mean, you got to
Oh,
think. I
what
mean,
the hell?
well, I mean, I knew exactly
We
what
call
Carmen
it
was
thinking
talking
outside
about.
of the box, ass.
I knew exactly what Carmen was thinking about, and I was like, "No, Carmen.
Yeah, but you also
gotta
knew
think
exactly
like
what I was
Abdalla.
thinking
You
about.
got to put your head where
think
Abdalla's
like
at.
Abdalla. Oh man, this
With
is,
your arms,
I
flying
was
with
like,
your
what is wrong
arms,
with you?
Like Superman.
Yeah, that's
it's not a skill.
not a skill. That's a superpower. That's impossible.
That's not. I'll tell you that right now. That's not a list because I feel
Man,
like everyone would have
before you
teleportation.
said that,
and flying.
I had one, and
now you
it's
lost it. So yeah, I threw you guys off your
slipped
game.
my mind
Okay,
now.
we do have 5 people. So if Jake or if
Chardog,
Chardog,
3000.
Trying to
you
round
guys-
out number 5
if
here.
you guys are ready, feel free to go ahead. Whoever's finishes first goes.
Oh my God, this is hard.
All right, I got 5.
Go
You got
ahead.
5? Who is that? Jake? You got
Yeah,
5?
I got
already?
5.
5.
All right, Jake.
Number 5. A better skill for myself would be to cook better.
Okay, good.
My wife would be happier.
I like that too.
My wife would be happier, be able to help us out a little bit more around
Good.
the house. That'd be good. Number 4 for me would be to paint.
To paint.
I always wanted to do it.
Bob
I did.
Ross.
I enjoyed
Okay.
it.
Little Bob Ross.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like that.
He doesn't mean
painting.
paint the fence or paint
Yeah.
houses. He's talking
You're,
about to
this is
paint
before your time here, but one David Kaplan once took painting lessons
for
okay.
10 days.
just for fun.
It's a big content generator.
Week.
My
Yeah.
art teacher in high school wanted me to skip football and go to art school, and I said, no thanks. I'm
We
good."
had holiday parody songs dedicated to Cap trying to paint.
Yes,
Remember
we
that?
did. Oh, we absolutely 100%.
I think I was the opposite, Jake, where my gym teacher was like, stick to art.
Number 3 for me would actually be playing a musical
No,
instrument.
it's on my list.
So a musical instrument for me, and it'd actually be the violin, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Violin.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 2
I like that.
would be to perfect my golf swing. I think
Yes,
it's a
on
skill.
my list.
That is a skill.
And number 1, I kind of blame my parents for this, but the skill to be able to speak multiple languages.
Yes.
So Portuguese is what I would like to speak.
Portuguese, beautiful.
That's a good one.
And there's
Look
my
at you,
list.
dude.
I need one more.
I'm
That's
ready.
a good list.
That's a good list.
I'm ready.
Appreciate it.
Okay. 1, I think we talked about, or number 5, we talked about on the air a little bit yesterday, but I can't type without looking.
What?
Yeah.
I've never seen him
shocked
type.
at that.
Yeah.
No,
I
never.
can't type. I'm fast.
He's got 2 fingers.
I'm typing
out.
fast because I'm all horned up. Yeah, see,
Yeah.
I'm fast. I can type fast.
I'm shocked
And I
at
use
that.
multiple fingers.
I'm shocked at that.
But I have to look.
I'm shocked at that, Adam.
Okay, now they teach typing as like a class, but for us, it was a half a period of lunch.
Well, see, I'm surprised at that. I'm 10 years older than you guys. We had typing in
Yeah,
high
I don't know
school.
what you're
It was-
talking about. We had classes.
We had it was instead of study hall at lunch our freshman year.
Really?
That was for a quarter.
You know
That
why?
was
Because
it.
you could pass out. You could grade
Yeah, I
out of
cheated.
it.
Yeah, I cheated.
Oh,
I
my
was
God.
stupid.
We
They,
had.
they put the keyboard condom on, and then
Yeah,
you
they
have
put
to
that
do
orange thing on. Nah, I took it off.
I've told you guys before. I mean, I'm old enough where I learned how to type on a typewriter.
Yeah.
And look at Charlie's face. You used to go into a room.
I've used a typewriter
Mr.
before.
Schmidgel's room, and you fire up an
be a real
an
name.
electric typewriter.
What was his name? That
Mr.
sounds like
Schmidgel.
a Lord of the Rings character.
No, he was a real guy. Do you want to know? I'll tell you how cool he was. October. Let's see if I can get the date right. I'm not gonna be able to. Whatever it
Did he
was.
let you guys watch March Madness during class?
October 1993. Guess what he did? He came in.
Baseball.
Nope, it's not baseball.
Oh, wow.
When you'd go into class, there were these big old electric. I'm sorry to hijack your list, Adam.
Oh, I don't care.
There were these big old electric typewriters. You got into class, you flipped on the power, and it would hum. And, now you got 20 of them in a room or 25
Sure.
kids in a room. And we'd wait for Mr. Schmidgel to walk in. And he walked in on October, I'm guessing it was like 13th, 1993. And he said, everybody turn off your typewriters. And we were like, oh, somebody's in trouble. Like, who did one? And no computers. We all shut off the typewriters. He said, there will be no lesson today. There was live coverage going on that afternoon of Michael Jordan's retirement press conference. And he let us listen to it like on WBBM radio.
That's awesome.
Yes, it was awesome. And we sat and we listened to the press conference of Michael retiring in 1993. Charlie wasn't even born in 1993.
No, not even close.
You weren't even a glint in your father's eye.
I don't even think my parents were married yet.
You probably weren't, and I was in high school learning how to type. Anyway, I digress. I'm sorry.
All right, number 4 is speed reading. Those people that can just go down the page.
Very good.
And put their finger down the middle of the page and then they've read it. I would love to do that.
Very good.
That'd be great. Number 3, I think it's the basis for every instrument. It helps with everything. You learn how to play the piano. I wish I learned how to play the piano. It would be awesome to learn how to play it. Like every other instrument you can learn and stuff like that. Learning how to read music is great. Number 2, I wish I could fight. But not
it's on my list,
not
Adam.
just be a bar fight.
No.
Like I wish I like UFC, like MMA or Krav Maga or something weird like that, Muay Thai boxing or something like that. I wish I could do that.
It's on my list.
And number 1 is also an instrument. I wish I could do more than power chords on the guitar. Like I have a guitar. I know how to play power chords and play some songs, but I've never taken lessons or know how to play
2 instruments.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a surprise.
Yeah, probably not.
I have 2 instruments on mine.
Do you really?
Yeah, 2 instruments. I'm ready to go if
Chris.
everyone else is cool with that.
Yes,
number
go.
5, car stuff. Like being able to put together, take apart an engine
Amen.
and to fix things on my car, my vehicle by myself, I think is an awesome skill to have or skill set to have.
That's a great
And
call.
I'm envious of those people who can do it. Mechanics.
My
I'm
grandfather
envious
was a
of them.
mechanic, and I always thought the same thing. I'm like, why can't that be passed down?
Yeah,
I
right?
can't figure out anything on an engine. That's a great call.
I like what Jake was saying. Another language specifically. I took 2 years of French in high school, and I don't remember any of it. So I wish I actively paid attention to either that or know Spanish. Either one. I think that would be a great skill to have.
Yep.
First instrument on my list, I would like to play the harmonica. I think that would be cool. You just put it in your pocket. You always have it on you. If you want to play a little tune, you can play a little tune.
It's tough, man.
I feel like a harmonica people, that's a cool little thing.
That's
It'd be a nice
fantastic.
little skill to have.
Yeah.
You're bored waiting for a train one day. You pull out the
You're
harmonica.
feeling
You play
sad
a little,
about yourself and do a little blues.
Yeah, right? Right?
You're in a jail cell.
I think that's good. Number 2, I didn't play soccer at an early age. And I feel like because I turned into a distance runner and I played basketball, I could have been decent at soccer if I played soccer.
Yeah.
So I always feel like I love watching soccer now because I always think to myself, what could have been if I actively played soccer as a kid?
I played a crap ton of soccer as a kid. You would have been really good at soccer.
Yeah, well, 'cause he's got
Probably.
the endurance.
Yeah.
And,
And then number 1, I think if you are a guy who's into sports and you don't have this skill, it's number 1 for most. It was Abdalla's number 1. It's playing a guitar.
Yeah.
Like if you're not a sports guy, then playing a guitar is like the trump card when it comes to how to impress ladies when you're younger, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the
Even when you're older.
That's the key to life,
You
right?
could- you
if
get
you
up
got
and
a
you could
guitar,
play guitar. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you
Yeah.
never see
I wouldn't look
lonely
like that.
single
Oh,
this whole thing, I
bandmates.
don't know, whatever. Making that face.
Oh, Carm's playing the bass.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what he
playing
was
the-
doing.
Yeah.
He was bassing. So playing a guitar.
That's good.
Like
Good
that,
list.
that's the number 1 skill.
That's a good list. All right, Charlie, you want to go or you want me to go?
I'll
ahead.
go here. Number 5, I have carpentry. Like I would love to
Oh,
just
yeah.
be like just helpful
Yeah, you're
around
right.
the house.
That's a
You know,
good
be
one.
able to fix a bunch
Just
of
like
things.
Jesus.
That's a real good one.
That is a great
just
answer.
like Jesus.
Exactly. There you go. Number
That is
4,
a great
I have piano as well. I just think just class it up a little bit. You know, you're walking into you're walking like you ever walk in the airport and you see the piano that's kind of in
Yeah.
and then you're like, man, what if I could just bust a tune right now?
Oh, yeah.
Number 3, I have thievery. I think that would be very fun. Like
That's
if you were
amazing.
You want to be a pickpocket?
Yeah, exactly. Like you see it in movies. Like they're, I'm
Right.
sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you, and then the guy walks away all smug because he took the wallet or something like that. I would love to be really good at that.
Oh, Charlie the burglar. He's here.
Number 2, I have basketball. I would love to just like kind of run, just kind of dominate a pickup
be
game.
able to hoop.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Love
dunking, that would be cool. Number 1, I have golf.
Yeah.
I would love to be just like a scratch golfer or something like
That's
that.
all excellent.
Yeah.
I honestly want to bump one of mine for Charlie's call on carpentry.
Oh, thievery?
It's fantastic.
I like
no,
thievery.
No, not the
I
thievery.
like thievery better than carpentry.
No, the
General
carpentry
thievery
is
could
great.
be like
is legit.
hacking banks.
Legit. I'm going to go my list number 5. I'm going to say I wish I could use a computer better. Let's put it that way. I wish I was better at Excel.
I wish you could too.
I wish I knew all the shortcuts that these guys know. I wish I was better We didn't learn a lot of that as a kid, believe
You know
it
what?
or
That
not.
skill would help a lot of us around here if you knew how to use a computer.
What do I? Why
Eric
you
with the printer.
No,
Eric
the
printer again.
I said, listen, I'm going to just, can I get a printer from my office? I said, can I bring my own computer? He goes, no, they don't allow that. I'm like, why not, Eric? The stupid printer. I wish I was better at computer stuff. Number 4, I wish I were a better writer, and I always did. I wished I was better in college. Some people have that creative writing gene.
Absolutely.
They can just put pen to paper and go. I stink at it. I wish I were better. Number 3, you guys, I think almost everybody had it. Instrument for sure.
Yeah.
You get down, you sit down, and you play the piano. I mean, come on. You tell me a girl's not impressed.
They swoon, Carm.
Man,
Yeah.
They swoon.
Like I'm forcing Layla to take piano.
Oh,
lessons.
yeah. My
There's
daughter
nothing
takes. I
yet.
love it. I
Yeah.
said, don't overquit, Abby. Don't give it up. It's so great. Number 2, it was on Abdalla's list. I wasn't joking about Liam Neeson. I watch revenge movies and I visualize like I'm that person. I wish I could just go kick people's ass. Like just be a
Snap
badass
necks.
Navy SEAL.
Like I want to be the dude that's like, oh, you really okay? You started this.
Restore the peace in a bar.
Yeah, I wish
yeah.
I could be like, I have a very particular set of skills. I mean, like, I go nuts for good, like, revenge movies. And like,
You want to go to the
Jason
UFC
Statham
gym together?
Kicking ass.
Let's go to the UFC gym together.
I wish I could do it.
There's one here.
That's
Summer
number
content.
2. And number 1, it's obviously golf, of course. I mean, I wish I could go out and be a +2. I mean, it's every guy's, I feel like it's every guy's
of
dream.
course.
You know,
See, I didn't put golf because, like, I actively golf.
And also, like, if you look up the average golfer.
I know.
Yeah, if you break 90, you're playing great golf.
Yeah, you're better than like
Most of the
80%
population.
of the population that like average golfers, like not tour golfers, obviously, but like if you're shooting 90, you're better than almost 75, 80% of golfers out there.
That's true. But still, like, I wish I was awesome.
No, Charlie, summer content was we tried to do HGH this summer, but Carmen didn't want.
Yeah, he got mad at us.
Yeah, we wanted you could be a better fighter if you took HGH.
Ridiculous.
Take
They're
roids.
like, go take steroids. I'm like, what are we
I
doing?
remember that show. I just want to try it.
I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah, we thought it'd be good
I just
content.
want to
for the
see,
summer.
like,
Scared.
what am I capable of?
Good content would
What's
be
my
a golf
ceiling?
match amongst all of us.
No,
Like Chris said,
I
not
want to
doing
take
steroids.
HGH. We'd do like the grip test every week.
Yeah.
You
It's
guys
like,
were going to go down to TJ.
it's
to
like
get the
hiring Ben
roids.
Johnson, but for your strength.
Let's let the fans vote. What would they prefer? A golf match or us
or
doing
the summer of
roids?
HGH.
Stop it. Viking Scott's got one. Go ahead, Scotty.
Guys, hey, how about a better dancer? You go to weddings. I'm 57 now.
right.
You go to a wedding, you see that one guy that's got the rhythm, he's got the groove.
Yeah.
And even though, our wives are out there or whatever, best, significant others dancing, you just like to be that guy that could do it without looking like a fool.
That's a good call.
Yeah, that's a good
Scotty,
one.
Yeah.
I like that.
I wish I had moves.
I like that. In the Twitch chat, someone says throwing a baseball over 100.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That would be awesome.
I mean, even 90, I think would be cool.
What about hitting 90? Being able to hit 90.
If you could
Yeah.
hit, would be
Yeah,
sweet
that'd be
too.
cool too.
Dude, if you could throw 90, can you imagine? Can you
Okay, all right,
imagine?
all right.
I mean,
Here-
I'd have to
here,
grow a foot,
realistically-
but to dunk would be awesome too. But
of the
Have to go to a
skills,
speed pitch with that.
of the skills, it's like if you practice from age 8 up to perfect, being a field goal kicker, I think is something that could be obtainable.
oh, dude,
true.
if
Right?
I
Like
would
you
have
could
known
at
the
least,
amount of money,
you could at least get a scholarship
Yeah.
to a mid-major school or something, kicking field goals and being on scholarship, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
like that is a skill that I think no one. In high school, you're not thinking about. There's like usually one or two kids that are doing it, and it's like, okay, they used to play soccer.
They used to play soccer, right.
But like if you practice your entire life to be a field goal kicker,
Yeah.
I'm sure you could get somewhere with
think
that.
of
I'm
the
not
money
saying,
you'd be making
I'm
now.
not saying the NFL. I'm just saying you could at least get to college with
Yes.
that.
You get some NIL and get some of college paid for, not bad. It's a good list. I like that one.
I feel like some of these things you could do. Like you could hop on Duolingo and learn.
Yeah,
language.
I could learn a language.
You could learn how
I
to
could
play
start
the
playing
harmonica. You could.
Should that be like
we
our,
have a
our
friend that
gimmick
can
on the show?
play the harmonica. He could teach you.
No, I don't want people to teach me. I want to do it myself.
Well, that's tough.
I'll lock myself in a room and
just
figure it out.
Figure it out?
Yeah.
That
I could
seems
learn
like
how to
it'd be hard.
fight, maybe.
I don't know.
I could go to the UFC
You
gym.
fight?
You could.
I'd go to the UFC gym.
Go learn jiu-jitsu or
Yeah,
something.
why not?
That's true. We're going to do Immaculate Carm coming up. We didn't do it Wednesday because we had a short show. I was off yesterday. I got one for you guys coming up, all right? So we'll do that coming up next. We got
Brad
the lunch
Pitt.
rush. It's not Brad Pitt. That's pretty good, though. Maybe I should have done Brad Pitt. That's pretty good.
Isn't the movie coming out this weekend?
I think it is. That's pretty good. Maybe I should have done that. Damn it. It's Carmen and Yurko. Bleck and Abdalla are sitting in. We'll be right back.
Carmen, Yurko. Don't worry. They'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's Home for Sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing pro football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Level up your summer projects with 4th of July savings on top brand cordless power tools from the Home Depot. Whether you're working on a fence, a planter box, or a new workbench, get the power and runtime you need with the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2 toolkit from the Home Depot for only $99 was $139. Get 4th of July savings on the cordless power you need to make summer projects easier than ever right now at the Home Depot.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, we're going to do this quick. We saved Immaculate Card for Friday, because we had that shorty on Wednesday with the White Sox and Diamondbacks wrapping up. So we're going to play today. Chris and Adam are in, so they don't know. They can actually play.
Love it.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to do well, I think, on this one. Remember, it's always something timely. Brad Pitt would have been a good one, like Chris said, but that's not it.
Jonathan Taves.
Behind the scenes.
It's not Jonathan Taves.
My favorite part of this segment is I guess before you start to Abdalla in the room, and I try and guess what it is before everyone else gets a clue.
One time you nailed it.
And one day I got dead on exactly it.
Nailed
Just
it.
blindly guessing.
Derrick Rose.
It's not Derrick Rose.
That is a good guess.
A good one. Immaculate Carmen is brought to you by the great folks at the Village of Elmwood Park, and today's winner will get a $50 gift card to Masa Cafe.
Ah, masa.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Yeah.
All right, so it's something timely. Try to piece it all together, all right? It is timely, folks. Think about the time of year. Here we go. First correct caller wins at 312-332-3776. Clue number 1, 55 world records. 55 world records.
I've got it.
Write it down. 55 world records. Yep. Adam's got it.
What the hell? 55 world records.
Adam's got it. Here is clue number 2. Bleck and Abdalla connection. Bleck.
I was going to say, friend of the show.
Bleck and Abdalla connection.
I got
Chris
you now.
has got it now.
I got you.
Bleck and Abdalla connection.
Twitch has it. What is his name? I got the first name. It doesn't matter. Keep going. I know who it is.
55 world records. Bleck and Abdalla connection. Twitch has it. Let's see. Clue number 3. Making a return.
Yep.
Making a return. So we've got 55 world records. Bleck and Abdalla connection.
It's true.
Making a return. I think Mark in Lincoln Park is our winner. And your fourth and final clue was going to be 16-time champ, bun and all. 16-time champ, bun and all. Oh, everybody was quick on the draw today. I knew it.
Yeah.
And I think Mark, who'd already called earlier, didn't he? Is quick on the draw today, and he's our winner. Mark, who are we talking about?
Sorry for the repeat. It's Joey Chestnut.
It is the one and only, the world champ, the GOAT. It is Joey Chestnut. Mark, nice job. Hold on. The guys will get your info, and we'll send you a $50 gift card to Masa Cafe. Do you know what I learned in my research of Joey Chestnut?
What's that?
I don't know if he still does it anymore because he's been so successful. Like, I'm assuming he's made a great living off of this. He's like 15 years. The guy's been making a living, I think, off this. Do you know he has a civil engineering degree? He's
That's
a
cool.
civil engineer.
That's awesome.
Like Joey Chestnut. I'm like, what? Joey Chestnut.
I mean,
it's a great career.
You can't make that much as a professional
I don't know.
leader.
Do you think he has?
He probably does. He
bet
probably
does.
has millions of dollars in endorsements.
He couldn't do it last year because of an endorsement he had,
I bet
right?
you
That was the first year.
No,
I bet you Chris is
guarantee.
right. I bet you he's made a fortune over the years.
All right. According to the internet, which is always wrong about this stuff, $4 million.
That's
Between
pretty
3 and
good.
4 million.
But he's
Okay,
also got
fine.
a degree in engineering, and like he worked when he was young as a civil engineer. I'm like, wow,
All right.
that's impressive. Way to go, Joey Chestnut.
He is friend of the show. He's our greatest American athlete.
Yeah, how about that? And yeah, he will be back at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest for the 4th next weekend. All right, we'll take another quick break. We got the lunch rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Are you ready to take your finances and homeownership journey to the next level? At NHS Chicago, we're here to help you do just that with our next level classes. Free, expert-led workshops designed to help you go beyond the basics. Whether you want to boost your credit, learn about estate planning, dive into real estate investing, or keep your home in great shape with maintenance know-how, NHS has a class for you. Our Next Level series is perfect for homeowners, future buyers, and anyone ready to build long-term financial security. Classes are available both online and in person to fit your schedule. It's time to invest in your future with knowledge that pays off. Register now at nhschicago.org/education or give us a call at 773-329-4111. That's nhschicago.org/education or 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
All right, Abdalla, here's a stat for you. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America, was founded in 1829. Baseball, 1839.
So before baseball, people were already drinking Yuengling?
Yep.
And in their free time, just standing around with a beer, no home runs, just vibes?
And clearly, 196 years later, Yuengling is still going strong, and baseball is still playing catch-up.
Chicago, next time you grab a Yuengling, remember, you're drinking history, literally.
And baseball, you're welcome for the inspiration.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 42424. That's HOT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Mike North's got a bonus play for us in about 10, 12 minutes. We got crosstalk in about an hour. Waddle and Silvy will get you home on this Friday, and then White Sox and Giants with Jeff Meller at 6. That's when the pregame is going to start later tonight, right here on your home for White Sox baseball. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Bleck and Abdalla sitting in, and it is time for the lunch rush. All right, Char Dog. Oh, we're going back with that music?
There you go.
My bad. Wrong one on that one.
Music. Here we go.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
All right, let's rush.
Come on, Jesse.
Come on. Here we go. All right, Char Dog.
We
Let's
have
do
some news out of the world of baseball. Big Dumper taking on the home run derby. He will be there. The MLB's leader in home runs.
Yeah.
It's going to take on the home run derby. I don't subscribe really to it messes everything up for you, but I don't know.
I don't need no number. Like I saw Silvy was adamant he doesn't want PCA doing it.
Yeah,
I'm not a Cub fan, so I don't mind.
If you go to the station's Instagram page, we were all basically asked, should PCA participate if asked? I
think
said
it's cool.
I think we all said yes.
I would love to see it.
Yeah,
me too.
Why not?
My whole thing is I feel like a lot of the people who participate had gotten hot like in that first month of the year or the first half of that season, and then they kind of came back to what they probably were already. Like to me, it was more just we have a bigger sample size as opposed to an actual causal thing.
Yeah, is it just simply? Is there some direct correlation there? It's hard. I think that'd be tough to prove or tricky to prove. There's certainly some anecdotal evidence. that might suggest it can mess with guys' swings. But
if you want to be a face of baseball,
Yeah.
you gotta participate in the home run derby.
The big boys have done it. You know,
Pete Crowe's going to be an MVP and one of the most hyped players this season. Participate. What's the worst that can happen? You flame out in the first round.
You hit 2 home runs in the second half of the season.
Well,
yeah, but that
I think that's the fear.
that could happen regardless.
I mean, it could. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how to prove that, but.
Did Chris Bryant do it the year he won MVP?
I
Or was it
don't
the year
remember.
after?
I don't think he ever did.
I don't know if he ever did.
No, he did it once.
Did he?
I think did he do it his rookie year?
I don't remember.
In 15?
To
It
be
might have been
honest, I
that.
don't know.
I know because there was a thing like he was like yelling at his dad during the thing.
Oh, was his dad throwing BP?
oh yeah, he definitely did the home run derby.
did?
Yeah.
I thought he did it his rookie year. It
Has
was in
Shohei
Cincinnati.
done it?
Cincinnati.
Yeah, so that would have been 15.
Has Shohei done it?
I don't think Shohei's done it.
I mean, that's the guy you want to see do it, right? Like,
Yeah, his
Harper?
dad, because Chris Bryant's dad threw to him
Yes,
in the home
I
run
remember
derby.
that. Because there's the gif of him going, Dad,
Yeah.
Dad. Because like he was stopped throwing to him or
See what
something like
year.
that.
What year is this? 2019?
15. He did it
oh
in
no,
15.
so Shohei did do it. 2021.
Shohei did do it?
So
Okay.
like, you know, Pete Alonso's done it. Harper's done it.
I feel like everybody does it when they're first kind of coming up. I remember like Stanton did it early. He like blew everything up.
Vladdy Jr.'s done it. Stan's done it, right? Like, you know, Shohei's.
Rizzo was a part of the 2015 derby as well.
Okay.
Oh, I think both
Schwarber's
of them.
done it twice.
Schwarber's done it, yeah. Some guys love it. Pete Alonso's loves doing it. All right, what else, Charlie?
All right, I have some Eastern Conference winners odds for you. At the bottom are 4 teams, only one of which wasn't trying to tank last year. The Nets, the Wizards, the Hornets, and the Chicago Bulls.
How about that? Yeah.
All 50-1. Only one of those teams wasn't
I love
actively
it.
trying to be
I
terrible.
sent
Both
you
were trying to win.
a mock draft already.
Oh, God,
A way too
yeah.
early mock draft, and it had them picking 7th.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
Back to 7.
Back to
Their
7.
favorite pick.
Yeah, back to 7. Which is okay, but to be fair though, I have seen some people say that like this draft is going to be insane and
Really?
like
It
it's
is.
going to be a
It's
5,
supposed to
6,
be.
or 7 player draft.
All
So
right, okay.
the worst, like if you're going to be bad,
Do it now.
do it now. For God's sake, do it now. Because if this is truly a 5-player draft or whatever, you have to get a top 5 pick.
It's also going to be a back-to-back year where the top players are all going to play in college basketball. So,
Which is good.
you know, because
Go
the
look
last
at 'em.
few years, it got very top 10 picks. A lot of them were international. No one knew about them. This is going to be another college basketball season where most of the top 10 guys are all going to be playing in college
And a lot
basketball.
of players, like I think Boozer's kid is
Yeah.
going to be high
Yeah,
up there.
Champ
Boozer's
Boozer.
kid is like top
he's
3.
The third, he's
right?
like the third-ranked kid right
Yeah.
now.
Yep. Yeah.
We have to make changes to fix things.
Who's that? That was AK?
The man in the
I think
shadows
that
now.
was
It was a guy.
Eversley. We'll talk more Bulls coming up at 2. All right, Charlie, what else?
The Raptors moved on from Masai Ujiri.
Yeah, I saw that.
Somebody that had some really great moves a long time ago and hasn't really had many since then. I mean, I think you'd still take him over AK. But
Of course, I would take.
I said I'd take Garpax over
Of
AK.
course, you would. They were in John Paxson took this team to the playoffs year after year, virtually. Oh, no, I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean, like they built teams that at least.
Yes.
I mean, come on, this is a joke. What's happening now? It's
Real
a
competitive
joke.
teams.
They built competitive teams when Pax was in charge. This is a joke. And of course, you would take Ujiri over this crew. It's been pretty ugly since they won their title, but I would take Masai Ujiri over the crew they have in place now, without a doubt.
The timing of it doesn't make any sense. They just drafted and free agency is coming right up.
Yep.
Like, I remember the Jets did this when they fired Mike McCagnon like 2 weeks after they drafted. To me, it's not a thing that, if you're a bad franchise, it's the kind of thing you're inclined to do.
Seems like it might have had to be something that was already in the works.
Well, he was in the running for the Atlanta job. So it seems like you're right, Carm, that they knew and he knew that things were coming to an end because he was up for the Atlanta job. So
It's had to be coming. This has been brewing. All right, what else?
All right, Pelicans GM Joe Dumars met the media yesterday, and he spent a little bit of time talking about the process for their huge trade-up in which they gave up a 2026 unprotected pick to go get Patrick Queen.
When you have a chance to get 2 lottery picks in one draft,
you're accounting for the following year, really, when you get 2 in one draft. And so that's the first thing you calculate. And then secondly, look, these deals, after we drafted 7, we started from 9 and went all the way until we got a deal. And you don't pull the trigger on the asset next year until you get that deal. Otherwise, you keep it. But here's what I've said to the staff. When you identify a player that you think this can be one of the foundations here, you go and get him.
It's and it's not Patrick Queen, of course. Patrick Queen's a football player.
I always confuse those two. I did that a million times.
That's the whole conviction thing. Maybe Dumars, maybe it'll work out. It seems risky, especially for a player that's not Queen might turn out to be great. Not a great athlete, in terms of like the level at which he's going to be playing. He had one of the lowest verts, I think, at the combine, and not a great all-around athlete. But we'll see. I like Sorber more. I wish the Bulls would have drafted Sorber, to be honest. He was one of my favorite guys, like in that range that I figured they'd be picking from. We'll get to that. We'll talk more Bulls.
To go after Joe Dumars, though, it isn't even about who they selected. It's your team's not going to be good enough in the Western Conference next year.
I wouldn't think.
So you need to keep your first-round pick next season.
It's giving up the unprotected. Or at least protect it.
It is It's very likely that the Pelicans could be bottom 3 or 4 in the West next season.
Yep.
And therefore, you're going to be in the lottery. And if that turns out to be, like Charlie said, a top 3 pick, you just move that because of, like, what in the hell are you doing?
You better, anything short of Queen turning out to be a
superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I don't know if he's a superstar, you guys. I've been wrong.
I think
before,
he'll be a nice player, but
yeah.
The key part to me,
that's a ballsy, risky thing to do.
The key part of that quote to me was when he said, like, we started from 9 and went all the way down to 12.
Talk to the Bulls.
It's a little bit vague, but like, I think a lot of people were wondering if the Bulls got the same offer that the Hawks did. If the Bulls got that offer and said no, it kind of goes to what Callie says about, like, AK doesn't really pick up his phone that much. But also, like, that's just malpractice if you just were like...
Yeah, like you could have got a...
You see Joe Dumars calling, you should pick up the phone because something probably good is going to happen to you.
There was a time when Dumars was held in pretty high regard. That time was a long time ago. Yeah, that is interesting that he said everywhere from 9 through getting the deal done at 13, a couple picks behind where the Bulls selected. So had to be some conversation that was going on.
At the very least,
one pick after the Bulls.
At the very least, the Bulls have terrible intel because if you knew who they were targeting, you could play them, right? Like, who you want, who you like. If you have the intel that the Pelicans are after Queen.
And obviously Derek Queen was not the guy they wanted. Yeah.
Right. So, like, the point is you could still get your guy. If you know their intel, you can make them believe that you're going to take that player. Maybe you get that first-round pick. Maybe, like, I think it just goes back to it's likely that the Bulls have the worst front office in the league, and that's why nothing came from it.
I'm not sure they know how to play that game. It doesn't seem like they do.
Collect information and use it against those other teams.
It doesn't seem like they're very good at playing that game. You just look at the trades that have been made, what they've sacrificed, what they've given up, where they failed to recoup some of those picks. They traded 2 first-round picks for Vooch.
Yeah.
And they haven't recouped any of those in some of the guys they've traded. And why aren't they playing the game better along the lines of some of these other GMs? That's where they seem like they really come up short. So, what else, Charlie?
That's the lunch rush.
That's the lunch rush. We got Mike North's bonus play coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
Yes, the dreaded slice. Time for a little practice. No better place to hone your skills than at Golf Center Des Plaines. 80 bays across 3 tiers with an automated tee-up system that lets you hit onto 300 yards of targeted turf. No need bending over, just focus on your swing. Their renovated facility boasts new range turf, new carpet, and new hitting mats, ensuring you will have the ultimate golfing experience. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Wrapping the week, Chris and Adam are in for Yurko, and it's a Friday, and it's almost 2. That means it's time for the bonus play with Mike North. We got a new episode of The Odds Couple up now. Go to the ESPN Chicago app. You can catch up on demand this weekend, and make sure you check out the show. We gave out some plays for tonight. Jim Miller had horses, talked future NBA odds, the AL Cy Young race, which could be epic in the back half of the season. I mean, you got 5 guys that are all 10-1 or less, and they've all been incredible in their own right this year. So a lot of good stuff in this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline and bring in Mikey for the bonus play. What's up, Mike?
What's going on, fellas? It's another big day. What can I tell you? I heard you guys talking about the Bulls, you know, and the general managers. And they haven't been signed to an extension yet, have they?
I believe they have.
In secret.
Oh, they have?
In secret. Yeah, Chris is right. Don't let anybody know about it, but it sounds like it happened.
And nobody absolutely is pursuing them. So This is another one of these deals where they're pretending that it's important that they sign them. Yeah, I just look at them. I see Frost Hope. That should be the name of a rock and roll band, not the name of your front office.
Exactly.
To be honest with you. So anyway, that's another story for another day, fellas. We're ready to go. First of all, I got a couple games here for everybody tonight. Last week on the bonus, we were 0-1 on the baseball play. I'm about 33 over right now with baseball. Check it out at North to North, but I'll put up these picks later on tonight. Make sure you listen to the Carmen Yurko podcast, though, because we're going to have these plays up there. First of all, this is a team that I've had a great year at betting baseball, but Baltimore has been a team that has killed me. But once again, it's reading tonight that Baltimore should beat Tampa Bay, and nobody really has an easy time against Tampa Bay, especially a team that's underachieving like Baltimore. But I'm going to take the Baltimore Orioles buying a run and a half, plus 1.5 for a minus 140. So you're plus 1.5 at minus 140. They're plus 122 at the 10-cent line. With the rigged lines they have now at the apps, maybe 112.
They are rigged.
You wouldn't be afraid to bet that either. You may not even need to run and a half. Also, the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Kansas City Royals. The over/under 9 in this game. This is a game where you got a couple pitchers that may be unknown to the regular folks, but the casual folks. But Dustin May was 4-5 for the Dodgers at 4.46 against Noah Cameron for Kansas City at 2-3, 2.08. It will go over the total. It's going to be a little warm tonight in Kansas City. The ball's going to be flying out of that ballpark, so I like the over 9. And why not go with the trifecta here? This is a weird one. The over-under in this game is 8.5 with Miami and Arizona. You got Ujiri Perez at a 6.17. He almost covers the whole total with his ERA. Against Merrill Kelly, you got to pray Perez finds lightning in the bottle. Then they get to the bullpen. They've been pretty good of late. Kelly finds his form. It's still good at 3.39. Take the under 8.5 in that one, Carmen.
All right, under 8.5 in D-backs. Marlins over 9. I love that one. In Kansas City tonight, I think you're right on there. And then Baltimore. If you want to take the run and a half, you will get that at minus 140. All right, a trifecta. Happy wagering, buddy.
Go with the trifecta. You guys have a great one, all right?
Buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
Mike.
There's Mike North with the 3-pack for the bonus play.
Love it.
It's a lot of baseball. I don't know how he does it every night. And he's got a great record this year.
33 up, right?
Yeah, it's a lot. But my good Lord, I couldn't bet that many baseball games. It's too much.
Carm, have you seen the latest news from your favorite pop star from yesterday?
No,
but Have you seen the latest information from everyone's favorite new pop star?
I did. What's the name of the song? Man-Child?
Sabrina Carpenter. Yes, that's her song.
I did ask my daughter. I
Man-Child.
said, "Hey, have you heard?" I said, "Davi." I was like, "Have you listened to the new Sabrina Carpenter?" She goes, "Oh yeah, I love Man-Child." I'm like,
Man-Child.
Oh God.
So you haven't seen the new information?
Now what? No.
She has adjusted on the fly, and they have now changed the cover to the album.
Alternate
because of
covers, yeah.
Backlash over the cover. Now, Carm, why don't you describe to everyone driving?
That was her in the Daisy
car.
Dukes, right? Was it?
No, it's
No.
different
The one where
position.
she was,
The other one.
Let's have Carm describe it. Punch it up there at the old computer. She's on the cover of her new album.
Hold on, Sabrina.
And people were unhappy with
new album cover.
Well, not the new one, but you need the
this one here. Yeah, this one.
That one. Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
How would you describe that cover to anyone?
She is on all threes because one hand is up in the air, and her. Am I looking at this right? Is this guy grabbing her hair?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's it, Carm. Yep.
I think she's going to have multiple covers. This is an alternate cover.
Well, this is, as she says, it's approved by God.
Yeah,
her new cover is now
that one in the middle.
Yeah,
come on.
That black and white one.
This one?
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah. That's like a Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, but it's maybe
it's
not
PG.
as suggestive as the first one.
No,
basically
the first one in which she's on all fours and her hair's being pulled. No, it's not as suggestive.
I thought you'd be all over this news that broke yesterday that she released a new alternative album cover.
She needs to be banned, okay?
Banned?
Whoa!
What the hell?
We need to ban her.
Whoa! Why?
Carm,
If
what
I didn't have a daughter, I would
doing?
be saying something different. She needs to be banned. She's too dangerous for America's youth.
No.
I think we should support.
We can't have this.
Keep doing her thing.
There's nothing wrong with this.
Look at this. Look, she is something. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this, Adam.
I know.
These are Daisy
I'm
Dukes.
well aware.
These are Daisy Dukes.
I'm well aware.
What do you call those? Those are better than Daisy
Are you
Dukes.
taking
I don't even
your
know
daughter
what those are, Chris.
to
those are
Sunday
short.
Lollapalooza?
I am not. My daughter will never go to Lollapalooza.
Are you going to watch the live stream?
Never.
No, she'll go, I'm sure, at some point when I won't have a say in it anymore. Is she at Lolla?
Yeah, she's on Sunday.
She's the big deal.
Oh, God, help us all. No. Thank God my daughter.
She needs to be banned.
We'll be back
be
downstairs for those 4 days.
No, it's just, maybe just for those 4. She needs to be banned.
Jeez, what the hell's wrong with you, Carm? Trying to ban Sabrina Carpenter.
Look at this picture, man, on me. Oh, my God. It's, look at her hitchhiking in these shorts. Is that airbrushed, you guys? It's got to be, right? Are those her real legs?
I mean,
if those are her real legs,
I would assume that there's some touching up, but I mean, those are legs, yeah.
Are those real legs?
Sweet Lord in heaven. It's Carmen and Yerk. Bleck and Abdalla sitting in. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I hope everyone's having a great Friday. It's Carmen and Yerk. Bleck and Abdalla are sitting in. And we got crosstalk in about 35 minutes. All calls welcome. Chris and Adam are on now. Not going to be on tonight. We got White Sox baseball, and they're hanging with me. So we've had a lot of good caller interaction. 312-332-3776, whether that's Cubs, the way they responded the last couple of days in St. Louis with a couple of shutout wins. Got a big series against the Astros in Houston this weekend. Kyle Tucker sure to get a nice ovation when he comes to the plate for the first time. Plus, Bulls draft, which we haven't gotten a chance to talk about too much. I know you guys have. You were on Wednesday night. Yeah, you were in for us yesterday. I don't know much about Noah Sengay. I mean, I'd heard the name a couple times leading up. I haven't watched other than some YouTube stuff. Obviously, haven't watched a whole lot of them. What I like, we'll start with the positive, is that he's the second youngest player in the draft. He doesn't turn 19 until December. That's good. There's, youth and length and some athleticism in there, so okay. And they obviously like to, and they've got, and every GM does. I mean, this front office very much has certain parameters that they're looking for, right? They're looking for young players like that are wings. That's what they keep drafting. Yeah. And I understand that in this era of basketball. I do. There seems to be a little bit of redundancy, though, in kind of what they target and who they're going for. So I don't know. What did you guys think? What was the big takeaway that you had from the draft?
To your point there about the style of player they're looking for, I would be okay with that if they came with a little bit more offensive touch or ability to score the basketball. Like the thing that we've now seen, this is the third player Eversley and AK have drafted, which it seems to be lengthy wing defender with no offensive game for the most part. No outside shot, no ability to get a bucket on their own. Julian Phillips, Dalen Terry, and now Essengay. Right? Like, those are three players. And, hell, just throw Patrick Williams into the mix, too.
Yeah, I would.
He doesn't have an offensive game either.
No, I would throw Patrick Williams into that. I agree with
Matas does.
Yes.
And you saw it immediately when he started to get minutes from Billy. He is out there aggressively going to the basket. He has offensive moves. He's not polished. He's not finished. He hasn't grown into his body yet. I think he's going to get there. So he's different. But it feels like a young player who doesn't have an offensive game, hoping that he learns that at some point at the NBA level, I guess is okay, except for the fact that he weighs 196 pounds at 6'10". I mean, Now, I do know the Ringer wrote about this, that a part of the pre-draft scout on Essengay is that he is a bit of a free throw merchant, which is surprising for a guy who doesn't have any weight on his body because he's constantly throwing himself into other bodies and getting the result of fouls from that. And he was compared to his free throw rate being around someone like a Julius Randle, who Julius Randle has meat on his bones.
Big body.
So he can take the beating and the constant contact offensively trying to draw fouls. So it'll be interesting to see if that turns out to being something, and that's what they wrote, is that is definitely something advanced scouts see, and him competing in a league in Europe, getting to the free throw line the way he did, even though he scored 10 points per game, as something that eventually translates to having success in the NBA. Now, whether or not he'll be able to put enough weight on to take that beating in the NBA is a different story, but he clearly is a project.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not lying about the direction of how they want to handle building this team. It's from within, and it's hoping that one of these players that they've drafted turns into a star, because they told us on Wednesday night that they're not going to go out in free agency and do anything. And they're trying to make trades, but it doesn't seem like they're great at pulling those trades off.
Right.
So it's all going to come from within. That's my initial thought.
Yeah, and I think that's I don't know anything about Essengay. So, I can't make an evaluation of Essengay, much like tricky. You can't. But I know what they're trying to do, and I know what Mark Eversley said after the pick was made and said that they're a franchise in transition. Okay, then transition then. Then sell off Kobe if you have to, and Lonzo, and Vooch, because we just talked about it. This is going to be one of the deeper drafts in a long time. You know, some NBA writers are saying that the deepest in over a decade. So
this is the time to do it.
Do it. If you're going to do it, go get first-round picks for some of these guys, and you've got an expiring contract with Vooch. If you're going to re-sign Kobe, if not, if you find out from him that he's going to want to hit the market, trade him as well for a first-round pick that you can get for him, and really go into this draft with some ammo. If you're preaching, which again...
And don't make the play-in tournament.
Well, yeah, that's the point, is you're preaching financial flexibility, okay? Because if you're not going to go the route of looking at it and saying, look, the Pacers are not going to be very good without Halliburton. The Celtics have traded off everybody. The Knicks don't have a coach yet. Right. So, if you're not going to say this is an opportunity to go and get to the third seed or get to the fourth seed in the East, then tear it down and go into this draft with 3 or 4 first-round picks and do something about it.
If we piece together based on the sourced material out there on who they've been shopping, it sounds like that's what they're trying to do.
Right.
We knew at the trade deadline they were trying to move Vooch.
Right.
It seems like that's been a rumor that's been out there that Golden State has wanted Vooch for quite some time, and for some reason that hasn't happened. Now, in the next week with free agency, if there's a sign-in trade with Jonathan Kuminga and they are able to move Vooch out to the Golden State, maybe that happens. I'm not thrilled with Kuminga, Carm. I know you like Kuminga a little bit more.
I do.
But he would add to another long, athletic, young player that could go to the mix with what they have. on draft night, on Wednesday night for their first round, Cowley had the report that the Bulls were shopping Kobe White and Lonzo Ball. Yeah. Okay, so if you're able to move off of Kobe and Lonzo and Vooch in this offseason, what do you have next year? I mean, you're really saying without saying that you're tanking.
Tanking, of course. I think you absolutely
That's fine,
are.
But I know they're never going to say that. If the sourced rumor is that they're trying to move off and they're not going to re-sign Kobe White, and they're moving off of him and Lonzo and Vooch, that team's not winning 30 games next season. They're going to win like 24 games.
That's fine.
And Matas is going to be the reason you watch every night to see if he can develop into something.
I think the
and
fans,
they'll likely they're going to re-sign Giddey.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Giddey
and Matas.
And a bunch of stretch 3s and 4s who can't really shoot from the outside, and they're going to try and play fast. And that's what they're going to do.
I think that fans would be much more into that. And they would buy into
it's a direction.
It's a direction. That's right.
It's a direction.
It's and I'm sorry, making the play-in tournament is not a direction.
No,
don't think it for 1 second. And I think Bulls fans are, for by and large, even very normally optimistic Bulls fans are frustrated and done with this nonsense.
Sylvie ran a poll yesterday.
2 days ago, wasn't it?
No, yesterday. Because he heard our conversation, and it was like, if the franchise... Do people care? The question was, do you care about the Bulls? It was simple. It's over now. 82% said no. 82%.
So they're tapped out.
That's what they've done, and that's
they're
what
exhausted.
I kept pointing this out on draft night. Since 2015, something has changed with the franchise. Before 2015, they actively tried to win. They didn't accomplish the task, and they didn't sign the biggest free agent on the market, but they were in the conversation in 2010 for LeBron and D-Wade. They didn't get them, but they tried. In 2014, they tried to land Carmelo Anthony.
Yes, they did.
They were trying, and something in the last 10 years has happened. First of all, they've had 3 head coaches. They've only made 2 playoff appearances. They've been 95 games under 500 since 2015. But it really feels, and we were talking with Waddle and Silvy about this yesterday, something at the top has changed in the last 10 years. For some reason, Michael and Jerry are now dictating a different philosophy and what they want to accomplish with this team.
How many cash deals have they made in that time?
A lot of cash
3,
considerations.
Right? At least, maybe 4?
You're never in the Bulls are never in the conversation anymore for top free agents.
No.
10 years ago, that wasn't the case.
That's true.
10 years ago, they signed Carlos Boozer. They signed Paul Gasol. And I get it. Bulls fans, shut up. I get it. Boozer wasn't great. They still signed a guy who was probably the 5th best free agent on the market.
Yeah, but it was because after they were in the mix for LeBron and Wade.
They were in that back room at Joe's, you guys.
Exactly.
And they literally left that meeting thinking we did this. LeBron and Wade are going to come here. And it didn't. And I know, close, no cigar, who cares? But, that was real.
They were
in
actively
that
trying.
room, they thought they were going to sign those 2.
Exactly. And so, Carm, I'll ask you, what has changed with this team in the last 10 years? Why is it middling as the 10th seed in the conference, only worried about scouting young players and hoping they develop, and that being your philosophy on how to win? How did it turn to that?
Could it be Michael has more of an influence on the day-to-day operations over that time period, and he's worse than his dad?
Who would have thought that the kid would be
worse?
Right.
I don't
thought
know what
that when
else
he
it
took
is.
over, he was. I thought that he would want to have his own legacy and to win. That's what happened.
Yeah, because there's no Ishbia plan with him. He's the
they're
owner.
No, I know.
He's the owner.
But it was his influence to why in 2020, when they made the decision to go to AK and Eversley and switch up from Gar Pax, it was because he was sick of hearing how this was once a great basketball town and venue and all this stuff, and they were going to change things.
It's gotten so much
worse.
worse.
What the hell has happened?
It's a great question. I can't think of anything else other than Michael's had more direct influence on day-to-day operations over that time span. What else could it be?
Are they just worried about the influx of cash because they're going to spend so much to build out the area around the UC? That construction project that's going to take place?
And they're financing them themselves, right? That's not...
Is that why? Because, and I think Sylvie did a very nice job yesterday afternoon of pointing out, when you trade a pick for cash considerations, That's not money that goes to the salary cap or it goes to anything basketball related.
No.
It goes directly into the pocket of the owner.
That is cash
it's
to
just
the owner.
Profit.
That's exactly right. That is cash to the owner.
And it's not the first time they've done it.
They've done it a handful of times.
Yeah.
Boy, were they mad when we called them out for the Jordan Bell stuff. Ooh, when they sold that pick.
Yeah, remember that was
Bell,
the Jordan Bell with the Warriors.
They
right?
were not happy at the Advocate Center.
If you want to be the Thunder, if you want to be the Pacers, that's fine. If you want to build that way and say, look, we're not going to go out and get superstars, that's fine. But you need to make a move now before the season starts, or at least at the deadline, to make sure that you can go and take advantage of this draft to become that. Because drafting guys 12th every single year isn't going to get you to become the Thunder or the Pacers.
Or you have to be better at what you're talking about, Adam. You have to be better at drafting those players and developing them.
Because they haven't done.
Because they haven't.
If it were the Pacers, Dalen Terry would be a starting two-guard for the Bulls right now. Like Neesmith or Nimhard. Or,
right. Can you imagine? I mean, it's a great point.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like if you want to be them, then the players that you draft immediately have to have impact because you're doing the work and bringing in the right players who are not just athletic wings who can't shoot and who may or may not have started for their college team.
And what you shouldn't do is find a player like Matas Buzelis, have a great year from him in the second half. His development is going great. Kobe White's developing into a player, and then you fire your player development guy and don't replace
they fired
him.
the shooting guy too, right?
Yeah.
Is that that was who is it? I'm blanking on his name right now. Yeah, I know exactly. Patton, right? Yeah. What happened there? That seems odd.
I mean, Cowley.
Was there a little bit about Cowley?
Chris has said it before, and Cowley echoed it yesterday with Kap and J Hood. If you don't agree with AK, you are out.
There's a bit of
He called it a dictatorship. He called it. His words. He called it a dictatorship.
It's you. You can't necessarily disagree with what AK wants.
He says he'll listen to your suggestion once, but as soon as you keep bringing it back up,
oh boy.
So let me ask you this, Carmen, because you covered the team throughout the early years of this. I don't ever recall Pax having the team in this type of spot.
No.
He actively tried to win.
Yes.
And even when the teams had less talent, the group he was putting out there on the floor gave a damn, and they played great defense, and they were worthy of fans' support. And I asked Abdalla yesterday, I would love to know off the record what Pax thinks of what's going on right now. I know that he is an advisor to the organization still, but he gave answers when he would talk to the media.
Yeah.
These guys, and what I heard on Wednesday night from Eversley, my Lord,
it's terrible. It's
stumbling all over himself, not really giving a clear direction on what they want to accomplish.
The
I don't get it.
the messaging is terrible. Pax took over a team in about 2003, if I've got the timeline right. I mean, obviously they were terrible coming out of the dynasty. Nothing of what Jerry did and what he tried after the dynasty really worked. And Pax knew that, and look, he was the play-by-play. He was the analyst. I mean, he was in the organization, and things were kind of cultivating. But so he had some ideas, but he knew he had to break down that entire thing, Chris, to your point, the entire thing. And within a couple of years, everybody was gone. Yeah. Everybody was moved on from. Tyson was really the last one to to your point, it was. He identified how bad they were, and the mix of players they had was just terrible. And everything was changed. Coaching staffs, assistants, scouting. He hired new people. He promoted a couple people from within that helped retool their scouting department. And a couple of those guys that are still in the league have gone on to great success in different organizations. So it was everything had to kind of be broke down, and he knew it. He's I get this whole roster needs to be changed. And he did it. And they were competitive. This organization is far worse off right now compared to when they fired Pax and Gar. And you're right, Pax is still kind of with the team. But
he's not running the team anymore.
It is far worse, less than anyone think.
And
far worse.
The idea that they essentially for the last 3 years have done nothing.
No. They've done nothing.
That, I would imagine that would irritate Paxson.
I'm sure.
Right?
Yes.
You're not improving to the goal of actually ever winning, and you're not you're actively you're not making trades.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing anything with the roster.
I imagine his thoughts would be, "This is what you wanted."
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You wanted me out.
I'm just saying, like, it's just weird when you look back since 2015 how things have changed so much with this team. And Carmen, you pointed out there is apathy and the care of the casual fan. It seems like they are doing a very good job of killing any interest or passion from the Chicago sports fan.
Yeah,
the way they're handling their business.
The results have been bad, and the messaging is bad. It's all bad. Do they realize it? To me, sometimes it doesn't seem like they do.
No, I think they kind of do, because it's the not announcing Donovan's contract and all this kind of stuff.
But that would have been something to be positive
exactly,
about.
But they don't. They don't.
The podcast thing.
Yeah, the podcast thing. Apparently,
you see that?
No.
Yeah.
So,
Chizen removed it from the site.
Yeah, CHGO. There was a podcast posted last week with Casey Johnson talking about AK's extension.
Yes.
And that podcast has been removed from CHGO's site.
Oh, is it CHGO or Chizen?
Isn't that the same thing?
I thought, no.
CHGO and CHGO.
Oh, yeah. Whatever.
Chungo. There's Chungo and Chizen.
Chungo and Chizen.
I can't keep them all straight.
Chizen. Now, and I think Agra said that the Bulls had nothing to do with that.
Right.
Maybe Chizen's fallen on the sword.
Somebody got yelled at.
Well, what is that all about?
But if it's factual reporting, what's the problem here?
I don't know. That's a great question. What is the problem? That is a great question.
Cowley is, as a member of the media, says that it's an FU to the media. That basically they're saying that you guys can report everything you want to. We're not going to confirm anything. This is a big FU to you guys. And because the way you cover us. I don't
know. The way
it.
you cover it, win a game.
We win something. The pettiness of that is like next level.
That
That's
cannot be
nuts.
real. That can't be real.
He said it, man. I don't know what to tell you. He's a member of the media. He covers this team every day.
No, I know. He does a great job. I just, it's widely known and reported that they all got extensions. And the coach did a great job last season.
That's something you should be celebrating.
Yeah.
Yes, if you believe that much in Billy. And I guess if you believe in any of these guys, well, what are you hiding from? Why are you extending them if you don't want people to know if you're embarrassed by it?
Okay, I'm going to raise my hand and ask a question. Has Michael Reinsdorf ever conducted an interview on the record about the Bulls?
He's not like the old man. Listen, Jerry's older now. Jerry's not in the public eye much anymore by choice. He doesn't need to be. Jerry's pushing 90 years old. Jerry Reinsdorf used to talk.
Right.
Jerry Reinsdorf would do interviews. Mm-hmm. Jerry would bark that they'll never get another bite at the apple. But Jerry would talk.
Did Michael talk when they hired AK and
He never talks.
That's what, because I feel like a lot of these questions are just questions for Michael Reinsdorf.
Yeah, but he's not going to talk. AK might never talk again.
No, now it just send
Eversley
out to do it now.
That's what Paxson did with Gar at the end.
Yeah, but again, he had some.
No, but at the end
he did. But he
put
also
him out there as the meat shield.
He was there.
He had some skins on the wall, and he kind of was like,
I get it, but now you say, all right, GM, this is your job now. We gave you 5 more years.
He did.
Get
Pat's
on
got
there.
sick of talking. And he's too confrontational. He's too much of a red ass. He's like, I'm done with this. I'm going to send Gar out to do it from now on. It's like, that's enough. He's too feisty. 312-332-3776. Our blood's going talking about this team. We care more than most, it seems like. But my God, like, what is your message and what is your plan? And if it's going to be bad, fine. Like you said, next year's going to be like a great draft. And like, you could strategically do some things to set you up where you're picking off some really good players. And then if you can develop them, like, great. Message it that way.
Theo came in and did that, didn't he? Theo came into the Cubs and was like, we're going to suck.
Well, it's like the old conversation we always have with football, right? If we find the one at quarterback, but you miss the playoffs, we would all be okay with it. If next season, if it's clear that Matas is about to become an all-star, and they're the 4th worst team in the league, and they're going to be in the lottery.
That's great.
We would all be ecstatic that Matas turned out to be that good and that they have a chance at the number 1 pick.
That's right.
That would be a fun
awesome.
Season. That would be a fun season.
Amen.
You're not losing fans by doing that.
I agree. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing pro football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG Law today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. It's the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, and it takes over July 28th through the 3rd of August. It's the ultimate offshore high-speed power boat race on Lake Michigan. Boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Make the short drive and feel miles away. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Crosstalk coming up. We'll grab a few calls and then we'll crosstalk with the boys. Chase wants to talk Bulls. What up, Chase?
Chase.
What's up? What's up, fellas? I was trying to talk to you guys yesterday, man, because I had a lot of takes on this. So I'll make this real quick. But you know what, Bleck, I agree with you, though. I don't know what happened to the Bulls over the last 10, 15 years. It does seem like since 2015, even then, even when AK was hired, I don't know what happened then, because when he made the trade for DeRozan and Vooch and signing Lonzo and Caruso, this team was one of the top teams in the East, and then you would have thought that they would have add to that. Instead, it just seemed like they've been at a standstill. And I think what's been so discouraging and so frustrating is just when you see all the other teams in the East, like when you see teams like the Pistons, the Pacers, even like the Orlando Magic, teams that's in the bottom, they're making moves. They're making moves either to be worse, to be better. I mean, even teams like the Wizards, they're even trying to be better. They had a good draft. See teams like the Charlotte Hornets. Yeah. When you see the teams that even the lower market teams making moves and getting better, it just infuriates us as Bulls fans, because why are these teams, like the worst teams, are moving up, making better, while the Bulls just stuck in neutral?
Yeah,
that's what's even more annoying.
It's true, Chase. It definitely feels like Detroit's kind of left them in the dust with their young players. Look, Washington, it might be looking up here, boys. With Johnson, with Sarr played well at times last year. They've got young. Maybe Matas, maybe they hit with Matas. That's what we got to keep hoping for.
Yeah.
That they hit. Maybe they did. That's what I'm going to miss about not being able to see them as much. As crappy as they are, I want to watch Matas this year develop, hopefully. And I'm going to miss a lot of that now because I'm not paying for the.
I'm not paying $20
You can forget
month.
about it.
Are
no.
you serious?
But I do want to watch Matas.
Okay.
He's intriguing.
In this economy?
How good would they have to be for you to pay $20 a month?
No, they got to be. You got to win.
Title contender.
You got to win 48 games. I'm not. Come on.
You got to be.
All right, so top 4 seed.
You got to be a top 4. Yeah, top 4.
But I do want to see Matas. I'm so intrigued, and maybe it's just some propaganda, but he's working out and he's in the gym constantly. Like Chris always said, you see in him what you never saw in Patrick Williams.
Yeah.
You see a guy that's I'll take the basketball and score.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he's a kid.
It's raw, but
Matas.
he's got the mindset to do it.
I love it, and I want to see him. That's the only thing I'm going to miss. Jim has been waiting forever to tell us a joke about scotch.
Okay.
All right, Jim, Chicago Heights, go ahead.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This guy walks into a bar and asks for 30-year-old scotch. The bartender goes, to hell with him. He don't know. He gave him some 10-year-old scotch. The guy drinks it, spits it out. He goes, if I want a 10-year-old scotch, I'd ask for it. I want 30-year-old. Same thing. He gives him a 20-year-old scotch. He guesses it. Finally gives him his 30-year-old scotch. Now, that's what I asked for, and it's more like it. The guy at the end of the bar, a drunk, slides a drink down, and everybody, taste this. Takes a sip, spits it out. He goes, it tastes like piss. He goes, now guess how old I am.
All right. Very good, Jim. Jim waited 2 hours to tell that joke. Chris really
okay, hold on a second. I know we're late. I know we're up against it.
I liked it because in my head I guessed where this was
That's
going.
pretty good.
Hold on. I know that we're up against it. Professional comedian Charles Bevins. What do you think? What do you think of that joke? Out of 10.
I love a good. This guy walks into a bar joke.
Who
Why
doesn't?
not?
Who doesn't?
Always a crowd pleaser.
We're getting into the tight 5,
All right.
Charlie. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy is coming up next. I've got the final word.
Carmen and Yurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Yurko.
Not as suggestive.
I thought you'd be all over this news that broke yesterday. She released a new alternative album cover.
She needs to be banned, okay?
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. Two matches, one ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Evan Cohen here. Typically, you don't associate speed with quality. For example, you don't go through a fast food drive-thru and expect a gourmet meal to go. Well, here's an exception. If you're hiring, you can find candidates fast who are also extremely qualified for your job. Just use ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can proactively find qualified candidates in minutes. No wonder why ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Thank you for listening listening and calling into today's show. And thanks to Mike North. Thanks to Charlie and Jake for producing today. And Chris and Adam, are you guys in Monday with me?
No,
Who's
we're
in
not.
Monday?
We'll be here producing with
okay.
you, and then we have
Eddie's in Monday? Okay.
Eddie's in on Monday, and we will have
Eddie on the north side co-hosting now.
Yeah,
huh?
yes. We have a full week of Bleck and Abdalla shows next week because the White Sox are on the West Coast.
On the West Coast. That's right.
Tell Eddie on the north side to bring in his tattoo gear, and you can give you some ink.
Barstool Eddie, come on.
Oh,
What's the matter with you? Imagine Eddie.
Big Cat's going to be pissed. He's in today, too, Big Cat.
Why is he going to be pissed?
Because we're stealing him. We're stealing Eddie. It's a coup.
You gotta share the love, okay? When you have someone as fun as Eddie, you share the love.
Don't forget about Chief. Barstool Chief,
of course.
He's over here
we got Chief, a big part
He's
of the
on
station.
the hockey show.
Yes.
Not the hockey show.
No, we're
but
and
the hockey show.
You know, we've got a full hour.
Sure.
Of we're going. We're doing. Waddle's got a mock. I've got a mock.
We talked about
We're going to compare mocks.
We talked about McDavid. How the Blackhawks should trade for McDavid earlier.
Oh, please. I mean,
it's a good plan. I like that
yeah?
plan.
Don't give me that look.
You think?
He's on the last year of his deal, and it is believed that he is not going to sign an extension.
Mm-hmm.
Trade for him.
I love it.
Why not?
That sounds like a good plan.
It's a good plan.
It does sound like a good plan.
That's why they
what
signed.
do you got to give for him?
Right. Well, that's
Connor
why
Bedard.
Ryan Donato signed so we could flip him for Connor McDavid.
Is he part of the Donato pizza family?
No, I don't think so. Waddle and Silvy here for Crosstalk. It's brought to you by
I knew that.
the
I just
Verdoliak
wanted to
Law
see if you
Group,
knew that.
fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. What's up, fellas?
Hey, boy.
Hey.
Hello.
That will never not make me laugh.
Hey, boy.
Hey, boys.
There's a few drops that are always funny, and that's one of them. When Adam said
When
it.
he
Hey,
said
boy.
that, when he offered to give Sylvie a tattoo,
It's amazing. It was an amazing phone call.
You should take him up on it. Why not? What do you say? He's tattooed 22 people or 19 people?
Something like that, and he's done a bunch of his own.
how many of them are still alive?
I'm with Sylvie. I keep thinking about getting a tattoo, and I
Yes.
keep chickening out. I should just go do it.
But do you have the same feeling for the tattooed people that Sylvie does?
I think it's very
Sylvie
cool.
looks up to them.
When I see
yeah.
men and women like that, like with and
Yes.
I mean ink, like colored. I'm like, wow, that's awesome.
I'm very envious of the tattoo
I'm like,
community.
That's pretty awesome.
Like Cap.
well, then you can get them.
Not Cal.
You don't have to join. Like, I'd like to, but I'm like Carmen said, for whatever reason, I've just not joined the community, but I look up to the community.
Yeah.
Can I be a fan?
You can
without
but
joining them?
Yeah,
I'm not on the Cubs, but I look up to the Cubs.
Well, you
It's a little
can't. You,
different. Like,
time
you could
out.
go
You
get
can't-
a
you
tattoo.
can't play.
So,
You
same
can't
thing.
play left field for the Cubs.
Same
you can
thing.
get a tattoo.
Yeah, you can change your fate today.
Yeah.
You can go get a tattoo
Right.
today.
I keep saying I'm going to do it, and then I don't
Do it.
even say chicken out. I just
I don't even know
need to
what I
follow
get.
We
through.
have a guy that's tattooed two of the people at the radio
I know,
station.
I
the guy
would-
that I go to and the guy
Yeah.
that Travis goes to. We
Oh,
go to
so
the,
this
we
is
go
a
to the
Cap
same
guy?
guy. No. We go to the same guy.
I would
What are you going to
use-
get, a microphone on your forearm?
Oh, come on.
That's what Mike had. Our former boss had a microphone on there. Or
Mike
was it an antenna?
An antenna.
It was an
Yeah,
antenna.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a YouTube stream.
I mean, come on. I'd go to Adam's guy. That's what I would do. So if I'm going to pull the trigger, I'm going to Adam and Travis's guy.
It's a good contest. We should give away some Connie's frozen pizza. What should we get for our tattoos?
Well, nobody's
Tweet
picking
us.
my tattoo.
Get a big wiener on your
No,
forearm.
we're not going to use. Well, like the most creative answer on what Carmen should get and what I should get as our tattoos.
Where would you get it, Carm?
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, inside.
Oh, you'd go bicep. I'd go forearm.
No, I wouldn't go for it.
No, is that bad to do it here?
You should
think
get.
it's bad. I wouldn't.
You know,
more visible.
Okay, you're a huge Bulls fan. Okay, you should get
AK?
a bag of money that says cash considered.
It was so good. Did you see the
Awesome.
statue
Amazing.
emoji? Not emoji, GIF?
Yeah.
So good.
I was going to say, Sylvie, something Pete Crow Armstrong related. And Carm, you get something Jonathan Kuminga related. Like his
I don't
jersey.
love him that much. No.
But PCA, what about PCA? He's going to be around for a while.
We thought Chris, you guys were talking about Chris Bryant
Yeah, we
earlier.
thought Chris
We
Bryant would
thought
be around
he'd still be
He
going.
was around for a while.
Yeah, he was.
6 years, 5
Yeah.
years.
He's still around. He's still alive,
Think
right?
about
Yes.
You
Brian's.
could turn that KB into something else. You just go back into the tattoo artist and have him work with it.
I would never get like any of
Well,
our
no, and I would
sports.
say if they ever did leave, like The removal process has gotten so much better as someone who's had a tattoo removed. Yeah, the removal process has gotten so much better than
Painful?
it used to be. Oh, yeah, it hurts like
What hurts more, the removal or the actual tattoo?
The removal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and you have to do it multiple times, but it's a lot less than it used to be. Like, it's a lot less painful than it, and it depends on the size and wear, obviously, too. But when I had mine removed, it was like 30 seconds, but it was
painful like
it's a bad
that?
30
Oh,
seconds. Yeah.
God, no.
Yeah.
See,
And then you would come back every 4 to 6 weeks for
Sounds awful.
6 months or so, 7 months, depending on how dark it is.
Sounds awful.
And color, it's harder to get color out than black ink.
I wouldn't get any color. I would just have it. It would just be black ink. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't do color.
No,
either.
that sounds like it would be too painful.
I haven't even thought about all these things.
Get
Just-
kaboom.
No.
Just start running.
Kaboom.
Kaboom.
Are you guys out of your minds? What's the matter with
What are
you?
you going to get?
I would
I'm
get.
interested.
I know what
Your
I
kids'
would
names?
What about a picture of Yurko?
No,
Oh,
definitely.
that
not.
would be good. Like caricatures of
right?
you, Yurko, and Harry.
No.
On your back. Across the top of your back,
Can
the
you
three
imagine?
of you.
And in the back of that is the skyline of Chicago.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's a good touch.
That's too much. It would be something very small and simple, and that's it.
Matt Albert says I should get a John Shire face tattoo.
That's
On
pretty
your
good.
face.
You should get it on your face.
Yeah, that's right.
Just get a
When
mask.
I move, he smiles.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's like the old Stephen Wright bit. I want to tattoo my
That, you know
whole
what,
body over
Adam?
me except
Adam,
taller.
if you take that a step further and you find yourself alone and
oh God,
I'm not going to go with
I
what
don't
Sylvie
know.
does
I
in the
don't-
comfort of his own home with a John Shire tattoo on his forearm.
I
okay?
thought that's what you
awful.
were talking about.
no, that's oh my God, jeez.
You get your mind out of the gutter.
Didn't you see?
That's
what was
not
your,
what I meant.
What was your
Terrible.
arm movement?
How
What
dare
did
you
do?
guys?
I was making the forearm
No, you
move.
didn't. You did this.
Yeah, we know Dookies love the floor slaps, but my God.
no.
Defensive stance, the
Terrible.
floor
I
slap.
know where you were going with that,
Can you
Adam.
believe he just went there? Oh my God.
I can't believe he did, Carm.
And someone said, yeah, Waddle should get the hot dog smothered in underwear. That would be a cool design. Picture of a hot dog in the bun with underwear wrapped around the
I'm going to
dog.
get that
design.
totally across my chest.
Very cool design. I mean, can you imagine?
Get it on your inner thigh.
Yeah, good luck.
Someone said a pizza slice on my ass.
I heard you the other day talking about the slice of pizza with each team
Yes,
represented. Like
the personal pan pizza, how it's cut into four.
Yeah, I mean,
and then my four favorite teams.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Just
I like
change
that.
your name to Dork then.
yeah, I was gonna say that's
I already have.
that's dorky. I'm sorry.
Change your name
It's
officially
not
to
Mark
Dork.
Silverman, it's Dork Silverman.
That's too funny. Dork silver.
But of course, like Carmen wants it in the most, like one of the most
Well,
painful
Adam
places.
said it to be
possible. Like,
painful.
yeah.
Well, I can think
And
of
that's
it.
what maybe keeps I
yeah.
keep chickening out. He's like, yeah,
Get a lip
it's gonna
tattoo.
hurt. And then I thought like underneath the like
your
the pec,
ribs
and he
are
said that's
worse.
really painful.
Oh, wow.
Your
Underneath
ribs
your
are
pack,
worse.
that's where you'd go?
I don't know. I was thinking, but like I think
What
I
about
would,
an ab tattoo?
no? I think I'd go-
Underneath the pec. That's
You just wanted to
you
add
see a lot of
t-shirt
men
instead.
with the underneath the
I
pec
see it,
tat.
or like on or right under. I see it. I do.
Where do you see that, Chris?
I see it.
Usually
beach?
it's
Well, you wouldn't see
ladies
it on
that
a
have it like
woman. How can
underneath
you
or
have
the
it underneath
side,
on a
the
woman?
rib cage type
Well,
of
they have
thing.
the sides usually,
Yeah.
but not underneath. I mean, what would be the point of that? I mean,
I'm already on vacation.
oh, you on vacation all
Yeah.
next week?
I love it.
Yeah, it's
Great.
already on vacation. I got here at 2:00.
What?
I was in the
You're
car
mailing
though
it in?
for an hour and a half.
Oh, were you
it
really?
just sucks. This commute is just horrible.
It's stupid, Kennedy.
Yeah.
September. That's when
I
it should
actually,
be over.
yeah, I actually had the person in charge of the entire plan, not the individual workers, but the person in charge of the plan on the list, your list.
Yeah, punch in the face.
Punch in the face.
Okay.
That's like the. I mean, yeah, it's
Such a mean-spirited list.
There's no way that the Kennedy's done by September.
There's no way.
No way.
Say,
So
No,
September,
I know,
September
but-
of what?
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
26.
I know that, but the last stretch that they were supposed to do, they finished a month early. So by projections, what they told us originally, it should be around September when
Last year
this
went
stuff
late, though.
clears up.
2 years
No, I
ago
know.
it was done early.
Do you
Yeah.
think it'll help when it's all said and done?
No, all
Yeah,
they did
well-
was improve the bridges.
Yeah,
They
right,
didn't
yeah,
really,
like
they,
it's-
and they fixed some pavement,
It will
but
just go
there's
back
no
to
new
normal.
design.
It'll just go back to
there's
normal.
there's no wider lanes. There's
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
new design.
Something's right.
All they did was reinforce
rehab it.
the bridges.
Yeah.
Where the bridges, are
Just
secure.
maintenance. It was maintenance
So it's
work
a
on the
ma-
roads.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Jeez. So it's not even gonna. It's just gonna go back to still sucking. It's
The,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
best
Well, suck
construction,
less.
yeah.
the best construction that was ever done in the state of Illinois that I'm aware of is the stretch of 90 from the airport to Rockford.
Yes.
It is. Remember how Kramer talked about the big wide lanes? You could
it's
going 100 down that stretch straight is like going 60 because it's so smooth and so wide now.
It's the best.
There's like 8 lanes across. I'm like, yes.
If they would do the
Kennedy,
never stuck in traffic.
Like, if you can get a project done over 3 years where it's improved like
I would
that,
say
sign me up.
The one where when you're heading north on 94 after you pay the toll and you get back on, right, like where the Walgreens headquarters is.
Oh, in Deerfield? Are you talking about? Yeah.
It's like 6 lanes.
It is.
It's awesome.
Yeah. That is great.
There.
And even that stretch going north after it, it's still
it's good.
wide. It's great.
Stupid construction.
Oh, it hurts.
What do you guys? What's on your mind today? Nice response by your Cubs the last couple of.
It's been great.
Vacation. How
it was
about
a good 24
that's
hours.
How you respond, right? I mean,
we were talking on Wednesday that boy, what's happening? This and that. My mom's texting me after the loss the day before that they're not going to win another game in June. And then on Thursday, and then by the time we're on the show on Thursday, they'd won 2,
and they shut them out both games.
Yes. She apologized, which I said wasn't necessary. She didn't need to apologize for it.
She apologized. I love it.
Yeah.
And so anyone who blames me, what's wrong with you, Silvy? They're like, why are you so This is why. This is what I grew up with.
Your mom's like, they're not going to win another game in June.
I go, Mom, did you see that finish? She goes, I shut it off. I didn't like when they were down 5-2.
Oh my!
And I'm like, you missed. They came back. PCA, And
by the way, the one thing to cling to is even throughout the course of that series, their bullpen did not give up an earned run.
No.
The whole stretch, even when their starting pitching was puking on itself.
That's absolutely right.
0 earned runs from the bullpen in that series.
Valencia's feistiness was good, yes.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I said, Carmen, look, that's a growth moment for that kid.
Yeah.
To put 2 on and then strike the next 3 out on the road against the Cardinals.
Yeah, especially to put 2 on, you let one get away from you, and then you got Wilson barking at you.
At he could have tried
on the road.
And Wilson was trying to get him off his stuff.
For sure.
Should be a good series. Houston's got the same exact record. I saw something too. They haven't lost a series
since May.
Since May 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Third week of May was the last time.
They've had a couple of, they split a series or two, but they haven't lost a series.
Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman gone. Jordan Alvarez hurt for a month.
Yeah.
First place.
Will we be doing this next year at Wrigley Field for Tucker?
Good question.
I don't know.
The return celebration.
Like the return game. It's only 1 year.
The return game.
I mean, it's not as significant because
of course.
But I
unless
think
they win the World Series.
They end up signing him.
You do?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Kap Bleck over here.
Well, listen, it's my guy. It's a Pizza Friday.
Wow.
That's great.
That was my response. I don't have I
think
in the chamber.
All I would say is if history repeats itself, the answer is no. I mean,
is it because
really
they don't actively go after him, or is it because someone else?
Yes,
comes over the top.
Second one.
Someone comes over the top.
I think they'll actively go after him, but I think they'll have a limit.
What's active? Yeah, exactly. What's active?
Yeah.
Like they went after Bregman, but was it really? It wasn't a great offer.
Yeah, but
like going after
Shohei.
saying we're not going over them 450 isn't going after him. Okay, if when someone comes in at 5 and someone else comes in at 525, capping it at 450 is not going after him. Going after him, saying we'll match, you make the decision. That's going after him.
Yeah, by the way, Bregman's a bad example because that's not someone who you traded for.
Right.
Like you traded,
just a free agent.
You gave things away. Like the Shohei thing, that's a little bit closer because it was obvious he was someone you should go after.
Did we dismiss Juan Soto as the National League MVP, had a National League MVP chance too early?
Did we dismiss?
Because he's been hot.
I mean, it was like just Shohei and PCA.
Oh yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
Oh, he'll get votes.
Well, I'm just saying, like
Shohei's rolling now.
My point though is that Soto was just kind of a second thought because he got off to a slow start.
He's too good though. Yeah.
He's
great.
Unbelievable.
He's great.
And the Mets these last couple years have been a really good second half team.
Yeah, they keep losing pitching though. They just lost another pitcher. I think he tore his Achilles.
What's wrong?
Otani is minus 1,200.
Yeah, you got no chance. Nobody's winning that award.
Unless he goes down.
I should have cashed out.
The only way if he goes down,
I should have cashed out.
The only way Judge and Shohei don't win is if they get hurt. It's the only way. Make no mistake about it. There is no chance for anybody else.
Cal Raleigh's got no shot.
No shot.
He hit 65 home runs.
Got no shot. Go. What's Judge? Go ahead. You think that's big, minus 1,200?
No, he judges less. He's minus 950.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Maybe because Cal's been like
Thought you
so
knew the betting
ridiculous
market.
now. Yeah, I would have thought it would have been a little bit more.
Can I ask you a question, though, about something Northeast said that I don't know, and I'm sure a lot of listeners don't know. What does it mean? Like, what were you guys referring to when you said that the lines are rigged sometimes?
Well, they sometimes they don't always reflect like a 10-cent, like minus 110 and plus 110. Sometimes they don't always mimic. They don't really anymore.
No,
they just don't. They can do whatever they want.
Like it's minus 115 plus 105, right?
Yes,
or something like
exactly.
that.
And sometimes you know who's pretty good about it? Circa's better about it. Their splits are more. Their splits are tighter usually at a place like Circus are pretty good actually, but a lot of places goof around and then they mess with how much the split is between like in baseball and money line and run line. They're not the way the old bookies used to set them or the way Vegas used to set them.
Did you guys finally give in and bet the Bears over 8.5?
No, I won't bet that. There's no chance on that.
Certainly.
I don't know that the Bears are winning.
He keeps badgering me on that.
I don't know that they're winning 9 games.
Hater.
I mean, I think
Did you bet the over?
They could.
I will at some point, yeah.
No, I won't bet that. I'm not touching that.
They can still have a successful season because the schedule is so tough.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, or not successful season, but a season where it won't be totally negative if they don't go over.
I agree.
If they compete, they win a lot of games, like 8 games.
Yeah.
And they just get beat by some of these really good teams.
Yeah.
Just don't cost to yourself. Caleb takes a step.
It'd be nice if they did. It'd be a great fall and winter for us. If they get to 9 or 10, that'd be exciting. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't think they are.
When was the last time they were over 500? 18?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Because they got to the postseason against the Saints, but they were 500.
In
right?
COVID. Yeah, they were 8. Because that was before 17 games, right? They were 8 and 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
8, what is that, 8 years?
It was a long
7
time,
years?
7 years.
By the way, I got another tattoo idea. Raul says Waddle should get a squirrel running up one thigh and another running down the other, but with 2 nuts in his mouth.
Pretty funny.
I've already got that.
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
I think we should have a day. We could bring someone in and have tattoo day at the state. We had hot dog day. Yeah. Let's have tattoo day.
It's kind of like how flu shot day used to be.
Yeah, flu
where
shot day,
everyone lines up and they get their flu shot on the company.
How long does a tattoo take, though?
I mean, that's how big, how long?
10, 15
That's
minutes?
my point.
Yeah, you could get one that's
Like, we
quick.
get something small, it'd be 10 minutes.
This one took 15 minutes, I would say. This one
Well, it's
took
because the tattoo
25
artist
minutes.
was asleep when he did the first one.
Yeah, well.
Mine took like 10 minutes, like not even.
I didn't even know you had that one there.
Like it's nothing. It takes no time.
That's awesome for your dog.
For my dog, Gus.
Yeah,
yes,
for Gus.
absolutely.
Like the ones like these take longer to set up than they do to actually
What is
do
that
the
one
tattoo.
up here?
This one?
Yeah.
Grateful
What is-
Dead.
Big Cat's here, by
Big
the
Cat
way.
and I Big Cat and I actually have the same tattoo.
Really?
Yeah.
Big cat in the house.
He's got a
Bring him
Grateful
in.
Dead
What do you have,
tattoo?
a Grateful Dead?
Yeah,
Oh, he's a
we
huge
have
Dead
Grateful
fan.
tattoos.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know this.
I didn't know that.
It's on his ball sack, though.
Big Cat, we're talking, Carmen and I are talking how we are envious of the tattoo community.
Yeah, I
that
got
we
this
look up
one.
to you guys, but we're too chicken to get one.
Oh, you got that one too?
And then my kid's birthday. Are we on?
Yes.
Always
Hi,
on.
buddy. How you doing, man?
Barstool, Big Cat in the house.
As I was walking in the hallway, Cal Raleigh could win the
There's no way.
But you don't remember, I bet on him, and I'm going to talk about him nonstop. And
That's
we're going to
true.
try to juice it. We're
You
going to
guys had him. He's something, man.
He's awesome.
Like, he really is something.
He's awesome.
Stop serving them
Yeah,
soft serve
Well,
ice
that was
cream.
the wind. The wind was
No,
blowing
that was
out
the cream
all
team.
three. No, the
The
wind was
power
blowing
of the
out
cream
all. I
team.
was there on Sunday. I melted in my seat. The
Yeah.
wind was blowing out all 3 days. That's not my fault.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Spins
That
out.
thing was like, that wind was straight out. It was 100 degrees. Forget about
No,
it.
we're blaming him.
Yes, it's more fun.
It's not that Scooble's a Cy Young
Well,
Award
was
winner.
it a
It's that he
tactic?
was with Big Cat, and that's why he shoved the next day.
Or was it a tactic because you're not sure all of the listeria is out of the machine? So maybe you were trying to make him miss a couple games.
True. Yes.
Subterfuge. All right, what's up on
So
Big
we're
Cat's leading
starting with
off.
Big Cat
All right,
in studio.
sounds
We'll
good.
talk a lot to discuss with him, including something Jerry Reinsdorf should have done, and it was an idea that came from PFT.
I love
it.
that.
It was outstanding.
Sell the team?
All right, sell the
That's
team.
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, it's the
How about
second
that?
best idea.
Second best.
Second best
All right,
idea
Big
for
Cat
Jerry.
leads things off with Waddle and Silvy next. Everybody have a good weekend. We will see you on Monday.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
That's right. Happy Fridays, usually on Wednesdays, but we had a Sox game that day. So Big Cat kind enough to start the weekend with us in studio. He's brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee, your win is waiting.
What are you hot about right now? If anything, hold on. You got to turn your own mic on. Yeah. Do you have people to do that for you?
Yeah. My mic's always on.
He's got a mic guy. He's got a cream team, and he's got a mic guy.
I got to say, I'm coming in with no knowledge of anything. It's empty brain today because we were traveling all week. I was barely on the internet. So anything you tell me could be news to me.
Oh. The Bulls drafted Cooper Flagg.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's great. By the way, guess who called Cooper Flagg 3 years ago? Me. That's who. No big deal.
What do you mean you called?
We were just trying to figure out who would be because it was Chet Holmgren 2 that year in 2022, and we were one away from having the first white American since 1977. And then I just went on the max preps, and I was like, you know what, Cooper Flagg. He's going to
be number one.
I didn't know anything about him.
Solid choice.
But I saw that he was a 5-star. So yeah, Cooper Flagg.
And then you started rooting against him once he committed to Duke.
I'm asking you. I saw a little bit of the draft. Duke must have won the national championship.
Yes.
It was incredible
it was a
how
great
many guys
year.
got drafted.
That was a great game against
Duke.
Houston.
That's all I'm rooting for is I want Cooper Flagg, I want Con Knipple, I want Malawak to all be all NBA guys. So in 15 years, we can be like, how did they not win? I'm like, let me sit you down and tell you a story. They were up 8 with 45 seconds left. And they choked.
I heard your conversation with Russillo, and Russillo, one of you guys said that you recently watched that game again.
Yeah, Russillo did. Yeah,
and
he's how is this possible?
It's great. Knowing that they lost with 50 seconds left.
Their win probability was 99, right? 99%.
I mean, the win probability stuff, that's always made up.
That's weak, yeah.
That and StatCast. StatCast is made up. They just guess.
What, the exit velocity and stuff like that?
Watching, he's like, oh, that was hard.
I always wondered how you figured out probability of win probability.
It's literally a dude sitting in the booth, and he sees a hard hit ball or a team up by 10, and he's just like, let me just throw a number on
107.1.
Yeah,
it's like Portnoy with pizzas.
Yeah, right? He's just making it up. 100%.
Just going off a feel.
Yeah.
It is such an arbitrary thing.
Right.
Anything can happen.
Right. And I was at the game on Sunday, so the wind was blowing out a lot. This past weekend when the Cubs were at home, there was a ball that went 15 rows up that I think it was exit velocity 96 miles an hour. It was crazy. It was home run derby.
Just a high fly ball.
Yeah, it was home run derby.
Speaking of home run derby, would you like to see PCA
Yeah, why not?
I agree.
Well, because it could
screw up his swing.
Screw him up.
Listen, Bobby Abreu screwed it up for everyone. That's who we're talking about. That was 20 years ago.
Well, have him hit a home run in the All-Star game.
But you're talking about a guy 20 years ago who was not even that great. Bobby Abreu, and that's the cautionary tale.
How
where
does
he
it screw up your swing, by the way?
I don't know.
Upper.
Okay,
But
well
that's
then
how
when you go to
swings now.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
Then when you go to the
everyone.
plate as the regular season,
Lonchenko is kind of taking a back seat these days again, hasn't it?
No, they're still doing
They're
it.
still doing
launch angle.
Didn't you see the
Matt
the
Shaw
Ted
just
Williams
changed his
thing?
swing. Doesn't really help, but he
No.
changed it. He's trying to
Maybe
launch it more.
He should go back to whatever he was doing a month ago.
I'm worried about everything. I don't want anything happening to PCA.
Okay, that's fine. I also would like to see him in the home run derby.
Did it hurt Schwarber?
By the way, no, it did not. PCA has reached the point now. You know that he's good because other fan bases are making fun of him. Like when he forgot the outs, there were. I saw some Reds fans, some Cardinals fans, like making fun of him when he dropped that ball in the wind on. I think it was Saturday against the Mariners or maybe Friday.
Yes, yeah.
There was a lot, so that's a good spot to be in. When other fans are like mocking your player, that means they're worried.
It's a
you
Duke.
don't boo nobody.
Going back to it, it's a Duke effect.
Yeah, right. You don't
See?
boo nobody's.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
That's right.
You think he should get a John Shire tattoo on his forearm?
Yeah, why not? You should get a Duke. Brotherhood. The Brotherhood.
That's right.
That's what they call it.
Abdalla said when you move your hand like this, he smiles.
I like it. But yeah, I don't know anything. I mean, the NBA draft, can I just say that how stupid is it they do it 2 days after Game 7 or 3 days after Game 7?
And then make it 2 days.
And make it 2 days where I don't know what the numbers are, but I would have to guess there's 60 picks. 50 of them are probably not going to have anything more than a couple years in the pros.
I watched a little bit of it, and between not knowing half the guys, three-quarters of the guys there, and Perk not knowing them either, like I didn't, like I tapped out.
Yeah,
I couldn't watch it.
I do have a question. Do you have Bulls sources, right?
Yeah, I mean, not like I used to, but yeah, I mean,
were we offered the Pelicans offer? That would piss me off.
Do you have the Joe Dumars
that
sound?
That would piss me off a lot.
I think Joe Dumars, their executive now, Joe Dumars was running the Pelicans. I think he basically said it. So he's explaining why they decided to go up and get Derek Queen right after the Bulls picked at 12. So he was taking 13, and they gave up an unprotected first. So listen to him.
Swap. So it's not only their unprotected, but it's whichever one's better. Theirs are the Bucks, and the Bucks could trade Giannis and be bad. So you basically have two shots.
You have 2 shots to get a top
pick. If Giannis gets traded, you have 2 shots.
What's Joe Dumars doing that for?
Who knows? Insane trade.
So the question is, why wouldn't the Bulls get involved in that as they're resetting, get more assets? They barely have any assets. And listen, like they traded for their own first-round pick.
Jerry got rid of all the phones inside the building.
That's right. Here's Joe Dumars.
When you have a chance to get 2 lottery picks in one draft, you're accounting for the following year, really, when you get 2 in one draft. And so that's the first thing you calculate. And then secondly, look, these deals, after we drafted 7, we started from 9 and went all the way until we got a deal. And you don't pull the trigger on the asset next year until you get that deal. Otherwise, you keep it.
So they did.
But here's what I've said to the staff. When you identify a player that you think this can be one of the foundations here, you go and get him.
So why'd they pass on him?
Because they're not smart. They
passed on him at 7, right?
What do you mean?
They drafted Jeremiah Fears.
They did. Passed on him at 7.
Well, they passed on him then, and then they got him by doing the deal. But
that's always my favorite. Whenever someone's like, we
wanted him that bad, but we passed on him.
Jokic, like the Nuggets passed on him. Tom Brady, the Patriots passed on him. Everyone passed on him. Yeah. Lamar Jackson, everyone passed on him.
But how could the Bulls not?
It's crazy.
Make that move.
It's crazy.
It's already a risk in who they drafted.
Correct.
And there's already this guy better turn out, especially passing up Derek Queen. But now when you have a chance to get a pick and a pick next year, he better be great now.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, why not take it? I think next year's lottery is pretty loaded. So that would have been nice. We'll see how Noah Essengay does from France, who left his team.
Yeah, I saw you had a great tweet.
Yeah, he's got to get ready for the play-in game. He's not going to be in the playoffs next year. He's going to be in the play-in game. It's not, people are like, oh, wouldn't you rather have him play high-level playoffs? Like, listen, he's going to be in the play-in game. We're going to play the Hawks, and we'll probably lose, and that'll be fine.
You know how here's a good indicator on how big Cat is. When you're standing around with a bunch of dads watching youth baseball in Libertyville during the NBA draft, and people are showing other people Big Cat's tweet.
Yeah.
Yes. People were going around, hey, did you see what Big Cat tweeted? Did you see what Big Cat tweeted?
I mean, it's the truth, though. Listen, the NBA draft, I have no whatever. I don't care. I just don't care. Because all these guys are just, like, unless you have the first pick,
all this stuff,
or the top 3 pick, I just don't care. Yeah. It's just not going to, when you're
I don't
picking
know
where
any
the
of
Bulls
these guys. I don't watch, the German league, for Christ's sake.
No, exactly.
No idea who half these guys. I barely watched the March Madness.
You don't watch March Madness. I know that for a fact.
Not true. I had
Florida.
Florida.
You go on vacation and you don't watch.
That's not true. I had Florida like you. I didn't have $500,000 on it, but
and win. And win, too.
And win.
So, Jake, this is who you just met, one of our producers.
Very cordial, by the way. His text messages to me are always, good morning. Are you still, it's every single text is good morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very
good.
Nice.
What'd you think? Like,
That was Jack. Oh, that was Jack. Well, Jake,
Both guys
you got
very
interchangeable.
cordial.
Yeah. I'm not going to.
We don't hire douches around here, except for the two of us.
Jake and Jack.
So, Jake, the one that you just met, he's mad about the hats being worn that aren't necessarily there. And
I agree with him.
Van Pelt, he told me this, though, before Van Pelt's rant.
Oh, so Van Pelt ripped you off?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
you
man,
gotta tell
Scott,
SVP.
what are you doing? He ripped him off. Yeah, the hat thing, but that's kind of what the NBA draft becomes, where it's like, we're arguing about hats. I just don't care.
That's a good thing.
Are you worried about
Scott is a guy that'll argue with you, too, right? Like, I see him on
He
Twitter.
claps
Yeah,
back.
he does.
Oh, yeah. Are you... I know we won 2 games to end the series against the Cardinals. Are you worried about the Cubs? Because I'm a little worried. I'm not worried about the Cubs. I'm worried that the Cardinals and Brewers started so slow that they're now finding their rhythm, and it's going to be a lot tighter than I thought.
I'm more worried about the Brewers and the Reds, believe it or not.
I don't think
with Chase Burns coming up.
Yeah, I would say the pitching in Milwaukee is the one thing.
Yeah, that kid, that new kid.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well,
imagine if we had one of
Peralta's
those.
good, too.
I would love one of those.
There are still people. I was out with a buddy last night who still hadn't heard of him.
Yeah.
And I don't know if people are aware of how good Mizorowski is.
There was a stat. He went head-to-head against Paul Skeens. He had like 9 or 10 pitches over 100 miles an hour. Paul Skeens had 1.
He hasn't given up a run yet.
Yeah.
Old news.
He is. He's old news. Old man Paul Skeens.
What a name. What a perfect name for a pitcher in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Mizorowski?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a little worried.
I've got a trade proposal for you.
Though, with the Cubs.
Yeah, but this is it's just more the other teams. And it hasn't been we haven't been playing incredible. Losing 2 out of 3 to the Mariners, losing those first 2 games to the Cardinals. All right, give me the trade.
All right, trade proposal. I've mentioned him before.
Zach Gallen.
I was told by Passon today that it's almost
name drop.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to pull this off. I want the Cubs to go after DeGrom.
Oh.
You want to make a
Really,
splash?
though?
You want it? No, it's a risk, and he's got money left. I believe Jesse told me he's got over $70 million.
Yeah,
he's going to get hurt.
He's got a 2 ERA.
I get it. My concern with that is that would affect what your owner's going to do going forward, too. You're definitely living in the moment.
Think about if they had Shota and DeGrom
How
and
many
then
years
Shota.
left does he have?
2, right? Doesn't he have 2 after this year?
What about Zach Gallen? He came in the office last week.
I know,
He's not been great this year.
The
but
green team didn't help him.
Yeah, he's got 3.
He didn't have ice cream.
No, he did have ice cream, but there's 3 months left on his deal. Get a little rental.
I'd be up for that.
Because then you don't have to give up a lot.
Right, and he's got play up. But DeGrom, when DeGrom is healthy,
yeah, that's a big win. That's a huge win.
What are you giving up, too?
Well, I mean, I would think that if we can take on the entire salary, it wouldn't be as heavy of a prospect load.
You talked to Crane about this?
I have not.
Okay.
No, I have not. I think every conversation should start with Crane Kenny.
Yeah, it's in theory, taking on his whole salary works.
I'm going to start pushing harder. This is Verlander 2.0 going to Houston.
Okay. But DeGrom does get injured a lot.
Yes.
A lot.
He gets a lot of guys out, too, when he's healthy.
And Shota look good?
Shota look great.
Yeah.
So then what percentage of a chance, this is win probability, Where are you at? Tucker's being honored tonight in Houston.
Okay.
And you have to give me a % chance that the Cubs will re-sign him.
I think it's 50-50 right now.
Right on 50-50.
Yeah, I think it's right on 50-50. It's just going to be money. It's like, just do it or don't. And we've had this conversation. If they don't do it, they're basically telling the fans they're never going to do it. Because there's never been a better time with a young core, with a guy of Tucker's age and ability. When would be a better time? This is the time.
Well, you knew you weren't going to get Shota. You knew you weren't going to get Soto.
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of a doable free agent for them.
Here's a question. What do you think would make Tom Ricketts and Jed Hoyer and Crane Kenny be more desperate to get Kyle Tucker? Would it be the Cubs going in a deep run, or would it be the Cubs missing the playoffs and being like
deep run?
And now if we lose this guy, we're so far back, you know?
I think deep run because it's more gate for the postseason, and B, it's also validates the move and says, hey, like, if they lose with him, they're like, well, why do we now need to pay him?
What if he's awesome and it's like, now you're going to lose him, now you're going a whole step
different
backwards.
thing, yeah. Because I could picture them saying, well, why do we need to pay him $500 million if we can't win with him to begin with?
Yeah, that would stink.
But at least if you go on a deep run, you could say, oh, we went on a deep run because of what Tucker does with the lineup.
That's a bad question by me.
No, I
there are
think
no
it's
bad
bad.
questions. There's no bad questions.
No, there are bad questions, for sure.
I think it's pretty good.
For sure, bad
What's
questions.
the worst question you've ever asked to somebody?
I think I asked,
the question to Dwayne Wade, I thought was...
Yeah, that was
fabulous.
good question.
No, that's what I mean. That was a fabulous
good question. I don't know. I've screwed up times where I'm like, oh, you were in this show. And he's like, no, I wasn't. Or like, you won this. And he's like, no, I didn't.
I asked Wayne Larrivee once, what was it like to call Walter Payton's record-breaking run?
Right.
He's like, yeah, that was still Joe, who was the guy before him. He's like, that was still him. I came the next year.
Yeah, that
I'm
hurts.
like, I wore that for like 2 days. And this is early in our show's run. We were on that side. And I kept saying, Waddle, I pride myself on knowing this stuff. I can't believe I
you
blew
were much harder on yourself than anybody else would have been for that.
Yeah, I mean, you actually have like credentials and people look at you as, you know, a trusted voice. When I screw up like that, I'm just like, oh, I was just joking. Like, that was a joke. I obviously knew the fact here that I screwed up.
Just was checking to see if you knew.
You know yours, don't you? Your worst question?
Ooh.
There's such a list. I don't know if I can pare them back.
There's one. It's no question about this one.
I don't recall.
Do you remember?
No, what is it?
It was Akeem Hicks.
Oh, he got mad.
Yes.
He got real mad.
Tried
he
to
was
make
going to put
joke.
you through a table.
Well, you know why? Because he was being a jerk to us to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And my statement was, I forget even what I said, something to the effect, of course, you know.
It's when his arm got caught in the wash, and then he like tore a ligament in his arm, and then he was out, and he was saying about how tough, we were talking about fans booing.
Yeah.
And how fans should never boo. And he's like, it's almost like you tried to get hurt or something to that. He was making a joke, and he was not in a joking mood.
It was so
what
benign.
an idiot.
You're joking about an injury.
I know he was.
And Waddle we tried calling him back on the air.
Well, because he was a guest of ours on a weekly basis.
Yes, he hung up.
I forgot that he hung up.
And then Waddle called him personally. He wouldn't answer. He texted him an apology.
Wow.
Didn't. And I didn't even feel like I should have. I didn't even feel like I should have apologized because it was what it was.
Jack has a sound. Way to go, Jack.
Here we go.
Ride with us. We're down right now. We know that, and we're fighting to get back up. So roll with us. We didn't do this on purpose. We didn't try to get ourselves in a situation, but we're doing everything that we can to climb out of this hole. So be supportive.
You mean you didn't put your arm in between those two Raiders and it popped out a joint on purpose? I can't find. No, I'm joking.
Hey. That's a joke?
No, that's why I said I'm not joking.
That's a joke?
Well, I didn't mean it that
joke
way.
About somebody's injury.
No, I know.
No. I'm perfectly respectful. But I tell you what, you will not joke about an injury.
I'm sorry. I did.
You have a blessed day. This is the last time I'm on this radio station.
Akeem, are you serious?
You did nothing wrong.
At least he blessed us, though. That's the way out.
You did nothing wrong there. That was so clearly you were joking about.
Leading into it, too, he was busting our balls because we weren't, rubbing their backs for how they were playing.
No, I side with you on that one. Yeah. That was him being in his feelings. But not a guy you want angry at you.
No.
Definitely not.
I mean, there are guys that you, Olin is somebody that you want to be on the right side of. Akeem Hicks is a guy you want to be on the right side of. Kyle Long as well. I mean, there are
Kyle's a
guys.
big teddy bear.
He is, but there's a switch there.
But he has said that Akeem Hicks is the guy you don't want to have, like the hardest guy to block and everything.
I wouldn't have.
Grown man strength.
Olin's the king of that, though.
Yeah. Well, he'll punch you.
Well, he's just, I mean, like,
Who was one on your team?
Well, Bortz. Mark Bortz was one of the toughest human beings on the face of the planet. He played one year, I think, with half of his groin muscle pulled from his pelvis.
And didn't Covert have a switch where he's the nicest guy in the
Jimbo
world?
is-
and then
is-
the switch goes and
he's gone.
Yes. Yeah, Jimbo is truly one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet until you cross it.
By the way, I forgot to mention, credit to you for the Tyrese Halliburton injury. That was you.
What'd I do?
You said it. We had the conversation. You're like, what if he tears his Achilles? You put it out in the world.
Did I?
So that's on you.
I don't think it was me
No,
because
I think it was
didn't
you.
even. I
was
was
you.
not aware that the
That it could
calf
lead to it,
injury
yeah.
actually.
So maybe it was me. I don't
leads
know.
to it.
It could have been me. It could have been me.
Did you have a ticket on OKC?
No,
Were you trying to give me
remember
credit?
we had the conversation because I texted you guys the minute it happened. We had the conversation about, like, what's the worst could happen? He could tear his Achilles, and then he did. And that's brutal.
And I had no problem with him playing. And I would have had no problem if he decided that prior to that, you know what?
I think the next guy won't play. I think the next guy
Oh,
won't
really?
play. Yeah,
Even in the NBA Finals?
I think that you, because you.
No, that's how they're built.
What if
That's-
it's your son? What would you tell your son?
You're losing a full year.
If your son has a chance to win the title, he's down 3-2, and he's the team's best player, what would you advise him?
Is his contract's guaranteed?
Yeah,
well, that
same
was part of the
scenario.
Play, yeah, but
that's the point. Because Halliburton had a $230 million contract.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Durant did it when he was a free agent.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Because remember, he signed with the Nets
Yeah.
and sat out for a year.
Yeah.
All right, so explain. I teased this, and I haven't gotten to it yet. Explain the Caitlin Clark thought from PFT.
Yeah, PFT was like, why in the second round of the NBA draft, all these guys are not going to be players. I mean, obviously there's diamonds in the rough. You see the Jokic and all that. But why not just take Caitlin Clark? Why the Pacers? If you're the Pacers, why not take Caitlin Clark and just have her go out there, shoot a couple threes, probably get dunked on, sell a bunch of tickets.
Break the gender barrier in the NBA.
I mean, she would probably get dunked on. Let's be honest. She would get dunked on, but she probably would hit a three. You don't think so?
Yeah, spread the floor for sure.
How tall is she?
6 foot.
Yeah, I was going to say 6 or 6'1".
Okay. Yeah, she could maybe hit a three. It would be a hell of a story. They'd sell a ton of jerseys. Pacers, Caitlin Clark jerseys.
Like, it would be good for Jerry. Jerry's trading for cash considerations. You really want cash considerations. Draft Caitlin Clark in the second round.
I actually weirdly don't. I think that if Jerry did it, I'd be mad. I think it makes sense for the Pacers because she's already there. But if
Okay.
Jerry did it, I'd be like, you're just making a mockery of this.
Yeah, but the seasons don't cross over.
They do a little bit. So, I mean, the season's, the playoffs.
I mean,
Well, the
it's
Bulls
good-
wouldn't be in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. The
It's going to be a
play-in
sugar
game,
high,
right.
though, isn't
Yeah.
it? Like, I mean, a week into the season, she's not getting any time, so you're going to be buying a jersey
If
of someone who's
Dalen's
not
getting
playing.
time, why
Yeah,
wouldn't
just
she?
throw her in there.
Dalen Terry's getting time.
Hey, did anyone trade for Patrick Williams?
Stop.
Nobody.
Yeah, I saw that report. They're like, the Bulls are looking to shop Patrick Williams.
No.
Okay.
They're just they're still developing him.
That was a great update. No duh.
So bad.
They are just. I'm apathetic. I'm not even angry.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, hopefully the French kid becomes a guy. Hopefully he's bait for Wemby in a few years. Like that's the best. Kid. Yeah,
but Wemby
we got
leaves
a
San
French
Antonio.
guy. You want to talk some French with this guy? Come to the Bulls. I don't know.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
All right. Any weekend plans?
No. Go on a little vacation with the family. Do I have to call in next week? Are you guys here?
If you're
I'm
on
not here.
vacation, no. But if you're not, then yes. I'm here till Wednesday.
I mean, I am on vacation. I'll listen. Jack or Jake will text me.
You willing to tell
Good
us
morning.
where you?
I'm going to New Buffalo.
Oh, okay, good.
Did they
No,
made
I
a
didn't
new
know
one?
that.
Did you know they made a new one?
I did not know
Yeah,
that.
there's
Yeah,
Buffalo
it's
in
the
New
old
York,
one
and then
is
they
the
made
new
a
one.
new one in Michigan.
No, I didn't. I didn't know that you'd be willing to say where your family was going on
Whatever.
vacation.
Yeah.
Getting some Oinks ice cream.
Oh my God, my kids love Oinks. We go every night.
What makes Oinks special?
It's just awesome. It just has like 100 flavors. Homemade ice cream.
Little hole in the wall place, but it's like its own little stand.
Yeah.
You go
Oh,
out
those
in
are the
parking
best.
lot.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's a big pig outside. They take a picture next
Did you ever
to it.
run into Mark Giangreco when you're in New Buffalo?
No.
He's out there all the time.
He's
look
in
for him.
Old Buffalo too?
Old Buffalo as well.
He
He
is
is.
Old Buffalo.
He is. Old and new.
That's why he hangs
He's
out
just
there.
Buffalo.
Yeah. All right, Big Cat.
All right, thanks,
There he
guys.
is.
Have a good 4th.
Barstool Big Cat with us in studio. If you missed any of that, you can grab that on YouTube, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Make sure you subscribe there. Coming up next, we'll talk some Cubs. And then I want to play you guys something about being loyal on a fan base. Is being loyal to a team really the best way to fan? We'll play that for you coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
The open road is calling, and the ride begins at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. This July, you can burn rubber on a custom Harley-Davidson in the Fire Up Your Fantasy motorcycle giveaway. Play with your rewards card all July for entries. Thursday drawings for extra cash and reward play. Fire Up Your Fantasy, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Guys, it's Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, and the savings are sizzling. Right now, save 10% store-wide on furniture for every room. Plus, get hot door busters like a Sealy mattress, any size, for just $199. And it gets even better. Take an extra $100 off every $9.99 you spend. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, trusted for over 90 years. It's the only place we shop for furniture. You're going to love them. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com. Don't miss it. Only at Steinhoffel's.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Find out. Tucker sends one high and deep to right field. He's watching this one fly. And Kyle Tucker puts the Astros on the board.
Houston, we have a problem.
Come on.
It will. Right field. Kyle Tucker. First homer as a Cub. And they have the lead. It is 3-1. No doubter to right for number 30. In the air, right center field. That's pretty well struck on its way. Gone. And it caroms into the bullpen. Kyle Tucker with the home run, his 16th. He'll almost certainly be headed to Atlanta as an all-star for the 4th time. And the Cubs enjoying a 5-0 lead.
Great stuff there, Jack. And Kyle Tucker's been great for the Cubs.
He's had a great June for sure. He's on a hot streak right now.
And as Jesse told us yesterday in his hit, his people are saying you guys still haven't seen the best of Kyle Tucker. And you know, the last week I know that we had a couple calls on this radio station of people saying, I'm not paying $500 million for him. But I really believe not only is he terrific and a guy who's well above 900 OPS and young, but I believe he affects the entire lineup. He just changes how dynamic that Cubs lineup can be. It also helps that PCA has established himself and Seiya's hitting the way that Seiya can hit, and it hasn't shown us exactly because he's gotten hurt or he's gone into slumps. But I really believe that he's affected everything.
I agree with you. I mean, he had an OPS last year for the year. He only played 78 games because of the injury with 993. I think he's the motor that, I mean, PCA does a lot of great things. I think he's your catalyst offensively. So, I mean, I can't see him. Right now, you can't envision him in another uniform because he's done so much good work for the Cubs in this short period of time. I hope that he re-signs on the north side, but who the hell knows?
Today's another one of those check-in, like, hey, let's check in with a...
By the way, it's the 80, right, they're at 81 games, right? I mean, this is the midway point of the end.
It's a perfect time to do it. Like someone said, I'll tell you in November if the Cubs have a shot. But remember, Kappa said they would, and Jetty's even said, I think there's going to be a time within the season that they're going to try. How hard they try is one thing. But like you just said, 81, they're halfway home. And Kyle Tucker now is going back to the place where he won a World Series, where the team just traded him, and he's here now, and he's in his free agent year. So I'm simply asking people on Twitter, will Kyle Tucker be a Cub next year? How do you believe Cubs fans are viewing this?
I think that there is a built-in woe is me factor here.
Oh, how dare you?
So I'm going to say 45% say.
Why do you think that this is a woe is me thing? They have the most they've ever spent is $180 million on a player.
I think there's a natural pessimism with Cub fans for the most part.
Or is it just the way they've done business since?
Well, that too. That's why I would vote no based on history. But I think that that's amplified by, it's been a fan base that has... Again, they lifted the curse, but has it not been a fan base that always... Your mom sent you a text the other day and said there... But there are a lot of people
the older
like
generation. Yeah, and I know you always think of Merkin, too.
Yes.
But I also believe there was a time when Ricketts took over, and he hired Theo, and he signed all these guys, and then you were like, okay, we're a different team now. We're a top 3 or 4 payroll. We've won a World Series, all these things. But I don't think, I don't believe that a majority or even a big portion of the Cubs fan base is voting based on a woe's me thing.
I didn't say it was a 51% crew. I'm saying I think there's a faction of the fan base that will naturally be pessimistic about this for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think
so.
It's
I'm going below 50%.
I think it's because of the biblical losses.
Sure.
I think it's because of what happened with Bregman. I think it's because the break-even comment. Like, those are all, like, legitimate reasons why you should doubt. And never spending even $200 million on a single player, not really truly being in on Soto, never being in on Soto, really not being in on Shohei. These are all the reasons why I think most fans would doubt it.
With all of that said, I'm still going to say 45%.
61.6% of the people say no. Kyle Tucker will not be a Cub next year.
Well, I was saying 40%, 45% were saying that he will.
Okay.
Yeah, so 55% would have been my guess.
Yeah, 38.4% say yes.
I would vote no, too, just based on history.
That's how I'm going. I know Cap's very positive about it. Bleck said he thinks they're going to get it done. What do you guys think? 312-332-3776. And is this even on your mind as a Cubs fan? Or are you strictly blinders on enjoying the time with Kyle Tucker and enjoying the season in which they have the lead in the Central?
For the few people that may poo-poo Kyle Tucker and $500 million, he played 78 games last year, so the sample size is very comparable to what you've seen him play. He's played 80 games for the Cubs. What do you think his numbers were last year in a comparable number of games with Houston versus the Cubs?
And I've read this, but it's been a long time because obviously when they got him, we were looking at his numbers. And he got going late, I want to say.
But he was on pace for for power numbers for his best year.
Give me 18 home runs and 59 RBIs. A batting average of 295 or 300, that area, an on-base percentage of 400, a slug of 590.
Very close on everything but the RBIs. Last year in 78 games with the Astros, 23 home runs.
23.
So he's got 16 now in 80 games.
Yeah, so he's had more power. He had more power last year.
And his high, career high in a season was 30. Did it twice in 2021 and 2022. In 2023, he had 29, but he had 23 in 78 games last year. Drove in 49, was a 289, 408, 585 for a 993 OPS. He's got a 922 right now. Like, he has been a great hitter for the last 5 seasons.
Oh, terrific, yes. That's why when people say he is a top 10 to 15 player in all of baseball.
I agree with that. You're not going to find, I don't think. I mean, there are obviously a few exceptions, but when you look at on-base percentage, slug, all of it, it's been 5 brilliant years. 28 years old for the entirety of this season.
Do you think this is silly? I thought Jesse had a nice little thing this morning about how they're going to give the tribute video, and they've asked Major League Baseball for, to avoid the pitch clock.
Yeah,
isn't it silly? Isn't it silly that they can't just have common sense regarding this?
Yeah.
That you've got to go to the league. So the Astros had to go to the league, and they had to say, we're going to honor Presley. We're going to honor Tucker when they come into the game. So when Tucker comes to the plate, I would assume, and they're going to, I think they did this with Bellinger in L.A. too. You have to petition the league. And I think there was an instance where it wasn't petitioned at one point. Maybe it was with Bellinger. There was a player where it wasn't petitioned, and they penalized either team. I forget what it was, whether it was a hitting infraction or a pitching infraction. Like, don't you need to have more common sense where, there's no need to petition the league. You understand that Tucker's coming back, and so be it if it takes more than 15 seconds.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you need to petition the league. And I would think that the Astros would understand. I would think everyone in the building would understand and a petition wasn't necessary. But, somebody may bark. Kind of foolish.
Another interesting note from the Cubs. Guess what? So Shota, I don't know if you saw this. Shota has started 38 games in his career for the Cubs. What is their record in games that Shota Imanaga starts for the Cubs?
How many games has he started?
So this isn't win-loss because obviously there are qualifications. It can't be a tie game.
Team wins and losses.
Yeah, this is in games that Shota has started. 38 games he has started in his career for the Cubs. How many wins do they have in the 38 games that he has started pitching?
I'll go with 29 wins.
I wasn't going to go that high. I was thinking like maybe 24-ish, 24 and 14, 10 games over.
Okay. Jake, you have a guess?
20.
20. What is the sound effect that they play in The Price is Right when someone hit the number right on the dot?
I don't know.
Like in the... Not that, no.
Money comes flying from the ceiling, I think.
No, there's like a ding, ding, ding or something like that because someone hit it exactly. You got it exactly.
29?
29. He is 20. The Cubs are 29-9 when Shota Imanaga starts.
He's only had what has he had? Like maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 blow-ups, 4 blow-up starts, and everything else has been rock solid. So... I see everyone talk. Some people have said, "Well, it was like making a mid-season trade, getting him back."
That's what Jesse told us yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he said that, and I've seen other people say it, and I understand the concept of it. But I hope up in the front office they're not looking at that and settling on that. Like, well, yeah, you know what? We got Shota back. I would hope that Jed is encouraging Tom Ricketts to not think.
Yeah,
that way.
And that would be the AK move.
Yes.
AK would be like, hey, we've acquired a new pitcher. His name is Shota Imanaga, and we acquired him for Ben Brown. I don't believe Jed, I understand. Jesse has told us they're looking under every rock in Major League Baseball. They're making calls to every team that could be interested in trading.
Because it's one thing for Jesse or you or me or somebody to say that, which it's accurate. I don't want that to be the mentality of the owner of the team with the given situation.
No, Jed, it's been so long. They've never won a playoff game since Jed has been in charge. So, I think Jed knows with the contract coming up, with this, Theo was the guy, that he wants this as bad as anybody in the fan base wants this. That he's going to push for it. Jesse also confirmed that it was Bellinger. When Bellinger hit in L.A., there was a pitch clock violation because they didn't reach out and express that they would be honoring him. How dumb is that? So that's why Houston has done this.
Silly.
Let me go to Raul. Raul and Lions, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Raul?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Love you guys. I'm going to state the obvious. Right now, we won a championship in 2016, and it satisfied about 90% of all Cubs fandom. The Cubs are all in this year, and they're going to spend about $20-30 million on trades before they even thinking about giving Tucker a deal. You swear the Ricketts are going to want to spend $500? We're all in right now. We're going to try to give Brett Brown, Castellanos, and get Aroldis Chapman back in and invest probably $25 million this year instead of trying to invest $500 million. You know why? Because we get another championship, that's going to satisfy the Cubs fandom for the next 100 years. So we're all in this year. We got to invest on these trades, and we got to give up prospects. Maybe Shaw. You know what I mean?
Raul, the one thing I'll disagree with you is, you said 90% of Cubs fans, are satisfied after winning in 16? I don't.
No, about 50. About 50 to 70.
50?
But
okay,
if
you change your percent.
All in now. You go all in now and just spend $25 million instead of trying to invest $500 million on Tucker. The Cubs fans will be happy if we win a championship. We're going to spend $30 million now. Ricketts will spend $30 million now before he spends $500 million.
So you're predicting that they're more willing to spend now than spend on Tucker in the long term.
Exactly, because you know why? That's going to satisfy 100% of fandom for the next 100 years. It's obvious. Wrigley Field is a museum, and they're going to come. You build whatever you put on the roster, people will go. But if you build a championship this year, I'll be damned if they sign Tucker. You know it, and I know it. The Cubs are not going to spend $500 because they invested so much around Wrigley. It's a museum over there, and the Ricketts did the right thing. But we're going to go all in, spend $30 million and pick up some caps, whatever, pick up a few contracts, get a Aroldis Chapman, go all in this year. And thanks, Tucker. You did your job. You won the World Series.
Thank you.
It's a fair projection. I mean, it's not out of the realm.
Well, for Ricketts to think
yes.
that. But I want to address this, and Cubs fans, if you want to address it, I don't believe he understands how the Cubs fans' mentality. I don't believe if they win this year and don't sign Tucker that people will be more satisfied. I think it will be like breaking up the Bulls. Like, how could you win a championship and not bring back your most important player? I don't believe that most Cubs fans have been satisfied because they won in 16. If anything, it was a thing that we can do this, and now we want more instead of just being happy. Fan bases, I heard many Sox fans in 05 say, I'll be fine with one. Get me this year's, and I'll never complain again. And by 2009... people were complaining again, rightfully so, because I think that pacifies us in the very, very short term, but why only one? And I want to discuss that, 332-3776. And then speaking about fans, there was a great comedy routine that I want to play at 4 regarding loyalty in sports fandom, why those people get more credit than the people that stay away. We'll get to that coming up.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash, injured on the job, sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you. The lush forests of Vermont create the best maple syrup. What happens when you add pure Vermont maple to bourbon whiskey? You can feel the warmth, can't you? Number 14 bourbon is exactly what you've been craving. Named number 14 in honor of the 14th state, Vermont. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of the maple. Get number 14 bourbon at VermontSpirits.com or at select Benny's locations.
Number 14 bourbon, 90 proof, copyright 2024, Vermont Spirits Distilling Company, Quetchi, Vermont. Please sip responsibly.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Phone number to reach us, 312-332-3776. Talking some Cubs and Kyle Tucker. They're in Houston. Tucker returns tonight. We'll talk Sox later with Len Casper, who joins us every Friday around 5:30. You told me, too, you've got a football story here? Hold on.
I mean, maybe you've seen it already.
You're not on.
Oh, sorry. I think
you are on vacation.
I've been on vacation all day. I have a story that I think will elicit quite a response.
Do you want to share it now? Or,
no, I don't.
This is for Waddle's. Okay. All right. That's very good. We were in the bathroom, guys. We need to do, how many men are on the floor today?
In our entire building?
Right now, yes.
Probably.
No. On our floor.
On our floor. Probably like 10, 15 right now.
Oh, I think there's less, don't you?
Today?
Right now?
I only saw 2 earlier.
Yeah, I would say it's under 10.
4 o'clock on a Friday. People might be hitting the road.
Maybe 7, 6, 7.
This is the second day in a row this has happened. I went to we have 2 urinals, and then we have 2 sit-down toilets. One a skinnier area, one a wider area, the Yurko area.
We call them stalls in the
stalls.
Yeah.
And so the skinny stall again had toilet paper that has been used still in the bowl, like a couple of them. And I don't know, is this the toilet flushing down half and then the toilet paper coming up? Or is this a case of somebody like using the toilet paper after they've flushed down the poop? And then they don't flush it down. And there's nothing worse than going to an open stall and you get that shock where you see the brown toilet paper.
I would suggest there's one way to cure that issue, and that's just after you use it, make sure it all goes down.
Watch
it hurts, but you got to flush this one.
Yeah, you got to watch it. Yeah, exactly.
Watch it go down.
There's last year's manager from the White Sox, right?
That was Pedro.
What's Pedro doing these days?
Grifol, is he on a team?
I don't know.
We've got
to in the Cape Cod League somewhere?
We got to take more pride, though, up here, too. You said you've been noticing a trend up there as well.
Yeah, people leave tread marks on the back of the seat, too. It's not good. It's never been good in there. For whatever reason, it's a group of filthy animals that share the men's room.
Now, you're not saying the back of the bowl is...
No, I'm saying the back of the seat.
The back of the seat, there's tread marks.
Yeah.
And these are two different stalls.
Correct.
Awful. It's terrible. All right.
I take my bathroom hygiene serious because I'm in there quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm in there a lot, so I'm pretty conscientious about it.
Do you wipe down the seat before you go?
I do.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. When you walk into the restroom and there's multiple stalls and urinals, and there's that handicap one, and everything is open and free, do you feel bad if you walk into the handicap one?
I only would go into the handicap one if it was the only one available.
Is it technically a handicap one? I know it's wider, but it doesn't have a sign on it.
Some of them do.
Some of them do.
No, some of them. No, I don't then use it.
Oh, so it's just me.
I have.
I feel bad.
I'm not going to lie.
Like,
I have.
I have. I just didn't know if that was a thing. Like if I should feel bad about that.
What about a family bathroom? That was Yurko's move back in the day. Like a lot of these ballparks and places have. So
if it's available.
They're the men's, the women's, and family, but you're expected to be with a child there. That's why it's a family bathroom.
Yeah,
if
like
you're
at an airport,
solo, do you use the family bathroom?
Only if the other bathrooms aren't available.
No, but like say it's a multi-area bathroom. You know what I mean? You walk into the men's.
No, I'm not going to go into that one.
Like I think Yurko's done that because it's more private.
I mean, I'm my own family. I'll go into the family bathroom.
Without any children.
If it's open, yeah. And there's not like a line for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're conscientious about your business, I don't have a problem with wherever you do it. So,
Spacebar tweets, and I agree with him 100%. This is what I did. I didn't, and like maybe it's bad on me. I didn't even flush it down after I witnessed what I witnessed because I don't want to touch the toilet. And he said, I never pee into the dirty bowl, even at home. I don't know who's got the dirty bowl at home. But I won't go pee in there. Like I went then to another one.
Yeah, I just I roughed it, and I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Do you go on top of it?
Yeah.
So you didn't flush it down?
Of course I flushed it down.
No.
I flushed it down afterwards. I'm trying to save water.
So you are...
One flush.
Okay, I guess...
I waited till after I was done, and then I flushed it.
I need a blank canvas.
I don't give a
I have to have a blank canvas before I use it.
I can do my business anywhere. I'm not bothered by that.
All right, if you want to weigh in on this, 312-332-3776. Will you not touch a dirty bowl? Waddle will go on a dirty canvas.
By touch the bowl. I wasn't down there touching it. I went to the bathroom, I used it, and then I hit the plunger, and then I went and washed my hands.
That is a disgusting act.
That's not. I mean,
it was disgusting by the other person, Joe Buck weighing in. All right, so if you want to get in on this, and then I want to play something that my buddy Jason sent me in regards to my Bullcott. And I hear someone again responded today to Bulls fans who say they don't care about the Bulls and how they're bad fans, which I find to be ridiculous. I'll play you that coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save a 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards. Place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Joe's Live in Rosemont has the best live music in Chicagoland. See Chris Lane on June 27th. And this fall, don't miss the legendary Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Grab your tickets now at joesliverosemont.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Happy Friday. You've made it to your weekend. It's Waddle and Silvy till 6 today.
Jack's pissing people off, it sounds.
Yeah, we got to get to these calls. I've got something to play from you. Have you heard of a comedian, Jim Norton?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know Jim Norton?
He's been around for a long time.
I didn't know, but when my buddy Jason sent me this, I'll play it for you in a couple minutes. Very funny about fandoms and being loyal. And I think it plays perfectly with Bulls fans being frustrated. But first, Derek Havett Jack.
Man. Nothing grinds my gears more because I'm a girl dad, right? I got a 2-year-old and a 7-year-old, and both girls have to use the restroom, but nothing grinds my gears more than seeing a dude coming out of the family washroom by himself, and I got these two girls wanting to use it. That pisses me all the way off.
Jack, how do you respond to this? Will you now not do that anymore?
Derek makes some good points. If it's the only stall available and I gotta go, I gotta go. But
no, but it's not a stall. It's like it's a separate bathroom that says family restroom.
Derek raises some valid points, and I'm sorry, Derek. I apologize if I was ever the one walking out of the stall while you had to go in. The bathroom when you had to go in. That's on me, Derek.
All right. Just want to give you a heads up, man. My situation, and it sucks because I can't take them into the men's washroom.
Derek, I'm with you, and I think what you did today is a public service message to all of our listeners driving somewhere on a Friday afternoon.
Right. Well, that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Derek. So if you're at a football game, a baseball game, or you're at the airport.
Airport's a good one, yes.
And there's a line coming out of the men's room, and the family bathroom's available, and there's no line. There's no one waiting for it.
No, it's open.
Use it?
I normally won't. No, I just will wait in that line for because it's not long, you know. The men's usually goes by pretty quick. I know how quickly you like
to get in line for boarding the plane. Like if time is of the essence, I'm not going to lie. I have done it. I don't make it a habit, but I have done it. I'm a girl dad, too. I've had 4 of them. I know how difficult it can be. I don't believe when they were growing up it was much. I don't think there were very many family bathrooms available.
It's a relative new thing. I mean, last 10 years or so. I remember when Yurko said that he would do it at the ballpark all the time.
Yeah.
At the rate they've got the family bathrooms all over the place.
Again, I would only use it if, in fact, that was my only option. So
I've been at the airport. I got one for you. I've been at the airport, and I've actually taken a call for like 20 minutes in the baby changing room. Where they're like
you needed privacy?
Yes, correct.
So it wasn't a bathroom. It
wasn't a bathroom. It's like not even baby changing.
Right?
It's like a pod. It's like for
Is this
mothers.
Wait a minute, nursing mothers?
I know.
That's even worse.
I know.
That's worse.
Who's the douche?
The moms that have to pump, that sucks to begin with. Finding a place to pump.
Silvy.
And you're doing a job. If the boss found out you were doing a job interview in the nursing station, that's irresponsible, Jake. Was it with us?
No.
Okay.
It was not.
I like that you admitted it.
I admitted it.
Yeah, that's
Jack admitted his. I'm going to admit it.
All right. If you want to admit something, too, 312-332-3776. Joe in Naperville, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joe?
What's going on, guys? As far as bathroom etiquette, yes, there are many boxes to check. One of the things that drives me crazy is that how you have like a restaurant that's got 150 people capacity and you only have one stall.
That's fair.
And you got some guys in there like it's his house reading a newspaper or doing whatever. I just shut the lights off on those guys. But
really? The light switch is on the outside of the room?
No, they got a light switch in the inside of the bathroom. The light switch for the whole main bathroom.
When you're in, okay, I got you.
That'll get them out there fast.
Yeah.
So that's usually my biggest. I have stomach issues, so that's always my thing is knowing where a bathroom's at and making sure that I'm in a position that I can use the bathroom.
Yeah.
And that either means if I got to pull over on the side of the road, which I have many a times, but I have that set up in my truck. But as far as the family, it does bother me when people use. I have 3 small kids, 2 boys and a girl. I don't want to bring the girl into the skeevy men's bathroom. And that's the other thing, too. Like the men's bathroom, I won't use the urinal because I feel like I'm exchanging urine with whoever else was in there. So I won't use the urinal. I'll use the stall. I use my foot. I'll be courteous, lift up the seat with my foot. I'll go number 1, and then I'll flush it with my foot. Now, if I have to go number 2, I still lift the seat. I put a toilet paper on the front edge, and then I do my hovercraft, which is basically it's the wrestling stance that if you had to do if you're a wrestler, you had to be back up against the wall, and you had to be in your stance position. So
do you put your hands up too, like you're ready?
I'm almost just in a squat position, like it's like my forearms on my thighs. I just get it done. I'm not in and out. That's it.
Here's what I want to know more about. I'd like to drill down a little bit here, Joe.
Go ahead.
The outdoor poop. You said you've done that many times. Like, so, and then you have the whole setup, you said. So take me through this. And when you say you've done this many times, how many times have you done the outdoor poop? And I'm not talking about at a porta potty. You're talking about just like in the woods.
I'm talking like on 290 in rush hour traffic. I'm talking like 290 in rush hour traffic, pulling over on the side, and half a butt cheek on the door sill, and I got butt wipes and toilet paper in there.
Wait a minute, you're going number 2 on the side of the road?
Man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Ask any of my friends. I have twice during wrestling matches had to call timeout and go run off the mat to go to the bathroom. I am known, if you know who I am known for going to the bathroom in the most random spots if I have to go. Because as a grown man, I think to go in your pants, I think is absolutely ridiculous.
What is your nickname?
I will go wherever I need to go.
Do you have a nickname?
It won't be in my pants.
Since you're the guy that everyone knows has to go in the middle of stuff, do you have a nickname?
The dumper.
No, but I'll tell you right now, even like at the clubs, if I saw that I'll always check out the bathroom situation. If I see that it's bad, I'll grab a stack of napkins and I'll go out next to the dumpster or something like that out in the alley.
Oh, my goodness. This is incredible.
It is crazy. Here's another thing that's crazy is that my body must know when I'm getting close to home, because I could be like 3 blocks away and I'm pulling over. My wife's like, you couldn't wait? I'm like, you think that it's like my bucket list and I want to go down 3 streets when I can have a home court advantage and be in a bush off on the side doing this right now? You think this is what I want to do? I have to go.
Joe,
do you have colitis or you have a medical issue, if you don't mind me asking?
I've gone to it seems like every girl that's dated me in the last 25 years has, you get 6 weeks in, they're like, oh, yeah, that's a problem. Oh, yeah. So I've been to the gastroenterologist, and, they're like, yeah, you may have some food allergy, and nobody's ever pinpointed it.
Bowel, that's all.
Yes. It is what it is.
It is.
I've learned how to manage it.
Me too.
It's such a great story, Joe. I mean, like,
and there's more. There's more than that too. I should write a book.
There's more where that came from. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
He's going to write a book.
Listen to this. During wrestling, I used to go into the women's locker room because nobody knew about the women's locker room because the bathrooms were clean. They didn't stink, because after weigh-ins, all the men's bathrooms would stink horribly. I'd have a nice little spot because all the women's athletics weren't in there. I'd get in there, and I'd only tell a select few of this situation, hey, let's run over here. I got a secret bathroom.
Secret bathroom, the women's bathroom.
Yeah.
Joe, that's outstanding.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Joe's a sharer. Joe likes to share.
I like that when you're. I once, one of my bigger regrets in my dating life was there was a girl that I actually liked that I was dating. This was in my first condo. And we were going back. My stomach was very, very upset after we had like some food.
What, Bulls loss or something? A big Bulls loss?
You know it, yeah. Ben Gordon had a 2 for 19 shooting performance, and my stomach couldn't get over it.
Gave you diarrhea.
And so, and I knew that this was more than just going to the bathroom. That I couldn't just, and it was a loft. It was a 700 square foot loft, a small place. So that I ended the date. I said to her, I can't. I've just got to end it. And she was very taken aback, and we never went out again.
You should have just told her that you had to.
I know, but I knew that I would be in there for this was not going to be a dump and go. This was going to be
dump and run.
This was going to be a long time. I was going to be a long time guy in the bathroom. Tony,
she didn't have a family bathroom that you could have used in there.
Just mine. Tony in California, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, Waddle, big fan, buddy.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Hey, I have a service dog, and I use the family restrooms when I have the dog with me. How's everybody feel about that?
I got no problem with
it. I'm not taking her into the men's room. Not taking her to the men's room or in the stalls because there's no room.
Yeah.
So I always go into the family restroom.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I would think everyone would.
I think that's that's a good excuse for using the family. And your dog's your family too, and you're using it as a service dog.
Yes.
You're fine in our book.
It's also okay because I sneak my Jack Daniels in, and then I just fill my Cokes in there.
Okay, that's good as well. You use it as a bar.
It's a mixer.
Yeah,
as a bar.
Mixing room.
Yeah. Thanks, gentlemen.
There you go.
Thanks, Tony.
Let's go to Mark on the north side. Mark, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mark? This is blown up.
Guys. Joe. That was a mic drop there.
Joe was a sharer.
I was one to poll the room there. I listen every day. You guys are great. Poll the room. How many are foot flushers?
Oh, yeah.
I flushed the toilet with my foot just now.
Yeah, and I'm an outstanding foot flusher. I have great flexibility where I can really get after the foot flush.
Hey, can I give Waddle a quick what to watch for, maybe?
Sure.
Goliath. You're a Billy Bob Thornton fan, I think?
I saw, I think, the first season. I saw the majority of the first season.
Oh, okay, cool. And there's one more, Bosch.
I saw the entire Bosch, what was it, 7 seasons or 6 seasons?
Give me a lowdown on each. Okay, so the first one he said was Goliath?
Goliath. It's been so long since I watched that one.
It's a detective?
Yeah, he lives in doesn't he live in a hotel?
Yeah, he's the lawyer guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Bosch is a detective in L.A.
Bosch?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Is it over now, too, Bosch? Or is it?
Yeah, that one's been over for a while.
Okay. Let me go to Julian in Lindenhurst. What's up, Julian?
Hey, guys, how are you? I got a couple quick ones for you. First one, brand new Sloan Park. I'm there with Rye. He's about 2.5, and they're with my twins, and one's a girl. So Lindsay, I take her into the brand new family bathroom, go in there. No changing table. I said, you got to be shitting me.
Oh, so wait, hold on. And Julian is a great caller and a great friend of the show. His son Ryan is the one who always makes honor roll. And then he dropped that word.
Yeah, doesn't make him a bad guy. Just slipped up.
And the rule is too, like, just so you know, Julian, when that happens, I have to
dump you.
Not just dump you, but I have to hang up. We can't let someone continue after they've done that.
I thought when you dumped him, he automatically got hung up on.
No,
you
didn't know that?
Huh? I did not know that, no.
Sean in Mokina, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Sean?
Hi, guys. Sylvie, I don't know if you realize how closely your life actually does parody George Costanza from Seinfeld.
Probably.
You always used to talk about the summer of George and how you wanted that, and now he had an episode one time where he was dating a girl. She brings him back to her place. George, of course, his bowels start going nuts, but the bathroom is like the size of a broom closet. And he just starts freaking out and says, I had to tell her that I was, in fact, Batman so I could get out of there and go do my business, just like you would do.
Yeah, no, I didn't ever say I'm Batman. I just made an excuse that, you know what?
I have to go. I don't like you. I have to go.
It was always a big phobia of mine amongst, like, the first time you go with a girl that you
don't use her bathroom.
Yes, all that stuff.
I think that's a fair assumption that it's not the right thing to do.
Yeah. Let me go to Charlie and Carol Stream. What's up, Charlie?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. When I was a teenager, I had to work. I didn't have to. I worked for the DuPage County Forest Preserve. And a part of my job was to clean the bathrooms, which we called latrines, in the forest preserves. So I would go in to the latrines, and I would see footprints on top of the toilet seat. So I cleaned it. I left. I hid in the bushes. I watched two guys go in, and I thought, here's my chance. I'm going to catch these guys. I go in, and they are already off the toilet and out the door. So what I was able to determine was that while one guy stood on the toilet seat...
I don't know where
Yeah. Is this going to be very dirty?
The other guy would service the guy standing up.
Okay.
See what
I
you've
think
done?
we're going to have to end this.
See what you've done?
Waddle knew, too, and my finger was crawling over there. Waddle knew. I've never, in all these years, 18 years, Waddle has never pointed to me to make sure I have my finger on the dump button. And I was worried it was going there, but I'm like, no, he can't be calling to tell us that.
Yeah. I had a feeling the conversation was starting to deteriorate.
Oh. All right.
Did you get that out of your system?
Yeah. So thank you for the calls. I want to play this Jim Norton. Keith, our boss, too, market manager here at ESPN 1000, texted me and he said Jim Norton, the comedian, went to his high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in New Jersey.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool. My buddy Jason sent this to me. This was a couple weeks ago, and this was when I was talking about the Bullcott again. And I couldn't play it because it wasn't topical. But in the wake of, do you care about the Bulls and whether or not you're a bad fan if you in fact stay away, if that makes you bandwagon, I wanted to play this because it's right about this. And like someone responded to our poll question yesterday when I asked, do you care about the Bulls? And there were 6,000 votes. 82.2% said they don't care about the Bulls. So Joey Suba tweeted me and he said, if you answered no, that you don't care about the Bulls, then stay far away if and when they turn it around. Like, this is like the badge of honor. I always get a kick out of the gatekeepers of the fan base. Sure. Like, you're not, like, it's like you're a measuring contest. You're not as big of a fan as me.
Because I've stuck through the thin and the thick and the thin, and I'm still with them.
Yeah, you can't come back. I'm gatekeeping this thing. You're not allowed back if you're frustrated, if you're don't care about them anymore because they've wasted your time. Jim Norton, I thought, in his comedy act, summed this up perfectly on how we treat rooting for our teams differently than anything we do in life.
I don't even watch team sports anymore. Like, I watched the Yankees this year, and I was a fan again because they were in the World Series. But then they humiliated all of us, and they lost. So I won't watch them again until maybe next year if they're in the playoffs. And I say that, and guys are like, you're a bandwagon fan. Yes. Shouldn't you be a bandwagon fan? How has professional sports convinced people that you are somehow a deeper and more meaningful person if you tolerate a bad product? Like, if you went to the same restaurant every Sunday and got food poisoning, and someone's like, you want to go somewhere else? You wouldn't go, I got to be loyal. I watch them when they win, and you tell guys that, and they're like, yeah, I was watching the Yankees when they were in last place. All right, well, you're an idiot. What do you want me to tell you? You're a stupid and you're one of the reasons they were in last place, dummy. Because if no one showed up, they would have gotten better. But people like you would sit there like an idiot, and they're like, we don't have to do anything. They're still coming. I did something. I helped the team. I took my baseball dollars, and I gave it to escorts. That's what I did.
There's an option for you. He just gave you an option.
Outstanding. So good. And I know, like, it's supposed, like, he's magnifying it and doing what comedians do, but it makes a lot of sense, right? As soon as we have, like, we may give a restaurant one chance, and if they screw something up, we may give them the second chance, and if it's still not good, we're never going back again.
Well, if you've got a bad football team, how often are you going to pack up the family and go watch a bad football team play?
Every year.
I mean, you don't have to.
No, but they do.
I know.
And that's what he's saying. Like, with a restaurant, you're out if it's no good, if it doesn't stay up to standards. With football, with basketball in this case, people still go. They're like, I know what Jerry's serving me up. He's serving me up the crap sandwich. But I continue to go and support them because I remember Michael Jordan in 1996, 7, and 8, and so on and so forth. And people wear that, and I've been guilty of that. And I'm not saying you're wrong for doing it. Just don't scold the people who do want to stay away because they've had enough. They are allowed back, and maybe they are smarter to stay away to send a message.
I think your favorite tweeter or whoever it was said you're not allowed back on when they win.
He's gatekeeping. Joey Suba.
Joey makes sure that Silvy doesn't jump back on that bandwagon if they find a way to turn the corner.
He's going to be at the turnstile at the United Center. Yes, exactly. And when AK's replacement is then running the team and the Bulls are back. So good.
I've never understood that, to be honest with you, that whole concept. Don't come back if you're not going to go through the difficult time. Why do you care? I'm not affecting you as a fan if I'm there or I'm not there.
The more the merrier. All right, coming up next, Waddle told me that he's got a great story.
I got a good sports story for you.
Oh, very interesting. So we'll kick off the weekend edition of Waddle's World on this Friday. And then we've got Len Casper 1 hour from now.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
This summer, feel the thrills of Lake Michigan in LaPorte County. Reel in a trophy catch on a charter fishing trip, tear across the waves on a jet ski, or unwind on Washington Park Beach. Tackle rugged trails and epic views at the Indiana Dunes National Park. And this summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. High-speed offshore powerboat racing. Make the short drive and feel miles away. Make your plans now at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Checking live stats on your phone and posting pictures on social media from the stands at Illinois football games should be easier this fall. U of I said it's putting $9 million into a new wireless internet system at Memorial Stadium, which just turned 101 years old. It's part of a series of upgrades to the venue that'll include new video boards, a new sound system, and new lights in 2026. New concrete steps on the stadium's west side and a new southeast entrance will follow that. Illinois Athletic Director Josh Whitman has led massive fundraising campaigns for the school in recent years, and it's timed out well after the Illini posted 10 wins in football last season. The school last month said it had sold out of public season tickets for this fall, the first time it had done that in at least 20 years. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
For over 20 years, Purple Wave Auction has been the trusted leader in online auctions, offering the easiest way to buy and sell equipment. From bulldozers to backhoes and combines to cranes, we host multiple weekly auctions in construction, ag, and fleet equipment. With our no reserve format and sell where it sits approach, you can bid on local equipment without waiting for far-off auction dates. Get registered for free and start bidding today at purplewave.com.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Do have a story about sex on an airplane, but I'll put that over to the side for now and keep it in the sports arena.
It's been that kind of show, though. It would go with the theme.
Have you read the latest? I'll ask all three of you. Have any of you read the latest Pro Football Focus article about second-year quarterbacks?
I have not.
Here's the title: Ceilings, Floors for every second-year NFL quarterback ahead of the 2025 season. This was from yesterday. I'll start with Jaden Daniels, okay?
Ceiling and floor with based on numbers? Or
just based on these guys. But
I mean, are we measuring them with numbers here? Well, like what the floor is with numbers?
No, the players who they would not statistics. Yes, comps as current players. So, for example, Jaden Daniels, his ceiling is listed as Lamar Jackson. His floor is listed as Kyler Murray.
Are they comparing him just to other current players in the league right now?
Correct.
So no historical
what is your
players.
ceiling? What is your floor based on other players that are currently in the league playing that position?
At first, I wanted to say Lamar is the ceiling, but Lamar is a two-time MVP winner. But he's already done more in the postseason than Lamar, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I got to an NFC title game. Has Lamar's gotten to an AFC title?
Right, but he's won. He's what, 2-1 now? Did he win 2 games last year, Jaden? Or did they win only one?
They beat Detroit. And who else they beat?
Who they beat in the first round?
And
was it Tampa?
Was it Tampa?
Yes,
Tampa.
So anyway, the point I was getting to is
Caleb.
Yes.
Okay.
Who do you believe they have him listed? Who do they have listed as his comp ceiling and his floor?
I think the ceiling is Aaron Rodgers. Now, not this current Aaron Rodgers, but he plays the game similarly to Aaron Rodgers back in the day, like when he was an MVP type candidate.
Well, they're not talking about like Tom Brady from the 2008 team. It's current quarterbacks in the league.
So this would be then bad Aaron Rodgers if I would say Aaron Rodgers?
Well, you may think Aaron Rodgers is good this year.
I'm going to then say Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
And the floor would be, I think Kyler's another good one. He doesn't run like Kyler, though. So I'm trying to think of another mobile quarterback.
I went to Danny Dimes.
Oh,
Daniel
boy.
Jones.
As
a floor?
No, he has won a playoff game, Danny.
Yeah,
oh,
he's played
you're smirking.
Sort of well.
I'm not just listening to you guys.
He's never been great, but he had a couple average seasons. If we're talking absolute bottom out.
I'm going to go Russell Wilson, current version of Russell Wilson.
Okay.
As the floor for you?
Floor, yes.
Ceiling, I think it's Patrick Mahomes. Go all the way to this. I think out of this group, he has the highest floor and not the lowest, he has the highest ceiling, not the lowest floor, but I think there's the most room in between for Caleb Williams than anybody else.
That's pretty good.
That's why I knew this was going to be a good story. So who was your bust?
I'll go Daniel Jones as the bust.
Okay.
For ceiling,
or at least the floor.
For ceiling, it's funny because I thought Aaron Rodgers immediately, but then you took Silvy off of it. So I'm going to go Josh Allen for ceiling.
Okay.
And for floor, I'll go Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
That's pretty good. That's really good.
I think
Jake.
I gave away part of my story, but
with Danny Dimes?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so
or is the floor Aaron Rodgers?
They have
currently?
the ceiling.
Yep.
Is Jordan Love.
No. Come on, people.
They have the floor. There is no comparison. It's just the word bust.
Okay.
What article was this? PFF?
Yes, I knew this was going to be an article that was going to inspire a defensive response. Here's what is written. Williams entered the NFL with a tremendous amount of hype, only to disappoint as a rookie, especially when compared to the rest of the class. Williams' season was, at best, underwhelming. He flashed big play potential and incredible arm talent, but he struggled with accuracy and took on pressure and sacks far too often. His 63.5 PFF passing grade, was the worst of the 5 first-round quarterbacks who saw action in 2024. As were his 54.7 accuracy rate, 23.2 uncatchable pass rate, and 26.1 pressure to sack rate. All of the issues we saw in the final season of college football showed up in his rookie campaign. Granted, top prospects who don't put it all together as rookies are still capable of turning things around. Jared Goff is one notable example, and Bryce Young appears to have turned a corner ahead of 2025, but struggling as badly as Williams did usually does not end well. Still, he has the talent and one of the best supporting casts in the NFL to turn it around in 2025.
They're measuring him, and I was so mad. Like, what is this? You know how there's a fake NBA site instead of NBA Central? It's NBA Central. Are you sure you didn't get this off of like Pro Football Effers or something?
This is Pro Football Focus.
Are you sure it's Pro Football Focus?
I knew it would inspire a response from you.
How could they say, based on what he did last year, which obviously didn't exactly live up to it, but when the coach was the coach, when the offensive coordinator was the coordinator, when the line was the line, that he still did some good things, that the floor is bust. Like, it shouldn't get any worse than last year. And to say a ceiling is Jordan Love, you're basically just saying the only attainable goal for him is to be slightly above average quarterback.
I'm going to send you to John Costco, NFL contributor.
See, John Costco's not a real
from
writer.
Pro Football
There's
Focus.
no John Costco.
Just would you like to know? Let's make some more predictions. Ceiling and floor for Drake May.
Drake May is Josh Allen. They'll go with ceiling, and floor for him is, I'll go Daniel Jones for him.
Okay.
I'm good with both of those. Or maybe Justin Herbert is the ceiling because he's been compared to him.
Jake?
I looked up if the article was real, so I can't participate anymore. So I know it. I already have it in front of me.
Did you really doubt that it was real?
I'm telling you, they're going to have Drake May close to being the best quarterback in the current version of a player.
Ceiling is Trevor Lawrence. Floor is Daniel Jones. You hit Daniel Jones.
How? I think that's unfair to Drake May too. I think that they're saying the ceiling is a guy who has underachieved in the NFL.
Michael Penix Jr., you want to take a shot at this?
Michael Penix Jr., the ceiling is current version of Russell Wilson. And the floor for Michael Penix, what? Are they going higher?
And what's his floor?
I'll say floor Kirk Cousins. They're going to have some cop
current
out.
Version of Kirk Cousins?
Oh,
well, why?
And then because he's
his
on the same
quarterback?
team. Yeah. And then their ceiling, they're going to take the easy way out and go Tua.
I'm going to say Mason Rudolph as floor.
The ceiling is Justin Herbert. And the floor is Jameis Winston.
Did they just pull a bunch of names out of the hat?
J.J. McCarthy's up next. My disgruntled Bear
McCarthy
fan
has
friends.
a good one.
McCarthy.
I think both Caleb. Yeah, I think Caleb and Drake May have been hosed in this.
Caleb for sure.
J.J. McCarthy, come on, the game continues.
How
we got 2 more left.
How can they know?
It's just one guy's Pro Football Focus evaluation.
Now, he's got great weapons, though, but he's coached by a really, really good coach.
You're already a beaten man right
yeah,
now. He's already a beaten man.
And so I think you're going to give me J.J. McCarthy as a pretty high guy. And I'm trying to think which one that would be. I'll go Matthew Stafford in this case.
All right, floor.
Deshaun Watson.
Jack?
I'll go floor. I'll say, trying to think of a pocket pass. Ceiling, I'll say they probably did something crazy. Joe Burrow or something like that. Floor.
No way, Joe Burrow.
Floor, I'll say Jared Goff.
The ceiling is Joe Burrow. The floor is Sam Darnold.
Ridiculous.
This guy's not played it down in the NFL, and they're telling you his ceiling is a Hall of Famer. When they said Jordan Love for Caleb?
Bo Nix, last one.
I'm done. I'm not.
I'm done.
The Bo Nix one, you have to tell him it's not a current player.
No, Bo Nix not a current player.
Drew Brees.
Wow.
That's Drew Brees.
Yeah, I knew they would go Drew Brees because they're lazy and they're not good at this. Whoever this Costco guy is, he could pound sand.
Mac Jones is the floor.
Drew Brees.
Did I tell you, Jake, that it was
he did have a good year.
Exercise?
Like I could get behind Bo Nix more than I could get behind. Though they're saying that the ceiling for Bo Nix is the second highest passer in the NFL history.
And his floor's Mac. You said Mac Jones is his floor. That's about two different quarterbacks as it could possibly get.
That's why.
I think it's lazy how everybody else got an actual comp, and then Caleb Williams as a floor just gets bust.
Yeah, exactly.
He tried to give you his perspective. He said the 63.5 Pro Football Focus passing grade, which
him on Monday,
was the worst of the 5 first-round quarterbacks who saw action, as were his 54.7 accuracy rate, 23.2 uncatchable pass rate, and 26.1 pressure to sack rate. That's all he's giving you. Pro Football Focus stats tells you that the ceiling is Jordan Love.
And then on top of it, I just saw something else that I'm really pissed about. Did you see the Cubs lineup?
I didn't. It's PCA batting 5th.
You got it. Guess who's batting 4th tonight, Cubs fans?
Dansby Swanson.
You got it.
Wow.
Well, what's wrong with them? I thought Craig Counsell was going to be an awesome manager.
Oh, man. I got exactly what I thought I was going to get, and I think it's fantastic.
That's terrible. I think he knows Bears fans, and he knows what's going to get people to talk about it. And if he would do this legitimately, no one would be talking about it. So
you think he's just singling out Bears fans to piss them off?
I never say clickbait. This is clickbait.
This is an article. I mean, there's some extensive writing here. I'm just telling you.
If I told you Caleb Williams' ceiling is Jordan Love after his last year,
I'd say that's too low.
Of course it is. I'm not saying he's going to achieve greatness. I'm trying to think who I even said to begin with.
Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford.
Well, Aaron Rodgers. You were thinking Aaron Rodgers in his prime. That's a top 10 quarterback all time in the history of the sport.
Exactly.
So you have Caleb as a top 10 quarterback in the history of the sport?
The ceiling that, what you're saying that this is impossible to reach, that there's no way, no how he's going to be any better, even if everything goes well, than Jordan Love. That is not a ceiling. That's not the true definition of a ceiling.
Well, his ceiling is Jordan Love. That's what he thinks. That's John Costco. I can give you his Twitter handle. I mean, you can... This was posted, was today the 26th or was yesterday the 26th?
Yesterday was the 26th.
Okay, so this was posted yesterday. And the title of the article, if you want to give him hell, ceilings, floors for every second-year NFL quarterback ahead of the 2025 season. And you can find John at John Costco, JohnKosko3 on Twitter or X.
And just send something to him.
Oh, God, that warms my heart. Just the response that I got.
It's John K.O. What is it?
Kosko3. It's John Costco 3 on Twitter.
There's two other John Costcos before him?
With K's?
Are they with K's? That should show you. I'm just going to... Elizabethtown, Tennessee.
I'm going to give you a story, too, that I'll give you the headline, and I'm going to send you to it, because we got to take a break and come back with Florida or Ohio. Controversy erupts as scientists start work to create artificial human DNA. The Synthetic Human Genome Project is being funded as we speak.
So what does this mean?
You can't wrap your head around this now.
I'm tweeting John Costco.
After the quarterback
I'm done, yeah. I've like...
Scientists have begun work on controversial projects that aim to create human DNA from scratch.
That's a big advancement.
Maybe they can create a quarterback that has a ceiling higher than Jordan Love's.
Or maybe a better writer than Costco. No, I'm kidding. I don't know John Costco.
All right, when we come back, we'll lighten things up with Florida or Ohio.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Bub City Rosemont is raising a glass to number 14 bourbon, your whiskey of the month all June long. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of real Vermont maple syrup. Sip on handcrafted cocktails like the Maple Old Fashioned and Blueberry Smash. Or stop by Friday evenings for sampling events to explore the flavor firsthand. Plus, number 14 Bourbon is turning up the volume as the proud sponsor of select shows at Joe's Live this month. Come for number 14 Bourbon. Stay for the music at Bub City Rosemont.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22 pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Just 3 games to settle the entire live golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close, personal, and locked in with special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com. That's livegolf.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness, exotic animals, dumb criminals, random stabbings, or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Florida or Ohio is brought to you by Universal Lighting. Upgrade your building's lighting to energy savings and LEDs. Go to ulasaves.com. What do you guys got?
All right, here we go. Food truck owner arrested after allegedly slashing tires of rival food trucks. The food truck owner has taken a restaurant rivalry to a whole new level. According to the local news, 48-year-old man Arturo Palma Romero was arrested and charged with 2 counts of criminal damaging after he allegedly slashed the tires of 2 different food trucks owned by a rival eatery.
You thought initially when Jake started to say owner of a food truck that maybe he was busted for doing stupid things to the food, weren't you? And you were going to get pissed.
No, really? My mind didn't go there, actually.
I thought because you feel that is a crime that is best punished by lifetime jail term.
Or at least a felony, yes.
I don't know that I've ever seen a food truck in Ohio.
Well, of course there are food trucks
I have not
in Ohio. They're everywhere now.
I haven't seen one.
This might help, but according to the state's law, the punishment for criminal damaging can be categorized as a felony or misdemeanor, and you can serve up to 18 months in prison. Just in case you're familiar with the state laws.
These are high-traffic areas where the food trucks are, obviously, where a lot of people congregate outside, and it is summertime in Ohio.
South Beach.
But yeah, I'm going South Florida as well. I was going to say Coconut Grove, Florida, the Miami area.
I'm thinking the same thing. I like the logic there, Sylvie. I will also go with Florida.
Okay. That's incorrect. It is Toledo, Ohio.
Wow, Toledo.
Good curveball, Jay.
I thought maybe my pronunciation of the man's name might have given away the whole Miami or Florida area, but no. Ohio, Toledo, Ohio.
Wow,
well done.
Wow, Toledo.
Yeah.
Doing the food truck business big time.
Holy Toledo.
Do you know what Toledo's famous for? You can do it.
Tires?
No, that's Akron.
Oh, Akron. Damn
No,
it.
he was right. Akron is tires. Come on, you can do
Zippers?
it.
Is this? No, that's the Akron Zips, too.
Yeah.
I'm all over Akron. Not good for
Don't
Toledo.
they have a famous minor league team?
The Mud Hens?
Toledo Mud Hens.
Glass.
Popular.
glass.
Yes,
I never would have
Toledo's,
gotten that.
yes,
Why would I have gotten this?
I thought we have maybe had talked about it in years gone by.
I never knew that. Toledo, known for
Akron,
glass.
the home of rubber. Rubber home. Tires.
Why do they call them the Akron Zips? What is Zips short for? Is it not
That
zippers?
I don't know.
Isn't
I'm
it a
not
kangaroo? Their mascot?
Akron Zips.
They're kangaroo. Like the mascot's a kangaroo.
So you think
it is a kangaroo.
So you think though that Zips is in like UIC's
the nickname, originally Zippers, was shortened from a contest that took inspiration from B.F. Goodrich's rubber overshoes.
So yeah, it is Zippers. Yeah. But like for instance, the mascot doesn't always reflect the team name.
Sure.
Like I think the UIC Flames have like a dragon as there. I guess that makes sense because he breathes flames. Is that why?
It's a little hard to do, I guess. I don't know. I mean, Ole Miss has a bear on the sidelines. No?
Toledo is known as the Glass City for its long history of glass production, and also known for the Mud Hens baseball team.
What is Kansas City known for besides barbecue?
It's the home of John Costco, isn't it?
No, he's
the guy
from
that you
Tennessee.
have sending evil tweets to.
I just sent "How dare you" to him. They have more of these, I think, per capita than any place in the country.
Wind turbines.
I don't want to say you're close,
Barbecue
but
stops.
you were on to something when you're. It's not food. Like I said, other than barbecue. So like think in that vicinity.
So it's not wind turbines.
No.
Corn silos.
It is not corn silos. It's probably Iowa.
Kansas City. I don't know.
Do you remember what they used to have in the outfield? If they don't have them anymore at Royal Stadium.
Then they have rocks and a waterfall?
Yes. Like I believe, we'll ask Len this. I believe I've heard this from Len Casper, that they have more like fountains in the city than any other city.
I did not know that.
Yes.
There's a lot of fountains in Cincinnati, too.
Really?
Fountain Square.
I was thinking about this about Kansas City. About Cincinnati. A lot of people have referred to Carolina recently as the Queen City. I always thought the Queen City was Cincinnati.
That is true.
How could there be two Queen Cities?
What is the other one?
Charlotte.
I have not heard that. I did not know that. Cincinnati's already always been known as the Queen City.
That's what I always thought. Yeah. I'll double check that.
Porkopolis as well.
Porkopolis?
Yeah.
What do you mean? That's what it's known for, like because of
Cincinnati, I believe, at 1.2 was known as Porkopolis. There's also a very big German heritage.
Yes.
Oktoberfest in Cincinnati's big.
Very big. All right, coming up next, we'll talk about some of the Cubs stuff and Aki's A-list. I'll give you the entire Cubs lineup. Cubs fans, get ready. Dansby Swanson is batting cleanup again.
Yes.
It's all coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Des Plaines is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Guys, true Chicago-style pizza is Connie's Frozen Pizza, the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. It's the weekend. Stop at your grocery store. Pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza. Have it with your favorite beverage and enjoy. That's right. It's thin, it's crispy. We cut it into squares just like they do in the shop. And thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy this great, true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies. They're made with that same cornmeal crust that Connie's has been known for over 60 years. Perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. So do what we do. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Happy Friday. You've made it to your weekend. Hope things are going well. Another hot day in the city. Should be really nice, though, tomorrow. A little bit cooler. The Cubs lineup as they get set for the Astros is one that has annoyed a few Cubs fans, including myself. They're facing a lefty. So they're doing a couple of things, and I think one of them is something that's been annoying you. So you get the typical first three: Ian Happ, Kyle Tucker, Seiya Suzuki. It's Kyle Tucker's return game to Houston. Then batting fourth, because it being a lefty, is Dansby Swanson, who is one of the worst, if not the worst, batting average and numbers with runners in scoring position or on base of anybody on the team. And he's the cleanup hitter. PCA is down to number 5 against the lefty. Carson Kelly is 6th. Nico Horner is 7th. A lot of people would like to see Nico more in the Dansby spot, even though he's not a power hitter, but can drive in runs and has done very well with runners in scoring position. And this is the one also that you don't like, Waddle. I believe. You speak for yourself. But batting 8th and playing first base is?
It's going to be Justin Turner.
Correct. So
yeah,
they won't play Michael Busch.
Yeah, you got to start giving Busch more run against lefties.
Like, give him a shot, right?
Yeah.
And didn't he just have a really good series in St. Louis?
Yes.
He's hot. Why sit him? I get it that maybe his numbers are better because he only faces right-handed hitting, but he's shown you that he could be a very dangerous bat, and ideally you want that developed, don't you? And the only way to develop it is by facing lefties.
Yes, and to your point about Dansby Swanson, with runners in scoring position, he's batting 139 with a 191 OPS, a 215 slug, and a 406 on-base percentage, or OPS, rather.
And the goal is, when you lead off Hap, Tucker, Seiya, is that Dansby's coming up in the first inning with a runner in scoring position.
Yes.
So why would you want him to be the cleanup hitter? I don't understand it. They've got like much more baseball knowledge than I do, for sure. They have many people on their analytics team who have a say in this, but I think this is one of those that you overthink.
Yeah.
Instead of just letting your eyes, where there's still an art to that.
Here's an odd kind of twist to that. Do you realize he is 6 for 12 with bases loaded? So 6 of his 11 hits with runners in scoring position have come with the bases loaded. That doesn't.
So as long as all 3 get on, we're in good shape.
Yes. So, but if
only 1 is in scoring position, we're in bad shape.
You're screwed.
Okay.
Yeah. So just hope for bases loaded.
And Matt Shaw batting 9th, and he is at third base. Cade Horton doing the pitching. So it'll be interesting to see Cade Horton against the Astros.
Yeah, this is a good matchup for him. I like Matt Shaw a lot, too. Defensively, he's been fabulous. Offensively, has been quite a struggle. You just wonder, they can be patient with him now because they're getting so much production from everywhere else. But if he continues to hit 175, which is basically what he's hit the entire month of June, how much longer can you keep running him out there?
I guess until you have a better solution, because they don't really have.
Do you look for another option?
You may be, like if you could get somebody for sure. I still think he's going to be good. Maybe that's just because
some guys go down more than once. They go down, they come back up.
Yeah. Rizzo did that, right? Yeah. Rizzo went down for San Diego. He went down with the Cubs.
Sure.
All right, let's get to Aki's A-List.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. All right, Jack, you running this?
I am. So my question for you guys is, we're officially at the halfway point of the MLB season. Other than PCA, because that's the easy answer, what has been your biggest positive for the Cubs and White Sox, and what has been your biggest negative for the Cubs and White Sox? One for each team.
I would say Matthew Boyd pitching the way he has pitched, especially with the absence of Justin Steele, from my perspective, has been something that has been fantastic and not expected.
Can't go wrong there. I'm going to say PCA just because you said Boyd, but I still think it's incredible what PCA is doing based on our expectations and most people's expectations. Why are you guys giggling? What are you guys doing back there?
In the question, I said, except for PCA.
Other than PCA, I missed that. I was reading something. My bad. That's totally on me. So other than PCA, then I'm going to go.
I thought Pomerantz was
Drew Pomerantz. That's who I was.
What about the bullpen as a whole, with Palencia's emergence too?
Well, sure. Then you get the package deal, Palencia and Pomerantz. But I just think that thinking that Drew Pomerantz would go scoreless is. I just thought it's a connection to Craig Counsell, but whatever he's done, bravo to him. On the White Sox side, the Rule 5 pitcher, who he had a bad start in his last time around.
Shane Smith.
Shane Smith, I think, is probably the most obvious. You didn't say anybody but Shane Smith, did you?
No, I didn't say that.
Listen, Vargas has also been very impressive this year based on, a lot on what you saw from him.
Maidroth has been really good.
Yeah. You also said negative.
Biggest negative.
That's Luis Robert, isn't it? At this time, you would hope that he's hurt again. He has underperformed. You would have hoped that he got off to a good start so you could trade him. Like, you had to also, I think Vaughn's another good candidate there who's no longer on the team.
I'm trying to think who I would pick on the Cubs. Would it be Ben Brown? But, you weren't asking him to. Anything he gave you this year was going to be a positive. There's not a whole lot of negative when you
I'm gonna be stuck in the moment, and I'm gonna say Jamison Taillon. I know a lot of people consider that he had a really, really good, first several starts. I don't even think it was that good. He was helped by the wind, and now he's got a really bad ERA. And I think fly ball pitcher in the summer of Chicago, and I still would have been a fan if they traded him last year.
On to the Bulls. ESPN gave a grade for every single team's draft this season, and they gave the Bulls an A- in the draft. What would you grade the Bulls draft?
I saw that.
Is this, what's his name doing it? Costco?
John Costco, yeah. He was going by... Yeah, no.
Kevin Pelton was the name of the writer.
They traded for... Okay, I can't judge them or negatively dock them for picking 13. But knowing about what the Pelicans did, and knowing that the Pelicans did call the Bulls, as Joe Dumars confirmed, and they could have traded down and gotten a pick next year. An unprotected first-round pick, the better of theirs or Milwaukee's. For a team in dire need of assets, I don't love that, and I don't love making another trade in the second round for cash considerations when that doesn't help. So that is not A-worthy. I could give them a C because I just don't know, good or bad. But I don't think that it's good general managing when your team needs assets and you're passing up an extra draft pick.
Yeah,
first round.
I would also liked for them to be more on the other side. Maybe move up, do something other than sit where you're at. Again, I don't know what Asenge. That's how you pronounce his name.
Yes,
right? I don't know how he will develop. So I would give him an incomplete. Seriously,
you have to give them a grade though.
I give you an incomplete.
Well,
I'm giving you an I. I'm giving you an I. I don't know how you get an A. I'm not. I wouldn't give you a D or an F, but how about a B? Can I just give you a B?
Can I play you something too that we haven't played yet? I heard this today. I missed it yesterday. I texted Hoodie, and they played it as their cut of the day, brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. And this is Fridays. They do the classic cut of the day. And they did just from the day before. Hoodie was talking about Mark Eversley's presentation. Remember how I told you yesterday he didn't sound anything like he didn't have a good command. He didn't speak with authority. I thought Mark Eversley was going to be more. He just would have been a little more dynamic of a personality, especially with AK. But so they heard Mark Eversley speak, and he was very scripted. Let me give you an example.
Mark, just with respect to the contracts, why sort of the lack of transparency with both Billy and kind of you and Art Services? Why sort of the lack of transparency about discussing that?
Again, it's just team policy. You've been here longer than I have, and that's always been the case. It's something that the team just doesn't comment on.
So not a lot there. So this was Hood's impersonation. Jonathan Hood, Kap and Hoodie every morning, 7 to 10.
Kap, reading a statement.
Am I the only one?
Reading. Now wait a minute. You're supposed to be able to sell us on Asenge.
We feel really good. Happy Chinooka.
What?
Hoodie, the part of the line that got me. While we don't have a clear idea of what however he phrased it, of what the roster might look like next season. What?
Surprise, surprise.
It is incredible. See what I'm saying? They don't care.
They do not care.
We expect 19,000 at the United Center. See you in the fall, baby.
That's it.
Hey, these guys just got extensions.
Freaking Smokey Eversley's is going to tell us that everything's fine. Kap, that's just so bad. It's horrible.
But he put pen to paper on an extension, does the NBA draft, and then he reads it like he's being held at gunpoint.
I mean,
what is happening?
We have teamed with Uncle Remus for chicken. So we will have that. And good luck, Bulls fans. Smile on my face. Oh, the Bulls are going to win 39 games.
Outstanding by Hoodie. I heard that today in the car, and I was just cackling like you were.
Oh, it's good.
All right, Jack, go ahead.
Pro Football Focus had another article out.
No more. That's our quota.
Costco.
Yes.
This one was from Steve Walmart.
They rank defensive lines. Where do you think the Bears rank in terms of defensive lines
Towards
by
the
Pro
bottom.
Football Focus?
It's got to be towards the bottom. They improved the interior. I'm going to go
20.
I'm going to go lower. I'm going to go 24.
It was higher than I thought it was. 18th.
Wow.
They ranked 18th. The Lions still are at 6th, so they lead the division. Pittsburgh 1, Philadelphia 2, New York 3, Houston 4, Bills 5. But the Bears at 18th. So are you confident at all that this defensive line can take a step up this season?
They have to. I still think that another pass rusher on the other side of Montez Sweat is still their biggest need. That's why I will, until Trey Hendrickson puts pen to paper and signs a contract extension with the Bengals, I will still hold out hope that could happen.
I asked Bleck and Abdalla this the other day, and I asked them if there are still moves to be made this offseason for the Bears, and they said they think the roster's complete. Do you think the roster's complete right now?
It depends on who gets cut in cut downs.
Yeah,
they could still pick guys up. But I do think it will be improved because Montez Sweat has to play better.
Yeah.
He can't play as poorly. Grady Jarrett will up.
Listen, you gave a Dengbo, $30 million guarantee?
Yeah, and you drafted another tackle too, didn't you?
Yes. So will they be better?
Is
yes.
it Shamar Turner? Is that who they drafted?
Yeah.
So, I think Shamar Turner could be good. I like Grady Jarrett. I still think he's got something left in the tank.
You're going to get the big fella back?
Yep.
Who am I thinking about? Their nose tackle?
Who stops the run?
Billings?
Yes,
Billings.
Andrew
Get Billings back from the injury. So I think they'll be better, but to me that obviously who's going to be your left tackle and who's going to rush the passer on the other side of Montez Sweat, those are the two biggest questions.
Back to baseball. Willson Contreras yesterday got hit by a pitch by Daniel Palencia and started barking at the Chicago Cubs. For most of those 2016 team guys, I feel like I have a soft spot for everyone, and it's starting to become everyone but Willson Contreras because he's turning himself into an enemy of the Chicago Cubs. Do you still hold a soft spot for Willson Contreras?
I do, yes.
I've always liked how hard he plays.
We knew that this was him when he played for the Cubs, so now he's on the Cubs' biggest rival. He has not changed his ways. I also don't dislike him so much because he's not as good as he used to be. And I think the Cubs did a good, I was against them getting rid of him. I thought they should have extended him. But I think Jed has done pretty well of knowing when to say when with most of the players. So this is what Contreras said yesterday after the dust up.
I think it's the heat of the moment, the heat of the game. I got hit in the hand. Of course, I got hit in the hand today. And I just turned around and I said, just throw strikes. That's it. I mean, it looks bad. If you're a fan and you're watching the game, it looks bad. But and then when I got to first base, the only thing I said, throw strikes. But again, apparently I did everything wrong today. I take that back. I apologize to the Chicago Cubs. I'm not trying to fight them. I'm not trying to fight anybody. I just react to the heat of the moment.
He apologized. I don't know if he even owed the Cubs an apology, but I thought that was a pretty stand-up move right there by Willson.
Yeah, Palencia wasn't trying to hit him. But Willson tries to pick a fight with quite a few teams. He was trying to pick a fight with the Brewers the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So,
did you guys hear what Daniel Palencia said? It cracked me up a little bit.
Play it.
This is what Daniel Palencia said.
No, nothing was intentional. It's just part of the game. I don't know. I don't want to hit that guy. I've been watching that guy since I was a kid. I really feel proud of him. What he's doing for the game. Just like I say, just the moment was intense, close game. I think it was just that.
Just cracks me up a little bit that Daniel Palencia used to watch him as a kid when Willson Contreras is 30-some young
years
old.
But remember, they're fellow countrymen, too. So when he says kid, I mean, he was probably
Teenager.
14, you know?
He's my age, so 15, 16, watching the Cubs World Series run.
And he's like, that guy, Wilson Contreras, is from my country. Like, and you have these big dreams of one day, you know, playing in Major League Baseball. You know how big baseball is in Venezuela.
And then the one other thing I have for you guys is on a national scale, the NCAA is looking into expanding the NCAA tournament, and a decision is supposed to come here soon in the next couple of weeks, potentially up to 72 or 76 teams. Are you for expansion of the NCAA March Madness tournament?
I don't care.
I'm sort of in your boat. Like, I'm not yelling, hey, you know what would be great? They should expand the NCAA tournament. But I'm not going to rage like a lot of other people. I will say this. I don't want more play-in games. If they would, I don't know what the format would be. Would there be a bye?
I would have to imagine with that many teams, with a few, it would be more teams with a bye, basically.
Like, I would, what I think makes more sense, and a lot of people would probably disagree with me, but if you would double the amount, going from, it's 68 now, so go from 64 or 68 to 128. Is that what it would be?
Yeah.
Math. And then just have one extra round. I'm not going to rage against an extra game.
That might make the regular season matter almost nothing to some of these bigger programs because they'd automatically get in the NCAA tournament.
That's true.
A 72-team bracket does have 4 playing games in it.
Instead of 2, how many are now? Or are there 4 now?
There is, right now, there should be 4. There's 4. Yeah. 2 on Tuesday night, 2 on Wednesday night.
So there would be no more
There would
play-in.
be no change. There would still be the same 4 game play-ins. That's it.
Do you guys also see that the NCAA, the sports aspect of it, spent $400 million in legal fees last year fighting different things?
They're in shambles.
$400 million in legal.
And everything's going to continue to change. And with the NIL and the players being paid now with the revenue sharing.
Here's a question for you. I'm going to reverse it. It's Sylvie's S list. Has the NCAA ever done anything right?
No.
Ever?
I'm sure there's been something, but usually the answer is no.
Like, the students used to have no rights. And they're like, all right, we just want some rights. We just want our image, you know, and our likeness and sign some autographs at a car dealer. No, you can't do that. Okay, we're going to take you to court. Now they have all rights.
They're free agents every year.
Yeah, it's not fun for me as a fan. Like, it's not fun for me to see where this is going in terms of college football and college basketball. But
Jake, all they had to do was say, all right, we get it. We get it. Our rules are dumb. We're fining or we're suspending players for taking a free breakfast. We're penalizing a school because they let a kid have a job. Like, let the kids work. Let them have their don't make it pay for play, though.
yeah, so I'm a product of the old transfer rule. So you had to sit out back in the day, right? And now you don't. So I'm kind of on the fence because I hated it when I was there, but I kind of hate free agency. So it's tough.
Here's a proposition. You have to sign a 2-year contract. You can sign a 4 if you want, a minimum 2-year contract wherever you go. And if for whatever reason you break that contract, then you have to sit out that second year. That way, I think you'll put a couple of, there's some guardrails that exist that I think would be beneficial for everybody involved. You still get paid. I mean, you get paid whatever. It's a 2-year contract. Instead of being a free agent every year, which just creates chaos for all involved, minimum 2-year contract.
So you would do minimum contracts. I've heard you could still sign a 1-year contract or multi-year, and you get I've heard the rule 1 transfer where you could play the next year, but there are players who have played at a different school every year now.
Correct. Yeah.
And then the second transfer, you have to sit out the year.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. Have you seen the trend where the coaches now after spring ball are no longer announcing starters?
I did not see that.
So because they don't want their rosters poached.
They don't want any of these kids to leave.
Yeah.
So if there's any competition,
wow.
Yeah. If there's any competition, like if the kid's seeing the writing on the wall, so like a lot of these spring battles that are at certain positions, they're just giving them fair shots.
Can you think how hard that is? I mean, like when you're bouncing from organization to school to school, like you're learning different offenses. Mm-hmm. You're learning different. It's not good for anybody.
No. I actually feel more for the coaches. Like it's so like to go from your roster being 85 kids to all of a sudden in a matter of 6 months being 40 something at most, and now you have to refill that. Like it's tough.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Jack over Aki's A-List. Jake is in as well. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Len Casper. Then we've got what to watch for before White Sox baseball at 6 o'clock.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
All right, golfers, the Southland's finest golf course is the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox. You can find my guy, Golfer Bob, there. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on great course conditions. Just minutes from I-80 and 355. Book your tee time at golfsanctuary.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
It's the Kap J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim.
Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. While you're resisting.
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
And he swings and cranks one high and deep to left, and it's way out of here, over the bullpen.
He didn't need no 2 count, just 2 strikes.
A go-ahead 2-run homer. And he swings. It's a high fly to left. This baby's going to go. Number 2 today for Lenine, and it's 7-3.
Let it breathe. Let the music breathe, Waddle.
I think this is Len's signature song.
From Sonic 45. It's called Flying Away. And this is by Len Casper. Len Casper brought to you by Waddles, guys.
Window Works. Window Works is the company your neighbors trust.
So
I trust Len.
Len, tell us about this. Tell us about the music bed here.
Yeah, it's a song I wrote a few years ago, and it's been a fun diversion away from the ballpark, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
What how many songs have you written throughout your lifetime?
Songs that have been actually released, 22, wow. two records, 11 songs each.
Wow.
And kind of a post-punk vibe, like a mid to late 80s sort of thing. And it's something I had always wanted to do, and it started about 10 years ago. I had never really written songs on my own, and kind of created a concept for a band and got a bunch of buddies who were interested, and it's been really, really, really satisfying.
Len, my wife bought me a guitar for Christmas, I want to say 15 years ago. I have a passion for wanting to learn how to play it. I have yet to do it. Is being a musician like that, playing guitar, something you kind of, it's innate and you're born with that skill, or can you learn it?
Well, of course you can learn it, but probably the best way to be good at it is to get obsessed with it.
Yeah.
And spend all of your free time working on chords and structures and all that stuff. So it's like any other skill. You have to do it a lot, and the more I do it, the better I am at it. So that's probably the best advice for anybody out there. But I do think it helps when you're younger. It's like ice skating and other things, you know. If you don't do it for 20 years, you can kind of jump right back on and do it. So, yeah. But I think it is a passion. You have to have a passion for it.
Who's your music hero?
Well, that's a tough one. I listen to all kinds of stuff, and I worked at an oldies station when I was in high school, so I can go back to the 50s and 60s, and you start with the Beatles. But if I had to pick a band, probably the would probably be the band that speaks to me the most, and then the Replacements of more recent vintage, even though that's still 40 years ago.
Right.
but I'm old.
Does DJ have any musical skill?
Yeah, I'm told cowbell. He's not averse to singing, but he kind of makes up stuff on the spot. Yes. No, he's musical. Yes, I would say he is.
And thank you guys too for. I'm glad you guys addressed the Jesse Rogers signature win thing. On the air. But here, Len, this is my thing here.
Sylvie's here to defend Jesse.
We love you. No, this is not that part.
Oh, I ran into Jesse in the clubhouse. We had a long chat about it.
Oh, really?
It was just a word that came. It was a word that popped into my head at the moment, and I said, Jesse, it's okay. I kidded him because I knew he would hear it.
Yeah.
I stand by what I said, by the way, that there are no signature wins in this sport, but. It was an interesting conversation.
Oh, good. And so the point that I wanted to bring up again, I don't know what DJ has done to Tyler Aki. Tyler's not working today, but we know we talk to you on Fridays, so we're like, hey, let's bug DJ again, like we bugged him in Houston, and let's call him. And Tyler's like, no, I can't do it. I can't.
He's scared.
Why is he scared of DJ?
Well, DJ is definitely someone. Well, I'll tell you the story, and if Keith Williams is listening, he will be laughing. So Keith Williams is the general manager of the station, and it was our first year with Keith, and we were going to meet the sales group, in a suite here at the ballpark, and we're all standing in a circle, and DJ is telling some stories, and Keith walks in, and I don't think they had met in person just yet, and Keith said something to DJ like, well, what do you do if there's a rain out, or what do you do to have fun or whatever, and he gave him the look like, who are you and why would you ask me that? And Keith froze and he turned beet red, and DJ goes, I'm just kidding. That's how they met. This is the general manager of the station, and I'm looking at DJ going, I don't think he knows who this is, and don't do it. Oh, he did it. Yeah. And it's still to this day something that they laugh about. So if you meet him for the first time, he might do that to you, and you might not realize that he's just doing it to get a reaction.
I love it.
Is he ever serious when he does that?
Let's put it this way. You will know when he's serious versus when he's doing that.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. All right, so what is the latest, Len, on Luis Robert and his availability going forward?
Yeah, hamstring, still day-to-day. Sox have another off day Monday. I think it's possible he might not start at all this weekend. They're still figuring out his availability off the bench, but I think they're going to be extra cautious with him. And I think especially for a guy like Luis, when it's a hamstring, when he gets on base, he runs. That's what he does. So I think that's a particularly touchy type of injury. If it were a hand, maybe he could play through it. So I don't know when we'll see him in the lineup again. It does not sound like an IL stint at this point, but he's not in there today, and he might not be in there tomorrow.
A big picture, Len, we've officially reached the halfway point of the season. If you had to write a midseason report on this White Sox team, what would it say?
Yeah, I think it's nuanced. I mean, I think the headline is it's better, and talking with some people today, it's okay. As you look at the current roster, can you start to kind of see a nucleus and guys who are going to be here for several years and be a part of this thing when it gets really good? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. You go down the list in terms of pitching, the Shane Smiths and Mike Vassals and Grant Taylors of the world. They should be a part of this for a long time. Sean Burke, Davis Martin, Jonathan Cannon. at some point you hope to have a surplus in that area, and maybe, somebody ends up moving along and you bring in a bat. Vargas, Teal, Mydroth, those are guys you definitely look at. Edgar Caro. So that's 8 to 10 out of 26 that you feel like are going to be here for a while. And to me, that's a big step in the right direction. But the record is not good, 26-55. I think the Pythagorean record, which we talked about last week, they should probably have 31, 32 wins. So maybe you flip that a little bit in the second half, and instead of 52 and 110, maybe you can start to think about not losing 100 games.
How much of a drag on this team is that? And again, I know that this year is obviously different than last year for the reasons that you've mentioned, but these guys are professional athletes. Is it still something that hangs over them?
Not as much as last year, and I think Andrew Benintendi, Scott Merkin talked to him about it. He said it was really hard last year to ever feel like you were in a good mood, and I think that feels a lot different this year. I think a new manager coming in with fresh eyes, and like I said, some youthful energy that's been added here, I think has helped probably the veterans too, right? Mike Tauchman's new guy, but he's 34. Benintendi's been probably in the best stretch he's had as a White Sox, and I think there's a little good pressure too that's been put on all the position players, in that you have to produce or we'll find somebody else. And, at times in the last couple of years, I'll just use Andrew Vaughn as an example, batting under 200 and struggling, but, never got sent out because you couldn't pinpoint him and go, well, he's the problem, right? This year, I think some of the performances have elevated the group a little bit to the point where, Vaughn got sent out because he wasn't pulling his weight. And, for some people it felt like it was overdue. But I think that's a good sign, is what I'm saying, that you get to a point where you go, it's not good enough. We've got to churn the roster a little bit, and I think Chris Getz is doing that more than ever right now to try to find the right combination.
And Len, we're talking to Len Casper, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. You mentioned, hey, maybe they could lose less than 100 this year, and it's not a place anyone ever wants to be. But one of the fun things about going through the rebuild is when the guys get called up, especially the ones that that you've read about. So Kyle Teal, since, he came up with fanfare, what have you seen that you've liked, and what does he need to work on?
I think catching is the thing he's always going to be working on to get better, and I think we have seen improvement. DJ and I like to say, when you don't notice catchers behind the plate, that's usually a good thing. And I don't think anything he or Edgar Caro have done in the big picture has looked bad. I just think there's the nuance part of it, reading swings in terms of calling the next pitch. If a batter reacts in a certain way, a pitcher's going to want to throw that same pitch again, as opposed to just sticking to the scouting report. But what I really like about Kyle Teal is he plays with a lot of energy. I think his swing at times is long, but when he's had success, the other day he had 3 hits. He had a double in Toronto over the weekend with 2 strikes, shortening his swing, and he hit a ball basically off the wall to the opposite field, and I think that's instructive for him. So maybe a little bit more of a 2-strike approach. And, guys sometimes don't hit home runs early in their career, and I think Teal has a chance to probably be maybe a 10 to 15 homer guy, and I think he just needs that first one to kind of unlock that.
Hey, Len, any chance you're going to hang out after the game for the Flo Rida concert tonight?
I might, yes.
All right.
It's supposed to be well attended tonight, and I know some people who might be able to get me down onto the field.
Oh, yeah. It's good to have connections.
Yeah. It's always nice to have connections.
By the way, my favorite promo has been Connor McKnight reading the Flo Rida spot every time on this radio station.
By the way, have you guys noticed his hair, by the way? I'm trying to get the producer, Chris Withers, and he won't do it, to do a day-to-day Connor McKnight hairdo bit on television.
Yes.
It changes every day.
Len, can somebody get him a men's large shirt instead of a kid's small? Because I sent him a text the other day, and I said, if you flex any harder, you're going to pop a blood vessel in one of your eyeballs.
I love that. That is so perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get him a shirt that fits.
Yes, exactly.
And one more random thing. I said to Waddle earlier, we were like giving like just famous things about different cities. I asked Waddle why the Queen City, why two cities have nicknamed Charlotte and Cincinnati for the Queen City. But I said then about Kansas City, and I believe I've learned it from you throughout the years, as you were my soundtrack for many years of my summer. Didn't you always tell people that Kansas City has more fountains than any other city per capita?
That sounds right. Yeah, for sure. And I think that's why they have them all at the ballpark. Yeah.
This is why you're teaching us stuff.
No doubt.
Well, I try.
Not just baseball.
Now teach me to play the guitar. And by the way, my guitar is left-handed. I don't know why I am inclined to play left-handed, but it is. It's strung left-handed, and when I do learn to play, I will be a left-handed electric guitar player.
Well, it's been 15 years, you said, so you better get on that.
I know.
A lot of talk.
Yeah, you're right. I'm ashamed. I am ashamed of my lack of getting to this.
And I've been with him all 15 of those years of him saying, one day I'm going to learn how to play the guitar.
Yeah, that's true.
So, well, there's some great stuff on YouTube. If you want to learn a song, just type in the song, and whoever's on there will teach you how to play it.
Pretty cool.
Awesome.
Pretty cool. Len, great stuff.
Thanks,
Have
Len.
a great broadcast.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, guys. Have a great one.
All right. And Tyler, don't be scared of
DJ,
wherever you may be right now, Tyler. All right, coming up next, what to watch for as we get you into the weekend with some of our recommendations for what's on television. It's next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season's the time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you should go to Great Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever you have the time. They even send you a ready next text when it's time for you to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylist at Great Clips save your haircut details and clip notes so you can get the same great cut the next time you are in, no matter who you see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable you can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be
Still dealing with knee, hip, or shoulder pain? Tried the cortisone shots, and now surgery's on the table.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season. It's time to swing into the action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. It's the best time of year. Leading off the RAV4, it's what I used to drive. Perfect family car. Great gas mileage, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, more room than ever, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat. And rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
What to Watch For brought to you by our great friends and partners at Connie's Frozen Pizza, the Waddle and Silvy Show's official frozen pizza. It's Connie's Frozen Pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Caller 10 right now. Ring it up for some Connie's Frozen Pizza. 312-332-3776. If you don't win now, pick up some at your grocery store. Waddle, what are you watching for?
There is supposed to be a documentary on Netflix that is called Trainwreck. I believe it's a series. This one's Poop Cruise.
Oh, yeah. I've seen and I've read the hype about that.
It recounts the 2013 engine room fire on the Carnival Triumph that left it stranded with thousands of passengers. And I believe they were forced to actually relieve themselves in red plastic bags.
Oh, yeah. There's footage, too. There's like a lot of people's camera phone footage.
3,000 guests stranded on
They were stranded in the middle of the ocean.
Yes.
They could not be like saved for a bit.
And there was no
electricity.
And
the
no
toilet
plumbing.
stopped working.
Yeah, so apropos with part of today's show.
That's right. That's right. By the way, this is not what I'm watching for, but there's also, I've dabbled a little bit. I haven't finished it. There's a documentary about the Toronto mayor. Remember that guy? I think his name was Rob Stone or something like that. Do you remember he looked like a Chris Farley a little bit?
I think so, yeah. This is part of the series, right? It's a series of document.
It? Are they all included?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think that's one of the other ones. Wasn't he have a drug problem or something?
And I think his brother lived here.
Yeah.
Mine's the obvious one. It's it's chalk here. The Bear is back. It's season 4 of The Bear on Hulu.
It's out now?
It's out now. I believe it dropped on June 25th. So what I usually do is I save this for my European flight, which is a week from today, going to Italy. I will save this for that flight and just binge the whole season.
Nice.
I can't wait. And I know a lot of people didn't love The Bear season 3. I still was fine with it. Yeah. And I love the show. And if you've not started it, you should. The Bear. Shot all here in Chicago, in legitimate Chicago as well, not fake Chicago. What do you got, Jack?
Episode 1 of 05 Forever, which is a documentary about the Chicago White Sox, dropped last night. It's short episodes, so the first one I think was only 13 minutes and some change, but it was really good. It's on YouTube. You can watch it on CHSN. I really enjoyed the first episode last night. It gave me goosebumps. The first one went through how they acquired all the players. It gave a great story about how they acquired A.J. Pierzynski, how Kenny Williams was not very into initially acquiring AJ,
helped
and
him,
Hawk Harrelson talked him into it. It shared some really good behind-the-scenes stories, and I really enjoyed the first episode, and I'm looking forward to the next few, because the reunion for the team is in 2-ish weeks, I believe.
2-ish weeks. 2-ish. What do you got, Jake? Wrap us up.
I'll wrap you guys up. Wimbledon starts here coming up on Monday, June 30th. Hopefully Coco Gauff can see how she does after winning the French. And obviously, I'm a big tennis fan, so Alcaraz is the favorite. So
we're going to get a rematch there, too?
Maybe.
Of Sinner and Alcaraz?
Yeah, that'd be good.
It's interesting because I don't believe grass is either of their best surfaces, right? Because Alcaraz is clay and Sinner's hard court, I believe, is their
I know
respective.
Alcaraz is clay. Yeah.
I used to love
tennis
waking up early and watching Wimbledon.
In Hawaii, when I was at school, I'd watch it in the middle of the night. It was great.
Yeah. All right, great stuff. And that was a good flex there, the Hawaii flex as well.
Wasn't trying.
You played in Hawaii. Thank you to Jake, and thank you to Jack and Jake. Barstool Big Cat, thank you to him for joining us in studio a couple days later than normal because of the White Sox. And thank you, speaking of the White Sox, to Len Casper, the musician, the play-by-play guy, and everyone's favorite. They're coming up next. Jeff Miller's got your pregame show for Waddle. I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself an outstanding weekend.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No high from you?
What?
No high from you?
I give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic